Jin Yan has transmigrated into the role of a cannon-fodder female antagonist. Not only did she accidentally fall into the water, but she also finds herself entangled in the antics of a scoundrel and a shameless woman. Fortunately, she possesses agile reflexes and, while joyously swinging, manages to kick the scoundrel and the shameless woman into the water. Bound to a gossip system, Jin Yan has become a mischievous creature in the melon patch. Shocking. The fiancé of the Chancellor's eldest son intends to poison her husband, all for the sake of a monk. Eldest son Chu Lingfeng. What a sensational scoop. The Prince of Yong not only pursues the host but also seduces her cousin and has some unspoken affairs with his personal guard. Jin Yan. Oh my. How exhilarating. Heavens. The martial princess despises the emperor's snoring at night, stuffing his mouth with stinky socks every time they share a bed. The emperor. Huh. Jin Yan is living a blissful life, with an even more handsome fiancé than her previous partner. A decree arrives, compelling her to attend court. What? Her handsome fiancé is also present? Waking up early is utterly meaningless. From this point onward, the entire court embarks on a thrilling journey through the melon patch of life. No one knows whether the next melon will be theirs. The game is all about heart-pounding excitement. Chapter 1. Transmigrating into a book with a binding system, 3 people frolic in the water. Good news. Jin Yan has transmigrated. Daughter of the Chancellor, wealthy and leisurely. Bad news. She is submerged in water, teetering on the brink of death. Your Highness, my sister has fallen into the water. I must rescue her. Yun, your kindness must be sharp. If Jin Yan dares to shout at you, let her soak in the water to clear her mind. At the front of the boat, a man and a woman are entwined, reluctant to part. Jin Yan struggles to surface, and upon witnessing the scene, silently raises her middle finger. It was merely a case of being struck by lightning while dispersing monkeys at the zoo on a rainy day. Why must she endure such torment? She has transmigrated into the cannon-fodder female antagonist of the overbearing prince's delicate princess. The original character fell head over heels for the Prince of Yong, yet he was enamored with the delicate Miss Lu Yunyun. On one side lies the power of the Chancellor's residence, and on the other, a beauty. The Prince of Yong declares, I will take them both. Publicly, he frequently shows affection to the original character, while secretly engaging with Lu Yunyun. On the Treachery festival, he invites the Princess Anping alongside Lu Yunyun to the boat. The two find a moment of intimacy, only to be interrupted by the original character, who, in a fit of rage, accidentally falls into the water. The instigator fails to rescue her immediately, continuing to flirt at the bow of the boat. The original character, witnessing this scene through the water surface, is unable to catch her breath and drowns. Lu Yunyun, with her sweet words, deceives the grief-stricken Chancellor and his wife into adopting her as a goddaughter, and with the status of the Chancellor's daughter, she marries grandly, becoming the legitimate wife of the Prince of Yong. The Prince of Yong seizes the throne, and Lu Yunyun becomes the empress. The couple swiftly eradicates the entire Chancellor's household, having exhausted their usefulness, and blissfully welcomes their first, second, third, fourth, and fifth children, living a life of happiness. However, Jin Yan has returned to life. In her previous life, she had endured enough as a corporate slave, becoming a zookeeper to liberate herself, eventually merging into the monkey troupe as an honorary member. If she could be Tarzan, why fear becoming a young lady? No matter how bitter life is, it cannot compare to the bitterness of working. The sudden emergence of a head from the water startled Lu Yunyun. The boat is high, and Jin Yan cannot climb up unaided. Lu Yunyun devises a plan, quickly shaking the Prince of Yong's arm. Your Highness, it is inappropriate for my sister to have fallen into the water. You must send someone to rescue her. Once Jin Yan is saved by the guards, her reputation will be utterly ruined. Either she will be forever grateful to the Prince of Yong who is willing to marry her, no longer daring to criticize him, or she will take her own life to preserve her reputation. The Prince of Yong understands her intentions, curling his lips into a smile, and summons his personal guard. Jump into the water to rescue Miss Chu. The guard unhesitatingly dives from the boat towards Jin Yan. Get away from me. Do not touch me. Jin Yan is nearly driven to madness, frantically swimming and dodging with all her might. She must find a way to ascend. The guard behind her is only an average swimmer but possesses good stamina, relentlessly pursuing her. Upon reaching the other side of the boat, Jin Yan's eyes catch a glimpse of a rope dangling from the side of the boat. Grasping the edge of the boat, she leaps with all her strength, seizing the tail end of the rope, using her feet against the boat for leverage, swinging back and forth in midair. The guard who swims over attempts to grab the rope but receives a kick to the head from Jin Yan, nearly choking in the water. Woohoo! Awoth. This exhilarating feeling of soaring with the wind is blissful. It feels like returning to the days at the zoo. With the swinging becoming more pronounced, Jin Yan gracefully glides to the edge of the boat, greeting the astonished Lu Yunyun and the Prince of Yong. Hello, the Prince of Yong. What are you staring at? Quickly cut that rope. Jin Yan's gaze sharpens. You scoundrel. How many times have you tried to do me in? Let me show you how I will deal with you. As she sees the guards on the boat preparing to cut the rope, she swings back to the edge of the boat and seizes the flowing green silk draped over the side. With a push against the pillar, she arcs gracefully through the air, heading straight for the Prince of Yong and Lu Yunyun. Jin Yan, what are you planning?
Ah, splash, splash.
Two crisp sounds of falling into the water. Jin Yan performs a backflip, completing a 180-degree spin, her face adorned with a smile, landing gracefully as if in a gymnastics routine. Applause should ensue here. Clap, clap, clap. Host, you are incredible. I have never seen such an impressive host. A seal applauding emoji suddenly flashes in her mind. The golden finger may have arrived late, but it has arrived. Jin Yan's expression turns to one of terror. What kind of system are you? I tell you, I do not seek dominance. I do not vie for favor. I do not strive for success. My greatest dream in this life is to be a carefree and lazy fish. Oh, dear. Host, you are overthinking it. I am merely an ordinary gossip system, good for nothing but gossiping, so do not worry. By the way, my name is Lu. Hee, I like it. Old Lu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. In this moment, a profound bond of camaraderie befitting the inept has been forged between the two individuals. Ling Feng, that agile and valiant woman bears a striking resemblance to your younger sister, remarked Prince Jing, unable to suppress a gentle applause from a nearby pleasure boat. Lingfeng tightly shut his eyes, fervently praying that what he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. Upon reopening his eyes, his sister remained poised at the bow of the pleasure boat, arms aloft as she stood against the wind. In the water, Prince Yong, his cousin, and a guard huddled together, vociferously cursing, creating quite a lively scene. Prince Jing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Bring our boat closer. This prince wishes to join the revelry. Lingfeng thought to himself, Your Highness, you ought to suggest retrieving your third brother instead. He is still floundering in the water. On the opposite side, Princess Anping, sensing something amiss, hurried down from the second level to command her attendants to fetch her third brother and future sister-in-law, casting a fierce glare at Jin Yan.
Que
You possess an audacity beyond measure, daring to kick my third brother into the water. You lot, seize her. Jin Yan smirked with a sidelong grin. How quaint. Once ashore, the mere pleasure boat could never confine her. She deftly maneuvered, shrinking her form to slip through the encirclement of 3 pursuing maidens. Employing the same trick again, she gave a gentle tug and soared into the air, feeling utterly liberated. Host, there's juicy gossip regarding Princess Anping. Would you care for a taste? The system observed the host reveling in the moment, and this scenario was perfect for a delightful tidbit to uplift the spirits. Jin Yan played with her maidens and Princess Anping as if walking a dog. Do tell. Princess Anping is of a similar age to the host, but her experience is considerably greater. She maintains 10 robust paramours in her household, indulging in nightly escapades, leading a life of sumptuous leisure. Jin Yan was taken aback. Old Six, how did you manage to unearth this? A mere trifle, as long as it has transpired, there is no gossip I cannot uncover. On the approaching pleasure boat, Prince Jing's eyes widened to an astonishing size. His keen sight discerned the unspoken words. Although Miss Chu did not verbalize, he clearly heard her conversation with that old Six. Could it be, was he privy to the innermost thoughts of Miss Chu? Prince Jing turned to look at Du Yuanjing, Princess Anping's betrothed. Du Yuanjing's handsome visage was ashen, and Chu Lingfeng, along with several other young nobles, regarded him with sympathetic eyes, evidently having overheard. Yet, as Princess Anping, with a countenance contorted in fury, pursued Miss Chu, she appeared unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding discourse. Prince Jing's lips curled into a smile. The forthcoming days in the capital might prove to be exceedingly entertaining. Moreover, host, do not be deceived by Princess Anping's extravagant private life. She is a romantic at heart. Ever since she fell for someone she should not have at the tender age of 10, her affections remain unwavering. Whom has she fallen for? The onlookers next door perked up their ears. Chapter 2. The princess's affection for the Imperial concubine, the prince struck by cannonballs. Lu is not the kind of villain who sells secrets. It is indeed concubine Lian, the only son of concubine Lian, Prince Jing.
Concubine.
She is the emperor's woman, a woman.
Que Jin Yan felt somewhat bewildered.
Old Lu, how could Princess Anping, who favors handsome men, possibly fall in love with a woman who is her elder? Besides, isn't she maturing a bit too early? Isn't there a saying among humans that body and feelings can be separated? Princess Anping is just like that. She entered the palace with her mother, Princess Chaoyang. At the age of 10, and after stumbling in the Imperial garden, it was concubine Lian who fortuitously passed by and helped her up, tending to her wounds. Concubine Lian was the most beautiful woman in the capital back then, so it is hardly surprising that the young Princess Anping, a budding romantic, would fall head over heels. At this moment, sympathetic gazes shifted from Du Yuanzheng to Prince Jing. The thought that his own mother could be coveted by someone 2 decades younger sent chills down his spine. Chu Lingfeng was nearly frightened to death by his audacious younger sister. He quickly interjected, "Your Highness, that is merely old Lu's opinion, its veracity is uncertain. So I implore you not to hold my sister accountable." Prince Jing's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Princess Anping, revealing a hint of sternness. No wonder every time Anping entered the palace, she would spend half the day with his mother and leave with reluctance.
No wonder.
Princess Anping would wear the gifts from his mother until new ones arrived to replace them. No wonder Anping sometimes looked at him and his father with an inexplicable hostility. He had always found it odd that Anping, who seemed to be quite close to the third prince, would frequently seek favor with his mother. Was she perhaps attempting to win him over to assist the third prince? Ultimately, the truth was that Anping was indeed harboring intentions towards his mother. How very clever of Anping. Prince Jing could not help but grind his teeth in frustration.
Meanwhile,
Jin Yan, who had been swinging in the air for quite some time, finally felt a slight chill. "Old Lu, if I keep swinging, I might catch a cold." The system cheerfully offered a suggestion. "Host, look behind you to the boat that has drifted closer. You can swing over there. Prince Jing and your elder brother are on it. Princess Anping would not dare to be reckless." Jin Yan turned her head. Indeed, the figure glaring at her with eyes almost ablaze was none other than her elder brother, Chu Lingfeng. "Brother, catch me,"
que Jin Yan leaped backward, releasing her grip,
and hurtled toward her brother.
Que Lingfeng,
"You brat. I am not skilled in martial arts. Are you trying to crush me to death?" As she landed awkwardly, Jin Yan's head accidentally bumped against something hard, causing her to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself on a bed as soft as cotton candy, draped in a light, airy quilt. Slowly, she opened her eyes. "Yana, you have finally awakened. I was so worried." Lady Wenlonyu tightly grasped her daughter's hand. "Old Lu, my biological mother is truly beautiful, like a celestial being descended to earth. Look at her sorrowful expression, more enchanting than Lin Daiyu." Wenlonyu appeared bewildered. Her daughter had clearly not spoken, so how could she hear her voice? Indeed, when your mother was young, she was the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, pursued by countless suitors. Your father, lacking in shame, fought fiercely for her affection, ultimately winning her heart. Then I must certainly be good-looking too. Having spent so long merely fleeing for her life and eavesdropping, she had yet to notice what she looked like. "Host, you are thinking too highly of yourself. You take after your father quite a lot. Your looks are merely average, far inferior to your elder and second brothers." Jin Yan, Lady Wenlonyu could now ascertain that she had heard her daughter's innermost thoughts. It was just that she was unsure what sort of being old Lu was that conversed with her daughter. "Yayaner, do you still feel unwell? Tell mother."
Que Jin Yan,
Awakened from her daze, shook her head. "I feel fine. Mother, how did I return?" At the mention of this, Wenlonyu's expression grew somber. Gazing at her daughter's innocent and bewildered demeanor, her heart ached. "Prince Jing sent a carriage to bring you and Lingfeng back. According to Lingfeng, you fell into Prince Jing's arms while drenched. Yunyan also fell into the water and was rescued by Prince Yong. Many people witnessed it. Her daughter, who harbored such affection for Prince Yong, now found herself entangled with Prince Jing by sheer misfortune. And to think Prince Yong did not save her Yayaner, but instead embraced Yunyan, their actions intimate. On one side was her beloved daughter, and on the other, her niece whom she had raised for 5 or 6 years. Remembering how Prince Yong had held the drenched Yunyan, vowing to take responsibility, Wenlonyu felt as though her heart were being torn apart.
Yana,
"Do you still wish to marry Prince Yong? If you desire it, mother will surely find a way for you to become his legitimate wife." The tenderness of a mother's heart moved Jin Yan profoundly. However, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she gently declined. "Mother, Prince Yong and Lu Yunyan are deeply in love. I witnessed it with my own eyes today, which is why I fell into the water." At that moment, their clothes were almost half off, locked in a passionate embrace. "I have never seen such devotion even when gnawing on chicken feet. Let this pair of scoundrels be locked away. May they not bring misfortune upon me." Wenlonyu could hardly believe it. Yunyan had always been well-behaved, rarely interacting with men. How could she possibly be entangled with Prince Yong? Yet, she recalled that every time Yayaner and Prince Yong went out, Yunyan would always find some excuse to accompany them. Today, Prince Yong had even carried Yunyan from the carriage into the Prime Minister's residence. How painful it must be for her daughter to witness her beloved and her cousin betray her, only to fall into the water and lose her reputation. Tears streamed down Wenlonyu's face as she embraced Jin Yan. "My dear daughter, you have suffered. Rest assured, tomorrow I will send Yunyan back to our hometown in Jiangnan. I will not let her easily take advantage of Prince Yong. Jin Yan felt the warmth of her mother's embrace and nudged her head affectionately. Having lost her parents at an early age, she had spent her youth drifting among relatives, living under their roof, and had long forgotten the feeling of being cherished by family. Yet in this moment of traversing through a book, she experienced it once more. It was not in vain to have died. Only mother treats me the best. Lu echoed. Indeed. Your father believes your actions embarrassing compared to the charming and adorable Lu Yunyun. Your two brothers think themselves Yunyun's first love, showering her with affection. If even your own mother does not stand by your side, how miserable you would be. Madam, the master requests the young lady to come to the main hall. When Lanyu calmly dressed her daughter, arranging a beautiful hairstyle, and once her appearance was satisfactory, she took her daughter to the main hall. Rebellious daughter, kneel. Prime Minister Chu Yiming sat at the head, seething with rage.
HIS eldest son, que Ling Feng, and second son, que Ling Si.
Sat on either side of the silently weeping Lu Yunyun, assuming a protective stance. When Lanyu gently led Jin Yan to sit down, her brows slightly furrowed. Her tone still soft but laced with evident anger. My lord, the truth of the matter is yet to be determined. Why are you so harsh with our daughter? Lu Yunyun paused in her sobbing. Did Jin Yan report to her mother? Prime Minister Chu Yiming's anger was interrupted by his wife, causing him to hesitate. And his demeanor softened immediately. Madam, you know full well what this rebellious girl has done. Why do you obstruct me from teaching her a lesson? When Lanyu replied, you only hold our daughter accountable for pushing Prince Yong and Yunyun into the water. Why do you not question how Yunyun and Yainer ended up in the water? Her disdainful gaze swept across Lu Yunyun. All eyes turned to Lu Yunyun. Uncle, aunt. It is all Yunyun's fault. Lu Yunyun suddenly knelt on the ground. The wind on the boat was strong, and Yunyun had been blinded by the sand, losing her balance. Prince Yong, concerned that Yunyun might fall into the water, came over to support me. Tears welled in her eyes, her expression both aggrieved and stubborn. Her back and neck held straight. She glanced quickly at Jin Yan and continued. Cousin just happened to see it and misunderstood the situation between Yunyun and the prince. In a fit of anger, she lost her balance and fell into the water. Old Lu, look at that tilted profile at a 45-degree angle. See those tears on the verge of falling. Truly a master of performance. Look, my elder brother and second brother seem ready to kill me with their eyes. Don't worry, host, your elder brother will soon be preoccupied with avenging Lu Yunyun.
Que Jin Yan, au dire. Que Ling Feng.
Chapter 3. Why did the fiancée poison her husband? Chu Lingfeng was taken aback. What did old Lu mean?
Just as he was about to ask,
He suddenly felt a tightness in his throat, unable to breathe, as if his late great-grandmother was beckoning to him. He quickly quelled his curiosity, and his mouth and nose returned to normal. Chu Yiming and Chu Lingji were at a loss. How could they suddenly hear their younger sister's thoughts? Old Lu, hurry, and tell me what is happening.
Que Jin Yan urgé.
If all goes as expected, your elder brother Chu Lingfeng will ascend to the heavens this afternoon. When Lanyu's nails dug deeply into her palm, her body swaying slightly, Chu Yiming rushed over to support his wife, unable to suppress the urge to interrogate his daughter. But in that instant, he caught sight of his mother. Mother, what is the matter? Jin Yan noticed her face had suddenly paled, and beads of sweat were forming. When Lanyu merely wished to ascertain the truth behind her son's predicament, shaking her head. I am fine, merely feeling a bit warm. Chu Yiming dutifully fanned his wife. TSK, this foolish father is rather kind to my mother. Who could have anticipated that he would support the young prince's ascension only to face a complete family annihilation? By the way, sixth brother, do continue. Who wishes to harm my elder brother? It is your elder brother's fiancée, Miss Lin. Miss Lin has long harbored affections for her childhood sweetheart, Feng Jing, a man of integrity and ambition. However, Madame Lin disapproved of him due to his humble background and clandestinely arranged a marriage with your elder brother, coercing Miss Lin into compliance by threatening Feng Jing's future and safety.
Que Jin Yan est furie united.
What kind of deranged old hag is this? Ruining her daughter's happiness is one thing, but employing such despicable tactics is utterly contemptible. Indeed, there is something even more egregious. Madame Lin sent a cruel letter to Feng Jing, forbidding him from shamelessly pursuing Miss Lin and obstructing her path to a life of luxury. Heartbroken, Feng Jing resolved to become a monk and has already headed to Hanshan Temple to shave his head. Upon hearing this, Miss Lin was devastated and vowed to take revenge on her mother. She feigned acceptance and arranged to meet your elder brother this afternoon at Fumanlu, intending to poison him and then take her own life in mourning for her lost love. Chu Yiming nearly shattered the fan in his grip. He had presumed that his son's misfortune might stem from a political adversary, only to discover it was the doing of his fiancée. Moreover, what did his daughter mean by complete annihilation? He remained loyal to the emperor, and with the crown prince firmly established, how could he possibly support the young prince's rise? Alas, countless words failed to escape his lips. When Lan Yu felt deep remorse. She should have investigated the Lin family more thoroughly before the engagement. Yet now she had brought ruin upon 3 young lives. Jin Yan silently shook her head. Miss Lin is truly foolish. Her beloved is not dead. She could simply join him in monastic life, awaiting the day Madame Lin relinquishes her opposition, at which point they could return to secular life together. Living their own little existence, how splendid that would be. The system wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, host, your intellect is sharp. Living offers infinite possibilities. In a moment of passionate impulse, Miss Lin resorts to murder, and given Feng Jing's character, he would not survive alone if he learned of her actions. Such an impulsive decision leading to the loss of 3 lives, what folly! Chu Lingfeng silently cried out, "Little sister, do you not feel sorrow for your innocent elder brother? If elder brother dies, mother will be heartbroken. Should I stop him from going out? But he adores Lu Yunyun and despises me. He certainly will not heed my words." Chu Lingfeng abruptly stood up. "Father, mother, my classmate from the Imperial Academy urgently requests my presence at Hanshan Temple. I must depart at once." He needed to prevent Feng Jing from becoming a monk. Since Feng Jing and Miss Lin shared an unbreakable bond, they should hastily unite and cease causing trouble for him. When Lan Yu nodded, "If that is the case, you may go. I shall speak to Madame Lin and Miss Lin." Chu Lingfeng left in a flurry, urgency propelling him forward. Classmates are more important than fiancés. How pitiable Miss Lin is. However, this allows my elder brother to temporarily evade disaster. When he returns, I shall give him some poison to incapacitate him for 10 days or half a month, ensuring Miss Lin cannot harm him. Afterward, I shall devise a way to inform my mother of Miss Lin's situation and annul this engagement. Chu Lingji suddenly turned, spewing out a mouthful of tea, coughing violently. In the courtyard, Chu Lingfeng stumbled, falling face first to the ground. "Clearly, it is your second brother with flat feet. Why is your elder brother also falling all over the place? Who knows? Perhaps he is anxious to meet his classmate." Lu Yunyun looked on in confusion. What was going on? No one seemed to care about her grievances. She had finished speaking, yet no one acknowledged her. "Aunt, please do not blame my cousin. It is all my fault," Lu Yunyun interjected. When Lan Yu cast a cold glance at her, devoid of any compassion. "Indeed, it was all your fault. Thus, I shall send you back to your hometown in Jiangnan tomorrow. Pack your belongings. We shall depart at dawn." Lu Yunyun felt darkness envelop her vision.
Why?
"I have shared intimacy with His Highness the young prince, who has promised to take me as his wife. Must I relinquish my engagement simply because my cousin is the daughter of the prime minister while I am merely the daughter of a merchant? Does aunt's partiality not recall my mother's last wishes?" She covered her face, weeping softly, harboring resentment in her eyes. How dare that shameless Lan Yu treat her this way? Her mother should have been the prime minister's wife. And she ought to have been the cherished and esteemed daughter of the prime minister. Mentioning her deceased sister, when Lan Yu felt a twinge of guilt. Yet she could not permit that duplicitous union to remain close to her daughter. "I shall make arrangements for your maternal grandmother to find you a suitable match. I will not allow you to suffer any indignities. But I could have married into royalty." At that moment, Lu Yunyun's expression was nothing short of ferocious. Chu Lingji slammed his hand on the table, standing in righteous indignation. "Mother, clearly, it is my younger sister who is at fault. Why must you send my cousin away? You are being excessively biased towards her. She has been pursuing the young prince, and today she shamelessly enticed the Jing prince, bringing disgrace upon our family. Why not adopt my cousin as a daughter and marry her to the young prince? This would repay aunt's kindness. My younger sister can remain at home for a few years until the rumors die down before we find her husband." Lu Yunyun gazed up at Chu Lingji with tearful eyes, as if he were her heroic savior. Chu Lingji felt an overwhelming sense of grandeur in that moment, his heart ablaze. "Rest assured, cousin, though we cannot be together, I will ensure you find a good home." What a shameless pair. This system has witnessed quite the spectacle today. Sixth brother, what past grievances exist between her mother and my mother? Ah, it is all a ruse. Years ago, her mother, envious of your mother, hired bandits to ambush her, intending to push your mother out amidst the chaos. Yet, your father intervened heroically, saving her. Her plot backfired, resulting in her being wounded and left with lasting ailments. Your mother believed she had sacrificed herself for her, and thus has felt guilty ever since. The teacup in Wen Lanyu's hand shattered into 8 pieces upon hearing this revelation of the past. The truth behind the life-saving grace was far from honorable. Later, she, unwilling to remain in solitude, was exposed for her infidelities in the courtyard, leading her husband to poison her. Before her demise, she worried that Lu Yunyun would meet a similar fate and send a letter along with herself to the capital. Lu Yunyun is fully aware of everything and harbors resentment towards your mother for taking her mother's good fortune, believing she should have been the prime minister's daughter. When Lanyu was shaken to her core, her lips trembling, Chu Yiming tightly grasped his wife's hand, offering silent comfort. His gaze toward Lu Yunyun turned icy in an instant. The events of the past contained such hidden truths. How foolish he had been to have been kept in the dark, showering Lu Yunyun with affection greater than that for his own daughter. Chu Lingji was reluctant to believe it. Mother, how has Yunyun treated us over the years? Do you not feel any remorse?
Que Jin Yan slowly smiled.
Pressing a hand to Wen Lanyu, who was about to speak. Mother, I have tolerated second brother for long enough. Allow me to handle this. Chapter 4. A Mother's Urging for Marriage. Jin Yan surged forward, delivering a punch to Chu Lingji's abdomen, seizing the moment of discomfort to stuff a pastry into his mouth. Chu Lingji felt a sharp pain in his stomach, his mouth stuffed with pastries, causing him to mumble incoherently as crumbs escaped. Jin Yan disdainfully brushed off his attire.
Oh.
Second brother, we must not waste food. With that, he hoisted Chu Lingji and dashed outside. Although Chu Lingji was 16, he was slow to grow and shorter than Jin Yan. Yan, where are you taking your second brother? Chu Yiming hurriedly pursued them. In the courtyard before the main hall of the Prime Minister's residence, a tall and robust apricot tree stood majestically in the southeast corner. In the northwest corner, 3 large water tanks were adorned with blooming water lilies and lotus flowers, standing gracefully. Among the lotus leaves, several small red fish swam leisurely, only to scatter in fright at the slightest disturbance. Chu Jingyan grasped Chu Lingji by the nape of his neck, pressing him down into the water. Crumbs of pastries dispersing throughout the tank, enticing the eager little fish to peck gently around his head.
Que Jin Yan exhibited great restraint.
Submerging him for 5 seconds before lifting him for 3, only to press him into another tank, ensuring that every fish was fed and no morsel was wasted. Chu Lingji felt as though he were on the brink of losing half his life. Why had his father and mother not come to rescue him? Chu Yiming observed from behind, prepared to intervene should matters escalate. Scoundrel! Knowing the true nature of Lu Yunyun, how dare he utter such hurtful words to his mother? Wounding her heart? A good wash in the water might just clear his head. As Chu Lingji gasped for air, he desperately expelled the pastry crumbs, hoping for a breath of fresh air. The increasingly bold little fish found their feast dwindling and scrambled fiercely towards the dwindling food. Chu Lingji even sensed something slick and soft dart past his mouth. Pull him up again, Chu Jingyan commanded. Second brother, do you still dare to speak to mother like that? Chu Lingji, dazed, shook his head. No, he dared not. Never again would he. Host, you are magnificent. Host, you are formidable. 666, we are fervently cheering for you. Am I the most impressive host you have ever encountered? Yes, absolutely. Although he had never seen other hosts, seeing his son recognize his mistakes and endure enough suffering, Chu Yiming finally cleared his throat.
Yanea.
Since your second brother understands his error, let him up. With that, he summoned Chu Lingji's servant, Nantung, to escort him back to rest. When Lanyu stepped out, clutching a handkerchief, her eyes slightly reddened. Half of her distress stemmed from Chu Lingji and Lu Yunyun, and half from being touched by Chu Jingyan's actions. My lord, call for the physician to check Lingji's pulse. After all, he has been frail and prone to illness since childhood, and his thoughts are delicate. Later, you should comfort him. No matter how foolish he may be, he is still our beloved son. Perhaps a wash will do him good. Lu Yunyun was utterly astonished, fearful of expressing any discontent. Had her uncle and aunt lost their minds? How could they condone Chu Jingyan's cruel treatment of her second cousin? And her second cousin was such a weakling, unable to even best his sister, surrendering at the slightest provocation, lacking the masculinity of Prince Yong. How could he dare to think of marrying her? Lu Yunyun dug her nails deep into her palms, forcing herself to remain calm. The only one who could save her now was Prince Yong. When Lan Yu, noticing Lu Yunyun's lingering presence, remarked, Yunyan, it is getting late. Hurry back to your courtyard to pack your belongings, lest you leave anything behind that you cannot retrieve later. Lu Yunyun forced a stiff smile. Yes, aunt. Once everyone had departed, when Lanyu used her handkerchief to wipe Chu Jingyan's hands, which had become soiled with water and pastry crumbs from the tank. Yenna has suffered. What would you like as compensation? Speak to your mother about it. Jin Yan tentatively inquired. Anything at all? Chu Yiming waved his hand grandly. When has my daughter ever been so petty? Anything goes. Whatever your mother does not agree to, I shall. Fearing that without some form of compensation, he would end up sleeping on the floor outside her door that night. Wonderful. I want a grand swing hung from the apricot tree, one that I can stand upon and swing from, with several sturdy ropes hanging down. When Lan Yu nodded, realizing how she had never thought to make her daughter a swing. What a lapse in judgment. And I want to connect my courtyard with Lu Yunyun's, so that when she leaves I can plant trees as thick as my waist throughout the yard. I also wish to keep a few pets. The corner of when Lan Yu's eye twitched. Connecting the courtyards was not an issue, but why so many trees? She had a nagging feeling that agreeing might lead to unforeseen consequences. Just as she hesitated, Chu Yiming cheerfully declared, no problem. Leave it to your father. You can plant whatever trees you wish. As long as they are not dangerous animals, feel free to keep them.
Que Jin Yan beamed sweetly.
Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. After sending their daughter back to rest, when Lan Yu hurriedly made her way to the Lin residence, bustling about for the sake of 3 little lives. In the palace, at Lianxin Hall, Lian Guifei looked on with great concern at her son, who was applying ice to his bruised chin. Chinner, how could you have been struck so severely? Why would the daughter of a minister act so recklessly? The Duke of Jing's chin was swollen and bruised, and his tongue had been cut by his teeth. The Imperial physician had examined him and, fortunately, found no damage to the bone, only superficial injuries. The Duke of Jing spoke earnestly, mother. You are mistaken. The situation was dire. Miss Chu had no choice but to resort to such measures to preserve her life. The true culprits are the lecherous Prince Yong, the scheming daughter of the minister, and the malicious Anping, who is capable of inflicting grievous harm. Lian Guifei unconditionally trusted her son. Prince Yong had long been known for his domineering ways, much like his mother, and it was no surprise that he would persecute a lady of noble birth. So,
Mais que possède à certain braverie.
However, why would Anping, who is usually so well-behaved, treat her so cruelly? Among the younger generation of the royal family, apart from her own son, only Anping had shown her such affection. Whenever she came across something novel or entertaining, she would save it for her and bring it to the palace, often engaging her in conversation and sharing amusing tales from the marketplace. Such a well-behaved and charming junior seemed impossible to associate with malicious intent. Detecting his mother's fondness for Anping, the Duke of Jing felt as though he had bitten into a fly, his face turning pale. Mother, you may not be aware, but Anping privately keeps over a dozen male companions, indulging in pleasure daily and leaving them battered and bruised. When one of them resisted, she resorted to murder and disposal of the bodies, showing no regard for the law and possessing a heart as ruthless as iron. One of her disgraced companions has even fled to the Dali Temple to report her crimes. Mother, please do not meet with Anping again. I cannot bear the thought of such a filthy person being near you. It is possible that her usual demure demeanor is merely a facade, designed to further her own schemes against third brother. Lian Guifei was taken aback by this revelation. If that is the case, Anping shall not be allowed to set foot in Lianxin Hall again. The Duke of Jing nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Chinner, though it was an act of desperation, many witnessed Miss Chu colliding with you, her clothes soaked through. If we wish to protect her reputation, we must make a statement soon. Mother wishes to know if you have any feelings for Miss Chu. Chapter 5, The Peculiar Prince and Unrequited Affection. The Duke of Jing reminisced about the scene on the pleasure boat, unable to suppress a smile. I find Miss Chu to be an exceedingly intriguing individual, possessing a touch of the extraordinary. However, matters of marriage should not be taken lightly. Perhaps I could summon her to the palace on your behalf, allowing you to meet her. Lian Guifei straightened her posture, her palms firmly gripping the intricately carved armrests of the soft couch. The attendant beside her wore an expression of delight. How wonderful! My son, who has never shown interest in women, is expressing curiosity about a lady. Lian Guifei felt as though she had received a divine blessing. Heaven knows, her son had always been different from others. As a child, he was exceedingly restless. Unable to sit still for a moment, he would climb up and down incessantly, listening to lessons while perched on columns or beams. Having traversed nearly all the principal palaces of the royal residence, returning each day covered in dust. During meals he would either squat or dart in and out, even sleepwalking at night, disappearing without a trace if not closely watched. Strangely, he was also incredibly agile, his legs moving swiftly, akin to an elusive loach. Until the age of 8, Lian Guifei and the emperor had been constantly worried about him. After the age of 8, he finally settled down a bit. Yet an array of peculiar interests emerged, He began to nurture many unusual things and took delight in gossiping about others. Curiously, he displayed remarkable filial piety and consideration, always eager to share delightful treasures with his father, the emperor, his mother, and his brothers. The crown prince, for reasons unknown, maintained an exceptionally close relationship with him. In contrast, the Prince of Yong would bristle with hostility upon encountering him, akin to a fighting cock. When he attained adulthood and was conferred the title of prince, the emperor graciously bestowed upon him the honorific name Jing, imbued with the weight of his father's highest expectations. After moving out of the palace, concubine Lian, no longer able to see him, began to fret over her son's matrimonial prospects. However, her son showed no interest whatsoever, leaving her nearly in despair until a Miss Chu unexpectedly appeared. She simply could not let this opportunity slip away. How splendid! Since it is late today, it would be inappropriate to disturb them. Tomorrow morning, Chinner, you shall visit the Chu residence to extend an invitation to Miss Chu. And do bring along some gifts to ease the mind of the Prime Minister's wife. The Prince of Jing nodded in understanding. Your son comprehends. That night, at the Prime Minister's residence, Jin Yan caressed her round belly, sighing contentedly. How delightful. In this household, the Prime Minister had a penchant for bold flavors, while his wife preferred a milder, sweeter palate. The eldest son relished sour and spicy dishes, whereas the second son shunned spice entirely but could not do without meat. To cater to everyone's tastes, the Prime Minister employed 3 chefs. Oh, old Six, what a pity you cannot partake in food. Otherwise, I would love for you to savor that sumptuous pork knuckle and the grand chicken leg. How delightful they are. The system felt a twinge of envy. Yet it was merely a nascent system and could not create a need for sustenance. Host, once I level up to tier 3, I will unlock a physical form. And then I shall be able to eat. Jin Yan, initially reclining, sat up at these words. You can level up? Indeed. Each time you indulge in gossip, you earn points. Accumulating 100 points allows me to advance to level 2, unlocking the system shop, where many items can be purchased. Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? Hehe, on my first day, I was so captivated by your grace that I accidentally forgot. However, our gossiping progress is commendable. You currently have 12 points. Jin Yan felt a surge of joy from the system's flattery and resolved not to dwell on it. Let us partake in more gossip to expedite our leveling up. Certainly. Host, your maid Qiuxin has some gossip. Would you like to hear it? Waiting outside, Qiuxin exclaimed. Miss, please don't. Hurry and tell me. Qiuxin has suffered a heartbreak. She has secretly harbored feelings for the guard Tiniu stationed in the front yard, crafting numerous handkerchiefs and pouches to anonymously gift him. Little did she know, Tiniu mistook the gifts for those from Lu Yunyun's maid, Huanxiang, and boldly confessed to Huanxiang, even requesting a marriage arrangement from the lord. Huanxiang is aware of Tiniu's blunder, but since Lu Yunyun's prospects are bleak, she wishes to remain at the Prime Minister's residence. So she has decided to let the misunderstanding stand. Jin Yan slapped her thigh in exasperation. Huanxiang is as shameless as Lu Yunyun. Qiuxin stifled a silent scream behind her handkerchief. How wonderful! Since Tiniu is not indifferent to her, but merely mistaken, if she reveals the truth, surely Tiniu will choose to be with her. However, Qiuxin missing out on Tiniu may not be a misfortune. Qiuxin paused. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with Tiniu? The system chuckled softly, its tone tinged with a hint of mischief. Tiniu is lacking in certain areas. He once had a lady love who deemed his skills insufficient, leading to a fierce altercation. In the fray, the lady injured Tiniu, and since then, he has been somewhat diminished. After taking medicine for treatment, he is barely functional, but he is certainly a quick failure. Jin Yan couldn't help but shake her head, reaching for a piece of melon to crunch on. Qiuxin is indeed fortunate. If she were to marry Tiniu, not only would their relationship be discordant, but she might also face domestic violence. Qiuxin, with her delicate arms and legs, has hardly done any strenuous work and would stand no chance against Tiniu. Indeed, sometimes missing a romantic connection is not something to lament. It could very well be a karmic bond. Outside, Qiuxin, biting her handkerchief, was left in a stupor. The earnest and honest Tiniu, how could she ever look at him the same way again? Perhaps it was best if Tiniu and Huanxiang lived happily together. After all, Huanxiang was not enamored with him as a person, but rather sought to remain in the Prime Minister's household, likely not minding Tiniu's shortcomings. Qiuxin shed a couple of tears, mourning her lost first love. Thank goodness for the Miss and Old Six. Otherwise, she might have plunged into a pit of despair with nowhere to cry. By the way, host, Princess Anping has met with a mishap. Jin Yan's interest was piqued. Today, Anping had led a group to corner her, and she had not forgotten the grudge. Princess Anping has a penchant for the extravagant and plays with fire. Anyone she fancies, whether willing or not, is compelled to comply. 3 spirited individuals managed to escape their watch and ran to the Dolly Temple to report her for forcibly taking men and silencing witnesses. Those 3 truly have backbone. Well done.
Que Jin Yan applaudait enthusiastically.
Now, news of Princess Anping's deeds has spread throughout the city. Just as she was taken to the Dolly Temple for questioning, her fiancé's family rushed in to cancel the engagement. Princess Chaoyang sought to intercede on her behalf, but was met with a harsh reprimand from the emperor.
Ha ha ha.
She deserves it. Inside, laughter echoed, while outside, Qiuxin was entranced, oblivious to her numb legs. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Lu Yunyun pretended to pack her belongings. When her trusted maid, Hanyu, hurried back, she anxiously inquired, "Has the letter been delivered to His Royal Highness the Prince of Yong?" Hanyu nodded emphatically. "Miss, do not worry. I have entrusted it to His Royal Highness's personal guard. He will surely come to your rescue." Lu Yunyun breathed a sigh of relief. With the Prince of Yong on her side, how could Wen Lanyu hinder her ascent to greatness? Once she married into the royal household and the prince ascended to the throne, she would be the first to see the heads of the Chu family roll. Chapter 6. Who said true love can only exist in singular form? The following morning, Lu Yunyun was brought directly to the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. A carriage awaited her, with only the driver and a supervising matron present. Hanyu murmured in discontent. How outrageous. Not only did the master and mistress expel the miss, but they also refused to even come out to bid her farewell. Matron Du cast a cold glance, prompting Hanyu to fall silent. Lu Yunyun gritted her teeth in anger and forced a twisted smile. "Hanyu, your candor is refreshing. Matron Du, please do not take offense. We cannot afford to keep someone who eats the Prime Minister's food while casting stones at his pot. Thankfully, Miss Lu departs today, sparing this maid from punishment. Miss Lu,
Please board the carriage."
Lu Yunyun discreetly surveyed her surroundings. It would not do. The Prince of Yong had yet to arrive. My uncle and aunt have cared for me over the years. I wish to personally bid them farewell. Please convey this to the matron. Matron Du rolled her eyes in annoyance. Miss Lu, do not dawdle. The master is busy with official matters, and the mistress must tend to the second young master, who is ill due to your actions. She truly has no time. Your swift departure to Jiangnan would be the best way to repay their kindness. What an insufferable old hag. Lu Yunyun cursed inwardly. Her gaze fell upon the passers-by outside the gate, and suddenly, she took a few steps forward, kneeling on the steps with a loud thud, proclaiming, "Yunyun has been unworthy, because His Royal Highness the Prince of Yong saved me and did not rescue my cousin. I have angered my cousin and aunt. It is only right that my aunt does not wish to see me. The journey to Jiangnan is long and treacherous. I fear I may never repay the kindness of my uncle and aunt for raising me. All I can do is kneel outside and express my gratitude." With that, she began to bow her head. Though she appeared to be earnest, she was not truly exerting herself. Matron Du, having served the mistress for many years, had encountered all manner of cunning tricks and let out a disdainful laugh, gesturing for the gatekeepers to seize Lu Yunyun. Just as she was about to berate this insolent girl, a sudden commotion of hurried hoofbeats approached. "Who dares to touch my Yunyun?" Lu Yunyun turned, tears welling in her eyes. "Your Royal Highness." A quick-witted gatekeeper rushed inside to relay the message. The Prince of Yong dismounted gracefully, receiving the black cloak offered by Qingfeng. Wrapping it around the delicate and willow-like Lu Yunyun, his eyes filled with tender concern. "Yunyun, the Chancellor has been exceedingly unreasonable. I arrived too late. You have not suffered any indignities, have you?" Lu Yunyun nestled into the embrace of the prince, her throat choked with emotion. "As long as you are here."
Yunyun feels no distress.
The surrounding populace buzzed with conversation. The incident of the 2 young ladies from the Chancellor's household and the prince falling into the water had stirred considerable gossip. Although the attention had shifted to Princess Anping by the afternoon, the crowd had not forgotten the initial drama and remained intrigued by the unfolding events. It was astonishing that the Chancellor and his wife, in their tyranny, would seek to cast out their own niece over an unfortunate accident.
Indeed.
I was present on the bank yesterday and witnessed clearly how the young lady from the Chancellor's household foolishly swung about like a performing monkey, sending her sister and the prince tumbling into the water, while the cousin, having done no wrong, bore the brunt of the fallout. How outrageous. Thankfully, the prince intervened, otherwise, this pair of star-crossed lovers would have been tragically separated.
Wow.
Old 6, these 2 are utterly shameless. Indeed, it is clear that Lu Yunyun and the prince conspired together. And when you uncover them, they attempted to tarnish your reputation, only to now feign affection and turn the tables. The prince is straddling two boats. Lu Yunyan harbors resentment towards the chancellor's household. Neither of them are virtuous. Outside the throng, the Prince of Jing halted his approach. The crowd exclaimed, "Oh,
Who's speaking?
how thrilling!" Granny Du and the gatekeeper glanced around, discovering a familiar little head peeking from a corner. "Miss, did you not rise only when the sun is high in the sky? What brings you here?" "Host, do you see the guard beside the prince?"
Damn.
"Yesterday, the prince had him dive into the water, relentlessly pursuing me, hoping to ruin my reputation under the guise of saving me. In truth, he shares a secret relationship with the prince. The prince grew jealous watching him exert himself chasing after you. And it took a long time for the guard to appease him afterward." Jin Yan's jaw dropped, nearly able to accommodate an egg. The Prince of Jing nearly fell from his horse. The palace eunuchs accompanying them darted glances at the prince, realizing why His Highness remarked that Miss Chu possesses extraordinary qualities. Cheng Feng suddenly felt numerous gazes fixated upon him, turning around only to find nothing amiss. The populace murmured, "That was close. We nearly locked eyes with the melon vendor." "Old Six, is it not true that the prince's true love is Lu Yunyan?" "Host, one must not judge by appearances. Who says true love can only exist in one form? The prince's same-sex affection lies with the guard Qingfeng, while his opposite-sex love is with Lu Yunyan. They are not mutually exclusive."
Que Jin Yan gasped.
I see now that I was narrow-minded. No wonder the prince and princess Anping share such a close relationship. They are kindred spirits. The system concurred. Moreover, the preference for the same sex is not understood by the world. With the prince's ambitions for the throne, how could he afford to have only one concealed love? The Prince of Jing tightened his grip on the reins. Indeed, his elder brother harbored immense ambition. Allowing him to linger at the Chancellor's gate would only be detrimental to Miss Chu and the Chancellor's family. He urged his horse through the crowd. "Third brother, on your day of rest, why are you loitering in front of the Chancellor's residence, embracing an unmarried woman? What propriety is this?" The prince's skin prickled at the sound of that voice. "Damn it, why has fourth brother come? The Chancellor has slighted my future princess. I have come to seek justice for her. What business do you have here?" The Prince of Jing swiftly opened his fan, delicately concealing his chin. "Ah, wasn't it Miss Chu you were pursuing? Now you are adamant about marrying your cousin. Since you have already embraced beauty, why not take your leave swiftly?" Your younger brother became enamored with Miss Chu at first sight yesterday and have been sent by our mother to invite her to the palace for a discussion."
Please do not obstruct my path.
Jin Yan thought, "Am I now caught up in this drama?" The prince originally intended to seek justice for Yunyan, but his aura clashed with fourth brother's. Upon seeing him, he felt an insatiable itch and restlessness. "Damn it." He bowed his head to comfort Lu Yunyan. "Let us return to my residence for now. I promise to seek justice for you." Yunyan was hesitant. Her envisioned scenario involved the prince holding her uncle and Anne accountable, compelling them to acknowledge her as their adopted daughter. She imagined staying at the Chancellor's residence, awaiting the prince's decree to wed, thus marrying in grandeur as the Chancellor's daughter. Yet, at this moment, she could only rely on the prince, following his arrangements. All of this was fourth brother's fault. "I shall heed the prince's wishes." The prince assisted her onto her horse and mounted his own, nearly misstepping in his haste, as fourth brother's gaze remained firmly fixed upon them. "Yunyan." When Lan Yu rushed over from the chaotic courtyard of the second son. "Are you truly willing to follow the prince without a name or status? Return to our home in Jiangnan, and you may continue to be the young lady of the Lu family, as the only blood relative of her sister." When Lan Yu offered her one last opportunity, to become a stable wife in a humble household or to enter the royal palace without clear standing, becoming a mere concubine. Without hesitation, Lu Yunyan replied, "Since my aunt cannot bear to see me ascend, let us part ways as strangers henceforth." Disappointment flickered across Wen Lanyu's face. "Very well. Once you depart today, you shall have no further ties with the Chancellor's household. Take care of yourself." Lu Yunyan turned her face away, refusing to meet her gaze. The prince and his companions departed hurriedly. Jin Yan found it perplexing. The prince, the original male lead of the story, typically arrogant and self-assured, appeared as skittish as a mouse encountering a cat in the presence of his brother, the Prince of Jing. Old 6. Why does the prince fear the Prince of Jing? Chapter 7. Voids attract flying insects, harming oneself instead of others. The system, upon investigation, was taken aback. It was unexpected that the eccentricity of the Prince of Jing could rival that of the host. The tale is lengthy, but a crucial incident led to the prince's physiological aversion to the Prince of Jing. What happened? When the Prince of Jing was a child, he was mischievous and At 5 years old, became obsessed with various insects, personally digging, catching, and nurturing them. At that time, the Prince of Yong, finding him intolerable, sought to secretly tear up the Prince of Jing as schoolwork to have him punished by the tutor. However, when the Prince of Yong was not present, he inadvertently knocked over the Prince of Jing's insect enclosure. Countless caterpillars, earthworms, beetles, crickets, and a myriad of other insects fell, some crawling onto the Prince of Yong, while others flew about the room. The Prince of Yong screamed in terror, and 3 of those insects even flew into his mouth. Jin Yan envisioned the scene, bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach as tears streamed down his face. The Prince of Jing, awakening from his nap in the rafters, descended to tidy up the insects, personally extracting the 3 carcasses from the Prince of Yong's mouth, all the while disdainful of the prince's dramatics. That incident left the Prince of Yong gravely ill, developing a lifelong phobia of insects, and every time he sees the Prince of Jing, he breaks out in goosebumps. Jin Yan wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. I never imagined the Prince of Jing could be so amusing. The system shook its head in disbelief. Not just amusing. The Prince of Jing stroked his chin. No wonder third brother flees at the sight of him. He thought third brother sought him out to play, but it turns out he meant to cause trouble.
Madame que.
I come on behalf of our mother to bestow upon Miss Chu 3 sets of jewelry and 10 bolts of exquisite silk, while also inviting her to the palace for a conversation. When Lan Yu curtsied to the Prince of Jing, observing that, besides Lu Yunyun and the Prince of Jing and the populace seemed to hear the thoughts of the daughter, she felt an inexplicable worry. As the gate of the Chancellor's residence closed, the citizens, brimming with gossip, rushed to spread the news. Significant revelations were afoot. As for the mysterious voice they had heard, it paled in comparison to the gossip. Jin Yan hid around a corner, peeking curiously. Upon catching sight of the Prince of Jing's appearance, Jin Yan's mind erupted with a sharp, resounding cry. Ah! Both the Prince of Jing and Wen Lanyu halted in their tracks. The system nearly experienced a shockwave.
Host.
What's wrong? What is happening? Jin Yan's visage twisted with intensity as she endeavored to suppress her fervor. Apologies, but such control eluded her. Prince Jing, our resemblance is striking. Moreover, even with a bruised and unsightly chin, he is still infinitely more handsome than I am. Wow, host, you are in luck. He just declared that he is smitten with you, at first sight. The mere mention of this caused Jin Yan's expression to contort further, her voice taking on a sinister tone, her gaze fierce. I refuse to entertain the notion of romance. Even if it happens, I must remain oblivious. He is to be nothing more than a perfect paper figure, dwelling in the realm of fantasy, providing me with emotional sustenance, and that is sufficient. System, so. You are indeed a fervent admirer. The servants of the residence stood in stunned silence, their jaws nearly touching the ground, too afraid to raise their heads or speak. When Lanyu, cold sweat beading on her brow, forced a smile, Your Highness, my daughter is inexperienced and speaks out of turn. I will ensure she is properly disciplined. Prince Jing waved his hand dismissively. Madam, do not fret. Miss Chu is innocent and forthright, brave and endearing. I cherish her as she is. When Lanyu was momentarily at a loss as to whether the prince's praise was sincere or laced with irony. By the time Jin Yan composed herself and made her way to the main hall, when Lanyu's earlier trepidation had dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. Chu Lingfeng sat beside her, his expression relaxed. You arrived just in time. Come, meet Prince Jing. The noble consort Lian has bestowed upon you exquisite jewelry and fabrics, and has summoned you to the palace. Jin Yan seized upon a key phrase. Old 6, is consort Lian the mother of Prince Jing? Indeed, host. She is the very one whom the Anping princess secretly admires. Chu Lingfeng covered his face with his sleeve, regretting his decision to come. When Lanyu's heart sank anew. Thankfully, she hadn't partaken of any tea. Otherwise, her daughter might have noticed something amiss. She dared not even glance in Prince Jing's direction.
Jin Yan approached,
presenting herself with decorum, a hint of bashfulness adorning her features. One could not deny that her poised demeanor, coupled with her charming appearance, rendered her a perfect lady of the house, utterly concealing the wildness within. It is an honor to meet your highness. I am grateful for the consort's generous gifts. Up close he is even more handsome, sob. Old 6, look at how dashing he is. Prince Jing suppressed a smile that threatened to break through, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he known that accepting his mother's beauty balm would have reduced his swelling chin today, he would have done so in a heartbeat. He spoke gently. Miss Chu, there is no need for such formality. May I inquire if it is convenient for you to accompany me to the palace? My mother wishes to meet you. Jin Yan found herself unable to refuse such a visage. Convenient, exceedingly convenient. When Lan Yu cleared her throat discreetly, Jin Yan shyly smiled, lowering her voice to a whisper. When Lan Yu was filled with concern, too many ears could hear her daughter's innermost thoughts. There were numerous noble women in the palace, and should she inadvertently offend someone, her daughter would find herself in dire straits. Prince Jing seemed to sense her unease, offering her reassurance. Madam, rest assured, I shall remain by Miss Chu's side, ensuring she faces no grievances. When Lan Yu was not worried about her daughter being wronged, her concern lay in her daughter's audacity and recklessness. Yet, with the consort summons, there was no alternative. She could only hope that Prince Jing would keep his word. After placing her daughter in the carriage, when Lan Yu reluctantly watched as it departed, Chu Lingfeng sighed, offering comfort to their mother. Mother, Prince Jing is quite reliable in serious matters and keeps his promises. With him around, our sister will be safe. You should be more concerned about our family's well-being. When Lan Yu shot him a disapproving glare, inside the carriage, Jin Yan sat upright, stealing glances through the raised curtains to catch the eye of Prince Jing riding alongside. Old 6, is my hair messy? Does my attire look pleasing? Are there any vegetable leaves stuck in my teeth? Rest assured, host, you look splendidly presentable. That is a relief. Prince Jing's lips curled into a smile, clearly in good spirits. To uphold her image before her idol, Jin Yan stifled her natural inclinations, maintaining a composed posture throughout their journey to the palace. She exerted great effort to maintain her demeanor, frequently stealing glances at her idol, leaving her little inclination to converse with the system. In the Lianxin Hall, Jin Yan dutifully followed Prince Jing, performing a respectful greeting. I, Jin Yan, have come to pay my respects to the noble consort. Consort Lian greeted her with a gentle smile. Good child. There is no need for excessive formality. Please sit and converse. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Miss Chu appeared no different from any ordinary noblewoman. Why was her son so taken with her? Soon, her confusion dissipated. Chapter 8. The Beauty's Proposal. A Deadly Crisis. The moment Jin Yan lifted her gaze, she let out a silent scream in her mind. Wow, Consort Lian is extraordinarily beautiful. She outshines every star in the entertainment industry. My mother cannot compare to her beauty. Yet she quickly added, but in my heart, my mother is still the most beautiful. Consort Lian paused momentarily, then resumed her composure. How could she hear Miss Chu's innermost thoughts? Prince Jing discreetly exchanged glances with her, and Consort Lian understood. This was the extraordinary trait her son had mentioned. System. Indeed. If not for her beauty, how could the often jaded Anping princess fall for her at first sight? Jin Yan felt compelled to speak on behalf of Anping. To be honest, her youthful beauty must have been even more lethal. Had I encountered her, I might have developed an admiration for her as well. Who does not appreciate beauty? Consort Lian. Anping harbored such feelings for her. Breaking through that veil of misunderstanding, all clues became evident. Consort Lian's temple throbbed. No wonder her son sought to prevent her from meeting Anping. Prince Jing cleared his throat, lifting a cup of tea. Mother, did you not summon Miss Chu to discuss something? Consort Lian gazed at Jin Yan with gentle eyes.
Miska.
Would you do me the honor of marrying my son, Chen Heir? Jin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so direct?
No preamble whatsoever?
Old 6. Have I lost my memory and missed something? System. No. Host, this was the very first question posed by Consort Lian. Consort Lian hastily clarified, I have already heard of yesterday's events. Since they have transpired for your sake, it would be most prudent for you and Chen Heir to wed. Moreover, Chen Heir has never shown interest in women. I have long been troubled by this. Yet he is quite taken with you, Miss Chu. I simply wish to know your thoughts. Jin Yan furtively glanced at Prince Jing, her heart racing as she inquired of the system. Old 6, Prince Jing is disinterested in women. He does not fancy men, does he? Prince Jing nearly shattered the teacup in his grasp. The system remained unfazed. No, Prince Jing's orientation is indeed heterosexual. He has merely been engrossed in his own pursuits, showing no interest in the superficial charms of society, which is why he appears disinterested in women. Besides, had he been deceiving you into a marriage of convenience, I would have surely informed you at the first sign of your infatuation. Jin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Her idol had not fallen from grace. Old 6, you are truly kind to me. System. Hee, who else would I assist but my host? I am grateful for your highness's kind intentions, but I am unworthy of Prince Jing. The prince is as pure and exalted as the moon in the sky. Merely being allowed to gaze upon him from afar fills my heart with contentment. I dare not aspire for more. In all honesty, Jin Yan's words came straight from the heart. She truly did not wish to marry Prince Jing. Before he had a wife, she would have been the most loyal fan of the Prince Jing fan club. However, to Consort Lian's ears, her words translated to, I adore Prince Jing. The notion of worthiness is irrelevant. As long as my son and Miss Chu share mutual affection, even if she were to become the Princess of Yong, Consort Lian would fight for her son's happiness. She had initially thought her son would never take an interest in human women, preferring the bizarre animals in their residence. Now, it seemed love was mutual. Consort Lian smiled with grace and elegance. I understand Miss Chu's sentiments. A fresh batch of apricots has just arrived at the palace.
Do indulge yourselves.
Jin Yan, with a fondness for fruit, could not help but excitedly tap her toes. To her surprise, not only was the lotus concubine beautiful, but her heart was equally magnanimous. The lotus concubine is not just lovely and kind-hearted, even her dwelling is fragrant. Alas, it seems I shall not have the opportunity to enter the palace again. Before long, a platter of golden apricots was presented, glistening with fresh droplets of water. In addition to the apricots, there was a bowl of green bean and lotus seed soup, cooling and refreshing for the hot weather. The dish before the lotus concubine was a specially prepared, nourishing medicinal cuisine from the Imperial kitchen. With the recent sweltering heat, the lotus concubine had been suffering from summer fatigue, a lack of appetite, and excessive drowsiness, prompting her to request a medicinal recipe from the court physician. Be wary, host. The medicinal dish served to the lotus concubine is poisoned. What? The poison in the medicinal dish is not lethal in isolation. In fact, it cannot even be detected through standard testing. The problem lies with the incense in the palace. Those who have inhaled it for an extended period will find that consuming the medicinal dish will lead to poisoning within 10 hours. The smile on the lotus concubine's face stiffened. This incense, pleasant in fragrance and calming to the spirit, had been burned for 3 months. The maid, Bai Shuang, turned pale, her hands trembling as she held the medicinal dish. Jin Yan sprang to her feet and exclaimed loudly, Your Highness, that soup of yours looks delightful. May I be so bold as to request a taste? The suddenness of her voice startled Bai Shuang, causing her to fumble, and the medicinal dish fell to the ground. With a sharp crack, the bowl shattered into 8 pieces, scattering the contents everywhere. The Duke of Jing, having lifted himself slightly, resumed his seat, his previously cold expression returning to normal. Bai Shuang knelt in apology. Your Highness, this lowly servant was careless and dropped your medicinal dish. Please punish me. Jin Yan felt a surge of urgency. This maid had merely been frightened into dropping the bowl, inadvertently saving the lotus concubine's life. How could she be punished? She quickly interjected, Your Highness, it is all my fault for being too greedy and startling her. If you are upset, please punish me instead. What a kind-hearted child. Willing to sacrifice her own dignity for the sake of another. The lotus concubine was deeply touched. However, the loss of a mere bowl of medicinal soup was inconsequential. Bai Shuang, clean up the mess and do not frighten Miss Chu. Jin Yan felt relieved. Thankfully, the lotus concubine was a broad-minded beauty, old 6, who would resort to such insidious methods to harm the lotus concubine. It is the Empress Dowager of Yong, Lady Wu. She has harbored resentment since the Duke of Jing exposed her nephew as abduction of commoners and the usurpation of fertile land 3 months ago, and has sought help from her family to procure a rare incense from the western regions. For the first 2 months, it calms the mind, but in the 3rd month, it causes loss of appetite and excessive drowsiness. After the symptoms appear, consuming specific medicinal concoctions will result in a potent poison forming within the body, leading to certain death. Both the incense and the medicinal concoctions show no abnormalities when tested separately, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover the truth. The lotus concubine's fingertips dug deeply into her palm. The plot had been set into motion 3 months ago. Lady Wu was indeed cunning. The Duke of Jing's expression darkened. Lady Wu's maternal family, the Ningxun Marquise, was notoriously overbearing. Her nephew had harmed dozens of common women and seized over 200 acres of fertile land around the Imperial city, leading countless families to ruin. Such a person deserved no pity. Yet, after merely breaking a couple of legs and severing 2 tendons, the Marquis sought to rescue him. And he had not pursued the matter. How dare the Wu family retaliate against his mother?
Jin Yan, goodness.
What a nefarious mother and son. I must warn the lotus concubine and the Duke of Jing. Your Highness, the incense in your palace seems quite familiar to me. My elder brother once procured a type of spice from a merchant that can quickly calm the mind, but over time, it becomes harmful to the body. The lotus concubine immediately responded, What? Summon someone. Quickly, remove this incense. Chapter 9. Lu Yunyun is reduced to a concubine, and my elder brother faces a broken engagement. The attending maidservants sprang into action. Seeing Jin Yan's expression of mild surprise, the lotus concubine took her hand and gently said, "Good child. I trust you do not speak lightly. I shall thoroughly investigate the incense matter today. I am grateful for your keen observation."
Jin Yan smiled.
"I merely happen to be familiar with this scent. Your Highness, it would be wise to have your health checked, lest a nefarious individual takes advantage of you." He's splendid. I was worried the lotus concubine might not believe me. The system praised her. Because the host appears to be an honest person, the lotus concubine, having seen many underhanded tactics in the palace, has no reason to doubt you. After such an incident, the lotus concubine lost her inclination to continue chatting with Jin Yan. The shattering of the medicinal dish merely provided her a temporary reprieve. She needed to swiftly unearth the traitor within Lianxin Palace and those who conspired to poison her. Jin Yan comprehended the urgency and obediently followed the Duke of Jing back to the Prime Minister's residence. "Thank you for today, Miss Chu," the Duke of Jing said sincerely. Had it not been for Miss Chu and Old Six, his mother would likely have met a tragic fate. Jin Yan waved her hand dismissively. "Your Highness, you flatter me. After all, you have assisted me twice as well." The Duke of Jing stood at the entrance, watching her enter, his gaze deepening. Elsewhere, the Yong Wang, having won the favor of a beauty, was hastily summoned into the palace by Lady Wu. Leaning against the beauty's couch, Lady Wu was enveloped by an air of displeasure. "Peng heir, you truly brought back that merchant's cousin from the Prime Minister's residence?" The Yongwang was well aware of his mother's disdain for Lu Yunyun, as she could not aid him in claiming the throne. "But what of it, Mother? The Prime Minister's residence has been excessively arrogant. I only sought to marry Yunyun yesterday, and today they wish to send her back to Jiangnan, forcing us apart. I cannot allow Yunyun to suffer such injustice." Lady Wu's brow twitched. Her gaze grew increasingly perilous. Her son, who had always been remarkable, self-assured, and clear about his desires, had never been swayed by external factors. Now, for the sake of a lowly merchant's daughter, he tarnished his reputation and pushed away such a valuable ally as Prime Minister Chu. "For a woman, you are being foolishly reckless." Lady Wu expressed her disappointment. The Yongwang remained resolute. If a son cannot even have the woman he loves, how can he talk of possessing a kingdom? Lady Wu scoffed. "If your bond is as strong as gold, then surely she can endure some hardship for your future. The positions of your legitimate and secondary consorts must be reserved for noble women who can aid you. That woman, whether as a concubine or a secondary wife, is of no concern to me. But she, along with you, must not harbor such ambitions. Once you ascend to the throne, you may act as you wish, for now. The Crown Prince holds considerable power, and both the Duke of Jing and the Duke of Jing support him. You are in dire need of capable individuals. Do not act impulsively." The Yongwang clenched his fists, wishing to retort, but his voice was stifled, unable to escape. Torn between his heart and mind, he ultimately loosened his grip. He would heed his mother's counsel. Yunyun truly loved him. A temporary hardship would ensure her future as empress, a position none could usurp. Seeing her son still possessed a measure of clarity, Lady Wu felt satisfied. "My son, born to be a dragon among men, is destined to ascend to that exalted throne. The Duke of Jing has embarrassed you twice. You need not hold it against him. Soon, that detestable mother and son will fall from grace. After today, the lotus concubine will surely perish within the palace. The Duke of Jing, devastated by his mother's death, will be vulnerable. We can then seize the opportunity to take his life. Whether through poisoning or assassination, we will create the illusion of his overwhelming grief leading to an untimely demise, severing the Crown Prince's influence." Lady Wu had plotted this for a long time. And now only the final step remained. The lotus concubine would not survive. The Yongwang wore a smug expression. His mother was indeed resourceful in their moment of triumph. However, Lu Yunyun, nestled within the Yongwang's residence, felt an unsettling dread. She had been settled in the rippling courtyard, the closest to the Yongwang's quarters. The servants and attendants in the residence were ever respectful, yet Lu Yunyun could not shake the feeling that they were mocking her ambiguous status behind her back. What was worse, the Yongwang's personal guard, Qingfeng, was also present. In the past, she had never regarded Qingfeng with any significance, yet at this moment, she sensed an undeniable hostility emanating from him. Qingfeng strode in, carrying a food box, and began to arrange dishes on the small table. "Miss Lu, His Highness the Prince will finish his dinner in the palace before returning. In his absence, the household lacks a proper master. Thus the large kitchen cannot be utilized. I have procured some food from the servants' quarters for you. Please make do with it, and do not let yourself go hungry, for His Highness would be distressed. Lu Yunyan took a couple of steps back, creating distance, her expression distorted with displeasure. What did he mean by lacking a proper master? Upon glancing at the table, her eyes nearly brimmed with venom. The food retrieved from the servants' quarters consisted of a plate of wilted, yellowed greens, another plate containing only chicken backs, heads, and frames, and a bowl of soup that resembled dishwater, floating with unidentifiable substances. I am to be the future princess of the Yongwangfu. How dare you treat me this way? Are you not afraid I shall inform the prince? Lu Yunyan seethed with fury. The mockery in Qingfeng's eyes was unmistakable. Princess? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a title? If you wish to report me, then do so. Let us see whether the prince punishes me or compels you to endure. With that, he turned and departed. Lu Yunyan's chest heaved violently as she could not restrain a scream, overturning all the food upon the table to the ground. A mere servant. How dare such a lowly figure treat her with such contempt? Once the prince returned, she vowed to have that insolent servant dismembered to avenge today's humiliation. Mother, I'm back. Jin Yan bounded in with a joyful gait, resembling a monkey freed from its cage, sprinting towards the main courtyard. Upon entering, she discovered there were guests present. When Lan Yu cast her a reproachful glance. What sort of behavior is this? Be careful not to fall. In front of the guests, Jin Yan was mindful to maintain decorum. She approached her mother with small, dainty steps. Who is this? The lady appeared unfamiliar, shrinking somewhat in when Lan Yu's presence, resembling a quail. When Lan Yu replied coolly, "This is Lady Lin." Jin Yan's eyes immediately darted towards her. Old 6. Is this the Lady Lin who has meddled in affairs of love? Indeed, host. You may not be aware, but she has come today to annul the engagement.
Que j'ignorais body t'en said.
What has prompted such a sudden decision to break the engagement? The system replied. This all traces back to your elder brother's visit to Han's Han Temple with his classmates, where they encountered Feng Jing, who was about to renounce the world. Upon learning that this promising young man had chosen a monastic life due to love, your brother promptly seized the razor from the abbot, declaring his identity and offering to assist Feng Jing in uniting with his beloved. Jin Yan remarked, I had no idea my brother was so compassionate. Indeed. After some discussion, your brother learned that the fiancé had affections for another, and decisively resolved to facilitate this ill-fated couple, taking Feng Jing to find Miss Lin. The moment Miss Lin saw her beloved, she clung to him fiercely, exclaiming her desire to elope with Feng Jing. Coincidentally, your mother was visiting the Lin residence to see Lady Lin, and witnessed the scene unfold. You cannot imagine the expression on Lady Lin's face. It was as pale as a ghost. What of her ghostly pallor? She was the architect of her own misfortune. Jin Yan quipped, this is called self-inflicted suffering. She deserves to be humiliated publicly for seeking to sell her daughter for status and to cling to power. When Lan Yu found it amusing, her daughter had grown increasingly intolerant of injustice. Chapter 10. My sister-in-law is actually myself? The house is collapsing. The weather is warm. And a bowl of chilled almond soup soothes the throat. Jin Yan smiled sweetly. Thank you, mother. Lady Lin, who had been ignored by the mother and daughter, maintained her smile while feeling awkwardly fidgety with the handkerchief in her grasp. What of the daughter of a prime minister? It was merely a slight elevation in status. What was there to be proud of? She, too, was the wife of a fourth-rank official, yet she was treated with such disregard. Lady Lin. When Lan Yu finally turned her attention back, smiling, since the engagement token has been returned, this marriage is hereby nullified. Lady Lin and Miss Lin have matters to attend to. So, I shall not keep you any longer. With her daughter returned, there was no need to fuss over Lady Lin. Lady Lin departed in a huff. When Lan Yu inquired intently about the events that transpired in the palace, Jin Yan recounted the lighter aspects, omitting the matter of someone attempting to poison concubine Lian, not wishing to cause her mother undue worry. Moreover, she had cleverly used her brother's name to expose the poison, ensuring concubine Lian could not deceive their mother. If she inadvertently revealed the system, she would surely be branded a monster and burned alive. Mother, is it true that brother's fiancé truly has affections for another? Croaked a hoarse voice at the door. Lingji had been worn out from the previous day's events and fell ill upon returning home. He was running a high fever. His throat felt as if it had been sliced by a blade, and his mouth ached from having consumed too many pastries. Hearing that Lady Lin had departed, he hurried over to ascertain the situation. What if what his sister said was indeed true? Did this mean that their cousin was truly as malicious as rumored? Jin Yan greeted Lingji with a smile. Second brother, You seem to be in good spirits. Why are you so concerned about brother's fiancé? Do you perhaps have an affection for someone else? First, there was Lu Yunyun running off with Yong Wang, and now Miss Lin eloping for love. Is your heart yearning for such romantic escapades? Chu Lingji's pallid complexion flushed with anger. Jin Yan. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Jin Yan, seeing him cough uncontrollably, discreetly covered the opening of the almond soup bowl. She certainly did not want his saliva and germs contaminating her food. When Lan Yu intervened, Yan, your second brother is unwell. Do not provoke him. Once he had calmed down, Chu Lingji remained fixated on the answer. Mother, is it true about brother? When Lan Yu's nod shattered Chu Lingji's last glimmer of hope, transparent tears welled up rapidly, transforming into large droplets cascading down his face. Coupled with his fragile gaze, pale and reddened skin, the sense of despair was palpable. Chu Jinyan was taken aback. Goodness, old six, it appears my second brother is a delicate little flower. But why is he so devastated over brother's broken engagement? Could it be that I was right, and he enjoys being the emotional third party in others' romances? The system replied, that is unlikely. It seems your second brother may be reminded of his lost first love through your elder brother's predicament.
Que j'ignore mused.
That makes sense. You really are insightful, old six. Their banter pierced Chu Lingji's already wounded heart like 1,000 daggers. Tears streamed down his face as, in a fit of rage, he disregarded the humiliation he had suffered at Chu Jinyan's hands the day before, rushing to strike his sister. However, with his flat feet, he stumbled after just a few steps, collapsing before Chu Jinyan. Second brother, why must you bestow such grand gestures upon your little sister? I am unworthy.
Que j'ignore feignait d'astonishment.
Chu Lingji, both angry and embarrassed, cried even harder. When Lan Yu, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, swiftly separated the two and sent someone to escort Chu Lingji back home. On her way back to her own quarters, Chu Jinyan pondered. Why is my second brother so prone to tears? The system cheerfully replied, because your parents desperately desired a daughter, and before your birth, your second brother was raised as a girl, making him somewhat delicate. When their affection abruptly shifted to you, he felt as though you had usurped his place, which is why he has always looked upon you with disdain. So there was childhood trauma involved.
No wonder.
I suppose that explains why my second brother is short and lacks any masculine charm. Lu Yunyun pretends he is impressive and grand, so it is not surprising he fell for someone like her. Forget it, discussing him puts me in a foul mood. Old six, share some gossip to pass the time. The system perked up. Host, did you know? There's more to the gossip regarding Chiu Xian. Following Chu Jinyan, Chiu Xian exclaimed, Miss, please do not focus on me alone. I beg you to consider others. Tiniu and Hanxiang's marriage has been settled, but Hanxiang inadvertently revealed that she is not the rightful owner of the token, and the two are now quarreling fiercely. Tiniu is currently searching everywhere for his true beloved, Autumn Heart. This is puzzling. Chu Jinyan's mind was filled with a face of bewilderment. Is he attempting to cosplay as the scoundrel from those ancient melodramatic novels, who recognizes his beloved solely through a token, yet he still seeks true love?
Bah.
System. At the pace he is currently maintaining, it is only a matter of time before he finds Autumn Heart. Host, should he request to marry Autumn Heart, you must absolutely refuse. Chu Jinyan resolutely declared, I would never allow Autumn Heart to step into such a pitfall, as long as she is unwilling to marry. No one shall force her into it. Autumn Heart was moved to tears. My lady, I shall follow you for a lifetime. In the palace, within the Lotus Heart Hall, concubine Lian dealt with 3 traders of the Lotus Heart Hall, one of whom had been her confidant since her entry into the palace. Amid her shock, she felt immense gratitude towards Chu Jinyan and the 6th elder who had conversed with her.
Now,
her reasons for wanting Chu Jinyan as a daughter-in-law had multiplied. With Chu Jinyan by Chen'er's side, should any malicious entities wish to harm her, Chu Jinyan and the 6th elder would serve as the best warning signals. The marriage must be arranged swiftly. The following day, an unassuming eunuch arrived at the Chu residence to convey the Imperial edict. Chu Jinyan, still lost in slumber, was roused by Wen Lanyu to receive the decree. She awkwardly knelt, her skirts hiding her sitting posture, her eyes looking open yet unfocused, staring vacantly ahead. Chu Yiming could scarcely bear to look. Fortunately, this daughter was merely a filler in the family. The Imperial decree likely had nothing to do with her, so let it be unseemly. She was his own flesh and blood. What could be done about it? Eunuch Li Dequan observed everything with keen interest. This Miss Chu appeared rather ordinary. It was perplexing why concubine Lian held her in such high regard, even proposing her as the legitimate wife of the esteemed Prince Jing. Despite his musings, he had work to do. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it was decreed. Today, the daughter of Prime Minister Chu, Jin Yan, hailing from a prestigious family, possessing gentleness and grace, with virtue and beauty in abundance. My fourth son, Prince Jing, endowed with intelligence and filial piety, is hereby granted the hand of Chu Jin Yan in marriage to become his princess. The auspicious date is set for the 7th day of the 3rd month next year. May your union be harmonious and bring eternal blessings. Thus decreed. A thunderbolt struck. Chu Jin Yan was wide awake, her eyes as round as saucers. Old 6. Why am I being bestowed in marriage after I refused concubine Lian? I am ruined. Li Dequan was startled by this sudden outburst. Was that Miss Chu speaking? Who was old 6? Chapter 11. I adore it, truly. System. Host, concubine Lian mistakenly interpreted what you said yesterday as a confession to Prince Jing, and in her excitement, she rushed to draft the decree overnight. She truly holds you in high esteem. Chu Jin Yan lowered her head, fiercely pinching her philtrum, consumed by indignation. Oh heavens! What can save me from losing my beloved idol? Li Dequan, puzzled, wanted to inquire about the situation, but suddenly found his throat constricted, unable to breathe. He abandoned the thought, regaining his composure. He pondered whether concubine Lian and Prince Jing were aware of Miss Chu's peculiarities. He had to report back to the emperor. Maintaining a sincere smile, he addressed Chu Jin Yan. Miss Chu, please receive the decree.
Que Jin Yan remède motionless, radiating en ici aura. Que Yiming quickly intervened.
Pulling Li Dequan aside and slipping a silver coin into his sleeve. Uniquely, thank you for your trouble. I happen to have matters to discuss with His Majesty. How about accompanying you to the palace?
Li Dequan understood, smiling finely.
The Prime Minister's diligence is a blessing to the realm. How could we refuse? Chu Yiming sighed in relief. Given how things had unfolded, Li Dequan must have heard Jin Yan's heartfelt sentiments. If he were to report to the emperor first, it might arouse suspicion. First, they would visit concubine Lian, and then the decree for Prince Jing's marriage. Jin Yan would eventually have to reveal herself before the emperor. It would be prudent to clarify her thoughts now, alleviating his constant anxiety about his daughter being exploited by schemers.
Que Yiming followed Li Dequan.
While Wen Lanyu ordered the rewards from concubine Lian to be meticulously counted and recorded in her daughter's private treasury. Seeing Chu Jin Yan still kneeling there, seemingly soulless, she felt both amused and pained. Jin Yan, Prince Jing's reputation is far superior to that of Prince Yong. Marrying him may not be a bad fate after all.
Que Jin Yan,
in agony, clutched her head, frantically shaking it in an attempt to calm herself. Though I am immensely fond of my idol, feeling exhilarated and excited upon seeing him, yearning to preserve his beauty as a family heirloom to be passed down through generations, I absolutely cannot have a sister-in-law. My idol must not be tarnished. System. It's over. The delusional fan has gone mad. Others were left reeling from her frantic declarations. Who is my idol? Sister-in-law? Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji exchanged glances. Did you find her a sister-in-law? I didn't, did you?
My idol is gone, you know that.
What is going on then? Who knows? Perhaps she's just lost her mind. The two brothers nonchalantly turned away. When Lanyu was concerned about her daughter's mental state. Jin Yan, the edict has been issued. There's no turning back on the marriage. If you truly do not wish to marry Prince Jing, your mother will find a way.
Que Jin Yan paused,
revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes from her disheveled hair. Really? When Lanyu nodded, squatting beside her, soothingly replying, indeed. Even if the emperor decrees it, defying imperial orders could lead to our family's downfall. I do not care, as long as you are happy. Chu Jin Yan responded. Mother, it's not that dire. She brushed her messy hair aside. I don't mind marrying him. I quite like Prince Jing's face. It's just the thought of actually becoming his wife is a bit overwhelming. You need not worry. It's simply marrying the person I like most. The words most liked were bitten out with effort. When Lanyu smiled knowingly. Then go back and tidy yourself up. Your elder brothers are watching you for a laugh. Chu Jin Yan shot a fierce glare at Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji. Mother, I still have homework. I'll return to my courtyard. Mother, the wind outside is chilly. I must go rest. The brothers fled in unison. They were joking. If they provoked their younger sister, and she unearthed something they could not reveal to outsiders, they might as well dig a hole to jump into and bury themselves. This way, they would at least avoid the eager gazes of their parents and the servants. In the moon-embracing pavilion, Chu Jin Yan lay languidly on her bed, utterly drained. What should I do, old 6? How can my idol have a sister-in-law? The system. Unable to grasp the complexities of human affection towards idols, nonetheless made an effort to console her. Host, consider it from a different perspective. As long as you marry him and ensure that Prince Jing does not take concubines, you won't have any other sisters-in-law. Moreover, the current circumstances are incomparable to those before. Aside from seeing him in person, there is no other way to pursue your idol. Living under the same roof. Seeing him frequently. Isn't that wonderful? Jin Yan, caught up in her excitement and emotional turmoil, had not considered it from this angle. She suddenly sat up.
Oh.
Wow, 6, how are you so clever? With your insight, it doesn't seem so hard to accept anymore. The system swelled with pride. Of course. I received the Outstanding Newcomer Award during my training. Although the mention of an Outstanding Newcomer Award evoked a certain discomfort in Jin Yan, she still sent a celebratory emoji to the system. Awesome. Amazing. The system, basking in her praise, felt a slight inflation in its data. The mutual flattery and praise yielded an outcome that left both parties exceedingly satisfied. At the Prince of Yong's residence, Lu Yunyun's eyes were swollen from tears. Why should this be? After leaving the Prime Minister's residence, she was reduced to the status of a mere concubine, forced to endure the disdain of the servants. Jin Yan had been abandoned by the Prince of Yong, yet she still became the legitimate wife of the Prince of Jing. Were the royal family's eyes truly blind? An overwhelming sense of jealousy twisted Lu Yunyun's face into a grimace. Your Highness, Jin Yan and the Prince of Jing must have been secretly colluding for some time. Otherwise, how could the marriage decree have been issued so swiftly? Just think, with Jin Yan seducing the Prince of Jing while keeping you entangled. She would be assured of a comfortable seat as the princess consort if either of you took the bait. Leaning against the Prince of Yong, Lu Yunyun's sweetly spoken words were laced with barbs aimed directly at his vulnerabilities. The prince's expression darkened, his grip tightening around her hand, likely leaving bruises on her delicate skin. Aren't all men the same? They profess their love, claiming to use Jin Yan, yet they cannot bear the thought that she might not truly love him. Should betrayal rear its head, he would react like a dog with its tail stepped on, ready to lash out at the instigator of his pain. At the Tianxiong Tower, in the top-tier private room, Jin Yan sat at the farthest distance from the Prince of Jing, stealing glances at his handsome visage. I truly want to create merchandise of him. Plush dolls, cushions, acrylic stands, and more. The system cheerfully encouraged her. Host, once you level up to Tier 2, everything you desire will be within your grasp. Oh, dear 6.
You are too good to me.
I adore you. I love you too, dear host. Let us indulge in gossip and accumulate points. A bright future is just around the corner. Jin Yan's gaze shifted to the Prince of Jing. How about a juicy tidbit about my favorite? The prince raised an eyebrow. If she was not mistaken, the favorite Chu spoke of referred to him. So, Miss Chu wished to indulge in his tales? Chapter 12. Assassination at the Tavern. Inept System. As she savored the gossip in the presence of the main character, the system grew animated. What you don't know is that the Prince of Jing was particularly energetic in his youth, always bouncing about, much to the chagrin of both man and beast. The Emperor, deeming his antics unbecoming, forbade him from climbing during the day. Consequently, the clever prince decided to climb at night, making a circuit of the entire palace, startling 3 concubines who thought they were haunted. When fatigued, the prince would climb into the emperor's bed to sleep alongside him. On occasions when the emperor stayed with other concubines, he'd sneak in between them, causing the emperor to avoid the harem for a considerable time. The image was so amusing that one could hardly blame the elders of the prince for feeling tormented. Even when discussing the prince's antics, Jin Yan found it hard to feign admiration for his lively spirit. If a mischievous child dared to act so, she would surely discipline him soundly. Dear 6. Doesn't the emperor discipline the prince for such behavior? The system replied, mischief is often a product of indulgent parenting. The prince's youthful charm, resembling a miniature version of the beloved concubine Lian, meant the emperor could never bear to punish him harshly. Only concubine Lian occasionally found it unbearable and would sweat his backside, but the emperor would intervene to protect him.
Que j'ignorais un triste piqued.
I wish to see. Host. I am merely a gossip system. I lack such impressive projection capabilities.
Que j'ignore de flatted.
The Prince of Jing, clearly entertained, noticed her lack of enthusiasm and pushed a plate of osmanthus cake toward her. Are you hungry, Miss Chu? Have a bite to tide you over. The dishes at Tianxiong Tower are quite delectable, and I have long wished to invite you to taste them. The idol was offering her pastries.
Que j'ignore felt revitalised.
While indulging in gossip and admiration was delightful, there were matters of substance to discuss. Your Highness, regarding the marriage decree. It seems there has been a misunderstanding on the part of the Empress Dowager. The prince raised an eyebrow. Do you truly have affections for my elder brother, Miss Chu? Jin Yan grimaced as if she had bitten into something distasteful. Such words should not cross your lips, Your Highness. They are quite nauseating. The prince could not help but laugh. The daughter of the Prime Minister was indeed amusing. While I find her appearance quite appealing, I only wish to admire it. I dare not harbor any other thoughts. To do so would surely lead to my untimely demise. The prince stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. In that case, I have a proposal. You could marry into the Prince of Jing's residence to silence my mother, serving as a nominal princess consort. Thus, I need not worry about her pressuring me into marriage, and you need not fear the punishment for defying an order. What do you think? This plan was nothing short of perfect. There would be no concern about any scandal.
Que Jin Yan nodded vigorously, agreeing wholeheartedly.
Once they reached a consensus, the meal proceeded pleasantly. Not to mention, the braised pork at Tianxiang Tower was truly exceptional. As Jin Yan prepared to enjoy the dish, the prince suddenly stiffened, pulling her aside. In the next moment, a cloaked assassin burst through the window, aiming precisely at the spot where Jin Yan had just sat. The attack failed, and the assassin continued to pursue them with his sword drawn. The system exclaimed anxiously, "This is bad, host. The Prince of Yong has dispatched 12 assassins to eliminate you both." Jin Yan felt a wave of panic. How could the Prince of Yong send 12 assassins after just the two of them? Could the Prince of Jing possibly fend them off? 5 more assassins leapt through the window. Jin Yan grasped one of the prince's hands. He was holding his own against the assassins. But the odds quickly turned against him as the numbers swelled. Guards stationed outside rushed in upon hearing the commotion, while the sounds of fighting echoed from the rooftop. Jin Yan remained still, wary of interfering with the prince's efforts. However, holding on to the braised pork was impractical. Seizing the opportunity, she hurled it at the assassin's face, splattering him with grease, which allowed the prince to swiftly dispatch him. Before long, the assassins outside were dealt with by the prince's hidden guards, who then stormed in to eliminate the remaining threats. The private room was strewn with bodies, the pungent scent of blood making Jin Yan feel queasy. "Your Highness, you are injured." The prince had sustained a cut on the arm he used to shield her. "As long as you are safe, Miss Chu, a mere scratch is inconsequential." With a glance, the prince signaled to his guards, who immediately began to clear the scene. "Dear Six, why would the Prince of Yong suddenly go mad and send so many assassins after us?" Jin Yan recalled that in the original story, the Prince of Jing was a significant antagonist who survived until the later stages. The system gritted its teeth in frustration. It likely involves Lu Yunyan. The Prince of Yong wished to declare her as his primary consort, but the martial consort reprimanded him. Ultimately, Lu Yunyan was relegated to being a mere concubine. Upon learning about your marriage decree, she nearly went mad with rage and incited the Prince of Yong, slandering you and the Prince of Jing as being involved. Feeling humiliated, the Prince of Yong lost his composure and sought to eliminate you both. These assassins are likely privately trained by the Duke of Ningxun. The leader possesses a token from the Duke's residence. Jin Yan immediately turned to the prince. "Your Highness, those assassins may hold clues to their mastermind. You must ensure your men search thoroughly." The prince, initially cold upon hearing her thoughts, softened his gaze at her. "Very well, should we uncover anything, I will have someone notify you, Miss Chu." On the journey back to the Prime Minister's residence, Jin Yan fervently cursed the Prince of Yong. That scoundrel truly believes he is the center of the universe, that all women must adore him. And he thinks himself wronged. That fool, with ulterior motives, embracing Lu Yunyan and tearing apart the Chu family, dares to treat me as his possession. He is utterly ridiculous. Prince Jing rode alongside the carriage, listening to her fresh expressions, and the gloom in his chest dissipated considerably. Since Third Brother had declared war today, he no longer needed to consider the bonds of brotherhood when taking action.
Que Jin Yan.
Having vented her frustrations, then inquired of the system, "Old Six, as a system, can't you provide me with some self-defense items?" The system, regrettably, acknowledged its limitations. "My apologies, host. I can only unlock most of my permissions once I reach level 2. After our recent efforts, we are merely 28 points away from upgrading. If you could find a few suitable occasions to witness some juicy drama, we could seize the opportunity to upgrade." Jin Yan's mind raced as she recalled the various banquets hosted by the noble daughters of the capital. Such gatherings were sure to be rife with gossip. Upon hearing the news of her daughter's assassination attempt, when Lan Yu was beside herself with terror, repeatedly checking Jin Yan from head to toe. Only after confirming her daughter's safety did she finally relax, though she noticed a wound on Prince Jing's hand. Grateful, she sent him off, and her expression turned serious alongside Chu Yiming. "Father, Mother, I believe this incident was orchestrated by Prince Yong. Jin Yan felt compelled to clarify the enemy lines, ensuring her parents did not misconstrue that Prince Jing was the one causing her trouble. Chu Yiming furrowed his brow deeply. What on earth was Prince Yong thinking? The emperor was in his prime, and the crown prince was adept in both literature and martial arts, rarely erring in state affairs. Was it not madness for Prince Yong to assassinate Prince Jing and his daughter for personal gain? Chapter 13. Astonishing. The empress has such a peculiar habit. When Lan Yu fed Jin Yan a bowl of restorative soup and urged her to rest, the couple conversed. With Prince Yong behaving this way, it's not just a matter of ineptitude. He is likely to bring disaster upon himself sooner or later. Thankfully, we have severed ties with him. Chu Yiming felt a twinge of relief. Had the affair between Prince Yong and Lu Yinyan not come to light, their daughter marrying him would have inevitably led to the downfall of the Prime Minister's residence. When Lan Yu felt incredibly fortunate. Thank heavens their daughter had not stepped into the fiery pit. Observing today, it was clear that Prince Jing, despite hearing her daughter's innermost thoughts, did not hold her disrespect against her and instead risked his life to protect her. It seemed that marrying him would indeed be a favorable outcome. Chu Yiming reported the matter of their daughter's sentiments to the emperor, who expressed great interest. On the day after tomorrow, the emperor would host a palace banquet to which all relatives and royals would be invited. The emperor specifically commanded that Yan attend alongside Prince Jing. Madam, do remind Yan to be particularly cautious and not to entertain any fanciful thoughts in the presence of the nobility. They can hear her thoughts, but she cannot discern theirs. If that girl, believing herself unseen, were to inadvertently draw the emperor's ire, it could cost her dearly. When Lan Yu solemnly agreed, Jin Yan, anxious about how to persuade Lan Yu to take her to the banquet, was suddenly blessed with the opportunity of the palace feast. She truly was the chosen one for indulging in gossip. On the day of the banquet, Jin Yan sat demurely beside Lan Yu. Before their arrival, Lan Yu had specifically instructed her to behave properly and avoid reckless thoughts to prevent offending the nobility. Although Jin Yan did not fully understand the connection between offending the nobility and fanciful thinking, she obediently complied. She appeared quite the part of a refined young lady. Chu Yiming and Prince Jing were seated close together, with Prince Yong to their right. Above them were the Wake King and his queen, as well as the Crown Prince and his consort. The emperor and empress occupied the main seats at the top, flanked by the beloved concubine Lian, who had borne the emperor's child, and concubine Rong. Originally, Prince Yong's mother, concubine Wu, was supposed to attend, but she suddenly claimed illness and had been confined to her chambers for 2 days, thus unable to make an appearance today. Concubine Lian smiled slightly at Jin Yan, who was overwhelmed by beauty. Oh my, concubine Lian is truly stunning. The emperor must have been a handsome rogue in his youth, capable of captivating countless young maidens. With such genes, it's no wonder I was born so lovely. When Lan Yu and Chu Yiming thought desperately, can our heads survive the night? Flattered by the praises,
Prince Jing contemplated sans digne que Jin Yan a gift.
many present were taken aback. Who had the audacity to speak of the emperor? Even compliments, when so clumsily delivered, could be perilous. The emperor, privy to the underlying truths, maintained a neutral expression while scrutinizing his youngest son. Indeed, he was handsome, though perhaps not quite matching the charm of the emperor in his youth. Chu, the prime minister's daughter, has quite the discerning eye. There were no unattractive individuals in the palace. Jin Yan, dazzled by the spectacle, mused, doesn't the empress possess a countenance exuding compassion, reminiscent of the Guanyin from the 1987 journey to the west? The system chimed in. Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance. However, do not be fooled by the empress's seemingly ascetic exterior. She has a profound fondness for stinky tofu. The empress's pupils dilated in shock. Who had uncovered her secret? She had always instructed her trusted aides to procure stinky tofu for her discreetly. Who could it be? Numerous discreet glances fell upon the empress. Jin Yan, as if witnessing a celestial being descend, thought the empress actually loves stinky tofu. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The system added, indeed. Once, when the empress was about to indulge in stinky tofu, the crown princess arrived unexpectedly. In a flurry, she hid the stinky tofu, but the odor wafted out. The crown princess mistakenly believed it was the empress's pet lion cat misbehaving. The empress cleverly seized the opportunity and punished the lion cat with a treat of dried fish. What a poor cat. Laughter erupted uproariously. The crown princess recalled the incident and stifled her giggles. The crown prince subtly shifted forward, blocking the empress's line of sight to the crown princess. It turned out Bai Yu had taken the blame for the empress. The emperor shot a meaningful glance at the empress. I never expected you to be such an empress. Do remember to compensate Baiyu for its dried fish. The emperor stifled a laugh as he spoke softly. The empress retorted, Enough of this, your majesty. I might truly lose my temper. At that moment, she wished to faint, her eyes darting about. Who was prying into her privacy and exposing it publicly? Before she could identify the culprit, that mysterious voice resumed. Host, do you see the person dozing at the foot of the crown prince? That's the Wake King. Wake King? What a peculiar title. He has been notoriously difficult to awaken since childhood, sleeping for 8 out of 12 hours a day. His mother, concubine Rong, suspected he had been drugged, consulting numerous physicians to no avail. Undeterred, concubine Rong tried various folk remedies on him, only to make him more reluctant to awaken. Isn't that akin to being a sleeping pig? The title of Wake King for a perpetual sleeper is quite amusing.
Que j'ignore que d'artillerie, daring tout spéculate.
Could he be a reincarnated sloth? The seemingly addressed Wake King. Viz. Concubine Rong appeared unfazed, yet her ears perked up. Could this voice possibly know the true reason for her son's excessive slumber? Not at all. The Wake King simply loves to sleep, and it's somewhat hereditary. His great-great-grandfather was also a profound sleeper, refusing to awaken until reaching over 90 years of age. The Wake King seems to have inherited this trait. The crowd collectively understood. Concubine Rong suddenly recalled that her grandfather had always napped around the house. So, her son was neither ill nor poisoned, but simply had a penchant for sleep. How delightful. The emperor, too, felt relieved. He had long worried that his second son might sleep away his life, hence turning a blind eye to concubine Rong's treatment of him.
Now,
all was well. Thanks to the prime minister's daughter, he had alleviated one of his concerns. Jin Yan was overjoyed. This palace banquet had proven to be quite the boon. Old Six, do we have any more juicy tales? Share something thrilling. Yiming suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The system replied, Let us discuss a scandal involving the emperor. You'll never see it coming. Haha. The emperor urgently reflected on his past 40 years. Oh no. There were too many. Others widened their eyes, their hearts racing with anticipation, while an eerie silence enveloped the room as they strained to listen. Daring to consume even the emperor's secrets, this enigmatic warrior, hurry forth. We can hardly wait. In truth, the emperor is not what he seems, host. There's a rotten secret with your name on it. The system suddenly issued a warning. The couple, Yiming and his wife, felt their hearts leap once more. The princess of Chaoyang is plotting against you. She has dispatched a maid to spill tea on your garments, intending to drug you while you change, leaving you in disarray with the guards, only to be caught in the act, thus ruining your reputation. What? Who is the princess of Chaoyang trying to ensnare? The emperor's secrets had not yet been fully revealed. Let them finish speaking first. Those who could hear the inner thoughts glanced around, unable to locate the source of the voice, yet they began to pay closer attention to the maid serving tea. The emperor quietly exhaled in relief.
Que j'ignore?
Am I not here to savor the gossip? How has the focus shifted to me? Chapter 14, Secrets Unveiled. The Imperial Concubine and the Eunuch Dance. The princess of Chaoyang was separated from Jin Yan and her companions by 3 individuals. Is she unwell? What grievance does she have against me? Jin Yan was genuinely perplexed. What had she done to provoke the princess of Chaoyang? The system chimed in. The princess of Chaoyang is the mother of the Anping County princess, host. The Anping County princess is currently detained in the Dali Temple and cannot escape. The princess of Chaoyang, unable to confront her daughter's male lover directly, has chosen to vent her frustration on you, who previously mocked the Anping County princess aboard the pleasure boat. She is insane. It was Anping who sent people to chase after me. I am the victim here. How can she resort to such vile methods against me? Her malice knows no bounds. The princess of Chaoyang, sipping a modest drink while lounging beside her husband, eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a chill enveloped her. She glanced around but noticed nothing amiss. Redirecting her gaze, she spotted her accomplices approaching. An inconspicuous maid, carrying tea, drew near Jin Yan's table and unexpectedly slipped, sending the tea from her cup splattering onto Jin Yan's skirt. The crowd held its breath. It turned out they were privy to the innermost thoughts of the daughter of the prime minister. When Lanyu intended to shield her daughter, but Jin Yan was already prepared. Swiftly, she lifted the tablecloth, catching the spilled tea, which splattered harmlessly onto the cloth. With a decisive clap, she struck the forehead of the clumsy maid. Remarkable skill. Prince Jing sighed in relief, his fondness for Jin Yan growing. The maid, having failed her task, immediately knelt down, pleading for forgiveness. The princess of Chaoyang frowned and turned away. What a useless fool, unable to even spill tea properly. The Empress, seated at the head of the table, received a subtle cue from the Emperor and coldly declared, a breach of decorum in the palace. Seize her and administer 100 strikes. 100 lashes would surely leave her crippled, if not dead. It was rare for the Emperor to host a family banquet. The audacity of Chaoyang to ensnare the newly betrothed consort of Prince Jing in such a sordid trap was alarming, particularly when there was no direct animosity between them. The Princess of Chaoyang found it peculiar. It was merely a slip of tea, and it hadn't even landed on her. Why such a harsh punishment from the Empress? Could it be they had discovered something? Unthinkable. Before the maid could even plead for mercy, her mouth was covered, and she was dragged away. If this were truly an accident deserving such a harsh penalty, Jin Yan would surely intercede on her behalf. After all, they were all laborers trying to make a living. Who hasn't he made a mistake? Yet, for someone with such a malicious intent to plot her downfall, Jin Yan could only offer her a deserved fate. Fortunately, host, your agility is commendable. Truly impressive. Jin Yan felt a twinge of pride. A trivial matter, indeed. However, today had been an unexpected disaster. No wonder the Anping County princess turned out to be such a lawless sadist. The Princess of Chaoyang is no better. System. Indeed. Just now, I did some digging. The Princess of Chaoyang has quite the scandal. Are you interested in hearing about it? When have I ever said, I wasn't he? Could it be that the Princess of Chaoyang has committed murder? The Princess of Chaoyang has blood on her hands, indeed. However, that's not the scandal I'm referring to. She is actually the product of an affair between concubine Ling and a eunuch. What? The Emperor was taken aback. The Princess of Chaoyang was the most favored princess of the late Emperor, and even he had suffered a few hidden losses under her reign before ascending to the throne. What a revelation! Jin Yan straightened up. How could a eunuch have an affair with a concubine? He lacks the necessary tools. Host, you are not aware. That eunuch is a false eunuch. Before concubine Ling entered the palace, she already had a lover. Early in her time in the palace, she was not favored and, feeling lonely, managed to contact her lover, bribing the eunuch responsible for her cleansing to pose as a eunuch, allowing them to enjoy each other's company at night. Later, when concubine Ling became pregnant, she quickly devised a plan to seduce the late emperor to secure a future for the Princess of Chaoyang. The eunuch bore a striking resemblance to the late emperor, while the Princess of Chaoyang closely resembled concubine Ling. Only the nose was similar to the late emperor's, thus enabling the ruse to succeed. The clandestine secrets of the palace were laid bare. Yiming felt an urge to knock that wretched girl unconscious on the spot. Invited to the palace banquet, she had no business exposing the royal family. He did not dare meet the emperor's gaze. Prince Jing, captivated by the unfolding drama, began contemplating various methods to teach Anping a lesson. Noticing his future father-in-law's trepidation, he patiently reassured him, Chu Xiang, fret not. My father can seize an opportunity to cleanse the royal bloodline without expending a single coin. He should be thanking Miss Chu. His voice was low. But the nearby Prince Yong, overhearing the mention of cleansing and thanking Miss Chu, mistakenly believed he was being mocked for his previous failed assassination attempt, sneering, Fourth brother. Do not let your pride get the better of you. Your luck may shine temporarily, but it cannot last forever. Prince Jing regarded Prince Yong as if he were a fool. Jin Yan. Concubine Ling certainly has a bold spirit. Speaking of which, is the palace's inspection of eunuchs so lax? I've read in novels that eunuchs undergo annual examinations. How did he evade that? System. This palace has no such regulations. That eunuch is still serving beside concubine Ling. On the surface, concubine Ling appears to be pure and reclusive. But in reality, she has been indulging in escapades with a eunuch behind closed doors. They are currently engaging in cosplay, with concubine Ling dressed as a pilgrim and the eunuch as a monk. How thrilling! Jin Yan lamented her inability to possess the gift of foresight. Damn it! She wished she could witness it. The emperor's expression darkened like the bottom of a cauldron. Though he did not understand what cosplay entailed, he was well aware of the implications of a pilgrim and a monk, which was utterly disgraceful. Such debauchery in the palace, with concubine Ling daring to engage in it for decades. The Empress, with a curious heart, could hardly contain herself. Your Majesty, I am feeling somewhat unwell. The calming soup concubine Ling sent last time worked wonders, and I wish to procure some more. I shall take my leave. The Emperor shared her sentiment, but felt it inappropriate to express a desire to seek out the concubine in front of the many nobles present, so he merely nodded. Go ahead, but bring along more attendants. Both noble consort Lian and consort Rong rose to their feet. Then I shall accompany you. The Emperor. When did you all become so inquisitive? Jin Yan also noticed the commotion. If they hurry over, they might just catch a glimpse of the live performance. How enviable. I wish to see it. When Lan Yu could only wish to smack Jin Yan on the head. Is this something a maiden yet to be wed should even contemplate? Not just Jin Yan, but other bold young ladies and matrons were also eager to witness such a spectacle. What a splendid scene. Alas, under the Emperor's thunderous expression, no one dared to follow the Empress in pursuit of excitement. The Princess of Chaoyang, having failed to achieve her objective today, lost interest in the banquet and decided to accompany the Empress to her mother's palace instead. Brother, this banquet is rather dull. I think I shall join the Empress in the maternal palace. The others gasped. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. Are you truly intent on going? Chaoyang felt a sense of bewilderment, an inexplicable unease gnawing at her insides, with nowhere to vent her frustrations, rendering her somewhat irritable. Nevertheless, she asserted. Of course it is true. The Emperor suddenly revealed a cryptic smile. Very well, then you shall proceed with the Empress and her entourage. Chapter 15. He is your biological father. The eyes of the assembly sparkled with clarity. Goodness gracious. The biological daughter is about to catch her parents in an illicit affair. What a thrilling twist. Jin Yan was beside herself with excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when Chaoyang would personally unveil the truth. Old Six, you can see this, right? Provide me with a live commentary. The system, unyielding in its duty, replied, Rest assured, host, I shall take care of it. After a brief period of anticipation, Jin Yan finally lifted her gaze, ready to indulge in some delicacies, only to find the entire grand hall enveloped in an eerie silence. What is happening? This is a palace banquet. The atmosphere is dismal. And there isn't even a performance of song and dance. The Emperor cleared his throat. Summon the musicians. Let the dance commence. The others, who had been eavesdropping for gossip, pretended to engage in hushed conversations. The system pondered. Perhaps the Empress and her two concubines have departed, leaving the Emperor feeling embarrassed. Hence the silence. Jin Yan remarked, the Emperor certainly harbors a rather petty disposition. When Lan Yu interjected, I implore you, focus on the juicy gossip surrounding Princess Chaoyang and refrain from discussing the Emperor any further. Host, they have arrived. The musicians unconsciously softened their melodies. The system excitedly announced, the palace of the Grand Dowager has long been neglected. She even dismissed the palace maid serving before the hall for the sake of her clandestine rendezvous. The Empress and her companions entered directly, and from the front courtyard. They overheard scandalous sounds. Princess Chaoyang also heard it. Her expression turned a ghastly shade of green. She, believing herself of noble lineage, was appalled to discover her mother engaging in such disgraceful conduct within the palace. Before the Empress could send someone to push the door, Princess Chaoyang took the initiative, kicking it open, only to stumble upon the shocking sight of her mother and biological father entwined in a passionate embrace, with her father's head obscured beneath the garment. Drawing the sword of the attendant behind her, she struck.
Jin Yan exclaimed, Goodness.
She truly is audacious enough to plot under the Emperor's very nose. Her ferocity is nothing short of remarkable. The dancers, having mistakenly executed several moves, realized no one was paying attention and, free from reproach, changed formations, swirling their sleeves and twirling about, while discreetly straining to catch the unfolding gossip. The system's voice brimmed with excitement. Excellent. The Empress and her entourage arrived just in time to witness Chaoyang in the act of striking. They beheld the eunuch on the verge of being cleaved in two, and the Grand Dowager rushed forth to shield her beloved, crying out, Chaoyang, do not kill him. He is your biological father. Princess Chaoyang stood there, momentarily dazed, and then pierced her father with her sword. The Emperor and the assembly gasped in disbelief.
Now.
Both Princess Chaoyang and the Grand Dowager have been restrained by the Empress's orders and confined within the Grand Dowager's palace. The Empress has already sent for the Empress Dowager to make a judgment. As the eunuch's body was dragged away, the Grand Dowager wailed, pleading to be buried alongside her beloved. Jin Yan inhaled sharply. Is it possible that Princess Chaoyang knew he was her father, yet still acted in front of her mother without a moment's hesitation? The system, perplexed, could not fathom how someone could slay their own biological parent. However, by logical deduction, perhaps she is unwilling to acknowledge that she does not possess royal blood. Yet, her actions were excessively ruthless. Such a monumental event compelled the Emperor to intervene, using the pretext of dissolving the banquet. The Crown Prince and the Silent King exchanged glances. My fiancé is indeed pure and innocent. Isn't she? The crown prince sighed in resignation. His younger brother's taste has always been uniquely peculiar. The silent king genuinely found Jin Yan charming, believing that only those with innocent hearts could fail to grasp the logic of malevolent deeds. Chao Yang's act of killing her biological father was, in fact, the best choice for her self-preservation. The Grand Dowager exposed her lineage in public, swiftly eliminating the evidence of her crime, and sought to curry favor with the Empress and the Empress Dowager. Perhaps she could still preserve her wealth and glory. Moreover, the Grand Dowager was destined to receive only a strip of white silk, as the eunuch's deception regarding royal lineage would not end in an easy demise. It is possible that Chao Yang believed she was granting her father a merciful end as an act of kindness. The Chancellor and his wife exited the Grand Hall, only to be met by a chilling breeze that sent shivers down their spines, suddenly realizing their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The system suddenly erupted with celebratory fireworks in Jin Yan's mind. Congratulations, host. The quality of the gossip tonight is exceptional. We have reached 100 points. And you can level up. Please wait for me. I shall return immediately after the system upgrade is complete.
Jin Yan applauded in delight.
This banquet had indeed proven to be quite worthwhile. The silent king approached. Minister Chu, Madam Chu, I shall accompany you out of the palace. As he drew near, Jin Yan immediately subdued her exuberant expression, adopting a decorous demeanor, her face grave. Your Highness, please maintain at least an arm's distance. Ah, how dashing. You must not come any closer. If you do, I may embarrass myself and faint from the excitement. For reasons unknown. There was no frenzied internal monologue of self-praise at that moment, yet the silent king could likely guess Chu's thoughts, stifling a chuckle. The Chancellor and his wife exchanged glances of dismay. The young king strode away, brushing past the silent king, whispering, Do not become too complacent. Even if Mother and the concubine miscalculated, the Lotus concubine has not met her end. The days of you and the silent king basking in glory are numbered. Jin Yan shot the young king a disdainful glance before averting her gaze. What an eyesore. The following morning, while Jin Yan was engaged in a game of chess with the Duke of Zhou, a sudden cacophony of drums and firecrackers erupted in her mind. Startled, Jin Yan leapt out of bed with an acrobatic flip, vaulting through the window, swiftly scaling the newly transplanted towering osmanthus tree in the courtyard, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Hearing the ruckus from the broken window, Zhou Xian inquired, Miss, what madness has seized you this time? Clang, clang, clang. Host, I have successfully upgraded and returned. Jin Yan clung to the tree trunk, rubbed her eyes, and took a deep breath for 20 seconds before managing to calm herself enough to converse with the system. Old Six, could you perhaps choose a quieter entrance next time? Do you realize you nearly gave me a heart attack? The system, somewhat sheepish, acknowledged, This is my first upgrade. It was only natural to be a tad overzealous and wished to make a grand impression. Who would have guessed it would frighten the host? I apologize, host. I assure you it won't happen again. I now have access to a system marketplace. Moreover, upon reaching level 2, the protective mechanism for your safety will be activated. And you need not worry about anyone wishing to harm you. Jin Yan's attention was immediately captured by the system's proclamation. What protective mechanism? The system beamed with pride. Upon leveling up, the host has demonstrated exceptional skills in gossiping, thus allowing the system to activate a protective shield around you. Anyone who seeks to cause you harm will be unable to approach you. You may consider it akin to an indestructible barrier. Jin Yan, exhilarated, rubbed her hands together. If I were to leap about and fall, would I still sustain injuries? The system assured her, Not at all. The protective shield will diligently safeguard your well-being. What a marvelous asset. With a protective shield in place, wouldn't I be free to act recklessly? The system commenced to boast about the next feature. Would you care to explore the marketplace?
Jin Yan nodded vigorously.
Within the level 2 marketplace lay an abundance of treasures, elixirs, magical artifacts, daily necessities, entertainment items, and a wealth of other categories, all exceedingly diverse. Jin Yan recalled the system's previous promise. Old Six, what about my life-sized acrylic standee of Baki? Chapter 16. The system generously presents a pillow. Eunuch Li arrives again. Such a trivial demand. How could this esteemed level 2 system fail to meet it? The system spoke with a hint of pride and playful arrogance. Access the entertainment items. And search for the custom product feature. Following the system's guidance, Jin Yan discovered the custom product option, with the description stating, one at a time. Everything can be customized, but materials must be provided and requirements must be clearly articulated. Upon noticing the price below, 99 points per item, Jin Yan fell silent for a moment. Six, are you serious? Just look at this price. Why not just rob it? Stealing would be far quicker. The system coaxed her gently. Oh, dear host, the reason is that the energy consumed for a custom order is quite substantial. Besides, having a way to obtain it is better than having no hope at all, right? You can place a custom order for just 100 points now. In the future, let us indulge in more gossip and accumulate points, and you can have as many merchandise as you desire. Seeing that the system's explanation was somewhat reasonable and that the persona of a little wastrel had already taken hold, Jin Yan pouted, no longer pressing the matter. She sighed in distress, casting a reluctant glance at the customizations before retreating and navigating to the elixir section. The system, puzzled, inquired, host, didn't you particularly desire the male god's merchandise? Why have you exited? Jin Yan lamented, I've squandered all 100 points at once. What kind of spendthrift would do such a thing? I can see the male god in person whenever I wish. It's bearable to wait a little longer for the merchandise. She perused the options. The poison-resistant pill for 20 points, valid for 1 year. The youth-enhancing pill for 20 points, valid for 3 years. The vitality pill for 30 points, which could enhance physical constitution by 20 for 1 use. And the premium healing ointment for 15 points, capable of swiftly treating all external injuries. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Yan purchased 4 poison-resistant pills and a bottle of premium healing ointment, leaving her with merely 5 points and 2 unremarkable white porcelain vials in hand. I'll give 1 poison-resistant pill each to my parents, the Duke of Jing and the concubine Lian, along with the healing ointment as a token of gratitude for the last time he saved me from injury. The system was so moved that 2 sets of data began to fluctuate. Wah, host, I never expected you would forsake the male god's merchandise to buy pills for your family. I'm nearly moved to tears.
Que Jin Yan retorted.
You don't even have eyes to shed tears with your data. Just a wall apart, both Wen Lanyu and Chu Yiming, who had come to reprimand the monkey, felt their eyes welling up. Their daughter cared for them so deeply, even sacrificing her beloved possessions, not using her limited points for herself at all. Jin Yan felt a bit uncomfortable. Why the exaggeration? The Prince of Yong and Lu Yunyan haven't fallen yet. With your protective shield, I'm fine and in no real danger. However, concubine Lian and the Duke of Jing have already been schemed against. I fear for my parents' safety as well. It's better to prepare early than to find a remedy after a mishap. The system pondered and decided to reward the self-sacrificing host with a small gift. Host, I'll use my own upgrade reward to buy you a custom order. After all, my reward is double your points. With that, 99 points instantly appeared, and the customization detail page popped up before Jin Yan. Jin Yan exclaimed, 6, you are so good to me. I absolutely adore you. Without hesitation, she immediately ordered a life-sized pillow of the Duke of Jing. Soon she could hug her male god to sleep every night. At that moment, Chu Yiming and Wen Lanyu's hearts melted completely, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The system truly treated their daughter well. After all this commotion, Jin Yan felt as awake as one could be. After a casual wash-up, she rushed to the main courtyard to find her parents. Hey, Dad, Mom. Why are your eyes so red? Wen Lanyu quickly explained, something got in my eye just now. I had to blow for quite a while to get it out. Seeing Jin Yan's skeptical look, she swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Yenner, why did you wake up so early today? Jin Yan immediately remembered her purpose and pulled out 2 pills. Dad, Mom, these 2 pills were given to me by a wandering monk. He said they can make one immune to poisons for a short time. I've already taken one. This is for you. Without hesitation, Wen Lanyu and Chu Yiming took the pills and swallowed them whole. Jin Yan, who had prepared further explanations, was taken aback. You trust me so much that I have no room to demonstrate my capabilities. Meanwhile, Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji, who felt as if they had become invisible, chimed in. Little sister, what about us? Are we not your family? Chu Yiming regretted ever thinking his daughter was ungrateful. If Jin Yan was ungrateful, then surely there were no daughters in the world who understood their parents. Remembering the Emperor's promise eased Chu Yiming's heart somewhat. Since we're here, let us have breakfast before we leave. After climbing trees early in the morning, Jin Yan was indeed hungry. By the way, 6, what is the follow-up on Princess Chaoyang? Did she face any punishment? Last night, due to a system upgrade, she had missed the subsequent gossip, and she even dreamed about it. The system immediately checked, host. The Empress Dowager Ling was given the death penalty, and that eunuch was tossed onto a mass grave wrapped in a mat. Princess Chaoyang and the Princess Anping were stripped of their titles and demoted to commoners. You wouldn't believe it. But Princess Chaoyang even used her father's death to garner sympathy, begging the emperor to pardon Princess Anping. Jin Yan frowned, finding the porridge in her mouth suddenly unappetizing. Surely the emperor wouldn't he agree? She chose to kill her father herself, and besides, not being a princess still leaves her with a relatively high-status husband to fall back on. Whereas the tragedy in that, the victims of Anping's cruelty are still in the Dali temple. Are the lives of common people worthless? The system responded. The emperor did not agree. He stated that even the son of heaven must abide by the law, and the demotion of the princess does not exempt her from justice, instructing the Dali temple to handle it impartially. Only then was Jin Yan satisfied. It seems this emperor is somewhat reliable. Chu Yiming urged, quickly eat your breakfast. Stop discussing the emperor, little ancestor. As the family enjoyed their meal, the steward rushed in to report. A eunuch from the palace has come to deliver an imperial decree.
Que Jin Yan remained calme.
She had already experienced being betrothed. What other decree could possibly be directed at her? Surely it must concern someone else. This time, it was still eunuchly. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, in governing the nation, the foremost principle is to employ the worthy. Chu Jin Yan of the Chu family in the prime minister's residence, though a flower in the boudoir, is endowed with both talent and virtue. Thus, I specially appoint Chu Jin Yan as a member of the Hamlin Academy, granting her permission to participate in court affairs. I hope she will diligently fulfill her duties and not disappoint my high hopes. Hence, she shall commence her duties tomorrow without delay. Thus decreed.
Que Jin Yan?
Why is it me again? What have I done? Why am I suddenly being made an official? Seeing her in a daze, Chu Yiming hurriedly gave her a nudge. Quickly receive the decree.
Que Jin Yan complete.
6. Why am I suddenly being made an official? Chu Yiming and Wen Lanyu's heart sank. Surely this meant the emperor had recognized her heartfelt sentiments, intending for her to serve the nation. Could it be that 6 might uncover this? Chapter 17. I'm an official now. Not enthusiastic at work, troubling thoughts. The system acted swiftly, providing an answer that greatly relieved Chu Yiming. It was your father who petitioned the emperor on your behalf, and concubine Lian has also advocated for you. The emperor likely agreed because of her. After all, the emperor held concubine Lian in high regard.
Que Jin Yan gronde, oh no.
In the Great Shang dynasty, there has been no precedent for women to hold office. With today's decree, I have become the first female official. To others, this might seem like a tremendous fortune, but Chu Jin Yan did not desire this blessing. It wasn't he until eunuchly departed, his heavy sleeves trailing behind, that Chu Jin Yan leapt onto Chu Yiming's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Father, why did you petition for me to hold office? I don't want to work. Though it was called an official position, it was akin to being a beast of burden. Moreover, rising before dawn, kneeling at will, and facing the death penalty for any misstep, who would want to be a mere beast like that?
Que Jin Yan shook que Yiming vigorously.
As if trying to rattle the water from his neck. The family knew her appointment must relate to her heartfelt sentiments, yet they could not speak of it. And it seemed 6 could not uncover it either. Chu Lingfeng, feeling a twinge of jealousy, touched his chest. Oh, it's still racing. After years of diligent study, he had yet to partake in a single examination, while his ill-prepared, rather eccentric younger sister was set to take on an official position. Whom should he blame? Their biased father, or the cruel hand of fate? Never mind, never mind. He resolved to maintain a calm demeanor and not envy the occasional exceptional case. Chu Lingji was not cut out for academia, and though this realization did not particularly wound him, he was undeniably irritated. His younger sister acted like a wild monkey, yet astonishingly managed to don the official robes and attend court. It was evident that he was out of sync with this world. Stop, you rebellious child. Come down at once. The morning's emotional stir faded swiftly. Chu Yiming felt he would inevitably be driven to an early grave by this troublesome creature. After finally prying Chu Jin Yan away, he adjusted his disheveled collar and retorted, "Do you think I shamelessly sought an official position to harm you? I did it out of concern for your safety. After your encounter with the assassination attempt involving Prince Jing, I devised this plan. The Prince of Yong is a royal, and the murder of a mere official's daughter would not threaten his standing. With hidden dangers lurking, one must be vigilant. However, plotting against a court official is a different matter altogether. The crux of the matter was not the official robes, but rather the fact that the emperor acknowledged Yenne's worth and was willing to dispatch the finest royal guards to ensure her safety. Whether their protective role also entailed surveillance was another matter entirely.
Que Jin Yan understood.
So it was all the fault of Prince Yong. That scoundrel. I'm so furious. I don't want to attend court. I don't want to rise early. I refuse to be a mere pawn. Having been a pawn in her past life, she had finally transmigrated into a book, only to have her beautiful dreams shattered at this moment. Jin Yan collapsed onto the ground, like a lump of mud, releasing her grievances in a lifeless manner. The system was well aware of how much its host adored sleeping in, yet it was helpless in this regard. It could only offer consolation. Do not be disheartened, dear host. Your official rank is too low for you to speak at court. I shall relay the gossip to you during the assembly, so it won't be a bore. Jin Yan's wounded heart was mended slightly when Lan Yu, feeling for her daughter, silently gestured to her husband, Prince Jing. Chu Yiming's mind flickered with realization. Oh, Prince Jing. Do not be disheartened. Your fiancé, His Highness Prince Jing, attends court every day. Now that you are an official, you shall see him daily, won't you? Jin Yan sat up abruptly, her eyes wide with longing as she looked at Chu Yiming. Prince Jing attends court every day? Of course. All adult princes must attend court to discuss state affairs. Jin Yan felt rejuvenated in an instant. Wouldn't she be able to see Prince Jing tomorrow? Just recalling that handsome face in her mind felt like a cleansing of her spirit. Not a loss after all. The system replied, as long as you are happy. Jin Yan rose, brushing off the dust from her clothing. Father, mother, since the Imperial decree has arrived, I shall take my leave. Oh, father, please hurry along with my court attire. I must appear splendidly at court tomorrow to leave a good impression on the emperor. Chu Yiming was left speechless. Why not just say it was about Prince Jing? Why drag the emperor into it? Having raised such a daughter, it suddenly felt like her heart was entirely devoted to another man.
Que Yiming thought sorely.
Daughters grow up too fast. The next day, at the hour of the rabbit, Zhou Xian received her lady's orders to wake her on time. When the time to depart arrived, there was still no sound from within the room. Anxiously, Zhou Xian knocked on the door. Miss, it is time for court. Today is your first day, and you must not be late. Silence reigned within. Gritting her teeth, Zhou Xian pushed the door open. The quilt was bulging, summoning her courage. She approached and nudged the blanket.
Miss?
Something fell off. The sensation was incorrect. The object beneath the covers was soft and devoid of weight, certainly not a person. Moreover, it seemed that the miss did not lie down like that. Could it be that the miss had fled to avoid attending court? Zhou Xian hastily lifted the cover, and a piercing scream echoed for several seconds. What lay beneath the blankets was indeed not the miss, but a large, elongated object resembling His Highness Prince Jing. Concerned about her daughter's predicament, when Lan Yu hurried over and was taken aback by the sight on the bed. What on earth was this? It bore an uncanny resemblance to Prince Jing. Even the finest painters would struggle to capture such likeness. When Lan Yu approached and poked it, it was soft, likely stuffed with cotton. Could this be a gift from the system for her daughter? As a young lady of the household, if anyone were to discover that she had concealed such an item in her bed, she would surely become the laughingstock of the capital for 3 years. When Lan Yu closed her eyes, never mind, she was still her daughter. After all, it was rare for her to show interest in attending court. And she seemed considerate toward her parents. A little quirk could be tolerated. She turned to Zhou Xian. From now on, your monthly allowance will double. You are to handle the cleaning and tidying of the missus' quarters, and no other servants are to enter. You are not to speak a word outside of this, understood?
Que s'infiltrating and let?
I understand. Thank you, madam. Chu Yiming searched high and low, his anxiety mounting, when suddenly, the coachman waiting at the door approached. Trembling as he reported, Sir, the miss has been waiting for you in the carriage for quite some time. She said if you continued to dawdle, she would leave on her own. Chu Yiming, when Lan Yu and a multitude of servants were taken aback. That rebellious girl. Lifting the carriage curtain revealed Jin Yan, impeccably dressed in a new, well-fitting green official robe, her hair neatly styled and adorned with a hairpin. She munched on a bun pilfered from the kitchen and, upon seeing Chu Yiming, immediately frowned in displeasure. Father, as the Prime Minister, how can you be so tardy for court? It is simply unacceptable.
Que Yiming inhalait deeply.
Struggling to temper his clenched fists. Madam, please enter first. The morning air is quite heavy. He then stepped into the carriage, leaning against the door with his eyes closed. Wishing to avoid the sight of this vexing situation, the confined space was filled with the aroma of the bun and the sound of Jin Yan chewing. Father, don't you eat something to fill your stomach before court?
Que Jin Yan inquired curiously.
Chu Yiming's stomach responded audibly in agreement. He had indeed had time for breakfast, but had spent it searching for her. Chu Yiming kept his eyes shut, wishing to avoid conversation. Suddenly, a soft, warm object was pressed into his palm. Opening his eyes, he found it was a bun. Chapter 18, Morning Court and the Accursed Hat. Jin Yan spread her hands in a gesture of exasperation, exclaiming, Alas! Father, at your age, how can you not even take care of yourself as well as I? A mere 15-year-old girl? Chu Yiming was both touched and infuriated. You would do well to keep quiet and not ruin my moment of sentiment. Before the palace gates, all civil and military officials were required to dismount and proceed on foot. As the foremost among them, Prime Minister Chu was greeted by numerous officials eager to pay their respects. Jin Yan, standing beside him, was simply too conspicuous.
Ah, lorsque.
This must be the young lady Chu, exclaimed one official, a close associate of the Prime Minister. Indeed, like father, like daughter. Young lady Chu appears to be quite the astute individual. The speaker was the esteemed Grand Tutor, who believed the Emperor had not made a whimsy choice. Given that he had appointed the Prime Minister's daughter to an official position, there must be purpose behind it. Chu Yiming humbly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Oh no. Grand Tutor, you flatter me. Jin Yan tugged at her father's sleeve, insisting, Father, the Grand Tutor is merely speaking the truth. Why deny it? Rebellious daughter. Silence. At this moment, Chu Yiming deeply questioned whether his decision to seek an official position for her was wise. Surely, it would have sufficed to simply request the protection of the royal guards? The Grand Tutor chuckled heartily. How forthright and generous. Young people ought to be this way. Nearby officials overheard their exchange. Some smiled indulgently, while others approached to join the conversation, and a few groups displayed expressions of displeasure. The Emperor's favoritism towards Prince Jing was evident. How could the future Princess Jing, still unwed, be granted an official position at court? What merit did she possess? We have toiled for years, studying diligently and striving for excellence, only to see the young lady Chu ascend to prominence with such ease. What did our years of hard work amount to? Since ancient times, it has been deemed inappropriate for women to attend court. Yet today I must present my case. Even if it means risking my life to remonstrate, for I shall compel His Majesty to retract his decree. Lord Li, we stand by you. The instigator, Li Xuanguang, wore a triumphant smile. He would go through fire and water to fulfill the command of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Yong. A mere daughter of the Chu family was, but, a trifling matter to him. Surrounded by a throng of officials, Jin Yan was overwhelmed by exaggerated inquiries. Her features contorted into a bemused grin that never left her face. Hee, old six, gold shines anywhere it is found. Surely, His Majesty recognized my exceptional qualities during a brief banquet, which is why he bestowed an official title upon me. Alas, being too outstanding can also be a burden. The system sensed that this was not quite the case, yet it was undeniable that those capable of holding office were certainly not foolish, especially the high-ranking officials. With so many esteemed dignitaries praising the host's intelligence, it must hold some truth. The system felt a swell of pride. It had the foresight to bind itself to such a brilliant individual. Host, you are remarkable. I am truly fortunate to be bound to you. Several officials were momentarily taken aback. As they were about to inquire, their mouths and noses were suddenly obstructed, rendering them breathless. And they felt as though they were on the brink of meeting their ancestors. Abandoning their intention to speak, they managed to regain their breath. Had they just heard the innermost thoughts of the young Lord Chu? The elder Grand Tutor's aged eyes flickered with a glimmer of wisdom. It appeared that the young Lord Chu's sentiments were precisely the reason the Emperor had conferred upon her an official title. He cast a teasing glance at Chu Yiming, who could only offer a resigned smile in return. Jin Yan had been walking closely beside her father, but as they stepped into the Hall of State Affairs, her father abruptly halted her. With your rank, you shall stand here. Jin Yan considered her status as an 8th-rank official, a mere speck among officials, and realized that she could not move forward. She refrained from causing a scene and quietly took her place at the end of the line. Her petite figure stood out conspicuously among the surrounding officials, sinking into the background. Prince Yon clenched his fists tightly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Jin Yan, soon you will lose that smile. Feeling somewhat bored, Jin Yan turned to the official beside her. Excuse me, sir. May I inquire about your title? The official from the Hanlin Academy replied. You are the young Lord Chu, correct? I am Feng Tianji, a 6th-rank editor from the Hanlin Academy. His rank surpassed hers. What a pleasure to meet you, Lord Feng. I had no idea I was so well known.
Que Jin Yan chuckled.
Yesterday, the news of the Prime Minister's daughter aspiring to hold an official position at court had spread among officials of all ranks. Feng Tianji cast a sympathetic glance her way, hoping her title would hold until the court's conclusion. Prince Jing was one of the last to arrive. As he passed by Jin Yan, he paused, saying, Good morning. Young Lord Chu, that official robe suits you well. Jin Yan's eyes sparkled as she watched Prince Jing's figure recede, suddenly realizing something was amiss. How could she see Prince Jing from so far back? Her father had tricked her. Old 6, my father is being unreasonable. I got up at dawn just to catch a glimpse of Prince Jing, and now I can't even see a hair. As she settled onto the dragon throne beside the emperor, he remarked in surprise, I did not expect the young Lord Chu to be so infatuated with my young son. The crown prince and the rarely alert Prince Xing immediately turned their attention to Prince Jing. What tricks did you employ to ensnare the daughter of the Chu family so thoroughly? Prince Jing beamed with pride. Such charm is simply inescapable. You cannot replicate it. Most officials, who refrained from meddling with Prince Yong and maintained a watching stance, scoffed at Jin Yan. They had expected the first female official to possess remarkable attributes worthy of the emperor's favor, only to find her to be a lovesick fool. How could such a person be allowed in court? Surely, the emperor had lost his mind. Was the great Qing dynasty on the verge of collapse?
Que Yiming siged.
Let it be destroyed. All officials bowed and paid homage to the emperor. Jin Yan, following the crowd like a parrot, felt disheartened, completely oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. Lord Feng shook his head in lamentation. Recently, the severe flooding in the south had captured the emperor's attention, and as soon as court convened, he summoned several relevant officials for discussion. Li Xuanguang remained still, waiting for the discussion on the flood to conclude, believing that once the emperor's mood soured, he could more effectively challenge Jin Yan with solid reasoning. Beneath the surface of court politics, currents swirled, yet Jin Yan remained oblivious. Bored from not being able to see her idol, she found the topics of national affairs discussed in court utterly tedious. Old 6, is there any gossip to share? I am dreadfully bored. The emperor and Prince Jing immediately perked up. Having witnessed Jin Yan's prowess, the crown prince nudged Prince Jing, urging him to stay alert and not miss any juicy details. Host, the 8th official from the right, Minister of Works Li Xuanguang, has prepared a petition to impeach you. Jin Yan was perplexed. Why was it her business again? She had come to court in all decorum. What could he possibly impeach her for? He has gathered numerous witnesses from the Qiqiao festival who observed you swinging on a boat, intending to accuse you of lacking virtue and being unfit for office. Moreover, he maliciously links your appointment to the flooding in the south and the military failures at the borders, claiming you are a harbinger of disaster. If you continue in your position, you will bring suffering to the people of Sheng. What a venomous accusation. This was a scheme to ruin her. Chapter 19. The Minister of Works recklessly accuses the Prime Minister's daughter's fury. Jin Yan, angered, managed to maintain a calm demeanor unlike her usual self. I bear no enmity towards him. My official appointment is not a justification for him to label me a disaster. There must be other motivations. Prince Jing shot a cold glance at Prince Yong, recognizing the malice in targeting a woman he had once pursued. The emperor was visibly displeased. To have appointed an 8th-rank official, only on her first day in court to be branded as a disaster, would reflect poorly on his judgment as a sovereign. The system noted, host, you are astute. In truth, the Minister of Works has long since allied himself with Prince Yong, who has instructed him to undermine you. The emperor furrowed his brow and cast a discontented glance at his third son, while Prince Yong remained oblivious.
Que j'ignore d'une prince Yong's direction.
But it was too far to discern any specifics. Does the Minister of Works have any secrets? If he impeaches me, I shall retaliate. There are indeed, host. He has committed numerous misdeeds. The flooding in the south and the military failures at the border are both tied to him. The emperor and his esteemed officials gasped in shock.
Que j'ignore gritait leur titre.
So, his petition was merely to shift his own blame onto her? The system continued. The severe flooding was exacerbated by the Minister of Works' greed. The flood control facilities appeared robust, but were actually shoddily constructed. When the deluge struck, they collapsed. After the disaster, he colluded with others to embezzle a substantial amount of disaster relief funds, resulting in countless people being displaced and suffering. The emperor nearly crushed the dragon head armrest in fury. Li Xuanguang. How dare he? Most officials with a shred of conscience glared at Li Xuanguang in outrage. Jin Yan was left in shock. To have embezzled funds before the flood and then profited from the disaster afterward. Was he planning to build a mausoleum with all that money? What was the situation regarding the military failures at the borders? The military officials pricked up their ears, subtly shifting closer to Jin Yan, eager not to miss a single detail. They had fought valiantly in battle, yet faced unexpected defeats against a minor nation, leading to the emperor's displeasure at hearing the reports. Upon the return of the border troops, they feared severe punishment. Now, to learn that a petty official had been the root of their troubles, how could they contain their anger? The system expressed disdain for Li Xuanguang's greed. The Minister of Works oversees the production of weapons and has been embezzling funds while producing substandard arms and armor. Such weapons are utterly ineffective, and how could one hope to win a battle with them? With a resounding crack, the emperor forcefully broke the armrest of the dragon throne. The attendant, Li Gonggong, gasped, "Your Majesty, please remain calm." The Prince of Yong was perplexed as to why his father, the emperor, appeared suddenly enraged, even to the extent of damaging the dragon throne. However, Li Xuanguang contemplated that the opportune moment had nearly arrived. Look, the emperor is incensed by the floods. If the blame can be placed on the lady of the Chu family, it would surely strip her of her dignity. Jin Yan gasped, "What a wretched maneuver. Did he pocket all that money for himself?" The system shook its head. No, no, no. Each time he siphons off funds, he retains merely a few tens of thousands of taels for his own benefit, while the rest is clandestinely delivered to the Prince of Yong to facilitate dealings with officials, maintain secret guards and assassins, and manage iron mines to produce weaponry. Iron mines, weaponry, private soldiers, everyone present understood the implications of these matters all too well. The Crown Prince and the others gasped in shock. The Emperor experienced a tumult of emotions in a mere moment. He had thought he could remain composed upon hearing the most outrageous of news, yet he found himself unable to suppress his seething fury.
Jin Yan,
Engrossed in conversation with the system, suddenly sensed an overwhelming silence in the grand hall. Upon raising her head, she noticed many individuals bowed their heads, the Emperor's furious visage leaving her bewildered as to what had transpired. "What is going on, sixth brother? Why is everyone silent?" The system was equally uncertain. Perhaps the severity of the floods has incensed the emperor, and the ministers fear punishment and are thus silent. The emperor took a deep breath, determined not to allow Jin Yan to perceive any irregularity. Otherwise, how could they continue to hear thoughts so openly in the future? He exchanged glances with others, prompting them to resume their discussions. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present," Li Xuanguang declared boldly, stepping forward with fervor. "Officials, in our dynasty, regardless of their noble lineage or humble origins, must diligently study the classics, understand the laws and principles of our realm, and undergo rigorous selection through the Imperial examinations. Only the finest among them can serve the nation. To appoint an ignorant woman to an official position is to dampen the aspirations of countless scholars wishing to serve our country. Moreover, having a woman in power is unprecedented. The floods in the south remain unresolved, and the border defeats are due to defying natural order. This woman is marked by misfortune, and if she continues to linger in the court, I fear our dynasty will never know peace. I beseech your Majesty to rescind the decree and dismiss the Chu lady from her office." Jin Yan was nearly beside herself with rage. How dare he steal her thunder? The Prince of Yong signaled discreetly, and officials from the Ningxuan Marquis residence, along with several officials loyal to the Prince of Yong, stepped forward in unison. "We implore your Majesty to rescind the decree and dismiss the Chu lady." The Emperor remained silent, casting a dark glance at the individuals who had stepped forward. Jin Yan grew anxious. "Sixth brother, quickly tell me where the evidence of the Minister of Works embezzlement is. I must confront him." The system promptly provided the information. "Host. There is a secret chamber in the Minister of Work study, where hidden compartments in the walls conceal his embezzlement records and correspondence with the Prince of Yong. The chamber also holds 3 large chests of gold and silver treasures, along with 5 chests of silver. These are his ill-gotten gains." At this moment, Jin Yan could hardly concern herself with whether the emperor would suspect the source of her intelligence. If necessary, she would simply attribute it to the Prince of Jing, claiming he had discovered it and informed her, albeit still under investigation out of fraternal loyalty. Chu Yiming stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I too have a memorial to present. I wish to accuse the Minister of Works, Li Xuanguang, of years of embezzlement. The severity of the southern floods and the repeated defeats at the borders are due to his corruption, using inferior materials in place of quality ones." Jin Yan thought, "Father, why did you steal my lines?" Chu Yiming retorted, "I did it to shield you from hatred, fearful that the Prince of Yong might lack sufficient grounds to ruin you." Li Xuanguang felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His actions had been covert, and he had meticulously arranged everything. They all shared in his fortune and misfortune. How could the Chancellor possibly know? Perhaps, in a bid to defend his daughter, he was merely speaking recklessly. He could not possibly possess evidence. With this thought, Li Xuanguang breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining his composure. "Lord Chu, your paternal concerns are commendable. Yet, as the head of the officials, how can you slander me to protect your daughter? How can you bear to wear that official cap on your head?" Chu Yiming chuckled coldly. "Your Majesty, the evidence lies within the secret chamber of the Minister of Work study. The records of his embezzlement, and the funds are hidden there. Whether it is true or false, your majesty can dispatch someone to investigate. Li Xuanguang, unable to maintain his composure, collapsed to the ground. Your majesty, I am wronged. How can one rely solely on the words of the Chancellor's family to investigate a court official like a criminal? The emperor feigned calmness, attempting to soothe him. There is no need for you to panic, my dear minister. Li Xuanguang raised his head with hope. Look, doesn't it resemble a dog? If you are truly innocent, why worry about the Imperial guards and the Dali temple visiting your residence? The emperor smiled, yet the mirth did not reach his eyes. The chief of the Dali temple and the commander of the Imperial guard stepped forward, promptly organizing their forces to surround the Minister of Works' residence for a thorough search. From his earlier observations, the chief of the Dali temple and the commander of the Imperial guards could hear Jin Yan's thoughts, and both were his trusted confidants. Thus incapable of betraying him, the two departed to carry out their orders. At that moment, Li Xuanguang resembled a mouse that had encountered a cat, trembling on the ground. The officials who had stood behind him felt an impending sense of doom. The Prince of Yong was anxious. Should this be uncovered, the Minister of Works, a valuable pawn, would be rendered useless. However, he could not reveal any signs of distress. The Emperor's swift actions indicated that Chancellor Chu had likely conferred with him beforehand. If he were to step forward to plead for the Minister of Works, he feared he too might be implicated. Li Xuanguang cast a furtive glance at the Prince of Yong, only to find him deliberately avoiding eye contact, igniting an unnameable fury within him. He had served the prince loyally, delivering over 1,000,000 taels of silver, yet now he faced calamity, while the prince appeared ready to abandon him. How foolish! He had kept a backup. All correspondence had not been destroyed, but instead concealed in hidden compartments. If these were not discovered, he would personally offer them up, if only to secure a glimmer of hope for his family. Jin Yan felt a wave of elation wash over her. Look, sixth brother. The Minister of Works is sprawled on the ground like a dog. The system enthusiastically replied, Indeed, host, he likely never anticipated such a day would come. He. My father is truly formidable. Had it been me confronting the Minister of Works, I might have stammered for ages. The moment my father intervened, the Emperor believed him, without hesitation. Indeed, your father was already privy to the Emperor's secret edict to investigate whether officials were obstructing the resolution of the floods. How could the Emperor's own emissaries be doubted? Seeing this little rascal quickly win her favor with mere words, Chu Yiming felt a sense of contentment wash over him. He found solace even amidst the Prince of Yong's glaring daggers aimed at him. At that moment, the Emperor and the other officials regarded Jin Yan as if she were a treasured gem. On her very first day in court, she had exposed a parasite within the bureaucracy. Well done, little Lord Chu. Jin Yan stood, feeling her legs grow weary. Sixth brother, how long does the morning court usually last? My legs are aching. Why hasn't it concluded yet? Upon hearing this, the Emperor signaled to Eunuch Li. If there are matters to be presented, step forward. If not,
The court is dismissed.
naturally, no one dared to speak up. Those who could hear thoughts were wise enough to recognize the situation, while those who couldn't were frightened into silence by the Minister of Works' predicament, fearing retribution. The Emperor commanded, Crown Prince, you and the Chancellor take some men and escort Li Xuanguang to his residence to oversee the progress. Third brother, come with me. He cast another glance at Eunuch Li, handing him the gilded dragon head. Attach it back. The individuals departed, each following their orders. After the court session, Jin Yan felt as though she had just finished work, her spirits soaring. She lingered at the door for a moment until Prince Jing emerged, walking straight toward her. Little Lord Chu, Chancellor Chu has official business to attend to. Allow me to escort you to the palace gate. Jin Yan dared not meet his gaze, but felt an exhilarating urge to leap with joy within her. Sixth brother, ah. Indeed, attending court proved to be a fortuitous decision, as my beloved deity graced me with his presence during my comings and goings, serving as my gallant protector. I had never dared to dream that such a day would dawn upon me. The system rejoiced for her. Host, all of this is your own hard-earned merit. Your charm knows no bounds. Yet, amidst the excitement, one must not forget the more pressing matters at hand. Jin Yan led the Prince of Jing to a secluded spot, producing 2 porcelain vials to present to him, reiterating the monk's words regarding the medicinal gifts. This vial contains pills. You shall consume one, and so shall the beloved concubine, ensuring immunity to all poisons for a year. The other vial holds a superior wound ointment, particularly effective for external injuries. Your previous wounds remain unhealed. Do apply it upon your return, and you shall recover swiftly. She had even considered the needs of the Empress Mother. The Prince of Jing grasped the 2 vials, as if something deep within him had been gently stirred. Normally eloquent, he now found his throat choked, unable to utter a single word. What had he done to deserve such genuine regard from Miss Chu? In a show of sincerity, the prince swallowed his pill whole. Jin Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. See how much my deity trusts me. The system chimed in. He is likely overwhelmed with emotion. You are truly remarkable. Miss Chu, what are your desires? Such a precious gift. I feel unworthy of it. At this moment, the prince regretted not having inquired about Jin Yan's preferences beforehand. Jin Yan's mind pondered you. Yet her lips spoke. I have a fondness for monkeys. The prince's eyes brightened. Perfect, he had just the gift in mind. After assisting Jin Yan into her carriage, he proceeded to the palace to deliver the medicines to the empress mother. The beloved concubine Lian was both astonished and touched. This child, such a valuable gift, should be kept for herself. The martial concubine, whom I had previously rebuffed, had now become inconsequential. A single pill could grant immunity for a year. Surely, it would be wiser for Jin Yan to reserve it for herself, for the following year. The prince chuckled softly. Mother need not worry. Miss Chu possesses her own means of self-defense. She has no need for this pill. The chancellor and his wife have already consumed theirs. This is a token of Miss Chu's heartfelt intention, so do not let it go to waste. Concubine Lian, having not encountered such unfeigned sentiments in a long time, felt a twinge of shame. Her appreciation for Jin Yan stemmed solely from her son's affection. Her pursuit of marriage was primarily for her son's safety and future, never considering Jin Yan's own wishes. A modicum of kindness and admiration had been met with such earnestness, leaving her feeling undeserving. I understand your sentiments, mother, but do rest assured, Miss Chu's sincerity towards us shall be met with my utmost devotion in return. Concubine Lian tenderly patted her son's head. Good child. Upon returning home, Jin Yan had scarcely settled when Lan Yu eagerly inquired about the happenings in court. Jin Yan, aware of her mother's concerns, sought to reassure her by recounting how she had been impeached today, only for her father to counterattack with a single document, detailing the impending downfall of those involved. Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji were left in stunned silence, realizing the court held such intrigue. However, they understood that their father had not investigated beforehand, but rather had been attuned to their younger sister's sentiments. If that were the case, then surely their sister was a nemesis of corrupt officials, a born worker of the court. When Lan Yu, having learned of her husband shielding their daughter, felt a tad relieved. Their daughter had already been marked by the Prince of Yong. Now, with the prince suffering a significant setback, if they allowed their daughter to advocate for justice, the prince's faction would stop at nothing to eliminate her. Even with the system's protection, she, as a mother, dared not gamble with her daughter's life. Having fulfilled her filial duties, Jin Yan eagerly engaged the system to relay the subsequent events regarding the Minister of Works. Chapter 21. The Fortuitous Man. The chief of the Dali Temple and his associates are frantically searching for the mechanism in the study, but cannot locate it. The commander of the Imperial Guard, frustrated by his subordinate's constant hindrance, kicked him out. Oh, that subordinate knocked over a row of books on the shelf, but one book stubbornly remained upright, revealing the mechanism. Excellent. They are now entering the secret chamber. The commander searched the walls for hidden compartments, feeling every inch, yet found nothing. He resorted to kicking the same subordinate again. But this time, his efforts bore no fruit. The chief of the Dali Temple discovered treasures within the secret chamber and began to transport them out. So much wealth. It is the first time I have witnessed the tangible embodiment of jewels and riches. Alas, too bad you cannot see it. It truly is a sight to behold. Jin Yan rolled her eyes slightly in disdain, yet she too wished to witness it. Did they find the hidden compartment? Surely, they cannot allow the Prince of Yong to escape unscathed? The system responded, do not fret, they are on the verge of uncovering the mechanism. Splendid. That subordinate, feeling wronged after being kicked, retaliated by kicking the adjacent wall, causing the hidden compartment to spring open. Jin Yan nearly burst into laughter. That subordinate must be of great utility. He certainly possesses a special knack for luck. The system, amused, replied, indeed. Both the commander and the chief of the Dali Temple were left dumbfounded. The latter considered that this lad might be suitable for investigative work, contemplating recruiting him. After a moment of laughter, Jin Yan felt a pang of regret. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, the Minister of Works cannot escape. It is unfortunate that the loot they uncovered is but a drop in the ocean. The real treasures lie with the Prince of Yong. I wonder if the Emperor can truly summon the resolve to act justly against Qin. The system reassured her. Fear not, host. The Emperor has already accessed the National Treasury to provide disaster relief. transferring matters at the borders to the Ministry of War for investigation. He is a wise ruler concerned for the populace and shall not spare the Prince of Yong. Jin Yan felt a slight alleviation in her spirits. Having grown up in a peaceful modernity and now residing in a nation that values humanity, the sordid affairs of corrupt officials often left her wishing to toss them a mere peanut. Thankfully, she had not found herself in the realm of a feckless emperor, for that would indeed have been perilous for her. In the afternoon, a deluge of rewards arrived at the palace: gold, jewels, and ornaments. Jin Yan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing them. Old Six, these rewards couldn't possibly have been confiscated from the Minister of Works, could they? The system clarified no. They were personally gifted by concubine Lian, likely as thanks for the pills you presented. How does a mere concubine possess such wealth? The duchy behind concubine Lian is incredibly affluent. She is the only daughter among her peers, exceptionally beautiful and favored, having entered the palace with a substantial dowry. Never lacking in funds, far wealthier than the emperor.
Que Jin Yan exclame, "My goodness!"
Have I latched onto a golden thigh, the genuine kind? These rewards seamlessly found their way into Jin Yan's private treasury. Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji gazed upon her enviously. Their younger sister had now ascended to the status of the wealthiest among them. In the Imperial Palace, within the Imperial study, moments after the Prince of Yong's departure, the chief of the Dali Temple, the commander of the Imperial Guard, the Crown Prince, and the Chancellor all arrived. The Emperor perused the letters one by one. Having mentally prepared himself, the sight of the evidence now brought him tranquility. My good son, truly capable. He tossed the completed letters onto the desk. You are to investigate discreetly. Gather the evidence without alerting the prey. Today, the matter of private soldiers and iron mines mentioned by young Master Chu requires covert inquiry. I have dispatched the Prince of Yong to the northwest to sever all ties with him in the capital. Upon his return, I shall present my good son with a grand gift. The Emperor's tone was calm, yet the implication sent shivers through those present, who bowed their heads in response. The Crown Prince hesitated momentarily before choosing silence. The actions of his third brother were indeed excessive, rendering any plea for mercy unwarranted. The Emperor's stance was unmistakably clear, particularly with the multitude of hidden transgressions lurking beneath the surface. It was likely that the life of the third brother was in peril. Chu Yiming felt his emotions oscillate throughout the day. The workload was comparable to any other day, yet he felt utterly exhausted. This was merely the first day of Yenner attending court. In the days to come, how shall he manage?
Prix ministère que.
This prince happens to have business with Miss Chu. May I accompany you? The Prince of Jing stood by the roadside, holding a large cage draped in black cloth. Chu Yiming felt a flicker of consolation, realizing that at least his daughter was not the only one burdened with concern. Your Highness, please. The sounds of something rustling and bouncing within the cage were impossible to ignore in the stillness of the carriage. Chu Yiming cast a few sidelong glances and couldn't help but inquire, Your Highness, what is this? The Prince of Jing smiled mysteriously. It is a gift I intend to present to Miss Chu. Upon recalling the rumored peculiarities of the prince's tastes, Chu Yiming felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Although young ladies may have their whims, they generally favor conventional gifts. Your Highness might be mistaken in Miss Yan's preferences. Fear not, Prime Minister. I am certain this gift aligns with Miss Chu's wishes and will not disappoint. The prince replied with unwavering confidence.
Que Yiming's appréhension dépende.
What if the prince sent something bizarre that frightened his wife and himself? Suddenly, a series of frantic sounds erupted from the cage, the commotion escalating to a palpable agitation. The prince's expression hardened as he seized Chu Yiming's arm, forcefully pressing him against the side of the carriage. In the next moment, a glinting arrow pierced through the carriage, embedding itself in the floor, its fletching trembling ominously. The force was sufficient to leave the Prime Minister, who had been seated there moments before, feeling a deep chill. The prince's hidden guards sprang into action, two of them pursuing the direction of the arrow to chase down the assassin. The carriage, traversing the bustling marketplace, startled the horses and pedestrians alike, inciting considerable chaos. Another 2 arrows whizzed through the air. The coachman struggled to regain control of the frightened horses. Remaining in the carriage any longer could render them sitting ducks. The prince pulled Chu Yiming from the carriage, brandishing his sword to deflect 2 or 3 arrows. Knowing he was no match for combat, Chu Yiming took refuge behind the carriage, attempting to shield himself from the hidden threats. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his arm. He glanced down to find a silver needle embedded in his flesh. Poison needle. Your Highness, be cautious. The hidden assassin, having accomplished their goal, swiftly retreated among the crowd. But due to the delay caused by the poison needle, they were pursued and engaged by the prince's guards. Realizing escape was futile, the assassin bit down on their poison pouch, succumbing to the effects within moments. The prince's brow furrowed in concern. They had begun their retaliation. Having served in office for many years, Chu Yiming had never experienced such a level of assassination attempt, and his heart raced with the fear that he might perish at any moment. Thankfully, this wave of attackers was the only one on the road. Upon returning to the minister's residence, Chu Yiming, pale and weak, collapsed into his wife's embrace. "My dear, you and the children must be cautious. Do not venture outside today. It is far too dangerous." Tears brimmed in Wen Yu's eyes as she, disregarding the prince's presence, comforted her husband. "Rest assured, my love. Should anything happen to you, I shall spare no expense to hire assassins to avenge you upon the Prince of Yong." Chapter 22. Unmasking the Drama, Chu Lingji in Peril. Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji had not anticipated that their family would reach such a point of no return with the Prince of Yong. With reddened eyes, they declared, "Father, we will take care of mother and our little sister." The Prince of Jing, standing nearby with the cage, felt for the first time as though his presence was as insignificant as dust. "Look, old six, how cunning my father is. He was merely pricked by a poison needle, having consumed an antidote that renders him immune to poisons, yet he pretends to deceive mother without any sign of distress."
Jin Yan,
Silently observing her father's act from the doorway, couldn't help but scoff. The system noted, "This must be what is referred to as marital playfulness, host. You should take notes." Chu Jin Yan shook her head. "Old six, don't twist idioms. Just wait. I am going to expose my father and show you what true playfulness looks like." The prince stifled a laugh, his shoulders subtly shaking.
Miske,
"There is no need for you to reveal anything." When Yu, her expression devoid of emotion, gently wiped away her tears and, with a swift motion, tossed her husband's head onto the ground, even stepping on it for good measure. "My dear, it was a misunderstanding. That poison needle truly hurt, and it is indeed dangerous outside. I did not intend to deceive you." Chu Yiming cried out in pain but dared not evade. Chu Lingji and Chu Lingfeng rolled their eyes and turned away. "Your Highness, please forgive our father. Do take a seat." Indeed, Chu Yiming had begun his performance the moment he entered, while the prince remained standing, without even a sip of water. Upon realizing that her mother had caught on,
Jin Yan chuckled.
"Did you see, old six? That was not playful, this is." The system was bewildered, utterly shocked by the complexity of human relationships.
Miske,
"Your timing is impeccable," the prince greeted Chu Jin Yan. "It is New Year. Thankfully, I attended court, otherwise, how could I have encountered my idols so many times in one day?" With a skip in her step, Chu Jin Yan entered and seated herself opposite the prince, maintaining a physical distance while secretly admiring his handsome visage. Her eyes quickly fell upon the large black cage at the prince's feet. "What is this?" The prince approached. "It is a gift for Miss Chu. Let us unveil it." In truth, there was no need for a gift. His mere existence was the greatest present to Chu Jin Yan. The other four were equally intrigued, silently observing the unfolding scene. As the black cloth was lifted, Chu Jin Yan stood frozen for 2 seconds. Then, with her fists clenched against her mouth, she silently screamed, excitedly spinning in place and stamping her feet. Seeing her reaction, the prince breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared Miss Chu truly adored the gift. "How adorable!" the system exclaimed. A small, glossy, golden-haired baby monkey was nestled on a branch within the cage, holding an apple and curiously tilting its head to observe the peculiar human before it. Chu Jin Yan twirled in delight, her eyes sparkling. "Can I open the cage?" The prince nodded. "It will not harm you." Chu Jin Yan opened the cage, extending her hand inside. "Little one, you shall follow me from now on. I will not treat you poorly. If you understand me, shake my hand." The baby monkey, with its round, gleaming eyes, regarded her for a moment, sensing the kindness radiating from her, and promptly hopped onto her hand. Once outside the cage, it appeared a tad anxious, climbing onto her shoulder and nestling against her neck. Chu Jin Yan was now beaming with joy, gazing directly at the prince. "Thank you, your highness." Her voice was filled with unrestrained delight. The prince was somewhat taken aback. It is the most alert and charming among the group. Although it does not harm, it has never been so close to a human before. It seems there is a bond between it and Miss Chu. Chu Jin Yan gently stroked the monkey's fur, feeling a long-lost sense of security. This was a national first-class protected species, and having traversed into this world, one could say she was nurturing a protected animal. Wen Yu couldn't help but lean in to admire. This little creature was indeed adorable, with a round head, large eyes, and fur that shimmered like golden threads. Small enough to be cradled in both hands. Suddenly, Jin Yan had a thought. May I name it? The prince chuckled, of course. Then it settled. I shall call it Qi Tian de Sheng. Its nickname shall be Sun Wukong. Jin Yan raised her hands high, celebrating the name as though lifting Simba. What a grand name, the prince commended. The system, enviously observing, thought, I wish I could touch it too. If only it could level up to tier 3 more quickly. After imparting some advice on monkey care, the prince took his leave. Jin Yan cradled the little monkey as she returned to her courtyard. The two courtyards were interconnected, with a side corridor linking all the rooms. The central yard was adorned with numerous flowering trees and fruit-bearing plants, interspersed with swings, ropes, and 2 small hanging chairs. Look! Qi Tian de Sheng, this is the empire I have built for you, Jin Yan declared with exuberance. The little monkey chirped excitedly in response. Though this territory was not as vast as its home, the environment was far superior. Yan retreated to her room, immersing herself in the creation of meticulous blueprints. And soon enough, she had sketched a luxurious treehouse. This was the tree-themed villa of the great sage, Qi Tian de Sheng. Mother, please find a craftsman to bring this to life as swiftly as possible. Before dinner, Yan handed her carefully hand-drawn plans to Yu. Upon examining the drawings, Yu found herself at a loss. The illustrations appeared as a dark, formless mass, utterly indecipherable. Dear, how about I summon a craftsman? You can articulate your requirements and let them illustrate it instead? Upon hearing this, Lingji immediately leaned in for a closer look, bursting into a fit of raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. This is what you drew, little sister? A chicken's claw dipped in ink would make a better impression than this. Ha ha ha. Do you really intend to show this to a craftsman? They might mistake it for a pancake. He laughed so hard that he could no longer stand upright, collapsing to the floor in mirth. When Yu, exasperated, kicked her son, but he was too caught up in his enthusiasm to notice, still clutching at her skirt. Mother, your gentle words are lost on her. Little sister simply cannot comprehend. Next time, just tell her outright that her drawing is exceedingly ugly. Ha ha ha. Juanyan's fists clenched in frustration. 6th brother, expose any shameful secrets about my 2nd brother. I wish to see him utterly disgraced. The system promptly replied, indeed, host. There are quite a few. Your 2nd brother possesses a certain talent for drawing, yet he is utterly incapable of studying. He is a complete academic underachiever. The rigorous coursework at the Guozijian overwhelms him, and instead of studying, he delegates all his assignments to the servant, Nantong. However, one cannot fake exams. He has ranked last in 3 consecutive tests and, fearing your father's wrath, had Nantong forge a paper in the teacher's handwriting to pass off as his own, while the genuine exam paper remains hidden in the study drawer, undiscovered to this day. At this moment, Lingji was frozen in place, his laughter stifled, resembling a chicken with its neck grasped. It was over. Yiming regarded him with the eyes of a man staring at a corpse. Chapter 23. Lingji faces a dreadful mixed double whammy, with the assassin holding all the cards. Lingfeng could only sigh in exasperation. You, my son, never seem to learn from your misfortunes. You deserve this lesson. Father, my 2nd brother has been falsifying his grades and has had Nantong complete his assignments. He has hidden his failing papers in the study drawer, Wanyan declared without hesitation. Lingji forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Father, do you truly believe what my little sister claims? Yiming was both furious and amused. When Yu timely presented a sleek, ebony ruler. My lord, please strike with a bit more force. Lingji stared in disbelief at his once gentle mother. Mother, are you truly my mother?
Not only do you not stop, father,
but you also hand him a ruler. When Yu chuckled and drew out a stick. Do you question whether I am your true mother? The pre-dinner appetizer turned into a chaotic, mixed double session. Lingji's bottom was so swollen that he could only stand to eat, tears flowing uncontrollably.
Que Yiming snortait disdainfully.
If you genuinely cannot grasp your studies, as long as you try your best, I will not blame you. However, you must never resort to deceit. To belittle the weak, have you forgotten the integrity I taught you? Though Juanyan's drawing skills were lacking, could you match her agility? Employ your strengths to exploit your opponent's weaknesses, not to flaunt your arrogance. I shall deduct half of your monthly allowance. Lingji clutched his bowl, afraid to take any food, feeling utterly wronged and silent. The atmosphere at the dining table grew exceedingly tense. Wanyan internally vented to the system. Is he truly lacking in common sense? After being thrashed just last time, how dare he mock me again? Does he not fear being strung up in a tree? The system responded, Host, your 2nd brother indeed lacks a proper sense of caution. He is incapable of remembering the unpleasant. For instance, he has been caught cheating by the teachers at the Guozijian multiple times, yet he still dares to repeat his mistakes. He is a classmate from a poor background who consistently borrows money, paper, and paint from him, never returning anything. Yet when this classmate asks, he readily gives. And then there's Lu Yunyun. After witnessing her act intimately with your elder brother, he has never thought much of it. Later, when Lu Yunyun pursued the Prince of Yong, her promises turned to dust, yet he still intended to continue harboring feelings for her to fulfill her happiness. And as for your father, after thrashing him today, do you truly believe he won't mock you again? Rest assured he will.
Que Ling Feng interjected.
Why am I being dragged into this? I have done nothing to provoke you. Chu Wanyan replied, sixth brother. Now that you mention it, I almost feel a pang of sympathy for him. Chu Lingji glared fiercely. I do not need your sympathy. Chu Yiming and Wen Lanyu trembled as they served food. He is our own flesh and blood. We mustn't go too far. After all, he is still our son. We must endure. We cannot simply abandon him. That evening, Chu Wanyan found her way into Chu Lingji's courtyard. Chu Lingji was sprawled on his bed, engrossed in a novel, grimacing in pain, not from the plot, but from the medicine applied to his bruised posterior. Nantung sighed, second young master. You must complete your own assignments from now on. The master has stated that if I assist you further, my allowance will also be deducted. Chu Lingji's expression grew even more woeful. All of this is little sister's fault. Why blame me? You brought this upon yourself. Chu Wanyan crouched by the window, a monkey perched upon her shoulder. In just a few short hours, the two had forged an initial bond of companionship. What brings you here?
Que Lingxi nearly shrieked.
Chu Wanyan leaped down from the windowsill and approached him, causing Nantung to hastily step aside. In his haste, he forgot to pull up Chu Lingji's trousers. His swollen, crimson backside was on full display. TSK, TSK, TSK. Quite the sight. Chu Wanyan shook her head in judgment. The system chimed in. Who could argue with that? Even the great sage's posterior pales in comparison. The great sage emitted a couple of squeaks, seemingly in disagreement. Nantung rushed to pull up the second young master's trousers. Heavens! What if the third miss sees the second young masteress behind? Chu Wanyan observed Nantung's fair complexion and suddenly had a flash of insight. Sixth brother. Could it be that Nantung is a homosexual? He certainly has an appealing appearance. And he even wipes second brother's bottom. Could it be that he has feelings for my second brother? Nantung, who had not grasped the earlier conversation, finally understood the last remark and collapsed to his knees. Indeed. Host, but he has no interest in your second brother. Nantung prefers someone more robust and masculine, while your second brother.
Que Lingxi interjected.
Who are you looking down upon? Do I lack masculinity? What about you, a mere ethereal being? Chu Wanyan replied, well, it appears that even second brother's backside is of no interest to anyone. A profound humiliation washed over Chu Lingji, who glared at Nantung, who trembled in response but felt helpless. Young master, a forced affection is never sweet. Chu Wanyan cleared her throat, sitting at the bedside. Second brother. I know you possess exceptional drawing skills. Look, the Prince Jing is strikingly handsome, with a demeanor that captivates all. No earthly medium could contain his beauty. However, if you could capture even a fraction of his charm, wouldn't the world sing your praises? Those noble young ladies enamored with Prince Jing would surely regard you with newfound admiration and reverence. Chu Lingji's anger began to dissipate as he contemplated this, realizing the merit in her words. However, he quickly recovered. I would never fall for your trickery. How would it look for a grown man to draw Prince Jing? If portraying Prince Jing is out of the question, surely the great sage's tree-themed villa can be captured well. Perhaps I could also paint the great sage himself, and boast to my classmates and the daughters of noble families that this is my second brother's masterpiece. They would undoubtedly be in awe. As Chu Lingji envisioned the scene, he couldn't help but smile. The whisper of temptation continued. Once you gain fame, does it truly matter if your grades are poor? Father will still take pride in you, won't he? Indeed. If he were successful, father would certainly cease to punish him.
Que Lingxi forced a smile, conceding, all right.
I shall only paint one piece, no more than that. My monthly allowance has been deducted, and I must conserve my paint. At that moment, Chu Jin Yan gazed at him with an expression of profound affection. Very well, just one it is. Old 6, I shall no longer torment him. Chu Lingji raised his chin with a sense of pride. Ha, you little rascal. Even before he began to paint, his skills had already captivated his younger sister. The system concurred. Indeed, what satisfaction can one derive from bullying a fool? Nantung commented, young master, may fortune favor you. Soon, A vividly lifelike portrait of the Monkey King emerged. Both Jin Yan and the Monkey King were exceedingly pleased. And what of the luxurious treehouse, second brother? You won't renege on that, will you? Lingji recalled that he had indeed mentioned the treehouse before the monkey. Very well. Since I have already begrudgingly spent on one painting, another shall not be too much of a burden. After Jin Yan had long departed, Lingji lay on his pillow, drifting between dreams and wakefulness, when suddenly he jolted awake. Wait a moment. Am I to be punished for her betrayal? How dare she coax me into painting two pieces? Outside, Nan-tung, who had been dozing at his post, sighed and returned to his slumber. He had grown accustomed to it. The second young master was only truly awake in his dreams at night. Upon waking in the morning, he forgot everything. That night, a spy returned to report. My lord. When Chancellor Chu alighted from his carriage, he appeared pale and was assisted inside by his wife. Subsequently, the gates of the Chancellor's residence were tightly shut, and servants were not permitted to enter or exit at will. A physician was summoned. It is certain that Chancellor Chu has suffered from poisoning. The person of high status smirked. Excellent. Tomorrow shall mark the demise of Chu Yiming. The next day, Chu Yiming arrived at the palace at the usual hour, and indeed, Jin Yan was already waiting for him in the carriage. Come sit beside me, father. As Chancellor, you ought to be more punctual than I, Jin Yan urged. Chu Yiming rolled his eyes. Is that what you call punctuality? You are merely eager to see men. It must be said, while rolling one's eyes may lack elegance, it can be quite effective at times. Jin Yan scrutinized the brand-new carriage. This carriage isn't is it? Wasn't he the previous one punctured with several holes? It was sent by His Royal Highness, the Silent King, and the carriage has been reinforced. He also dispatched 2 individuals to provide covert protection for me. Chu Yiming felt a wave of gratitude. One must admit, having such a son-in-law feels rather commendable. Upon disembarking at the palace gates, Chu Yiming observed the expression of Duke Wu Wenhao of Ningxun, whose mouth hung agape, as if he had seen a ghost. Duke Wu, why do you bear such an exaggerated expression upon seeing me? Chu Yiming surmised that he must have been involved in the fray from the previous day.
Que j'ignore.
Eager to proceed inside to meet the Silent King, impatiently tugged at her father. Father, why are you concerned with his mouth? Perhaps he has dislocated his jaw or suffered a stroke. Duke Wu growled. You wretched girl. Say that again. He snapped his jaw shut and glared fiercely at them. Though he had succeeded, why did Chancellor Chu appear unaffected? As the daily ritual commenced, Jin Yan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, yet found herself drowsy. Having played with the Monkey King longer than intended the previous night, when the Emperor entered to pay his respects, she swayed precariously, standing out among the straight-backed officials. Beside her, Foam Tianji yanked her down. Initially, he had intended to keep his distance from the young lady to avoid trouble, but given her vibrant spirit and good fortune, it seemed wise to cultivate a connection. Jin Yan, not paying attention, suddenly fell to her knees, wincing in pain as she realized everyone else was kneeling. She discreetly rubbed her knee and glanced at Foam Tianji, whispering, Lord Foam, I appreciate your good intentions, but next time, a gentle kick would suffice. Being pulled down like that has left my knees aching. If I lose my balance, I might just topple over, making me even more conspicuous. Foam Tianji felt a twinge of embarrassment. I promise to be more careful next time. Witnessing the scene, the Emperor observed, the ministers are deliberating on state affairs, while Jin Yan stands dozing, swaying amidst the ranks of upright officials. He had never favored such disruptive behavior, but, recalling the 30,000 taels of silver that had entered the treasury the previous day, found Jin Yan increasingly agreeable, choosing to overlook her indiscretions. Host, do not sleep. Your father is glaring at you. Jin Yan sighed, but I am so tired. I cannot help it. Let me share an exhilarating tidbit to awaken you. Many ministers jolted in surprise. It had begun. Jin Yan perked up at the mention of something exciting. Speak quickly. The system continued. Do you see that particularly grim man ahead? The Deputy Minister of Personnel, Zhang Yong, has been cuckolded by his own son. Many eyes shifted discreetly towards Zhang Yong. Even the drowsy king of awakening widened his gaze.
Que Jin Yan exclaimed. Wow.
That is indeed thrilling. Details, please. It is said that Zhang Yong favors voluptuous women with ample bosoms and curvaceous figures, and he has kept 18 concubines in his household, each one more enchanting than the last. In his youth, he indulged in excess, but now, as age catches up with him, he cannot keep up with his desires and has neglected his harem. Yet, his concubines are all in their 20s, unable to withstand the loneliness. At this juncture, Zhang Yong's eldest son, Jiang Ke appeared. He is the only son of Madame Jiang and is greatly favored. This young man, unlike his father, is not interested in young maidens but has developed a fondness for mature women, sharing his father's tastes. With so many concubines at his disposal, he could not help but pursue each one, ultimately sleeping with them all. Many ministers regarded Jiang Yong with a tinge of pity. It was indeed a tragic fate to be cuckolded by one's own son. The emperor's focus, however, lay elsewhere. The salary of the deputy minister is not particularly high. How could he afford to maintain 18 concubines while indulging in extravagance? Even my own concubines do not number so many. After the court session, he commanded an investigation. If fortune smiled upon them, the treasury might receive an unexpected influx. Jiang Yong remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing on the horizon.
Que Jin Yan felt invigorated.
And a light bulb went off in her mind. Old 6, is it costly to keep beauties? I find myself rather affluent at present. Surely maintaining a few to admire in the courtyard would not draw ire. Just imagine. Beautiful maidens serving me tea, massaging my shoulders, feeding me fruit, fanning me, and showering me with flattery. The mere thought of such a scene thrilled her. The Silent King remarked, "Every day, Miss Chu brings me delightful surprises."
Que you mean countered?
Every day, I am subjected to the shocks of this troublesome daughter. The system found merit in the idea. I support the host. With your current financial standing, maintaining a few beauties would be a trivial matter. Chu Jin Yan reveled in her delightful fantasies. However, upon returning home, her private treasury keys were confiscated by Wen Lanyu. Mother.
Why?
Wen Lanyu did not wish to witness the disconcerting sight of her daughter surrounded by beauties. At this juncture, you are expected to learn the management of household affairs, as soon you shall be wedded to the Prince of Jing. And it will be your responsibility to oversee the matters of the estate. If you do not engage in your studies, chaos will ensue. Once you have mastered the skills required, the key to the private treasury shall be entrusted to you. Chu Jinyan fell silent, for she was content with her monthly allowance. As a beauty, it sufficed to merely enjoy the free sights. She was already working, and now she was expected to study upon returning home. Even a dog would not tolerate such a burden. Upon Chu Yiming's return, he brought with him devastating news. Starting tomorrow, after court, you are to serve at the Hanlin Academy. Just days prior, he had worried about her adapting to court life, but today, it seemed she was too relaxed. Contemplating the care of a beauty. Chapter 25. A midnight raid on the enemy camp. What of the lewdness? The news of having to serve after court felt like a bolt from the blue. Chu Jinyan's greatest expectation was to rise early for court, catch a glimpse of the Prince of Jing, enjoy some gossip, and then return home. Now she was being told that her day was far from over. She had to work overtime. Chu Jinyan's expression twisted in disbelief. I serve? Are you not afraid I will dismantle the Hanlin Academy?
Que Yiming scoffed, dismantler.
At worst, I shall resign in disgrace and never set foot in the capital again, lest I be assassinated. Or perhaps the emperor, in his fury, would have our entire family beheaded. If the hard approach fails, we shall resort to a softer one. Chu Jinyan, feeling wronged, crouched by Chu Yiming's feet, tugging at his robe. Father, you know I have never harbored great ambitions. My eagerness for court is solely for the Prince of Jing. I truly do not wish to serve. Jinyan, you are enjoying the fruits of the emperor's labor. It is your duty to serve him. Since you have reached this position, endure a while longer. Once you are wed to the prince, you can request the emperor to relieve you of your duties, thus avoiding any offense against him while fulfilling your responsibilities. Am I right? Chu Jinyan was inclined to heed her mother's words, for her mother, though appearing gentle and amiable, possessed a rather fierce nature. If she caused too much of a ruckus, she might face repercussions.
Que Jin Yan reluctantly nodded.
I can endure for at most half a year. After all, the wedding is next year. Chu Yiming cast a flirtatious glance at his wife. It appears my dear wife has her ways. Oh, I am truly miserable. In this wicked imperial society, one cannot even resign at will. The couple, the chancellor and his wife, were nearly struck dead by her audacity. How dare she utter such treasonous words? The system, powerless in such matters, sought to comfort the host with a favorable perspective. Host, consider this. You will only have to serve for half a year, with a break every 10 days, and you will have a set schedule. As for me, I am a system that operates year-round without rest, always at your beck and call, and I receive no benefits or bonuses. In comparison, does it not seem much more bearable? Indeed, happiness is often derived from comparison. With this perspective, Chu Jinyan felt her plight was not so dire after all. She merely needed to work a few days, with occasional rewards coming in. Sensing her mood lighten, Chu Yiming and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, Jin Yan was indulging in her body pillow resembling the Prince of Jing, deeply inhaling the essence of her idol, when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Miss, someone from the prince has come bearing a letter. Jin Yan jumped up in excitement. After delivering the letter, Xian discreetly departed. Hee, my dear sixth brother. See how precious my idol finds me? He sends me love letters even in the dead of night. The system interjected. Host, why not open it and see? A love letter? Unthinkable. Jin Yan tore open the envelope, unable to contain her starry-eyed excitement. Oh my idol's handwriting is exquisite. With a heart full of anticipation, she sat upright and began to read, her expression turning serious. The prince has acquired evidence against the Ningshan Marquis estate. Tonight, he will lead a raid to dismantle the hidden assassin's lair. The system could not help but praise. The prince is truly impressive. He has swiftly located the hideout. To conceal their operations, the Ningshan Marquis estate built a brothel above the lair, frequented by many high-ranking officials, leaving ordinary people oblivious to the hidden depths beneath. Using a brothel for concealment? Such an archaic tactic. Jin Yan exclaimed. The prince assures me not to worry. After today, the Ningshan Marquis estate will surely fall. And they will no longer be able to send assassins after me and my parents. His assertiveness is simply overwhelming. Although the system hesitated to dampen her spirits, it cautioned that hideout's entrance is well concealed, with no escape route, so the assassins and their leader will likely fight desperately for their survival. The prince is only accompanied by a single battalion of the Imperial Guard and 20 of his shadow guards. A direct confrontation may be precarious.
Que Jin Yan s'attracède.
Does that mean my idol is in danger? Oh, sixth brother, you are so capable. Can you ascertain the number and weaknesses of those in the hideout? I need to send a message to the prince's shadow guards. The system puffed up with pride. Of course. I am now a level 2 system. No longer the useless one from before. Following the system's guidance, Jin Yan began to write, only to be taken aback by her own handwriting. Goodness. I never thought my writing was so poor, but compared to my idol's, it's utterly disgraceful. Nevertheless, for the sake of my idol's safety, I shall endure this embarrassment. The system responded to each of her lines. Above, a shadow melded with the night, swiftly traversing the rooftop. Master, just now. Miss Chu divulged information regarding the Ningshan Marquis' assassin training hideout. The emperor received the report, scanning it swiftly. Immediately informed the fourth prince.
Yes.
The shadow guard, Long Qi, darted away with remarkable speed. Long Yi, take a team to support the prince. The emperor called out into the empty space. Soon, another barely perceptible sound of departure echoed from the imperial study. At the Ningshan Marquis estate, the empress and the third prince were consumed by ambition. For years, the emperor had believed his sons maintained a cordial relationship. He was in for quite a surprise. Jin Yan remained blissfully unaware that her preparations had been preempted by the emperor. She had explicitly noted in her letter that this information came from a wandering monk. Given that the monk's previous potion had been consumed without hesitation by the prince, she hoped he would trust this intelligence as well. She rushed to the main courtyard, calling softly to the rooftop. Prince's shadow guard, are you there? I have an urgent letter for the prince. Miss Chu, a voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling Jin Yan. The stealthy movement was truly shocking. The rumors of shadow guards being elusive were indeed true. Please deliver this letter to His Highness the Prince as swiftly as possible. Jin Yan handed the letter to the shadow guard, watching as he vanished in an instant. Wow, sixth brother, that wall running was so cool. I want to learn too. The system replied, Host, once you accumulate enough points to exchange for items, you can experience wall running without the need to train in martial arts. Alternatively, you could find a tall tree to jump from. I can activate a protective shield to ensure you won't get hurt, allowing you to experience the thrill of bungee jumping. That won't be necessary. Having done what she could, Jin Yan returned to her room, embracing her idol's pillow and drifting off to sleep. She had work tomorrow and needed her rest. The following morning, she awoke to the system reporting the successful completion of the raid. There were injuries on their side, but no fatalities, and the prince had remained unscathed, ready for court. In their carriage, Jin Yan listened eagerly as the system recounted the clever tactics employed by the prince during the previous night's raid, her appetite for buns increasing with every detail.
Que Yiming,
however, found it hard to watch. What with the drugs, the waterboarding, the poison gas, the persuasion, and the traps, how could the prince, who appeared so noble and ethereal, resort to such underhanded methods? Jin Yan retorted. What do you know? This is called effectively depleting the enemy's living forces, paving the way for our resounding victory. Today's court session was decidedly different from the previous days. As Jin Yan dismounted from her carriage, several officials eagerly approached her. Their greetings, not merely a courtesy extended due to her father's influence. Good morning, Lady Chu. Thank you for your hard work, Lady Chu. You appear quite spirited today.
Lady Ke.
She lifted her chin slightly, attempting to elevate her stature, and replied, Good morning, esteemed officials. Old Six, why is everyone so warm towards me today? System. Perhaps it is because the two principal offenders who offended you on the first day have had their homes raided. They might be fearful. Chapter 26. What is the cause of the Emperor's bad breath? In the presence of the dragon throne, the living seem almost dead. The officials exclaimed, Nonsense. I conduct myself with integrity. Why would I flatter Lady Chu out of fear of being raided? It is evident that Lady Chu's extraordinary abilities have swiftly eradicated two major nuisances to the populace within a mere 2 days. Jin Yan took her place firmly. Feng Tianji whispered, Lady Chu, the Chancellor has instructed me to take you to the Hanlin Academy today. Henceforth, you shall accompany me in my duties. Jin Yan appreciated her father's consideration in assigning her a familiar guide, making her transition into her duties somewhat easier. Then I shall rely on you, Lord Feng. She smiled warmly. Prince Jing greeted her as usual. Thank you, Lady Chu, for your invaluable support. You have not disappointed us. Without your intelligence, we would have undoubtedly suffered considerable losses last night and could not have captured the hideout in one fell swoop. Oh, it was the monk who informed me. I must also thank your highness for providing my father's guards, Jin Yan replied, relieved to see him unharmed and still handsome. Just as they exchanged a few words, the emperor arrived, prompting Prince Jing to return to his place. The first order of business during the morning court was for Prince Jing to announce the numerous crimes of the Ningxuan Marquis' estate. Not only had they colluded with the Minister of Works to accept bribes, but they also colluded with the governor of Yenzhou to operate private mines and enslave the surrounding villagers as laborers. Those who resisted faced the horrific fate of their villages being slaughtered to prevent information from leaking. All the villagers trapped in this scheme could only toil themselves to death in the mines. The weapons forged from the iron extracted were concealed in a bandit stronghold known as Guanglongjai, located on the outskirts of Yenzhou. The emperor had already vented his anger once the previous night, but hearing it again still ignited his fury. He promptly summoned the valiant General Guan Jinzhong to Yenzhou to eradicate the rebels and rescue the people. Jin Yan's worldview was once again shaken. Oh, my old Six, is Prince Yong truly so deranged? He regards human life as mere fodder and does not see the populace as subjects but rather as livestock. What right does he have to ascend the throne? Even if he were to become emperor, he would undoubtedly be a tyrant with a legacy of infamy. The system wholeheartedly agreed. He merely seeks supreme power without considering the responsibilities that accompany being the sovereign of the realm. Fortunately, his father is not like this. Otherwise, the nation would be doomed. Chu Yiming felt an overwhelming desire to faint on the spot. My daughter, I beseech you, cease your discussions about the emperor. Yet the emperor found great resonance in Jin Yan and old Six words. Should the third prince aspire to seize power, he ought to compete with the crown prince based on his merit rather than employing underhanded tactics that leave the great Sheng in tatters. He had diligently governed for over 40 years, believing himself inferior to the wise emperor, but he considered himself a benevolent ruler who cherished his people. Who could have foreseen that he would have such a detestable debt collector as a son? The Ningxuan Marquis' estate was finished. Both the Minister of Works and his deputy were imprisoned, awaiting execution or exile after a thorough investigation. In merely 2 days of court attendance, Lady Chu had seen the Minister of Works and the Ningxuan Marquis' estate dismantled. If she were to continue uncovering corruption, would not corrupt officials have nowhere to hide? Surely, Lady Chu must be a celestial savior sent to rescue the great Sheng. It was undoubtedly so. In an instant, countless officials gazed at Jin Yan with even greater fervor. The new Minister of Works was still en route from afar. In the interim, the affairs of the Ministry of Works would be jointly overseen by Prince Xing and Prince Jing. Prince Xing exclaimed, Your Majesty, are you jesting? Jin Yan nearly burst into laughter at this. Isn't Prince Xing perpetually in a state of slumber? Is there any difference between sending him to handle affairs and merely relocating him to another place to sleep? Prince Xing silently nodded, casting a look of complaint at his father. Indeed, the emperor retorted, Close your eyes and refrain from looking at this wretch. Jin Yan found the recent flood of news, whether concerning embezzlement or home raids, overwhelmingly heavy. Old Six, please share a humorous tale to lighten the mood. The system concurred, sensing that the host had been enduring a series of tumultuous events and needed some levity. Otherwise, her appetite would surely diminish. Host, would you care to hear about the emperor's amusing tale? Chu Jinyan's expression turned serious. I must hear it. The emperor remarked, is this wave directed at me? The officials perked up, keen to catch every detail. What could possibly be humorous regarding the emperor? The system chuckled mischievously. Your emperor experiences intermittent halitosis. He has always believed it to be due to indigestion from improper food, feeling embarrassed about his bad breath and reluctant to consult a physician. The emperor nearly choked on his own saliva. How could this be spoken of? The ministers murmured. So the emperor also suffers from bad breath? Chu Jinyan felt a tinge of disappointment. Old 6, while this is indeed a tale, where lies the humor? The system replied, do not rush. In truth, his halitosis is not due to bad food but is related to the empress. The empress?
Que Jin Yan un treste piqued.
The emperor sleeps heavily at night, snoring thunderously. The empress, thoroughly disgusted, devised a plan wherein she would stuff his mouth with a pair of worn, stinky socks before he awoke, and remove them just before he opened his eyes. Upon waking, the emperor would sense a foul odor in his mouth, never suspecting that he had been gnawing on a pair of smelly socks all night. Chu Jinyan stifled her laughter, her face contorted with mirth. Ha ha ha. This is killing me. His bad breath stems from stinky socks. How revolting. Ha ha ha. Her boisterous laughter echoed in the ears of the emperor and all those who could hear her thoughts. The emperor's complexion turned a ghastly shade, his emotions a tumultuous maelstrom, feeling quite nauseous. No, the more he thought about it, the more sickened he became. How audacious of the empress. She is no better than the third prince. The crown prince, Prince Xing, and Prince Jing thought, oh dear, it is impossible to look directly at our father's mouth now. Prince Jing resolved to maintain a distance when conversing with his father in the future. Many ministers experienced suspicious tremors in their shoulders. Even Eunuch Li, who stood beside the emperor, nearly burst into laughter. Chu Jinyan's eyes brimmed with tears of amusement. The system continued. Furthermore, the emperor is quite miserly. He forbids the disposal of any garments that remain wearable, insisting they be mended and reused. The consorts are permitted to have only one set of clothing made per quarter, and even that is every other year. Jewelry is almost non-existent, and the meals in the imperial kitchen are rather simplistic, limited to 5 dishes at most. He takes great pleasure in punishing the consorts and officials by deducting their salaries, all to save a few coins for the national treasury. Fortunately, there are few consorts in the harem, and most rely on their own finances, so it does not appear too shabby. The ministers murmured. No wonder the emperor was reluctant to select consorts and expand the harem. He simply cannot afford it. The emperor thought, oh no, this wave is still directed at me. Chu Jinyan began to laugh again. Why must a ruler be this frugal? How tragic. The system responded. It gets even worse. The emperor lives frugally, even supplementing the national treasury with his personal funds, yet the money remains insufficient. He provides for the soldiers on the borders, aids in domestic disaster relief, lowers taxes, and encourages agriculture, all intended to benefit the populace. However, the treasury remains empty. The people receive no benefits, and all the money ends up in the pockets of corrupt officials and Prince Yong. Is that not tragic? Though it is indeed tragic, it is also quite humorous. Chu Jinyan cast a sympathetic glance at the emperor. What a tale of woe. However, it is fortunate that the emperor's recent home raids may have recovered a small sum, albeit a mere drop in the bucket. The emperor sat slumped on the dragon throne, appearing serious on the surface, yet his spirit seemed to have vacated his body. Chapter 27. The Fury of the Trio. The local tycoon bribes the exam officials. As the morning court concluded, Feng Tianji respectfully addressed Chu Jinyan. Lady Chu, please. Chu Jinyan inquired. What is it? Isn't he my superior? Why does he seem to be trying to curry favor with me? The system responds, it must be because your father is the prime minister. He wants to ingratiate himself through you. Chu Jinyan frowned. That won't do. No matter how much he flatters me, I won't allow my father to benefit him. The grand tutor, passing by, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, young Master Chu has inherited the incorruptible character of Prime Minister Chu. This is a blessing for the great Sheng. Minister Feng, you are a superior, so there is no need to be so courteous to me, Chu Jinyan asserted with righteous indignation. Feng Tianji merely wished to bang his head against the ground. He respected young Master Chu's character, but he was also somewhat concerned that, if young Master Chu were displeased, he might end up as collateral damage. Just look at the emperor, nearly stripped bare. How dreadful it would be for young Master Chu and the other courtiers to find amusement in such a fate, which must not befall them. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, Young Master Chu has misunderstood. I am simply inherently polite. Let us proceed. Entering the Hamlin Academy for the first time, Jin Yan had expected a grand establishment, only to find it was just a rather ordinary building, not even as spacious and elegant as her own courtyard. Oh well, it's just a job. A workplace is merely a doghouse. Nothing can compare to one's golden nest. This room is designated as young Master Chu's exclusive office, filled with documents and books that require your organization. Upon hearing she had an independent office, Jin Yan initially felt quite pleased. Although the space was a bit cramped, once the door was closed, she could do as she pleased. However, a glance at the 3 towering bookshelves, brimming with books, made her smile freeze. All of this? Foam Tianji chuckled as he stroked his beard. Indeed. But do not worry, young Master Chu. There is no rush. You are new here, so take your time to familiarize yourself and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Oh, splendid. No rush. Take your time. Doesn't that mean I can leisurely procrastinate? Jin Yan flashed a knowing smile. Hee, thank you, Minister Foam, for your guidance. Many officials of lower ranks in the Hamlin Academy need not attend court. They were aware that the atmosphere was tense these past few days. But they were oblivious to the fact that it all revolved around Jin Yan. Compiler Zhang Wenda, with a tinge of envy, remarked, "What a charmed life. A mere woman can hold office and even attend court. If it weren't for her father being the prime minister, what right would she have to stand here? We have endured countless hardships and years of hard study to attain our positions. How unfair." Lu Qing echoed. It was a pity that the Minister of Works had articulated our sentiments. Jian Sheng sighed deeply.
Sure.
We shouldn't speak of this. Don't get me implicated. Lu Xingjing immediately halted the conversation, resolving to distance himself from these individuals. The Minister of Works was notorious for his actions, and the Emperor was furious. Even high-ranking officials wouldn't plead for him, as mere minor officials. Discussing such matters could lead to dire consequences if overheard by the wrong ears. While he disapproved of a woman using her connections to surpass the humble scholars, there were certain things that should be said and others that should remain unspoken. One should not consort with foolish individuals who lack discretion. Jin Yan was happily greeting her friendly colleagues when she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Old 6. Is someone gossiping about me behind my back? She was all too familiar with this sensation. Her colleagues replied, "Is young Master Chu speaking?" But she hasn't even opened her mouth. The system. Indeed, host, you are quite perceptive. Do you see those 3 individuals standing under the tree to the right? They're speaking ill of you, believing that you rely on your father, the Prime Minister, to hold office, and they are quite resentful. Jin Yan retorted boldly. My father insisted I take this position, as if I had any desire for it. Moreover, my position was conferred directly by the Emperor. Undoubtedly, because I possess some exceptional qualities that led to my selection. Otherwise, why is it that throughout history, among so many prime ministers, I am the only female official? Foam Tianji nodded inwardly. Although young Master Chu could be somewhat infatuated at times, she retained clarity of thought when it mattered. A few others, harboring some discontent, began to think that perhaps she had a point. Suddenly, one individual who intended to question Jin Yan found themselves unable to utter a word, breathless, nearly meeting their demise. Foam Tianji discreetly gestured for them to silence. Young Master Chu must be tired. Let us return to our tasks and allow her some rest. No revealing of secrets. Those who could not hear the inner thoughts believed they were witnessing some sort of collective performance art. How outrageous! To ostracize a colleague. Jin Yan nodded obediently. Thank you, Minister Foam, for your understanding. Tired, my foot. Old 6. Let us dig into those 3 individuals. They are gossiping about me, so I shall gossip about them in return. At this moment, Lu Xingjing felt immensely relieved. Thank goodness he had maintained his distance from Zhang Wenda and the others. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be among those about to be scrutinized. Oh, why do the feet that were originally set to disperse seem unable to move? Alas. He was walking a bit slowly today, but that was fine. One could take their time. As soon as the topic of gossip arose, the system was eager to oblige. Host, the dirt on those 3 is quite juicy. Let me start with Zhang Wenda. He was the one who initiated the gossip and hoped to collaborate with others to isolate you. Zhang Wenda comes from a wealthy family, particularly affluent. He has slandered you, claiming your official position is unjustly acquired, when in fact, he is even less deserving than you. Jin Yan ascended the stairs slowly, urging, "What is the story?" Zhang Wenda is not particularly bright. His status as a student and scholar were all obtained through bribery. Jin Yan exclaimed. He is that wealthy? Indeed. If he encountered a principled examiner, he would fail, only to bribe again for the next attempt, eventually finding someone willing to accept payment. Those who accepted his bribes would alter the exam papers of other outstanding candidates to match Zhang Wenda's, hindering many deserving students' futures. The scholars clenched their fists in anger. Although young Master Chu also rose to prominence through privilege, she was appointed by the emperor and never obstructed anyone's path, merely drawing envy for her seemingly effortless ascent. However, Zhang Wenda's actions were a direct affront to their interests. Those who made it into the Hanlin Academy were all top talents from various regions. If they were unfortunate enough to compete against someone like Zhang Wenda and be chosen as a substitute, who would they turn to for consolation? What about the Jinshi? Surely, he didn't bribe his way through that exam as well? Not quite. The Jinshi examination as examiners are high-ranking officials, making bribery impossible. However, Zhang Wenda is quite shrewd. He has connections with the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights, who is known for selling exam questions, specifically the one with 18 concubines. Jin Yan was astounded. And there's also that matter involving the black bear spirit. It was no exaggeration to call him a black bear spirit. The Deputy Minister of Rights had dark skin, was short and quite stout. What else could he be? Li Tianji's hands trembled slightly. Examination fraud was a serious crime. Young Master Chu's efforts to reform the court had finally reached the Hanlin Academy. Chapter 28. Biological Weapons, Enthusiast of Stinky Feet. Hidden in the Shadows. The Dark Guard Long Qi. Here we go again. The hand writing the dark report danced with shadows. The system continued. That Deputy Minister of Rights is no good. He is greedy and lascivious, acting on the orders of the Prince of Yong, selling exam questions while particularly focusing on those who can be swayed to his side. However, he is quite timid and cautious, only undertaking this once, during Zhang Wenda's cohort.
Que j'ignore fureur d'Herbro.
Examination fraud is a serious offense. If the Deputy Minister of Rights is not exposed, how can truly talented scholars from humble backgrounds hope to enter the court? Old 6. How do you suggest I expose the Deputy Minister of Rights? The system believed its host to be too kind-hearted, far too benevolent. Do not worry, host. The matter of the Deputy Minister of Rights keeping 18 concubines and living extravagantly has already been reported by the censors. Given his salary and assets, he cannot sustain such a lifestyle, and the emperor has already suspected him of embezzlement and is investigating him. The exposure of the exam question scandal will be a mere afterthought. Jin Yan felt a sense of relief, accompanied by a hint of surprise.
Hey.
You mentioned that the emperor possesses such acute olfactory senses. Could it be that he is unable to afford numerous consorts due to his own impoverished state? The system replied. Certainly. Only when one takes on the responsibilities of a household does one come to understand the expenses of daily necessities. Foam Tianji lowered his head, suppressing a smile. For to laugh would be a sign of disrespect towards the emperor.
Ah?
Colleagues, Lord Foam. Why are you still here? Foam Tianji quickly concocted an excuse. This place is spacious, the air is fresh, and the scenery is pleasant. We are merely standing here to relax a bit. Remaining hunched over our desks for too long inevitably leads to decreased efficiency. Jin Yan nodded in understanding. I see. Then I shall also take a stroll here. Otherwise, while my colleagues are outside idly passing the time, I would be inside, reading, making it seem as though I were a reluctant worker. Jin Yan perceived that the atmosphere within the Hanlin Academy was rather agreeable. Aside from a few rotten apples, her direct superior and most of her colleagues treated her kindly. The system chimed in. Host, in reality, Lord Foam suffers from hemorrhoids. The doctor has advised him against prolonged sitting. Thus, he must take breaks to walk around, or else he cannot endure the discomfort. A few individuals choked on their own saliva at the revelation. Foam Tianji, caught off guard, felt his face flush under the pointed gazes of his peers. What of it? Taking a stroll is for your benefit. Should you develop hemorrhoids like me, you would know the misery. Jin Yan nearly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. I never would have guessed that Lord Foam harbored such a secret affliction. The system remarked coolly, Host, if you continue to read novels while squatting in the restroom, it won't be long before you find yourself in a similar predicament. Jin Yan quipped. Old 6, I had no idea you possessed such a sharp tongue. The system, slightly embarrassed, replied, Oh dear, it's merely the result of a well-designed factory setting coupled with your own exposure.
Que Jin Yan retorted.
I was not complimenting you. Beware, host. Quickly avoid the person behind you. At the system's urgent warning, Jin Yan instinctively pivoted on her toes, seamlessly changing direction to evade a near collision with the individual behind her. Pan Jingsheng, having narrowly avoided the bump, let out a cold snort. Old 6. What's wrong? Is he an assassin? Assassins. Recently, Miss Chu had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, as had Minister Chu. The group displayed expressions of alarm. subtly distancing themselves from Pan Jingsheng. The system clarified, he is not an assassin, but he harbors poor hygiene. This man is Pan Jingsheng, one of those who just now harassed you. He has a disdain for cleanliness. He often neglects to wash his feet, resulting in an unpleasant odor. Jin Yan instinctively took a few steps back. Can he not smell his own foot odor? Does he not feel disgusted? The system responded with a tone of shock. Not only is he unbothered, but he also takes great pleasure in the scent of his own foul feet, frequently digging at them and bringing his fingers to his nose, all while neglecting to wash his hands. He wears the same socks for 2 to 3 days, reluctant to part with them, storing them under his bed to savor that faint, lingering odor as he drifts off to sleep. Li Tianji and the others were left speechless. To their astonishment, there existed such an unhygienic individual among their daily companions. They hastily took small steps to distance themselves from Pan Jingsheng. Lu Shengjing slightly closed his eyes, feeling sullied. Just moments prior, Pan Jingsheng had stood right next to him, and his hand had brushed against Pan Jingsheng's. Could this be a punishment from the heavens for his disdain towards Miss Chu?
Que Jin Yan exclaimed, ugh.
How revolting. Old 6, thank you for the warning. Had I come into contact with him, I would have rushed home for a shower. Pan Jingsheng felt perplexed. Why was he suddenly surrounded by empty space? It was rather conspicuous. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He shifted closer to Zhang Wendao, finally finding a spot where no one seemed to evade him. Upon seeing Pan Jingsheng finally cease his erratic movements, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven forbid he approached them. They had no interest in that foot odor. Jin Yan stood beneath a large tree for shade. Old 6, what of the other one? There is still one more among those 3. Who is it? The system replied, the remaining individual is Lu Qing. While he lacks any particularly disgusting habits, he is exceedingly fond of gambling. He once came from a relatively affluent family, but after succumbing to gambling, he lost everything, even resorting to selling his wife and children to pay off his debts. To sell his wife and children. What a scoundrel.
Que Jin Yan's expression sourde.
She held a strong aversion to gamblers. In her previous life, while living under someone else's roof, there was an uncle who was a gambling addict. Whenever he lost, he would return home to unleash his frustrations on his wife and her. The fact that Lu Qing even sold his family, how could such a person hold an official position at the Hamlin Academy? Did he deserve it? The system echoed her indignation. Indeed, he frequently concocts various schemes to borrow money from his colleagues. Zhang Wendao, being affluent and generous, has become his primary target. The unfortunate souls who had lent money to him thought to themselves, you scoundrel, Lu Qing. How dare you lie and deceive for funds? Birds of a feather flock together. Neither of them is a good person. Suddenly, the system's tone shifted, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Host, Zhang Wendao is in for some misfortune. Lu Qing's gambling debts are due, and he cannot repay them. Unable to find a new excuse to borrow from Zhang Wendao, he has conspired with his creditors to kidnap Zhang Wendao tomorrow and extort a ransom. Jin Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Old 6. Let us go, and observe tomorrow. Foam Tianji was alarmed. That is inadvisable, Miss Chu. The minister instructed me to keep an eye on you. And now you wish to witness a kidnapping scheme? Should Minister Chu become aware, he would certainly not be pleased. Besides, you are the auspicious star of Desheng. Should anything happen to you, I would be unable to absolve myself of the blame. Enough, enough. Let us return to our duties, Foam Tianji urged, hastily ushering everyone away. Who knows what peculiar ideas Miss Chu would conjure if they lingered any longer. Jin Yan also felt a bit fatigued from wandering. Upon returning to her modest office, she picked up a book in an attempt to read, only to soon find herself growing drowsy. I can't take it any longer. I'm so sleepy. Old 6, wake me if anyone arrives. With that, she deftly tidied her desk, reclined, and crossed her arms over her chest. Disregarding the discomfort of the hard surface, she peacefully closed her eyes. In less than 3 seconds, the sound of deep breathing filled the air. The system remarked, Host, your sleep quality is astonishingly high. Chapter 29, The overzealous cook leads the minister to great misfortune. Lunch was resolved in the cafeteria. Jin Yan accompanied Foam Tianji to fetch their meals, rubbing her hands together in anticipation of what delicacies awaited them. Host, I advise against eating. There is a woman in the back kitchen of your official cafeteria who is suffering from diarrhea today, which delayed the cooking time for the officials. She hastily prepared dishes without washing her hands, stirring the food with that hand countless times. The system interjected suddenly. Jin Yan's pupils widened in shock. Oh no! That overly diligent auntie, perhaps you needn't be so dedicated next time. Do remember to wash your hands. In any case, she could no longer stomach the food. Many who had yet to receive their meals or had already collected theirs stood frozen in place. The individuals distributing the meals also appeared dazed, staring blankly at the numerous portions in their hands. Should they distribute them or not? What a test of conscience. However, the officials, having heard the truth, dared not eat any longer and began concocting excuses to return their meals. Claims of having food delivered from home, not being hungry, or having brought their own meals circulated. Jin Yan turned to Feng Tianji and said, "Lord Feng, I just recalled that my mother mentioned sending me food, so I won't be dining at the cafeteria." Feng Tianji replied earnestly, "In fact, my family also sent food. I was merely concerned that you might not recognize the way to the cafeteria, which is why I brought you here. Since that is the case, let us return." That day, many young servants rushed back to their residences to have food delivered to the official office. Meanwhile, some officials endured hunger while working, their hearts filled with indignation. In the afternoon, Jin Yan managed to read a bit. It consisted of materials regarding the customs and practices of various dynasties, and once engrossed, she found it quite fascinating. Upon returning home in the evening, when Lan Yu inquired with concern, "How was your duty today? Were you treated well? Did anyone make things difficult for you? Your father specifically instructed you not to seek any special treatment, especially regarding meals from the cafeteria. Why, then, did he suddenly summon someone to fetch a food box?" Yet, concerned that her daughter might not be accustomed to the communal dining, she prepared a food box nonetheless. Jin Yan addressed each point in turn. "It's quite manageable. Shangguan and most of my colleagues are very amiable. A few petty individuals harbor jealousy towards me, but they have not bullied me." Then, she paused mysteriously. "Did my father eat from the cafeteria?" When Lan Yu nodded, the expression on Jin Yan's face instantly transformed into one of vivid intrigue. Old 6. "Should I inform mother that the cook in the cafeteria had an upset stomach and didn't wash her hands, so the food might have been tainted with something unsavory?" When Lan Yu gasped, while the nearby maidservants exclaimed, "Heavenly! The master actually consumed that." The system pondered, "Host, perhaps it would be best not to mention it, lest your father becomes nauseated upon his return." Chu Yiming, who had overheard everything at the door, suddenly covered his mouth and stumbled out, unable to suppress his retching. He had been delayed in his official duties today and found it odd that so much food was left uneaten in the cafeteria. Coincidentally, having had a meager breakfast, he felt quite famished and took 2 servings of food. No wonder the distributing matron had hesitated, urging him to be cautious.
No.
"I mustn't think about it." Chu Yiming clung to the wall of the corridor, crouching and retching until his face turned pale. Chu Lingfeng passed by, startled. "Father, what has happened to you? Have you been poisoned again?" It wasn't poison, but it was far more dreadful. When Lan Yu, upon hearing this, hurriedly led Jin Yan to assess the situation. "Old 6. How could my father be in such a state? He consumed the invulnerability pill. He shouldn't be poisoned." The system remained remarkably composed. "Host, have you forgotten that your father ate something unclean at noon? That may be the reason for his nausea." Chu Lingfeng, unaware of the context, suggested, "Mother, perhaps we should have someone deliver food to father in the future. Look at how he is retching, there must be an issue with the food." Those in the know could not argue against that reasoning. After a considerable effort, Chu Yiming managed to purge himself, rinsed his mouth, and collapsed into a chair. There's no need for food delivery. The emperor specifically allocated funds to establish the cafeteria to bridge the gap between officials of various ranks, allowing everyone to conveniently enjoy a warm meal nearby while attending to their duties, and also to accommodate those of humble means. As Prime Minister, I must set an example. Jin Yan applauded her father's enlightened perspective. No wonder he could rise to the position of Prime Minister. The Emperor would surely be delighted to hear such sentiments. Seeing him so resolute, when Lan Yu ceased her urging, she appreciated Chu Yiming's tenacity. "But, my dear husband, given this, the cafeteria's kitchen must enforce stringent hygiene standards. If today's food was unclean, who's to say it won't be unclean again? If the officials fall ill, it would only hinder their duties."
Yiming, trembling,
raised his hand. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall rectify the situation in the cafeteria. Such a matter must never occur." In the palace, the emperor was perusing a confidential report from Long Qi. The foremost issue was regarding Zhang Wenda and the corruption in the civil service examinations. After the recent upheavals, the emperor had cultivated a heart unperturbed by turmoil. He sighed deeply, literally. "Do you think I am a particularly inept and laughable emperor?" Li Dequan immediately knelt. "Your Majesty, you must not speak thus. While I may not grasp the intricacies of state affairs, I manage a considerable number of people. To oversee everything meticulously would surely lead to exhaustion. Responsibilities must be delegated, allowing subordinates to oversee their own subordinates. However, how can I guarantee that those with a modicum of power remain entirely incorruptible? Where there are people, there are desires and rivalries. I exercise utmost caution. Yet I still must deal with a few indiscreet eunuchs each year. It's inevitable that you must contend with nefarious elements while governing the vast realm of Desheng. Your Majesty, I have served you for over 40 years, and I know the extent of your dedication. You have worked tirelessly, and now with the assistance of the talented Lord Chu, your vision is clear. Those vile elements shall surely be eradicated in due course. I dare say, please do not lose heart. Li Dequan, having followed the emperor since his days as crown prince, was undoubtedly a trusted confidant. He could voice sentiments that others would not dare to express. The emperor felt somewhat reassured, casting a reproachful glance at him. Rise. You speak as if you are more loquacious than Lord Chu. Li Dequan promptly stood, grateful for the emperor's magnanimity in forgiving his impudence. His previously troubled mood slightly lifted. The emperor continued to read. Is someone in the Hanlin Academy suffering from foot odor and indulging in nail-picking? It seems prolonged squatting on the toilet can lead to hemorrhoids. The cafeteria's food was mixed with something unsavory, and the Prime Minister consumed 2 servings. The Prime Minister's indiscretion was exposed by his own daughter, leading him to vomit uncontrollably. The Emperor burst into hearty laughter, his heavy heart momentarily lightened by these scandals. Upon reflecting on the Prime Minister's words, he felt a wave of contentment. The wounds inflicted by his third son and those treacherous parasites had begun to mend. Behold, he still had diligent and loyal ministers. It seemed that Lord Chu truly was a blessing for Desheng. The Prime Minister was indeed fortunate to have such a daughter. Flipping to the next page, he saw Jin Yan coaxing Chu Lingji into drawing 2 pictures. And he empathized deeply with Chu Yiming when Lingji was still oblivious to the situation. The Emperor mused, an eccentric son. The Prime Minister has one, and I have 2. Chapter 30. The impoverished official seeks benefits from free meals. The next day at court, Chu Yiming felt as though numerous eyes were covertly observing him. Have you heard? Prime Minister Chu consumed 2 servings from the cafeteria yesterday and subsequently vomited. Thank goodness I didn't eat. The Prime Minister, being the biological father of the talented Lord Chu, fell victim to this mishap. Could it be that their father-daughter relationship is quite poor? The Grand Tutor solemnly patted Chu Yiming on the shoulder. Prime Minister Chu, you should engage more with Lord Chu moving forward. It appears there is a significant estrangement between you. In the end, it seems that Prime Minister Chu has reaped what he has sown. Chu Yiming was utterly baffled. Huh? Why do you suspect my relationship with my daughter? She idolizes me.
Que Jin Yan interjected, idolise?
Are you referring to me? The morning court session was unusually calm, devoid of the chaos of official dismissals that Chu Jin Yan found rather dull. Knock knock knock, old 6, are you there? The system responded, Host, what are you doing? When have I ever not been here? Chu Jin Yan pondered that as an individual of such a lackluster disposition, she ought not to be paired with a particularly impressive system. She tentatively inquired, 6, do systems like you have any recreational activities? What are your interests or hobbies? 6 had never considered such questions from the host. None. We systems are always in work mode from the moment we are activated. How tragic, Chu Jin Yan remarked with a sorrowful expression. 6, you're still young. You should experience the wonders of the outside world. When I'm not looking, you could sneak in some leisure time. The Emperor thought. This little girl is not only slacking off at work, but also attempting to incite rebellion within the system? How could such a diligent person as the Prime Minister raise such an unambitious child? However, Prince Jing wholeheartedly agreed. How could one possibly work incessantly? There's never an end to tasks. It's better to occasionally take some time for self-entertainment. The system was astonished. It can be done this way. Host. That's not permissible. Engaging in leisure activities would violate the factory settings, and the system could easily degrade. Moreover, one must consume more gossip and gather energy for upgrades, or else the system remains rudimentary and will be looked down upon during the year-end report. Chu Jinyan exclaimed, even as a digital entity, you must work to accumulate energy for upgrades, and there's even a year-end report. How terrifying. It's so much better being human. Is there any gossip, 6? Let me indulge you, so you can upgrade quickly and shine in the year-end report. The system was deeply touched. What an extraordinary host this is. Have you seen the slender figure of that black bear spirit in front of the esteemed Lord Mengderin? The crowd's gaze fell upon the Minister of Rights.
Mengderin.
Usually unremarkable, yet when mentioned by the esteemed Lord, the sight of these two standing together was rather amusing. Meng Derun was filled with dread. He had devoted himself tirelessly to the court, not committing any wrongdoing. Why did the esteemed lord suddenly wish to feast upon his misfortunes?
Que Jin Yan peered closer.
But the view was obscured. She discreetly tilted her body forward to catch a glimpse. The person she squeezed in beside, Feng Tianji, exclaimed, "Esteemed Lord Chu. Could you please not push? It's quite evident. I've seen it. I've seen it. He really is a slender figure." The system chuckled with delight. "This individual is the Minister of Rights, Meng Deren. Did you know? Yesterday, he not only consumed 2 servings from the cafeteria but also took 2 portions home for his wife and daughter." Meng Deren felt the accusatory, though it was more sympathy and shock, gazes of his colleagues, his shame and anger mounting. The fact that he secretly took leftover food from the cafeteria had been exposed by the esteemed lord, and worse, in front of the emperor. It seemed best to step forward and confess. Surely the emperor would not dismiss him over such a trivial matter. Perhaps he would only be fined a few months' salary. Just as he extended his leg forward, he was abruptly yanked back by the deputy minister of rights beside him. In the next moment, Jin Yan's inner thoughts echoed. Oh my goodness. He actually consumed 2 servings of food that were tainted and brought them home for his wife and child. How tragic. Could it be that the cafeteria's food is particularly delectable, or perhaps yesterday's meal was just to his liking?
Meng Deren froze. What? Esteemed Lord que?
Would you care to repeat that? I must be imagining things. System. Not at all. The cafeteria's food is merely of average quality, palatable, but nothing exceptional, especially considering it's free. The reason he takes food home is quite specific, and this has been going on for some time. Due to the mediocre quality of the cafeteria's meals, many officials do not dine there daily, resulting in leftover food which he has arranged to take home for his wife and daughter. Jin Yan concluded, there could only be one truth. He is undoubtedly a miserly Scrooge, unable to resist any opportunity to seize anything free, even dragging his wife and child into his schemes.
Meng Deren was aghast.
He was not. He had not. The surrounding officials regarded him with peculiar eyes. System. No, dear host. It is because he is too impoverished to afford meals that he resorts to taking cafeteria food. Lulu, could you please refrain from gasping and articulate your thoughts in one go? System. There's no need to rush, dear host. In truth, the Minister of Rights does not receive a meager salary. It is sufficient to support his family. The issue lies with his exceedingly biased mother. The Meng household is managed by the elderly Lady Meng, including the salary. She is particularly stingy with her eldest son's family, claiming to be unaccustomed to the capital's cuisine while indulging herself in luxurious meals, leaving her eldest son's family to subsist on meager rations. Fortunately, as an official, Meng Deren is spared from wearing tattered clothing when he goes out, but his wife and daughter suffer greatly, forced to dress like rural maidens, afraid to even socialize. The elderly lady also complains about the expense of hired help, dismissing all servants under the pretense that she and her daughter-in-law can manage household chores, while in reality, she does nothing and merely commands Meng's wife and daughter. Once a respectable official family, they have been worn down to the point of frailty, unable to enjoy a hot meal. The cafeteria's offerings are a feast for them, and without Meng Deren's secret assistance, they would have long since succumbed. Meng Deren's eyes reddened. So it turns out that Sanyang and Yu Er were living in such dire conditions at home. This cannot stand. He must confront his mother and request the return of 2 maids to assist. Initially, he had refrained from insisting on help for the sake of his mother's position, but if she was merely tormenting Sanyang and Yu Er, then such broken traditions could be disregarded. The emperor found the situation difficult to articulate. While filial piety was highly regarded in this dynasty, it was rare to find a minister of rights so beleaguered by his mother. Perhaps a conversation with the Minister of Rights should be arranged later. After all, how could a minister rely on cafeteria leftovers to nourish his wife and daughter? Chapter 31. The Biased Old Matron and the Sale of Her Granddaughter to a Brothel. Jin Yan furrowed her brow, capable of crushing a fly. While filial piety is indeed important, it should not veer into foolishness. A grown man, such as the Minister of Rights, looking as thin as a reed, should not be preoccupied with whether his wife and child are fed while fulfilling his duties in the office. In my opinion, it would be best for Meng's wife to manage the household. Meng's wife would never mistreat the old matron, but she could certainly take care of herself and her daughter. Other officials nodded in silent agreement. The esteemed Lord Chu indeed had a point. System. I find the situation precarious. The current head of the household is not the elderly lady, but rather Meng Deren's sister-in-law. What? The sister-in-law? How could she possibly manage the household of her elder brother's family? Did I not mention the elderly lady's bias? She holds a particular fondness for her younger son's family. Last year, she pressured Meng De-ren into bringing his brother's family to the capital, and they occupy the largest and finest courtyards, while Meng De-ren's family resides in a dilapidated, cramped side courtyard. The funds that the elderly lady secretly withholds go entirely into her younger son's family's pockets. That sister-in-law, dressed in ostentatious luxury, and the only grandson, adorned in expensive attire, resemble a second-generation aristocrat. Meng's wife, while serving her mother-in-law, also has to cater to the second branch's family, and her daughter often suffers from beatings and scoldings, with injuries hidden beneath her clothing. To any discerning observer, it is clear that the second branch is the master of the household.
Meng De-ren stared incredulously at Jin Yan,
wanting to rush forward to seek clarification but was held back by a colleague. Upon noticing the commotion, Jin Yan glanced up but saw nothing unusual. Old Liu. How shameless are that wretched old woman and the second branch's family. Why does Meng De-ren not assert himself and send them back? He is an official, not a fool. How can he allow himself to be so easily manipulated? It's utterly pathetic. The system also felt that Meng De-ren was too spineless. It had never encountered such a submissive human. Meng De-ren spends little time at home, and his wife refrains from burdening him with complaints to avoid affecting his duties. He feels guilty towards his brother, believing his brother sacrificed his education for him and provided him with funds for studies and travel. In truth, both the elderly lady and his brother deceived him. Meng's second son was not suited for studies and could not focus, which is why Meng De-ren was sent instead. The funds for studies and travel were actually gathered by his cousin's family, but the credit was wrongly attributed. To this day, Meng De-ren remains oblivious to the truth, enduring the whims of his mother and brother. Moreover, his daughter is on the verge of being sold to a brothel, with the brokers already en route to his home, Jin Yan and the others. Why would they sell his daughter? System. The second branch intends to make a leap into prosperity by having the childless Meng De-ren adopt their son, fully supporting him to become an official. However, Meng De-ren, unwilling to compromise the dignity of his wife and daughter, did not agree. Now, they are incensed, and the sister-in-law devised a malicious plan to sell Meng's daughter to a brothel while he is away, then deceive him into believing that she eloped with a man, leaving him despondent and more likely to accept the nephew. Meng De-ren's eyes widened with fury, nearly losing his balance. How dare his mother and younger brother sell his daughter to such a vile place? Despite his disdain for Meng De-ren, Jin Yan felt sympathy for the plight of his daughter being sold. Ah, sixth brother. How should I convey to Lord Meng that his daughter is to be sold by me and my brother's family? Never mind. I shall rescue her personally, and then let Lady Meng and the others report to the Dali Temple about the matter. Why is court still in session? Meng De-ren suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I find myself unwell and humbly request permission to return home for recuperation. The Emperor, aware of his apparent urgency, simply replied, Go. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng De-ren dashed home, disregarding all court etiquette. Jin Yan found his behavior rather peculiar. Did he not claim to be unwell? Yet he runs with such speed. The system chimed in. Perhaps he is merely desperate to relieve himself, and stating illness serves to maintain appearances.
Que Jin Yan réalise, indeed.
If he returns home now, he might just arrive in time to prevent his daughter from being sold. Even if Lord Meng encounters them, he is powerless. He possesses no authority and appears as frail as a reed, likely unable to even best his own mother. What can he possibly do? The system speculated that should the two parties meet, a chaotic confrontation would certainly ensue, hinging on who possesses the greater strength. Jin Yan, feeling anxious and agitated, exclaimed, Then it seems I must intervene. Why does the court not conclude? What is the matter with everyone today? Are they addicted to discussing state affairs? The emperor suppressed a chuckle and signaled to Eunuch Li, if there are matters to address, let them be brought forth. Otherwise, disband the court. As the court finally adjourned, Jin Yan turned to the nearby Foam Tianji and declared, Lord Foam, I am in need of a restroom. I shall return to the Hamlin Academy later. With that, she dashed out like the wind, her legs moving with remarkable speed. Prince Jing immediately pursued her. Prince Xing nudged the Crown Prince's arm. Elder brother. I wish to see as well. Carry me along. The Crown Prince replied, I have yet to finish reviewing yesterday's memorials. If I delay further today, I shall incur Father Emperor's wrath. You may go on your own. Catch up with fourth brother and have him carry you. Prince Xing considered this acceptable and ambled out. Other officials also expressed a desire to witness the spectacle. Chu Yiming cleared his throat loudly. What are you all dawdling for? The morning court has concluded. It is time to attend to your duties. It was one thing for his daughter to skip work to save someone, but why were the other officials so nosy? The other officials retorted, "My Lord Chancellor, you truly lack an understanding of the situation." Just as Jin Yan reached her carriage, a sudden clatter of hooves drew her attention. "Miss Chu, why are you in such a hurry? Riding is faster than driving. Allow me to escort you." Prince Jing called from atop his horse, extending a hand toward her. Despite her urgency, Jin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "How incredibly handsome." She felt no need for formality with Prince Jing, since he had gifted her the legendary Qi Tian de Sheng. They were now akin to family. With a swift motion, she grasped his hand and gracefully mounted the horse. The system pointed the way. "Proceed straight for 3 streets to the southwest." Jin Yan promptly directed him. And with a flick of the reins, Prince Jing urged the horse to gallop forth. Arriving slowly, Prince Jing called out, "Fourth brother, wait for me. How shall we proceed? Why not share my carriage?" The Grand Tutor offered from a nearby carriage, enthusiastically inviting him aboard. Prince Jing's eyes lit up. Free transportation was a boon indeed. However, upon boarding, he discovered that free did not equate to comfortable, as the carriage was cramped with 5 individuals: Grand Tutor Zhou, Lord Feng, Lord Ning, and Lord Qi.
Goodness.
"Are you all skipping work?" Prince Jing remarked. "Grand Tutor, does the Chancellor know you have come to revel in the spectacle?" To avoid an encounter with Meng Dirun, the system suggested an alternate route. Entering an alley, Prince Jing slowed his pace and halted beneath a lush jujube tree, following Jin Yan's guidance. Jin Yan dismounted in an unconventional yet practical manner. Suddenly, a chuckle sounded from behind her. "My prince, are you mocking me?" she inquired. Prince Jing shook his head. "Not at all. I merely find Miss Chu to be quite amusing, and your dismount was rather entertaining." Jin Yan retorted, "For someone who has never ridden before, managing to dismount at all is quite an achievement." At that moment, a voice of anguish echoed from beyond the wall. "Release Yuer, mother, second brother. What are you doing?" Jin Yan and Prince Jing exchanged glances, pointing toward the tree. This time, without needing her assistance, Prince Jing wrapped an arm around her waist and effortlessly leaped into the tree, finding a suitable spot to observe the unfolding drama below. The courtyard was abuzz with activity. The wealthy and arrogant family of the second son, the sharply disdainful old Lady Meng, the unconscious Lady Meng slumped in a corner, and Miss Meng, tightly bound and gagged, wore a face of despair. There were also obsequious sycophants surrounding old Lady Meng. Meng Dirun, having commandeered a colleague's horse from the carriage, raced back. His crown askew, attire disheveled, and breath ragged, he appeared quite fearsome, akin to a vengeful spirit. Old Lady Meng, taken aback by her eldest son's sudden arrival, momentarily faltered before regaining composure. "It is merely a girl. If she is sold, she is sold. What does it matter if the eldest opposes? The contract is signed, and I have received the money. Can he truly go back on his word? Eldest brother, there is little I can do. Our family is in financial straits, your salary is meager, and you refuse to engage in any profitable endeavors. Thus, we must sell Yuer to sustain ourselves." Second wife Zhang piped in, her voice shrill. "Pray, eldest brother, why the ire? She is but a lazy maid, incapable of carrying on the family line, and would require a dowry to marry off. Is that not a poor bargain? Besides, you have Pringer, let him be your heir, far better than a mere maid." Jin Yan was incensed by this shameless family, her frustration boiling over when suddenly a commotion arose from below. She peered down to see a carriage approaching, from which emerged a group of 5 individuals. "Grand Tutor? Lord Foam? Prince Jing? What brings you here?" The Grand Tutor's servant swiftly set up a ladder for his master. After a moment's contemplation, Prince Jing summoned his secret guard to hoist him into the tree, where he settled beside Jin Yan. Lord Foam, being of considerable height, managed to find a crate to stand on, barely able to peek over the wall. Lord Qi and Lord Ning exchanged glances. "Lord Ning, you crouch down, and I shall stand on you for a better view, then we shall switch." "Very well, that sounds like a plan." Jin Yan questioned, "What are you all doing here?" In the courtyard, Meng Dirun's fury was palpable. His gaze fell upon his wife, who lay unconscious in the corner, and he stumbled over to her, exclaiming, "Third sister. Third sister, awaken."
What has happened to you?
Lady Meng, with a bruised forehead and blood seeping from a wound, clung to her husband in a daze, weeping. "Quickly save Yuer. Please save Yuer." Zhang continued her explanations. "My dear sister-in-law, why so distressed? Do not cry out for death, lest eldest brother misunderstand and think we have wronged you." Meng Dirun's voice trembled with rage. "So you intend to sell my daughter, insult my wife, And expect me to remain grateful and submissive? Meng Lair quickly interjected, eldest brother. What do you mean by that? It is only natural to discipline a disobedient woman. Do not let my sister-in-law deceive you. We are family, bound by blood. You must see reason. Meng Daping nodded in agreement. Indeed, uncle. Do not let them sow discord among us. Meng Dirun let out a cold laugh. Old Lady Meng sensed her eldest son's unusual reaction and swiftly signaled to the seemingly dazed, toothless old woman beside her. Madam Yejun, since the girl has signed the contract and money has exchanged hands, you ought to take her away now. I will handle my son. The old woman looked somewhat stiff and uncertain, asking, Madam, is this Miss Meng, the one from Lord Meng's household, and not a maid who is heired? Madam Meng, she is my son's daughter, but indeed, she is a wayward girl. I have not spoken falsely. Suddenly, the toothless old woman donned an exaggerated smile and hastily instructed the henchman behind her. What are you standing there for? Quickly, untie Miss Meng. Madam Meng and the members of the second branch were left dumbfounded. What are you doing, Wang Yaran? Are you planning to breach the contract? The old woman completely disregarded them and swiftly produced the recently acquired contract of servitude, placing it next to Meng Yuer under the ravenous gaze of Meng Dirun. Madam Meng, it's all a misunderstanding. Our toothless gang adheres to the law and has never engaged in the illicit trading of noble women. It was not until the old lady expressed her intent to punish the wayward girl that we, the common folk, failed to recognize it was indeed Miss Meng herself. This contract of servitude shall be returned to Miss Meng, and as for the payment, once you have settled your family matters, please send it to Shenlong Toothless Gang. And we shall take our leave. With that, they hastily made their exit. Jin Yan was utterly astonished. She had anticipated that Lord Meng would have to exert considerable effort to reclaim his daughter from the clutches of the toothless old woman. Yet the old woman had capitulated so easily. The gentle Prince Jing explained, the capital enforces stringent regulations regarding the trade of human beings. If a noblewoman from an official family is sold privately, it is treated as abduction of a noble child. Not only would the toothless old woman be punished, but the entire gang would also face dire consequences. If the old woman had not been astute, and Lord Meng had come with officials to confront her, she would have found herself in grave peril. Now it became clear. Madam Meng and the second branch were also taken aback by this abrupt turnaround. How could it be that even a mere servant girl could not be sold in the capital? Once freed, Meng Yuer immediately hid behind her parents, tears streaming down her face. Father. Meng Dirun gently patted his daughter's back, but was taken aback by the painful grip of his subordinate. He abruptly turned his head. Mother. Second brother, if you agree to pack your things and return to our hometown now, I may still overlook the past. Second brother, Meng nearly jumped out of his skin. Mother, look. Ever since elder brother became prosperous, he has forgotten his roots, and wants to expel us. Madam Meng was equally furious. I raised you. Now that it is time for you to repay your filial duty, you wish to cast me aside and live your own life. Is that it? Let me tell you, if you wish to keep this burdensome child, then you must immediately adopt Pinger. Otherwise, I will disown you as my son, and take the matter to the emperor, claiming you are unfilial, and ensure that you cannot hold an official position and end up in prison. Meng Dirun felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. This was the family he had patiently supported all along. Having reached this point, even if it meant losing his official position, he was determined to sever ties with his mother and second brother, ensuring that his wife and daughter would never suffer again. If that is the case, I shall report this to the authorities. According to our dynasty's laws, my second brother would at least incur a sentence of labor for 3 years and be exiled 200 miles. Madam Meng could hardly believe her ears. It was not mere bravado. How could her compliant eldest son dare to confront authority? Madam Meng laughed heartily. Go ahead and boast. Report to the authorities. If you dare to do so, I shall take a handful of excrement from the latrine and shove it in your mouth. Chapter 33. The melodrama concludes. Prince Jing left alone. Jin Yan shook her head at the scene. There was no remedy. Lord Meng had endured oppression for far too long, in his mother's eyes. He bore no threat, his words carrying little weight. Who would believe that a doughy figure, so easily manipulated, could suddenly sprout thorns? She stole a glance at the Metropolitan Magistrate and the Minister of Justice, signaling to Prince Jing. Not a believer, are we? Prince Jing understood the cue, seizing the collars of the two officials and tossing them into the Meng family courtyard.
Ouch.
That hurts. My backside. The Meng family was taken aback. Meng Dirun was left dumbfounded upon seeing his colleagues. Why are Lord Qi and Lord Ning here? He raised his gaze and met the composed smile of the Grand Tutor and the eyes of an unknown colleague peeking from behind. Why is he just standing there? He has already lost his position. Hurry up and report. Jin Yan felt anxious, wishing she could intervene herself. System. Host, stay calm. If you make any more noise, you will fall from the tree. Learn from Prince Jing and the Grand Tutor. Remain unperturbed and composed. Meng Dirun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. So, it was the little Lord Chu. He composed himself. Lord Ning, Lord Qi, I intend to file charges against Meng Lu, Meng Digui, Meng Zhang, and Meng Dapeng for abuse and assault against official family members, as well as for the unauthorized sale of noble women. So, they were the husband-esque colleagues. Madame Meng, holding her daughter, wept profusely, her heart filled with unease, yet overwhelmed by a sense of vindication. The second branch of the Meng family was formidable at home. Yet when faced with other high-ranking officials, they resembled mice in the presence of a cat, immediately kneeling to plead for mercy. My lords, do not heed his nonsense. It's all a misunderstanding. Madame Meng, consumed by rage, retorted. What nonsense about officials? My son is a fourth-rank officer, and I am the mother of a fourth-rank official. Who do you think you are? Oh, that malicious old woman. They had been seething when they overheard the conversation. Now, she dared to insult the officials of the court. Minister of Justice, Lord Qi furrowed his brow. I am Lord Qi Huan, a third-rank minister of the court, and this is Lord Ning Tianji, the metropolitan magistrate responsible for examining cases in the capital. Meng Lu and the others will be tried for abuse and trafficking of noble women. Insulting court officials will incur an even greater penalty. At that moment, Madame Meng truly realized she had stepped on a landmine. A high-ranking official of the Ministry of Justice. She immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. My lords, spare me. It's all a misunderstanding. My son was merely throwing a tantrum. He didn't mean it. Meng Dirun was utterly disheartened. Even at this juncture, his mother and second brother still failed to recognize where they had gone wrong. He, their son, was treated with less concern than a stray dog on the roadside. Lord Qi, I'm not jesting. Lord Qi Huan nodded in satisfaction. Now there is some backbone. Someone, take these individuals to the Metropolitan Magistrate. The air grew eerily silent. Lord Qi was taken aback. Oh no, he had come to enjoy the spectacle without bringing his subordinates. In the vast Meng household, there wasn't even a servant to escort the prisoners. Prince Jing, thoroughly entertained by the drama, decided to lend a hand. Clapping his hands, 4 guards leaped over the wall into the courtyard, each ready to escort one of the Meng family members. The second brother and others cried out for their mothers, while Madame Meng frantically cursed Meng Dirun. The Meng family of 3 embraced each other, weeping bitterly. Third sister, Yuer, I am sorry for you. I will never allow you to suffer again. Jin Yan sighed in relief. It appears that Lord Meng is not entirely a spineless creature. There is indeed a glimmer of commendable character within him. Prince Jing chuckled softly. Next, it will be up to the Metropolitan Magistrate and the Ministry of Justice. Miss Chu, if you do not return to your duties soon, the Prime Minister may become displeased. Allow me to escort you back. Jin Yan's previously uplifted spirits quickly sank. She had nearly forgotten that she still had to continue her work. Fortunately, the return journey was as pleasant as the outbound one, allowing her to lean against Prince Jing while riding. As before, she was embraced by Prince Jing as he leaped down from the tree, while the Grand Tutor remained perched on the wall, turning back to greet them cheerfully. Prince Jing. Miss Chu, what a coincidence. You're here too. Prince Jing nodded slightly. Jin Yan then turned her gaze to the side, spotting Feng Tianji, who was precariously balancing on a basket, his head stubbornly refusing to turn. Tilting her head, she asked, Lord Feng, what brings you here? Feng Tianji, realizing he could not escape, cleared his throat and turned around, declaring with righteous indignation, I have long been on friendly terms with Lord Meng. Seeing him in such a flustered state, it was evident that something grave had occurred, and out of collegial concern, I came to take a look. The Grand Tutor added with a chuckle, we too are concerned about Lord Meng, fearing he might be facing difficulties he is reluctant to share. Thus, we observed the situation and awaited the right moment to act. Prince Jing nearly burst into laughter. The Grand Tutor was truly dedicated to enjoying the spectacle. Jin Yan suddenly realized how unexpected it was that the Grand Tutor and Lord Feng were so compassionate, their concern for their colleague rivaling her own. Feng Tianji, he leaned against the wall, preparing to descend from the basket, only to find that the basket was on the verge of collapse. The moment he moved, the basket quietly split in 2. His 2 legs awkwardly fell, getting stuck in the basket, causing him to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. with his legs propped up and still encumbered by the tattered basket. After all, he was a subordinate of his own superior, so he restrained himself from laughing too heartily. Jin Yan endeavored to suppress her laughter. However, Prince Jing was less restrained, chuckling as he helped Foam Tianji to his feet. "My dear Lord Foam, you might consider emulating the Grand Tutor. The basket managed to support your considerable weight for nearly a stick of incense, which is quite commendable." Foam Tianji felt a flush of heat rise to his face. Indeed. Yet in his heart, he thought, "I shall never again partake in such frivolity." The Grand Tutor leisurely descended the ladder, and a servant promptly approached to retrieve it. "Lord Foam, since Lord Meng's affairs have been attended to by Lords Qi and Ning, we ought to return to our posts." Foam Tianji hastily followed suit, the carriage trotting away and soon vanishing into the alley. Prince Jing remarked, "Miss Chu, we should also depart. Arriving at the office after Lord Foam may lead to reprimand from the Chancellor." Jin Yan recalled her father's workaholic and pedantic nature. Perhaps it was best not to test the limits today. The two mounted their horses and swiftly departed. In the tree, having dozed off briefly after the spectacle, Prince Xing rubbed his eyes awake. "Fourth brother, carry me down." "Fourth brother?" He looked around. The Meng family courtyard was deserted. The neighboring branch was empty. And even the Grand Tutor, Lord Foam, and the carriage had vanished. "None of you thought to remember I was still up in the tree?" Prince Xing incredulously chastised those heartless souls. Yet, due to his recent awakening, his voice was languid and slightly hoarse, making his complaints sound almost like a pout. After sitting in the tree for a while in frustration, he couldn't resist dozing off again, finally calling for his shadow guard to carry him back to the manor. Since he had already slacked off for half the day, it was only reasonable to continue his respite. The tree was uncomfortable for sleeping. He needed to return home to recuperate properly. As they sped back to the Hanlin Academy, Jin Yan surveyed her surroundings. Excellent. Her father had not come to apprehend her. Bidding farewell to Prince Jing, she stealthily slipped inside, as if she were a thief. "Young Lord Chu, the Hanlin Academy is a place for serving the court, not your Chancellor's residence. You cannot come and go as you please. Without rules, there can be no order. Since you cannot abide by the Academy's regulations, perhaps it would be best for you to resign your post and return home to await marriage."
Que Jin Yan recoile din terror. Pas Jing Shek.
Keep your distance. Chapter 34. Good brother, let us go. I'll take you to meet the King of Hell. Jin Yan swiftly distanced herself 5 or 6 steps from Pa Jingsheng. Then, pinching her nose, she grimaced in disdain. "Lord Luo, you reek. It's a foul odor akin to stinky feet. It's suffocating. Surely you do wash your feet, don't you?" After all, Jin Yan was a strikingly beautiful young lady. Being criticized for his odor by a young lady, who even pointed out his peculiar habits, caused Pa Jingsheng's face to flush a deep crimson. Nearby, Zhang Wenda, who had been waiting to witness Jin Yan's humiliation, admonished, "Have some dignity. Don't let a woman lead you around by the nose." Other colleagues expressed their admiration. "Indeed, young Lord Chu is a heroine, bold enough to voice our sentiments." Pa Jingsheng, agitated, pointed at Jin Yan but dared not approach her again, fearful of being publicly ridiculed. "Young Lord Chu, you're going too far. You insult me without cause. I, Pa Jingsheng, am your equal in rank. You are shameless." "Shameless?"
Que Jin Yan looked incredulously.
"Pray tell. Where do you think the stench emanates from?" "Everyone can detect it. They merely refrain from addressing it out of politeness. You, who maintain such poor hygiene, dare to accuse me of being excessive. Lord Luo, even if your family is impoverished, surely you can find a place to bathe. To be frank, even for the sake of your colleagues, Lord Luo, you ought to find somewhere to clean yourself up and don fresh garments." Pa Jingsheng trembled with rage, turning to glance at his peers, seeking evidence to disprove Jin Yan's claims. However, they all pinched their noses in disgust as they regarded him. You all." Pa Jingsheng rolled his eyes and fainted. Jin Yan exclaimed, "Is this real, Lord Luo?" One would expect better composure from an official. She called out from a distance, "Lord Luo has fainted. Lord Zhang, since you have the closest relationship with Lord Luo, please assist him inside to rest." Zhang Wenda, feeling nauseated, retorted, "Why are you calling me?" Jin Yan swiftly dashed into her small office and shut the door. The system showered her with a series of emoticons. Host is formidable. Host exudes dominance. Host is the unrivaled champion of quarrels. Jin Yan waved her hand in pride. "Oh, it's trivial. My opponents were simply too feeble." Zhang Wenda, realizing that Pa Jingsheng's foot odor was the source of his aversion, understood why he had always sensed a faint, unpleasant smell. He had assumed it was Lu Qing's poverty that prevented him from bathing and had been considerate enough not to expose him, merely maintaining a distance. Little did he know, the real culprit of the foul odor was Pa Jingsheng. He truly wished to avoid him. Wait, I need some assistance. Zhang Wenda turned around.
Ha!
Where is everyone? Why has everyone fled? Feng Tianji, returning from his unauthorized absence, entered to find Pa Jingsheng sprawled on the ground and Zhang Wenda standing aside. Astonished. What happened? Lord Zhang. Why did you knock out Lord Luo? Zhang Wenda protested. Exasperated. It wasn't me. It was young Lord Chu, who made Lord Luo faint. Feng Tianji cast a cold, disdainful glance at the unconscious Pa Jingsheng. It must have been Lord Luo who instigated trouble and provoked him. Having him sprawled here is unsightly. Lord Zhang, please carry him away lest any other officials catch sight of him. With that, he walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Wenda stood in a daze. The blurring of right and wrong, the difficulty in distinguishing black from white, the elevation of some while trampling on others. And the flattery. How dark the world of officials truly is. The system nearly burst into laughter. Host? That Zhang Wenda was scolded by Feng Tianji for a few moments and had no choice but to carry Pa Jingsheng. Now he asks retching as he lifts him, clearly disgusted, and even sneakily kicked Pa Jingsheng twice when no one was watching.
Que Jin Yan, fanning herself les oreilles, remarqued, oh.
I expected their little clique would cause me considerable trouble. Instead, it was this. So, easily vanquished. The system concurred. Indeed. I have never seen someone faint from a quarrel without even exchanging 2 words. Today has certainly opened my eyes. By the way, 6th brother, didn't you mention Lu Qing was planning to conspire with his creditors to rob Zhang Wenda? Let us go watch the scene unfold.
Que Jin Yan exclaimed excitedly.
After a refreshing nap and a brief reading, she immediately sprang up to gather her things. 6th brother, guide me. Let us find a place to lay in wait. The system replied, Lu Qing's plan is to invite Zhang Wenda for drinks after his shift, luring him into a dead-end alley in Sanqing Lane. Jin Yan instructed the carriage driver to return home, as she intended to dine out with her colleagues. The driver, unaware of her intentions, departed. After Jin Yan left, a group of 7 or 8 people gathered at the entrance. What a coincidence, Lord Feng. You finished early too. Yes, I have some matters to attend to. Are you all in the same boat? Indeed. A group of people, exchanging glances, decided to go together since they were headed in the same direction. Very well then. Feng Tianji's motive for following was not merely to observe. He had legitimate reasons. If subordinates harmed one another and a case arose, he, as a superior, would also be held accountable if he did not address it promptly. The others replied, no need to explain, we understand.
Que Jin Yan rassait de raide.
And under the system's guidance, climbed onto the roof of a building adjacent to Sanqing Lane, concealing herself behind the ridge, in a hidden position with an excellent view. After a brief wait, the system notified her. Host, they are coming. Jin Yan promptly poked her head out, fixating her gaze on the 2 approaching figures. Zhang Wenda was in an exceptionally foul mood today. I used to think Lord Feng was fair-minded, but it turns out he is just another sycophantic official. He cast a disdainful glance at his own hands, unjustly attributing the blame to Piao Jingsheng, even suggesting that I should move Piao Jingsheng. Lu Qing, unaware of the events of the day, divided his attention between conversing with Zhang Wenda and scanning the surroundings haphazardly. He completely missed Zhang Wenda's casual mention of Piao Jingsheng's full name today. Absently responding, he said, Oh, really? Lord Feng is truly excessive. But why must Brother Zhang be so enraged? Brother Luo is rather petite. Moving him shouldn't be too taxing. Zhang Wenda's face contorted with disgust. You have no idea. Lord Chu claimed that Piao Jingsheng is foul and neglects his hygiene, and not only did Piao Jingsheng not refute this, but he also fainted from anger. You tell me, why should I be tasked with moving someone who reeks of foot odor? Who is Lord Feng trying to disgust? Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback by this shocking revelation. It turned out Brother Luo was such an unconcerned fellow. Yet, Zhang, having been raised in luxury, had developed a spoiled temperament and a fastidious nature, making him intolerant of such matters. So it is, Lu Qing murmured, Brother Luo is indeed quite unreasonable. For just 10 coins, one could enjoy a warm bath at the public bathhouse. Brother Luo's family isn't impoverished. Why scrimp on such a trivial expense? He sought to placate Zhang Wenda. He still had to lead Zhang to the reserved location. Should he allow Zhang to storm off in a huff, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of those creditors. Upon hearing Lu Qing's support, Zhang Wenda felt somewhat relieved and began to vehemently denounce Piao Jingsheng. As his fervor escalated, He failed to notice that their path had strayed from the usual route, becoming increasingly erratic. Hey, Lu brother, how did we end up in a dead end? Zhang Wenda exclaimed as they reached an impasse. Lu Qing feigned innocence. Perhaps we became too animated in discussion and inadvertently strayed from the path. Let's circle back. Zhang Wenda turned to retrace his steps. Just as he did, 5 imposing figures suddenly emerged from the exit, exuding an aura of menace. Chapter 35. Who wields the blade? Those who conspire with tigers shall reap dire consequences. Young gentlemen, we find ourselves a bit short on funds. Might we borrow some money for our needs? The leader of the group exchanged knowing glances with his comrades, smirking. Oh, how cliché. The system chimed in. I thought he would say, this road is mine. If you wish to pass, leave some tolls behind. Old Six, you are far more talented than that robber. It's all learned from the host, hee. Meanwhile, concealed across the way, Feng Hanlin and his companions remarked on their audacity. You all are incredibly confident, to the point of being frightening. Surely, there's no need for such comparisons. In the alley, Zhang Wenda took a step back, feigning calmness. How dare you? We are officials of the court, and our official attire is unmistakable. Are you blind? To rob a court official could cost you your head. Be wise and leave swiftly. The leader of the gang exchanged glances with his companions, crossed his arms, and sneered. Court officials? Oh, how terrifying. Ha ha ha. Today, I shall beat you and cripple your hands. Whether the court can find us is uncertain, but you certainly won't retain your position. Zhang Wenda was taken aback by their audacity, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He had intended to parley, but Lu Qing suddenly knelt, begging for mercy, gentlemen. I implore you, spare us. If you require money, I can provide it. Zhang brother, you are wealthy, just toss a few coins their way, and we will be safe. In this critical moment, do not be stingy. Zhang Wenda felt his temper flare at his foolish accomplice. Here were desperate brigands, and Lu Qing had unwittingly revealed his wealth. How could someone so impoverished manage to pass the Imperial examinations? As the thugs advanced slowly, their towering frames obscured the light, rendering the narrow alley even more perilous. Zhang Wenda, parched and trembling, swallowed hard and retrieved his coin pouch. Brothers, I know you value loyalty in this underworld. I have only this amount of money.
Take it.
And let me go, all right? The thug snatched the pouch, discovering over 30 taels of silver and 200 taels in banknotes. Ah, indeed, we have found a plump sheep.
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Wenda sensed impending doom and tentatively stepped forward, only to be seized by the collar, nearly choking him. Lu Qing, you have done well this time. This sum will cover your debts. Lu Qing maintained a facade of a smile while internally cursing. If Zhang Wenda didn't he realize he was being set up now? He would truly be a fool. Lu Qing, you ungrateful wretch. I lent you so much money without ever asking for repayment, and now you conspire against me. Lu Qing lowered his head and, in a low voice, replied, Zhang brother, I am sorry. To preserve my position and reputation, I must ask you to perish. I will burn more paper money to repay your kindness. Brother Hu, he cannot be allowed to return alive. His family is quite wealthy. We shall sever a finger and deliver it to Madame Zhang, and that foolish woman will not dare report to the authorities. Once we have the money, we shall eliminate Zhang Wenda. Jin Yan was taken aback. Old Six, such treachery is truly terrifying. The system quivered. Indeed, such cunning individuals exist among humans. It is quite alarming. Feng Tianji's expression grew grave. Their Hanlin Academy had produced a heartless scoundrel like Lu Qing. Had it not been for Lord Chu revealing his true nature, Lu Qing would have continued to hold power, potentially harming countless others. Yet, despite Zhang Wenda's questionable rise to power, he was still an official of the court. The emperor was investigating the imperial examination fraud, and even if Zhang were guilty, he would still be a witness. Your Highness, you must act swiftly. Among the onlookers, those who had borrowed money from Lu Qing were now relieved they had not rushed to repay him the previous day. Had they acted in anger and killed a few, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Xingjing was drenched in cold sweat, grateful he had not drawn closer to Zhang Wenda and his companions. Lu Qing was vicious. Zhang Wenda was corrupt, and Piao Jingsheng was slovenly. None were normal individuals. Zhang Wenda struggled fiercely, hurling every filthy insult he knew at Lu Qing. The thug, annoyed by the ruckus, stuffed a filthy cloth into Zhang Wenda's mouth. Then he produced a glimmering dagger from his waist. Lu Qing had now risen, visibly excited. Let us sever the thumb and pinky, Zhang brother. Do not look at me with such eyes. It only excites me further.
Que j'ignore gaspette, good events.
What a dark taste. He is truly a deviant. The system and others nodded in agreement. Lu Qing continued, "Do you know what I despise most about you? It's that condescending, patronizing gaze you had when you lent me money, as if I were some wretched insect. I am also an official of the court, having earned my position through my own merit. What are you, but someone who relied on a bit of filthy wealth to buy your way up? How dare you look down upon me, huh?" His eyes were bloodshot, and as he became agitated, spittle flew. The nearby thug, intrigued, asked Lu Qing, "Finished yet?" Lu Qing finally reined himself in and replied, "Yes, I am done." The dagger twirled in the thug's hand, obedient and docile as a lamb, before it suddenly flashed. The blade slicing through Lu Qing's throat, blood gushing forth. Lu Qing's eyes widened in shock. He tried to utter something, but with his windpipe severed, he could only spew a few bloody bubbles. Ultimately, he collapsed unwillingly, his eyes wide open. Jin Yan covered his mouth. Good heavens, they have killed him. Were they not summoned by Lu Qing? Why is his demise so swift? The system noted, these individuals had long planned to eliminate Lu Qing. He knew their secrets, effectively holding leverage over them, and they left no loose ends in their line of work. Foam Tianji's heart raced. The suddenness of the attack was shocking. Lu Qing had no idea how he had provoked such desperate men, and now he had paid the ultimate price. Zhang Wenda was paralyzed with fear. In a moment of sheer terror, he found himself drenched in warmth as blood splattered across his face. By the time he registered the gravity of the situation, his trousers were already soaked. The burly man roared with laughter. "A court official, you say? Reduced to wetting himself in fright. Whatever happened to that earlier bravado?" Zhang Wendao's eyes brimmed with tears. Had he known, he would have never borrowed money from Lu Qing, nor would he have associated himself with such a person. With a simple flick, the man selected Zhang Wendao's pinky and middle fingers, both marked with distinguishing moles and scars for easy identification. He then swung his knife downward. Clang! The dagger was deflected by an unseen force, soaring away. To dare to harm a court official under the emperor's gaze, and extort money besides, you truly possess audacity. Prince Jing, mounted and blocking the alleyway, was a formidable sight in his deep crimson royal attire. Behind him stood 2 rows of soldiers, swords drawn. The burly man gasped. "An ambush!" Zhang Wendao cried out in excitement. "Wonderful. Prince Jing has come to save me." Jin Yan was perplexed. Why would Prince Jing appear with soldiers? But that entrance was undeniably impressive. In Chapter 36, a brawl erupted between the owners of a tavern over a mere apron. The system gently reminded, "Host, you might want to wipe away that drool before it falls." Prince Jing had received an anonymous tip-off about the presence of marauders in Sanqing Alley, prompting his arrival with soldiers to apprehend the culprits. Jin Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a brilliant idea! Next time a similar incident occurs, I shall pen an anonymous letter. During their conversation, several ruffians had already been subdued and securely bound. Prince Jing discreetly scanned the area where Jin Yan was hidden. He had deliberately showcased his skills, ensuring his movements were graceful and aesthetically pleasing, devoid of any brutality. It was uncertain whether Miss Chu had witnessed it. Regrettably, she had not. A group was escorted away, Lu Qing's lifeless body among them, dispatched to the Dali Temple. Jin Yan dreamily watched Prince Jing's retreating figure before climbing down from the beam, where she encountered Foam Tianji and others. What a coincidence, Lord Foam. This is our second serendipitous meeting today, she greeted enthusiastically. Foam Tianji nodded calmly, emulating the Grand Tutor. What a coincidence, Lady Chu. Are you here to keep an eye on Lu Qing, who harbored ill intentions? The others remarked, "My lord. It's quite impressive how you can maintain your composure while deceiving Lady Chu." Jin Yan's eyes lit up. It appeared that Lord Foam was the one who had informed Prince Jing anonymously. Indeed, Lord Foam was a well-connected and kind-hearted individual. She resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him, ensuring she received timely information in the future. What a fortuitous encounter. She hadn't anticipated her colleagues, like Lord Foam, to be such warm-hearted individuals. Why don't we find a place to share a drink? My treat. Jin Yan invited with enthusiasm. Although socializing with colleagues could be tedious, it was occasionally necessary. Foam Tianji immediately countered. How could I allow Lady Chu to foot the bill?
Asa superior.
It is my duty to treat you all to this meal. Wonderful. Lord Foam is treating us. Let us all go.
Que Jignan inabashedly agreed.
The others thought, it's a rare opportunity to take advantage of our superior. Let us go. Foam Tianji shot them a disapproving glance. You rascals. Since he was treating and accompanied by Lady Chu, they couldn't go to just any place. At Wamanlu, Jin Yan stood at the entrance. gazing at the unpretentious yet flamboyantly named establishment. Surely, it wasn't one of those flower shops? If so, that would be even more thrilling. Feng Tianji had already stepped inside, prompting Jin Yan to hurry after him. To her disappointment, the flower house turned out to be an ordinary restaurant, albeit adorned with an array of blooming flowers, creating a pleasing ambience. The 8 of them pushed together 2 tables. It was still early, and the restaurant was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered tables. The sight of a group of officials entering drew curious glances from the patrons. Having been in operation for over 20 years, the restaurant was known for its delectable dishes, particularly its exceptional apricot blossom brew. Feng Tianji introduced the place while expertly summoning a waiter to take their orders. "It's been a while since you visited, my lord," the waiter remarked, bringing forth 2 plates of peanuts and a jug of wine, indicating familiarity with Feng Tianji. "Our proprietor has a matter to attend to today, so the dishes may take a little longer. Please bear with us. The peanuts and wine are complimentary." Given the establishment as courteousness, and knowing it was Feng Tianji's domain, the others naturally didn't mind. "Host there's gossip,"
Que Jin Yan essays weekend.
the system cryptically stated. Didn't that waiter just mention the proprietor had a matter to attend to? Can you guess what it is? The table remained calm, but the waiter and other patrons were startled. Who was speaking? Jin Yan pondered. Could it be that the proprietor was also robbed? Having just witnessed a robbery, it was an inevitable assumption. Not quite. The proprietor and his wife are brawling in the kitchen, and it's mostly the wife who is delivering the blows, while the husband quietly endures, and no one dares to intervene, hence the delay in the cooking.
Que Jin Yan exclaimed, "Wow."
Feng Tianji was taken aback. He had some acquaintance with the tavern's owners who shared a loving relationship. It was surprising to hear they were suddenly at odds. The waiter discreetly glanced at their table, piecing together the identity of the voice that had revealed the happenings in the kitchen. The next moment he would find out. Jin Yan sprang to her feet. "Where's the kitchen? I want to see if it's clean. If I eat something unsanitary, I'll have a stomachache." Such thrilling events deserve to be witnessed firsthand. Otherwise, it's no different from losing a million, she declared, excitement bubbling within her as she dashed toward the kitchen. Feng Tianji, feeling helpless, explained to the waiter, "This lady has a rather impulsive nature. I'll keep an eye on her." He then swiftly followed after her. How could he miss such exhilarating occurrences, especially when they involved familiar faces? Leading the way, Lu Xingjing and the others hurried after them. The waiter muttered, "You're all still in official attire. Could you not parade around like gossipmongers? It's quite unbecoming." Reaching the kitchen, Jin Yan found several cooks cornered at the door. She hid behind them, peering into the kitchen, and no one seemed to mind her presence. "Hua Youfu, are you going to confess or not?" The lovely yet fierce proprietress hurled vegetables at her plump husband. "Which little vixen have you been consorting with? I've been married to you for 3 years. What have I done to deserve such humiliation?" The husband remained silent, enduring the onslaught. Jin Yan, unaware of the backstory, was anxious. What on earth are they fighting about? The 2 cooks glanced back, momentarily taken aback by her presence. Then they caught sight of the familiar figure of Lord Feng and a cluster of officials, as well as some ordinary patrons. Let us just pretend we didn't see that. The system investigated. The proprietress had returned to her room only to find the door locked. She knocked, but the proprietor took a while to answer, appearing disheveled. This sparked her fury, leading her to confront him about the alleged vixen, only to find a red apron left behind by the supposed mistress. Thus, the couple's brawl had escalated from upstairs all the way into the kitchen. At this point, the proprietress was too enraged to care about the audience. Her eyes were red with fury. "Hua Youfu, if you don't come clean, I'll file for divorce. I'm not bound to live with you." The proprietor finally reacted, helplessly saying, "Wan Yang, today's events are my fault. I swear it will never happen again. You are the only one in my heart, and we have Liner and Yenner. If we divorce, won't the children suffer?" Jin Yan scoffed in disdain. What a classic play from the Scoundrel's Handbook. First, he admits fault and swears, then uses the children to guilt-trip his wife into softness, yet he repeat the cycle. Chapter 37. Secrets Unveiled. The indomitable woman delivers a series of slaps. The proprietress shared similar sentiments. "You, surnamed Hua, do you think I can be easily deceived? I am in my prime, and I have suitors aplenty despite having 2 children." She let out a cold laugh. "Now I understand why your first wife left with a child. It's because you are incorrigible. I refuse to continue this marriage." The boss, sensing her resolute demeanor, was thrown into a state of panic. "Wan Yang, I swear I will never do it again. Please don't go. I truly love you."
"Pa."
"You scoundrel. How can you still speak of love after being unfaithful?
Disgusting.
Jin Yan exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. System. Host, the boss has not been unfaithful. He has remained devoted to his wife.
What?
Everyone present froze in disbelief. The proprietress, unable to comprehend the revelation, felt as though something had suddenly constricted her throat, rendering her speechless and breathless, a sensation most distressing. The boss, noticing her discomfort, rushed to embrace her. Wan Yang, what is wrong? After dismissing her inquiry, the proprietress regained her composure and delivered a sharp slap across the boss's face. Who gave you permission to touch me? Jin Yan, unable to take her eyes off the unfolding drama, inquired of the system, whose belly band did the proprietress discover. It belongs to the boss himself. Now, it was the boss who found himself gasping for air. The proprietress stood there, mouth agape, her expression vacant as she struggled to process the shocking information. The onlookers remained oblivious. Continuing to gossip, the boss has had a peculiar penchant for wearing women's belly bands since childhood, believing them to be quite appealing. His parents were aware but never opposed it. They merely advised him to keep it a secret. Later, after marrying, he confessed to his wife 3 months into their union. However, she could not bear it, labeling him a deviant who was neither manly nor womanly, and she ridiculed him, leaving him deeply wounded. As the truth of his secret emerged, the boss experienced a mix of pain and a strange sense of relief. Let them scold him. Let them look down upon him. He wallowed in self-destructive emotions, oblivious to the flicker of pity in his wife's eyes. My goodness! While wearing a belly band is indeed an odd hobby, they are still husband and wife. How could she label him a deviant? System. The boss has endured much. Eventually, his wife, unable to tolerate it any longer and wishing to divorce, discovered she was pregnant and used the child as leverage to prevent him from wearing belly bands. He complied, and the two endured 5 years of mutual torment before ultimately divorcing. His first wife took the child with her, fearing for the child's influence. The onlookers who had initially regarded the boss with disdain now felt a wave of complex emotions. To label the boss a deviant would not be entirely inaccurate. Yet, his willingness to relinquish his childhood passion for the sake of his wife and child was commendable. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Jin Yan could not help but shake her head. What a pity. Later, the boss, disheartened, lost the desire to remarry. But love is an unstoppable force, and the current proprietress has helped him emerge from his shadows and commit once more. Having learned from past mistakes, he decided to keep his proclivities hidden. On occasions when he felt the urge to wear one, he would do so discreetly when his wife was absent. However, today he was caught. Foam Tianji sighed. He had known Boss Hua for 8 years and had met the first Mrs. Hua. He had never imagined their divorce had such a backstory. But what wrong had Boss Hua committed? He had not engaged in any heinous acts. It was merely a matter of differing tastes. Yet he was scorned and ridiculed by those closest to him. The proprietress's eyes shimmered with tears as she delivered another slap to her dejected husband. Hua, I demand you tell me, whose belly band is it? What are you hiding from me? If you do not confess, I shall seek a divorce. With the truth laid bare. Further deception served no purpose. The boss, resigned to despair, uttered, It is mine. I am a man who enjoys wearing women's belly bands. Wan Yang, let us part ways. Take the child if you wish. Another slap landed. Whom do you look down upon? Another slap followed. Are you not aware of your own worth? When I married you, I did not disdain your age, your weight, or your previous marriage and child. I thought you understood me, and the bond we shared. The crisp sound of each slap resonated, causing Jin Yan and the others to wince in empathetic pain. The proprietress was indeed a woman of strong character. Another resounding slap echoed. What gives you the right to assume I would leave you for wearing a belly band? I, Fong Wanyang, have always acted with integrity, and I will not be looked down upon. The boss, his head ringing from the blows, suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. His eyes sparkled with hope as he seized his wife's hand. Wanyang, you do not despise me? The intensity of his gaze was both fervent and fragile, tinged with trepidation. Seeing his expression, the proprietress could no longer strike him, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. You fool, if I despised you, I would have left long ago. The boss felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart, the shadows that had long enveloped him dissipating in an instant. He stood, gently wiping the tears from his wife's face with his clean sleeve, then embraced her tightly. Thank you, Wanyang, for accepting me. A swell of applause and cheers erupted. Jin Yan's eyes glistened with emotion as she clapped fervently. Oh my, how touching. Wonderful.
Boss.
You must cherish the proprietress. The proprietress is magnificent. Boss Hua, we all support you. What's the big deal about a belly band? I've worn one too. It's nothing extraordinary. All eyes turned to the one who had just spoken. He stood tall, declaring, what of it? The joys of the boudoir are beyond your comprehension. Laughter erupted, resonating with warmth. The boss, with his swollen face, felt a surge of emotions and declared, thank you all. Today, I shall treat everyone generously. Let us feast. The cheers grew even louder. Jin Yan's table was presented with a jar of 30-year-old apricot wine. The server, beaming, announced, this is a special gift from our boss to all esteemed guests. Please enjoy. Everyone knew it was due to Jin Yan's influence and raised their glasses in her honor. To you, Lady Chu, I raise this cup.
Que Jin Yan graciously accepted.
The wine was sweet and fragrant, reminiscent of apricots, a flavor she found surprisingly agreeable. No wonder it was a signature drink. After toasting around the table, Feng Tianji momentarily choked on a peanut, suddenly recalled something. Lady Chu, can she drink alcohol? Looking up, he saw Lady Chu taking cup after cup, her eyes bright and her speech clear, showing no signs of intoxication. He breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, she had inherited the fine drinking ability of Minister Chu. Chapter 38. The Green Monster Terrifies Children in the Streets, a misfortune for Chu Lingfeng. The group continued to drink and revel. Jin Yan remained clear-headed, showing no signs of inebriation. Initially, the toasts were in good fun, but after a couple of rounds, it became evident that Lady Chu possessed remarkable drinking prowess. The competitive spirit ignited. Lady Chu, shall we have a contest? Lu Shengjing said, his face flushed with drink. He felt humiliated at being outdone by a woman in status and lineage. He could not bear the thought of being inferior in drinking as well. Jin Yan regarded her challengers as mere amateurs. The fruit wine was so mild that it hardly contained any alcohol. How could they possibly become intoxicated? If they wished to compete, so be it. She was not afraid. If you lose to me, you must work for me for a whole day. Zhao Yushu squeezed his way over with a wine jug. Lady Chu, I want to compete too. Let me tell you, I Zhao am famed for my ability to drink without becoming inebriated. Feng Tianji, caught in the intoxication but still holding onto a semblance of clarity, observed the unfolding challenge. Why do you all bother comparing your drinking capacity with Lord Chu? Winning would be an unworthy victory, and losing would bring disgrace upon you. Jin Yan narrowed his eyes. Lord Feng, do you perhaps look down upon me? Feng Tianji felt a chill run down his spine and quickly waved his hands. No. Dear Lord Chu, please do not misunderstand. Let us not pry into his affairs any further. That's more like it. Jin Yan waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured. My drinking capacity is commendable. You, however, should exercise caution. With hemorrhoids and such a fondness for alcohol, indulging in greasy and spicy foods may lead to unfortunate consequences. Feng Tianji lamented. He shouldn't have spoken so recklessly. The system was astonished. Host, are you intoxicated? Did you really just blurt out about his hemorrhoids? Relax. I'm not drunk yet. Hemorrhoids are not a significant issue. I merely intended to offer a friendly warning to Lord Feng. If he retaliates, we shall continue to delve into his secrets. The system. You must be genuinely inebriated. Before Lu Shengjing and Zhao Yushu, Jin Yan placed a large bowl filled with liquor, downing it one after another. The onlookers cheered, their own hands never ceasing, as they drank cup after cup. Until the moon hung high, Zhao Yushu, famed for his ability to drink 1,000 cups without inebriation, finally slumped down. Jin Yan wiped her mouth and laughed heartily. All of you here are utterly worthless. The proprietress approached with concern. Esteemed sir, where do you reside? Allow us to send someone to escort you home. The other gentlemen, being men, could stagger back without issue, and she could easily spare a room for them. However, this particular gentleman was a woman. It was inappropriate for her to spend the night out, and walking home alone in the dark was perilous. Jin Yan smiled. I appreciate your kindness, madam. But I can return home swiftly on my own. No need for an escort. Please take care of those who have fallen. With that, she strode out of the tavern, shaking her arms and legs. The system felt uneasy. Host, how will you get back? The carriage has been deceived into returning home. And the Chancellor and the others have no idea where you are, so they cannot fetch you. The proprietress was taken aback. This esteemed individual belonged to the Chancellor's residence. Indeed, she had heard that the court had recently appointed a female official, the daughter of the Chancellor, and was astonished to see her in person, so amiable. Jin Yan, brimming with confidence, declared, Lulu, do you know? I was once a long-distance running champion. This moonlit night is perfect for you to witness the prowess of a champion. The system, eager to support, responded. Host is formidable. Go, host. But if you return home to a beating, please don't cry. The last remark was barely audible. Jin Yan didn't catch it, but it mattered not. After warming up, she sprinted forth. The proprietress, still uneasy, called over a capable assistant. Sen Nyo, go fetch a carriage. We shall follow her. That night, the citizens of Chang'an beheld a figure clad in green darting through the crowd like a gust of wind. Mother, there's a green monster, wailed a child, frightened by the green apparition swirling around. Jin Yan was blissfully unaware of the peculiar rumors she had sparked that evening. She raced to the entrance of the Chancellor's residence.
Bright Lily.
Chu Yiming stood at the gate, his expression dark, clutching a stick, the very one that Wen Lan Yu had previously used to strike Chu Lingji.
Que Jin Yan abruptly halted. Her curiosity piqued.
Father, who are you planning to hit with that stick? I can help you. She felt an abundance of energy, as if she could scale Mount Everest. The steward and servants holding lanterns nearby could hardly bear to witness the scene. Miss, your father intends to strike you.
À que Jin Yan approached.
Chu Yiming caught a strong whiff of alcohol, his face darkening like that of a stern judge, and with a swing, he aimed the stick at his daughter's backside. You reckless child. How dare you drink alone outside and return so late? Jin Yan deftly sidestepped, twisting her body in an S-shape to evade the blow. How dare you? Father, I was only trying to help you punish someone, and you turn on me instead. You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. I'll tell mother you hit me, and you'll have to sleep on the floor for a week. Not far off. The proprietress Lin Wan lowered the carriage curtain, observing that little Lord Chu was now safe. Shall we return? She mused. Was little Lord Chu truly drunk or not? It was perplexing. If her daughter continued in this manner, she might well die of exasperation. The Chancellor truly had a challenging life.
Announced to que Yiming,
who was receiving sympathy from strangers apart from his servants, he was now swinging the stick to deal with his rebellious daughter.
Que Jin Yan looked artily, circling around que Yiming.
Father, if you can catch me today, I shall change my surname. Chu Yiming, being a civilian official and no longer young, found himself out of breath while chasing her. What was more infuriating was that his rebellious daughter, upon seeing him slow down, would deliberately ease her pace or even take steps back in provocation. Father, I told you that you could never catch me. Why must you make a fool of yourself? As one ages, one should accept their fate and obediently sleep on the floor at Mother's door. Lingfeng, Lingji, block her from the front. I'll pursue from the back. We shall encircle her. Chu Yiming gritted his teeth. If he did not teach her a good lesson today, he would not bear the surname Chu. Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji obediently moved, attempting to block Jin Yan's escape route from two directions. Sister, stop and apologize to father. You might receive a lighter punishment.
Que Lingfeng earnestly advised.
Yet, before him stood a wildly spirited Jin Yan, who would not heed his words. As Jin Yan saw her two brothers closing in, and her father brandishing the stick from behind, she thought, nowhere to run. She dashed towards Chu Lingfeng, taking 2 steps forward. Chu Lingfeng's eyes lit up. What an opportunity. Just as he reached out to seize his little sister, she suddenly bent low and rolled out of the encirclement. What followed was her father's furious swing, landing harshly on Chu Lingfeng's arm. Father, you hit me.
Que Lingfeng exclaimed, défiated.
Chapter 39, causing a ruckus while eating melons. It was all a scheme. Chu Yiming felt quite remorseful for mistakenly hitting his eldest son. Oh, dear, father. Look at your carelessness. You've struck brother so badly, and you haven't even apologized properly. Jin Yan stood in the corner, relishing the spectacle. Chu Lingji observed his father and elder brother in disarray, then glanced at the fierce little sister, taking 2 steps back. Father, I believe you won't catch our sister tonight. I still have homework left by my teacher, so I shall return. A wise man knows when to retreat. He slipped away first. When Lan Yu stood nearby, gently beckoning Jin Yan, Yan, come here to mother. Jin Yan obediently approached. Mother, I'm hungry. I want a chicken leg. Very well. Come here, and you shall have a chicken leg. As the daughter drew near, when Lan Yu seized her arm, Yan, let us postpone the chicken leg. Allow mother to give you a good beating to vent her anger, shall we? Jin Yan's eyes widened in terror. Oh no, mother, you've been possessed by father, she exclaimed, when Lan Yu was almost amused to the point of anger. Seizing the moment when Jin Yan hesitated, she swiftly pulled her arm back and attempted to flee. Yet, the exit was blocked by a throng of maids and servants summoned by Chu Yiming, and forcing her way through would undoubtedly lead to capture. Resigned, Jin Yan abandoned the escape attempt and instead climbed up to the branches of an apricot tree in the courtyard, using hands and feet to ascend to a high perch. When Lan Yu watched in alarm, falling from such a height was no trivial matter. Yan, come down. Mother won't hit you anymore. Hurry down. However, Jin Yan had become wise to her mother's ploy. She extended her index finger and shook it slowly. Mother, you're still possessed by father. I cannot trust you. She turned her gaze toward the maids and servants blocking the courtyard, suddenly calling out to the system. Lulu, hurry, I need your support. Help me uncover their secrets. The system, enjoying the show, was suddenly called to action. Indeed, it is no surprise that it was chosen as its host. Even in the throes of drunken revelry and ensuing chaos, such a fervent spirit of gossip prevails. Moreover, experiencing the gossip firsthand is undeniably exhilarating. No worries, host. Leave it to me. The maid, Chuanxiang, harbors a secret affection for your second brother's courtyard's Nantong. She has devised various schemes to orchestrate chance encounters, even bestowing pouches and money bags as gifts, yet Nantong has never accepted them, showing no interest in her at all. That night, Chuanxiang wept under her covers, soaking 5 handkerchiefs, unable to recover from her sorrow. Upon hearing this, Jin Yan's expression turned somber with sympathy. She gazed at the terror-stricken Chuanxiang. Cease your infatuation with Nantong. He is the wrong person. No amount of time or effort will yield a favorable outcome. Nantong is drawn to those who are tall and robust, not to someone as delicate as you. You must let go. Chuanxiang, not only disheartened by the gossip but also devastated to learn that her beloved favors a type so contrary to her own, found the pitying gazes of the surrounding maids and mistresses too piercing to bear. She could no longer endure the atmosphere and fled in tears.
Wen Lanyu, que Yiming.
And Chu Lingfeng remarked, System. Host, so this was your intention. Truly astute. But is it really wise to convey such truths directly to the parties involved? Jin Yan responded in astonishment. Old 6, did you not see that I was aiding her? She must rid herself of this unreciprocated affection to pave the way for a new romance. Onward, to the next matter. The system suddenly comprehended. Recently, old Chen, the stable man, has unexpectedly developed feelings for the maid responsible for tending to the flowers and plants. He learned that she is fond of cultured individuals, so he sought out Mr. Du from the accounting office to teach him to read and compose poetry. Every few days, he pesters her with a new poem. Much to her annoyance, the flower maid had not anticipated her own affairs being discussed and could not help but swallow hard. She had thought old Chen was purposely crafting awkward poetry to mock her, and now her temper flared, realizing the true circumstances. In truth, the flower maid despises pretentiousness. And although she had once harbored a slight fondness for old Chen, that sentiment is rapidly dissipating. Hearing this, Jin Yan felt a pang of disappointment. How could this be? The system explained, because Mr. Du once pursued the flower maid, but alas, he was not to her taste and was rejected. When old Chen inquired about her, Mr. Du, consumed by jealousy, refused to assist old Chen in winning her heart, providing him with misleading information instead, eager to witness old Chen's folly. The flower maid exclaimed, So it was you, you old rascal, stirring up trouble. Old Chen, waiting outside the courtyard for his master to finish with the young lady before facing punishment, was left speechless. Old Du, how could I have placed such trust in you? Jin Yan squinted thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. Indeed, the flower maid is quite attractive. No wonder she attracts suitors. She cupped her hands in a trumpet shape and called out, Flower maid, old Chen sends you poetry out of affection. Mr. Du is trying to sabotage your potential relationship, so please do not harbor any ill will toward him. The flower maid, possessing a generous spirit, bellowed, Thank you, miss. I shall seek out old Chen immediately. With that, she exited the crowd to resolve the misunderstanding with old Chen.
Que Jin Shekel to herself.
Old 6, you see. Performing good deeds accumulates merit. I have accomplished 3 good deeds today. Let us continue. Chu Yiming, unable to bear it any longer, resolved to climb the tree and drag the rebellious girl down himself. Host, there is also a matter concerning your father. The maid Dongxiang wishes to ascend to your father's bed as a concubine. After managing to climb a meter, Chu Yiming's grip faltered, and he slipped down. When Lanya's expression grew tense, Dongxiang attempted to kneel, but the other maids and matrons held her back firmly. You shall not kneel until the young lady speaks. Jin Yan exploded. What is happening? My father and mother are so devoted to one another. There is not a single concubine in sight. What audacity does she possess to think she could become the first? The system remained unfazed, because of your grandmother. She has long disapproved of your father's singular devotion to your mother, and often clashes with her over this. She cannot swallow her pride and intends to diminish your mother's influence while establishing her own authority, even planning to introduce her favored niece to your father as a concubine. Hence her scheming with Dongxiang, who resembles her niece. Little did she know, before she could set the stage for Dongxiang, your father became incensed and retreated to the countryside to meditate and cleanse his spirit. He has grown weary of the temple and plans to return in 2 days, certain to resume his mischief. When Lanyu shot her husband a sharp glare, Chu Yiming was furious. Why could his mother not comprehend that in this lifetime, he needed only Lanyu?
Que Jin Yan chuckle coldly.
The age-old struggle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law continues unabated. She could not allow the old lady's machinations to succeed. Mother. Grandmother has arranged for father a prospective concubine named Dongxiang. You must be wary of the day he succumbs to her charms. At that moment, Dongxiang was finally released and knelt, fervently bowing her head in supplication. It was all orchestrated by the old lady. I did nothing wrong. Please spare me, master and madam. When Lanyu sighed, such a scheming maid could not remain in the household. Yet, as she had not yet committed a transgression, selling her off would likely lead to a dire fate. Would you care to go to the estate? Dongxiang, realizing the madam had offered her a reprieve, promptly replied, I am willing. Thank you, madam. Chu Jinyan, noticing that everyone's attention had shifted away from her and that the crowd had thinned, sensed her opportunity. Seizing the long rope from the tree, she gave it a gentle swing, executed a backflip, and landed gracefully at the entrance before darting away. Ha ha ha, I am free. Chapter 40. The art of persuasion reveals the truth behind the green demon. As dawn broke, the sound of chirping insects and singing birds was particularly vivid, as if echoing in her ears. Chu Jinyan awoke with bleary eyes, feeling a slight chill of the morning air. Her arms were empty. Where was her idol? Where could such a magnificent figure have vanished? Upon closer inspection, she realized that the surroundings seemed quite amiss. Why was she perched in the tree branches? Beside her lay the slumbering figure of the great sage, Qi Tian. Old 6. Why am I sleeping in a tree? Chu Jinyan belatedly grasped the situation. Her head pounding and her body aching, particularly her legs, which felt as if they were filled with lead. The system's voice emerged weakly. Host, do you not recall? Chu Jinyan racked her memory, only able to recall the merriment of drinking with her colleagues. I only remember drinking. What happened after I finished? The system chuckled and recounted her impressive exploits from the previous night. Chu Jinyan clasped her head in despair. Are you saying that I ran all the way back from Wamanlu, led my father on a chase through half the government estate, publicly indulged in gossip about the maids, returned to my courtyard, and dragged the great sage onto rooftops, trees, and swings to dance? The system responded with a snap emoji. Correct summary. Host. I advise you to refrain from descending for the time being, as you may face repercussions. Chu Jinyan stiffened as she glanced down to see Chu Yiming brandishing a stick, glaring at her. Your father watched over you all night, now that you've awakened.
Come down.
How much longer do you intend to stay up there? Father, you cannot strike me. I am a government official now. You would be assaulting a court officer, and I shall report you. Besides, we are due at court soon. Do you wish to delay my attendance further? Chu Jinyan was unwilling to concede easily. Assaulting a court officer? Chu Yiming found it laughable. It is natural for a father to discipline his daughter. Not only I, but your mother also wishes to strike you. Would you report her for assaulting a court officer as well? Chu Jinyan faltered, the stale scent of last night's alcohol wafting from her, pungent and unpleasant. She refrained from responding, instead calling out, Jiu Xian, prepare hot water for me, quickly. I need a bath. Then she addressed Chu Yiming. Father, I can only accompany you until the hot water is ready. Surely, you cannot expect me to appear before the court in this state? Furthermore, if you were to miss court due to punishing me, what would the emperor think? Would you jeopardize your impeccable attendance record for my sake? Moreover, if you are unwilling to attend the court, I must go regardless. Should you choose to be absent, do not lay the blame at my feet. Chu Yiming was nearly driven to exasperation by this little rascal. What a disarray. Clearly, he intended to impart a proper lesson to her, ensuring she would never dare to return home intoxicated at such late hours again, yet the tables had turned, and he found himself receiving a lesson instead. However, there were indeed pressing matters to address at the morning court, which could not be delayed. Chu Yiming cast a fierce glare at the wayward daughter perched in the tree. You wait. You shall not escape this punishment. With that, he turned and walked away. Having barely slept the previous night, he needed to freshen up and drink a strong cup of tea to regain his vigor. Jin Yan observed closely and noted that her father truly departed without a backward glance at her courtyard. A sly grin crept across her face. Safe. The system was bombarding her with seal emojis applauding. The host is simply marvelous. I thought you would either feel guilty and immediately accept your punishment or stubbornly descend from the tree to face it. Instead, you skillfully used your wit to repel the enemy. You are indeed a model for us all. I must learn from you.
Que j'ignore au dire.
What can I say? Being invincible is so lonely. Xiao, who was struggling to fetch hot water, couldn't he help but feel anxious for her young mistress. My lady, you may have evaded for the moment, but can you continue to hide indefinitely? Be more cautious. The hour was still early, and Jin Yan indulged in a delightful bath, transforming back into a fragrant beauty before donning the official attire that Xiao had meticulously arranged. Xiao, you are truly remarkable. The official robes, which were just a stinking mess, are now pristine.
Que Jin Yan exclaimed in admiration.
It was no exaggeration to say that the attire she had wrestled with all night resembled nothing more than a pile of pickled vegetables. She had anticipated a minor embarrassment at court today, yet Xiao had delivered a splendid surprise. Xiao, seldom the recipient of such straightforward praise, bowed her head shyly. Oh, it's nothing. I am just glad my skills can be of use. Jin Yan replied with righteous seriousness. The official robe pertains to my reputation and the impression I leave on His Highness, the Prince of Jing. You have done excellently, and this merits a reward. She rummaged through her possessions and produced a box bestowed upon her by the Lotus concubine, filled with small golden pearls, from which she extracted two. Here.
This is your reward.
If you continue to work diligently, more benefits will surely come your way.
Que Jin Yan proclaimed grandly.
Holding the two small golden pearls, Xiao was unexpectedly delighted. Her spirits lifted as she gazed up at her young mistress, feeling a sense of pride. Just as usual, Jin Yan slipped into the carriage. That morning, while fetching steamed buns from the kitchen, the elder women present regarded her with strange expressions, fearful yet tinged with admiration and a hint of anticipation. Such a complex array of emotions. Host, do not overthink it. It is because you created quite a scene last night, and everyone fears you might expose their secrets. Jin Yan lamented, unable to recall her own valiant stance from the previous night, feeling quite regretful. If only you had recording capabilities. It would surely have been a spectacle worth capturing. Alas, I remember none of it. Just then, Yiming, who had just stepped outside the carriage, overheard this and felt a surge of blood rush to his head. This rebellious daughter. She still lamented over it. Upon entering the carriage, Yiming closed his eyes to rest, turning away from his rebellious offspring, fearing that opening his eyes would reveal something detrimental to his heart. Jin Yan, seeing this, chose not to disturb him and instead engaged in conversation with the system. Sigh, Lulu, look at this. Staying up late at an old age leads one to doze off anywhere. Fortunately, I am young and resilient. Yiming's body trembled slightly. The coachman, old Chun, nearly struck the horse's leg with his whip. My lady, while you indeed facilitated my marriage last night, the master and mistress are genuinely upset. Please do not provoke him further. It could lead to serious consequences. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Jin Yan felt the fervent stares of those around her. Lulu, why do they look at me like that? Is my hair disheveled? Or is my clothing wrinkled? There seemed to be nothing amiss. The system interjected. Last night, the Jingzhao's office received reports of a remarkably swift green monster causing havoc in the bustling market, abducting children, and appearing fearsome. Jin Yan shivered at the revelation.
What?
A monster in the capital? She did not recall being in a fantastical setting. However, the system's subsequent words made her wish she could vanish underground. The Jingzhaoin promptly dispatched captains and constables to investigate overnight, and the conclusion reached was that you, dear host, drank too much and frightened too many children with your wild running, compounded by careless citizens nearly losing their children, resulting in this misunderstanding. This incident has spread among officials. Host, try to take it lightly. Yiming strode ahead, relieved to have distanced himself from the wayward daughter. Thus, they remained a pair of unfamiliar father and daughter. Let his non-existent reputation linger a little longer. Chapter 41. The Contest for the Heart, Ever So Cruel. Jin Yan found this world exceedingly absurd. Despite sharing drinks with everyone, she emerged as the last one standing. Why was she the one nearly beaten, labeled a monster, and almost assaulted? It was utterly unscientific. The Prince of Jing passed by Jin Yan, greeting her as usual, yet feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have gone to fetch Miss Chu last night. How he longed to witness her galloping through the night. Surely, It would have been quite entertaining. And perhaps they might have even raced. Moreover, he had heard that the place where they dined had quite the sensational gossip. Why had he worked overtime last night? Because he had apprehended Zhang Wentian and several others for interrogation, in addition to dealing with the mountain of affairs left behind by his second brother, the Prince of Jing. Filled with regret, said tenderly little Chu, next time you venture out, do invite me. I wish to accompany you. Jin Yan was overwhelmed by such an onslaught of charm. Her blood rushing to her head, reddening her neck and ears. Okay, I promise. The Prince of Jing walked away with satisfaction. Feng Tianji and the surrounding officials regarded him with disdain. Your Highness, please hold back. Little Chu alone is already quite formidable if you meddle further. The Jingzhao Yin will surely weep. Jin Yan stood in place, momentarily lost in delight before recovering to confront Feng Tianji. Lord Feng, we all drank together last night. Why must all the blame fall upon me? Can't you practice your drinking skills? Feng Tianji was taken aback. Little Chu's ability to turn the tables was remarkably similar to that of His Highness, the Prince of Jing. No wonder they were an engaged couple.
Little que.
Do not be angry. It was my oversight to have brought you out drinking. I have already apologized to Minister Chu and promised to keep a close watch on you in the future to prevent further indiscretions. Feng Tianji regretted his decision, realizing that little Chu was, after all, a young lady. The previous night, having had a bit to drink before the gossip began, she had allowed Liu Hanlin and Zhao Hanlin to challenge her in drinking, resulting in quite the farcical situation. As a superior, one must reflect on their actions. Jin Yan was about to say more when the emperor entered the court. As the officials knelt in reverence, the emperor's gaze fell upon the singularly unique little figure in the back row, and he could not help but stifle a laugh. The events of the previous night had been reported to him swiftly, and the emperor found himself doubled over with laughter. How could there be such a mischievous yet amusing girl? Thankfully, his only two princesses were well-behaved and sensible. Uniquely regarded Jin Yan with the same awe as one would a rare treasure. Recently, the emperor had been in a foul mood over matters concerning the third prince. Unable to find joy even with the treasury's income, yet the mere mention of Miss Chu brought a glimmer of happiness to his face. Miss Chu, do keep it up. Just as she stood poised, Jin Yan heard her father's voice. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Jin Yan was somewhat puzzled. Her father had endured a sleepless night and still had the energy to report on affairs? Upon closer inspection, she realized he was discussing the issue of corruption within the Ministry of Personnel regarding the Imperial examinations. She inquired of the system. Is the evidence against the Deputy Minister of Personnel already gathered so swiftly? Although the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was exceedingly cautious, it was yesterday that Zhang Wenda was taken away by Prince Jing. During the interrogation regarding Lu Qing's suspicious death, he inadvertently revealed his acts of bribery towards the examiners, thereby disclosing crucial evidence. Last night, the residence of the Vice Minister of Personnel was encircled, and while your father was keeping vigil under the tree for you, he was also working overtime. Jin Yan felt a flicker of relief. With such significant news concerning the Vice Minister, perhaps my minor embarrassment would soon be forgotten by all. The Emperor and the ministers, however, thought otherwise. No, it would not be so easily dismissed. The scandal of the Imperial examination fraud implicated Prince Yong, linking it to the previous cases involving the Minister of Works and the Duke of Ningxun. The Emperor, enraged, immediately issued an edict stripping Prince Yong of his title and demoting him to commoner status. Many who had once associated with Prince Yong trembled in fear, apprehensive that they might be the next to face retribution. Then came another shocking piece of news. On his way to the northwest for official duties, Prince Yong was ambushed by bandits and fell to his death from a cliff. The local magistrate hastily sent urgent reports. While the search for Prince Yong's body was still ongoing, the emperor's expression was one of profound sorrow. The crown prince shared in this grief, while Prince Jing, typically lethargic, displayed an unprecedented solemnity. Only Prince Jing remained unfazed, his expression impassive, as he remarked, I have shown great restraint by not applauding in approval. Jin Yan could scarcely believe her ears. How could the male lead, Prince Yong, simply perish like that? Host, you are not mistaken. Prince Yong is indeed not dead. The emperor's expression stiffened. Dear Chu, could you refrain from publicly revealing the truth so casually? The system continued. However, he is currently in a dire predicament, for his beloved perished while attempting to save him. Jin Yan's jaw nearly dropped. Lu Yunyun is dead. Not Lu Yunyun. It was Feng, Prince Yong's personal attendant. Lu Yunyun, much like Prince Yong, possessed a modicum of fortune. During their flight from pursuers, the situation was dire. Feng had a chance to evade an arrow. But Lu Yunyun, harboring resentment towards Chung Feng for his constant antagonism, inadvertently pushed him, resulting in his fatal injury. You cannot imagine how heart-wrenching Prince Yong's cries were. He truly is a lovesick fool. The emperor gripped the armrest tightly. His son harbored feelings for a man. Moreover, he had gone to the northwest for official duties, bringing not only his personal attendant but also a concubine. Did he not regard the dynasty and its people at all? Other ministers averted their gazes, pretending not to hear or see.
Jin Yan was intrigued.
Is Prince Yong aware that his beloved was killed by another? The system replied. He is unaware and has since grown resentful towards the emperor, plotting revenge to reclaim what he has lost. The emperor's fury reached its peak, and with a forceful grip, the recently repaired armrest splintered once more. Had he known his son was so obstinate, it would have been better to eliminate him outright. Jin Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. Does this mean he'll come back to assassinate me and my father? That is highly probable, host. However, there is no need for concern at present. Prince Yong is currently in such a diminished state that he could scarcely rival a mountain chicken. It may be quite some time before he amasses the strength to return. Should any danger arise, I will alert you. Given the system's reassurances, Jin Yan chose to dismiss the matter from her mind. Worrying over distant events only consumed mental energy and dampened her spirits. Your Majesty, I wish to file a complaint against the Minister of Rights, Meng Darren, for his unfilial conduct towards his mother and younger brother, violating the laws of our dynasty, and demand his removal from office. Jin Yan, upon hearing the familiar name, frowned and glanced over. It was a frail old man. Chapter 42. The Depths of Love. Even under bird droppings, Meng Darren had anticipated this. The Great Shang dynasty placed great importance on filial piety. If children were to accuse their parents, regardless of whether the parents would be punished, the children would certainly face repercussions. Yet he could no longer endure the situation. Whether he lost his position or faced punishment mattered not. As long as he could allow San Yang and Yu heir to lead normal lives, he would sacrifice anything. After witnessing his wife in a comatose state and his daughter weeping in despair, he felt no mercy towards his mother and brother. Meng Darren stepped forward and knelt, offering no defense for himself. Jin Yan was bewildered and deeply shocked. System, who is he? Is he unaware of how that old hag has harmed Lord Meng? How could he dare to accuse him? Has his brain grown to his backside? He is the censor Lu Yanshan, notoriously stubborn and unyielding, showing no regard for anyone's face. When he is in a frenzy, he even dares to confront the emperor. Had it not been for your broad-minded sovereign, he would have met his end long ago. The emperor silently nodded. Indeed, I am such a magnanimous ruler. Although Lu Yanshan often leaves me feeling bewildered with rage, I am a wise monarch who would not whimsically take lives based on personal whims. Lu Yanshan ought to be grateful to me. Upon hearing the system's assessment, Lu Yanshan straightened his back even further. It is precisely because of loyal subjects like him, with their unwavering integrity, and a wise emperor like this, that the court of Great Shang remains so transparent. Young Lord Chu, while often neglecting his duties, possesses a keen insight into people and has his few redeeming qualities. Other ministers, who had previously faced Lu Yanshan's obstinacy, shed tears of sympathy for Meng Darren.
Jin Yan scoffed.
A lunatic who merely draws a salary from the court without performing his duties. When the Duke of Ningxun's people forcibly abducted common girls and seized land, he did not speak out. When Princess Anping disgraced common men, he remained silent. When the Minister of Works and the Vice Minister of Personnel engaged in corrupt practices and oppressed the populace, he said nothing. Yet here he is, accusing Lord Meng, who has suffered under oppression and dared to fight back. Truly, a parasite of the court. An unknown minister could not contain a chuckle. Lu Yanshan nearly spat blood in indignation. How dare this ignorant child insult him? Did he not wish to intervene in those matters? It was not that he was unaware. He must clarify his name. Just as Lu Yanshan was about to rebuke Jin Yan, he caught sight of a warning glare from the emperor atop the dragon throne. Do not expose the thoughts of young Lord Chu. He was filled with indignation. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The emperor, exasperated by this obstinate old man, rubbed his temples. Unfortunately, Meng Darren was too honest, unwilling to offer even a few words of defense, his lips sealed tightly like a clam. Lu Yanshan. Concerning the matter of the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Justice has already reported to me in detail. The Meng family has shown neither respect nor kindness to their mother, oppressed a court official, and even plotted to sell their granddaughter for personal gain, mistreating their juniors. Though our dynasty values filial piety, it is only just to demand such from those who embody kindness. I have pardoned the Minister of Rights for the accusation against his mother. There is no need for you to mention it again. With the Emperor's decree, Meng Darren had narrowly escaped calamity. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I, Meng Darren, thank your majesty for your grace. It is a stroke of fortune to retain my position. Had it not been for young Lord Chu exposing the true nature of his mother and younger brother, allowing him to arrive in time to save Yunyang, he might have descended into madness by now. Lu Yanshan's fury reached new heights, his beard nearly bristling. Your Majesty, as he lengthened his voice. The Emperor knew he was about to begin again, and he sighed in exasperation. Prince Jing stepped forward, blocking Lu Yanshan's path, shaking his fist. Master Lu, when speaking in the court, one must tread carefully. Instantly, some rather unpleasant memories resurfaced in Lu Yanshan's mind. He fearfully covered his mouth and quickly retreated into the ranks. Fourth brother, cease this nonsense. Look at how you have frightened Master Lu. The Emperor reproached, yet his expression conveyed approval. Good son, understanding how to relieve your father's burdens. Jin Yan stifled a laugh. Look at that old coot. He must have suffered under Prince Jing before. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. If he truly had the spirit of conviction, he would stand firm in his beliefs and contest power without fear of death. A mere intimidation has reduced him to this. Lu Yanshan glared furiously. You insolent child, how dare you undermine my fervent loyalty to the nation? The system nudged Jin Yan and said, Host, Lu Yanshan has some gossip. Are you interested? Of course I am. Host, pay close attention to Lu Yanshan's official hat and the hem of his official robe. Jin Yan feigned nonchalance as she tilted her body and swiftly cast a glance. The other officials also stole furtive looks. There's a faint white mark. What could that be? It's bird droppings, host. Host, you may not be aware, but Lu Yanshan has offended a bird. And now he endures a daily deluge of bird droppings every time he steps out of his home. The Emperor nearly plucked out one of his own beard hairs. The courtiers gazed at Lu Yanshan in astonishment. A rain of bird droppings, specifically aimed at the esteemed Lu. What on earth had he done to incur such wrath from a bird? Jin Yan was taken aback. What sort of peculiar individual could offend a bird to the extent that it follows him around to relieve itself? His character must be utterly deplorable. The system replied, It does indeed relate somewhat to his character. 3 days ago, Lu Yanshan was reprimanding his young grandson in their courtyard, and a blackbird, drawn by the commotion, decided to observe. With his temperament, he could argue with anything, and in a fit of rage, he ended up squabbling with the blackbird. Every time he cursed, the blackbird would call out, and thus ensued a back-and-forth exchange that lasted for dozens of rounds. Lu Yanshan, unable to keep up, lost the argument and, in a fit of embarrassment and fury, hurled a stone at the blackbird. The consequences were dire. That very afternoon, dozens of birds descended upon his courtyard to relieve themselves. The rooftops, the windows, were all besmirched with droppings. Moreover, every time Lu Yanshan stepped outside, he was pursued by birds, and when he looked up to curse at them, a droplet of bird droppings fell directly into his mouth, leaving him nauseated for 2 days. Jin Yan could no longer contain herself. To argue with a bird that cannot comprehend human speech and to lose, surely Lu Yanshan must be the embodiment of comedy. I am utterly amused. Her laughter, resonant like a bronze bell, echoed in the ears of those who could hear their own thoughts. The Emperor struggled to suppress a smile, restraining himself from bursting into laughter. Lu Yanshan, being a proud and rigid man, might, in his humiliation, collide with a column, thereby becoming a jest recorded in the annals of history. Lu, perhaps it would be wise for you to temper your disposition. If you seek to quarrel, at least argue with a human, as birds cannot comprehend our language. Engaging them in battle is futile, and losing face is even worse. Standing to Lu Yanshan's right, Minister Zhang stifled his laughter. Lu, have you considered attempting the practice of silence? That is an erroneous suggestion, for Lu Yanshan finds distress in a day devoid of argument. How could he possibly embrace silence? I propose he keep a minor bird for debate. That way he may argue with both humans and birds, achieving 2 objectives at once. Chu Yiming joined in the revelry. The suggestion from Minister Chu is indeed commendable, the Grand Tutor nodded, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Lu Yanshan, for the first time in his life, found himself the subject of such attention from his colleagues, albeit all to witness his misfortune. Rolling his eyes, he appeared on the brink of fainting, prompting General Su beside him to swiftly apply pressure to an acupoint on his body. The pressure was applied firmly, causing Lu Yanshan considerable pain. Yet, he could not succumb to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by humiliation and fury. You. Chapter 43. Lu Yusher stunned. Not a single individual present was innocent. Lu, Fainting in such a manner before the court is a breach of decorum. Were you not the one who relished pointing out the indiscretions of others? Fainting himself would result in scandal before his peers, and there was no need to thank me, General Su remarked with a knowing tone. Among the martial officials, who had not been on the receiving end of Liu Yanshan's reprimands, Liu Yanshan prided himself on being a refined civil servant, looking down upon the martial roughnecks.
Now,
He had unwittingly provided them with the perfect opportunity to take revenge. Jin Yan could hear stir ahead and leaned in to observe. A throng of court officials surrounded Liu Yanshan, seemingly engaged in some business. Old Six, what are they doing instead of attending court? The system responded. It appears that due to Liu Yanshan's advanced age and waning strength, coupled with his petty grievances, he is on the verge of fainting after receiving a few sharp words from the emperor, and everyone is concerned for him. The ministers nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were demonstrating genuine concern for their colleague. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Liu Yanshan exclaimed, "Get away from me." Jin Yan marveled at the scene. Isn't it remarkable how these high-ranking officials exhibit such warmth and camaraderie? I must learn from them to elevate my own standing in the court. Just moments ago, Liu Yanshan targeted Minister Meng, yet look at how Minister Meng is now concerned for his well-being. Liu's narrow-mindedness is truly astonishing. The gathered officials concurred. Young Lord Chu speaks wisely. I spit. Liu Yanshan retorted. Perhaps I should extend my concern to Liu Yanshan as well, Jin Yan mused. Feeling an urge to approach, Foam Tianji gasped, "You mustn't go, young Lord Chu. Liu Yanshan, being of advanced age, is already on the brink of fainting due to your provocation. Should you further agitate him, it could lead to dire consequences." He hastily implored, "Young Lord Chu, do not act rashly. If we minor officials intrude upon Liu Yanshan's misfortune, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment and seek vengeance. If this were to happen repeatedly, our meager salaries would not suffice to compensate for it." His words bore the weight of experience and genuine concern, devoid of pretense. Jin Yan keenly sensed the sincerity and trepidation in Feng's voice, and suddenly recalled the system's earlier comment regarding the emperor's penchant for salary deductions. Her impulse to intervene was instantly quelled. Being in a lowly position with a paltry salary was already disheartening enough. To risk being reported and having her wages docked would render her official position untenable. Old Six, do you think Liu Yanshan's propensity for impeachment aligns with the emperor's intentions? Perhaps he is working in concert with the emperor, filing complaints and then facilitating salary deductions to lighten the burden on the treasury? The emperor, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, froze at her words. What calamity has befallen me? The officials and several princes exchanged knowing glances, musing over young Lord Chu's astute observation. Could it possibly be true? Chu Yiming, wiping cold sweat from his brow at his daughter's audacious statement, could not help but harbor doubts. He too had been subjected to Liu Yanshan's sanctions over trivial matters, resulting in salary deductions. The system interjected, "This is not the case. Liu Yanshan is merely a petty, cantankerous individual who cannot endure a day without berating someone. Not only officials, but he often submits memorials criticizing the empress, the concubines, and even the emperor himself. However, the emperor has never bothered to read his memorials." The emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, he too was a victim. He had not conspired with Liu Yanshan to impose salary reductions. Liu Yanshan's heart sank. He had poured his heart and soul into memorials advocating for the stability and harmony of the court, only for the emperor to disregard them. This sting was far more painful than the mockery of his peers. As Liu Yanshan rolled his eyes, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness.
Que Jiyan exclaimed, "Look."
Liu Yanshan has fainted from the emperor's ire. His psychological fortitude is lacking. This position of Grand Inspector would be better suited for me. The system echoed her sentiments. Indeed. Host, you are far more capable than he. The emperor nearly burst into laughter. This predicament was indeed the fault of young Lord Chu. Chu Yiming felt a peculiar exhilaration as his daughter had, with just a few words, managed to render Liu Yanshan, a formidable adversary, half-fainting. Liu Yanshan was swiftly carried away by two imperial physicians. After the morning court session, Jin Yan dashed to the Hanlin Academy, eager to avoid crossing paths with her father. Though it was unlikely he would chastise her in front of the other officials and the emperor, one could never be too cautious. Better to err on the side of caution than to face the consequences. At the Hanlin Academy, the office was empty, with a group of officials gathered around Zhao Yushu, who was animatedly waving a folding fan. You won't believe it. When Madame Hua first heard the proprietor of the flower shop admit that the handkerchief was his, she was utterly astonished. Yet, the proprietor wept profusely, lamenting the heartache he had suffered due to this peculiar obsession, which left even us spectators feeling a pang of sorrow. Madame Hua, a woman of great stature, delivered a resounding slap. As she spoke, Zhao Yushu gestured dramatically, nearly striking the face of Lu Xingjing opposite him. The colleagues gasped in unison. Lu Xingjing stared blankly, unsure of how to respond. Zhao Yushu certainly craved the spotlight. After the events concerning Lu Qing spread yesterday, the atmosphere was a mix of astonishment and trepidation, with everyone eager to hear the details. Zhao Yushu volunteered to elaborate, resulting in quite the spectacle. Time was of the essence, as the morning court session was nearing its conclusion. Lord Feng, you must return quickly. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from beyond the courtyard wall. Host, fortunately you slipped away quickly. Just now, your father was searching for you with a toothpick in hand, looking quite fearsome. If caught, you would surely face a beating. Heh, reading the room and making a swift escape are my specialties. Zhao Yushu exclaimed with delight, Lord Chu, you have returned. As soon as Chu Jinyan entered, they swarmed around him, surrounding him in a flurry. Lord Chu, we heard you trailed Lu Qing and Zhang Wenda yesterday, only to stumble upon a murder scene. Is that true? Of course, it's true. Zhao Yushu has already recounted it. Why ask Lord Chu again? Step aside. Lord Chu, your capacity for alcohol is remarkable. Is it innate or a result of practice? Do you have any tips? Lord Chu, you run so swiftly. Could you impart some experience? Amidst the throng,
Que Jin Yan felt a momentary daze.
Is this what it feels like to be a star? To be the center of attention? Basking in the adoration of the crowd, what a delightful sensation. Clearing her throat, she scanned the crowd, pushing her way to stand atop a large stone. Looking down at her colleagues. Everyone, please calm yourselves. Each of you will have your questions answered in due turn. There's plenty to go around. So please don't jostle. Standing amongst them, she was the shortest, needing to look up at her peers, which hardly exuded any authority. Zhao Yushu was the first to raise his hand.
Me.
I'll go first. Lord Chu, you triumphed in yesterday's drinking contest, and I, Zhao Yushu, pride myself on my capacity, but still lost. Please share your wisdom. Chu Jinyan shrugged. That is something I can't help with. My innate tolerance for alcohol is hereditary. However, do not despair, Lord Zhao. With persistent practice, your capacity will surely improve. System. Host, you're quite the show-off. Zhao Yushu nodded vigorously, feeling as if he had struck gold. He planned to indulge in 2 jars of wine upon returning home. Another colleague, Li Hanlin, quickly raised his hand. Lord Chu, I wish to know why you sprinted back to the Prime Minister's residence at such speed, leaving behind whispers of the Green Demon. Chapter 44. Arrogance and the Green Demon versus the Evolved Green Tea. At the mention of the Green Demon, Chu Jinyan's cheeks flushed slightly. However, the focus of her colleagues was not on the Green Demon. She ought to be more magnanimous. The choice to run back to the Prime Minister's residence stemmed from my desire not to inconvenience the matron amidst her busy schedule. Besides, running helps dissipate alcohol. The more I run, the clearer my mind becomes. As for my speed, I maintain a rigorous exercise routine at home, keeping my legs agile. Even as a civil servant, it's imperative to ensure one's health to serve the nation for a longer period. Lin Yan looked on with admiration, astonished that Lord Chu possessed such awareness at such a young age. I, too, shall engage in more physical activity. System. Are you genuinely praising her? Chu Jinyan was buoyed by their flattery until Foam Tianji arrived, urging everyone to return to their tasks, thus ending the raucous gathering.
Feng Tianji Shekel, Lorque.
Do not be too ostentatious. Should news of today's events reach the Prime Minister's ears, you may find yourself in trouble. Chu Jinyan proudly raised her chin. Fear not, Lord Feng, I could never be in trouble. At the Prime Minister's residence.
Ah.
Ouch! Mother, wasn't yesterday's incident behind us? Why must you still punish me? Chu Jinyan was chased around by Wen Lanyu wielding a feather duster. Upon entering, she had been deceived by her mother's gentle smile. Lowering her guard, little did she expect the subsequent feather duster assault. Though Wen Lanyu appeared delicate, she was quite agile as she pursued her daughter.
UNR.
You were inebriated yesterday, so I refrained from scolding you. Now that you can listen, I must ask, when you drink outside without a carriage driver, did you consider how worried I would be? Chu Jinyan felt a pang of guilt. Caught up in the excitement, she had momentarily forgotten the consequences of her actions. As her movements slowed, a feather duster struck her backside.
Ouch.
That hurt. I admit my mistake. I promise to bring someone next time.
Ling Feng.
With bandages wrapped around his shoulder, observed the scene with a smirk. The responsibility for yesterday's incident rested entirely on his younger sister. Watching her being chased was quite a source of satisfaction, dissipating his own frustrations. When Lan Yu continued, as a young lady, drinking excessively with a group of men, and then sprinting back, did you consider how it might reflect poorly if malicious individuals were to twist the narrative? What would Prince Jing think? Jin Yan, her feet still moving, weakly replied, I believe Prince Jing would not mind, or perhaps I shall invite him next time. When Lan Yu, though limited in stamina, chased for 2 rounds before finally stopping, panting beneath a tree, pointing the feather duster at Jin Yan suspended in the tree, come down. I won't hit you anymore. Let us have a proper conversation. Feigning innocence, Jin Yan, however, truthfully climbed higher. Madam, trouble. A maid named Xiaoye rushed to Lan Yu's side, whispering urgently, the old madam has returned early, and she brought a young lady with her.
What?
When Lan Yu's expression stiffened, and she momentarily forgot her lesson for Jin Yan, exclaiming in haste, Ener, come down quickly. Don't let your grandmother see you in this state. What state should I not let her see? A harsh, aged voice resounded as the old madam, Luo Shi, appeared at the courtyard entrance, supported by a young lady clad in a simple white dress. The housekeeper has behaved like a shrew, and the young miss resembles a wild monkey. Where's the decorum? Madam, during my absence of a month, is this how you have managed the household and raised my granddaughter? Jin Yan, clinging to the tree trunk, poked her head out at the words. Old 6, is this the grandmother attempting to arrange a concubine for my son? Just look at that sour face. She clearly is not a good person. The old madam, incensed, struck the ground with her cane. Unrefined girl. Come down immediately and kneel. Although she only heard the voice and did not notice if Jin Yan spoke. The audacity of a young girl daring to discuss matters in the presence of her elder was utterly unacceptable. The young lady in white gently advised, Auntie, do not let anger harm your health. Surely, it was your sister-in-law's earnest concern for her daughter that led to this misunderstanding, causing Jin Yan to seek refuge in the tree. When Lan Yu's eyes flickered, what a clever attempt to sow discord. Hearing such insinuations made Jin Yan chuckle. Dear aunt, who might you be? My mother and I are merely playing. What gives you the right to meddle in the affairs of the Prime Minister's residence? Dear aunt. The white-clad lady's expression twisted in anger at the term. Unrefined. Insolent child. Just wait. Once I marry into the Prime Minister's residence, you shall see how I discipline this wretched girl. When Lan Yu feigned disapproval, chastising Jin Yan, Ener, this is your aunt, Luo Menglan, who at 26 remains unmarried. She speaks rather unpleasantly. You should not lower yourself to her level. Now come down, lest you ruin your court attire and incur the Emperor's wrath. Jin Yan leapt down in a few bounds, dusting off her hands. So, my aunt is 26 and still unmarried? Perhaps it is her unpleasant demeanor that keeps suitors at bay. Grandmother, you wouldn't want my mother to assist in finding a husband for her in the capital, would you? That would surely embarrass my parents. It would be best for you to give up on that idea. Luo Menglan was taken aback, never having anticipated that her first encounter in the Prime Minister's residence would be with a sharp-tongued sister-in-law and niece rather than a charming and gentle cousin. Auntie, if Menglan has done anything to offend my sister-in-law or Jin Yan, I shall leave immediately. While I cannot repay my filial duties beside you, I would never wish to be the source of disdain. Luo Menglan's voice trembled, nearly in tears. Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji, who had been hiding in the corner, were momentarily stunned. These words, this sensation, evoke an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if I have heard them spoken by someone before. Jin Yan nearly succumbed to laughter. Lulu, look, with Lu Yunyun gone, another Luo Chunlan arrives. The fragrance of tea permeates the air, and those little schemes are impossible to conceal. Do they truly believe everyone else is a fool? The brothers, Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji, suddenly realized that they resembled their cousin. Upon reflection, their tones, gestures, and expressions bore striking similarities. Chu Lingji boldly speculated, could they be mother and daughter, separated for many years? When Lan Yu feigned surprise, what nonsense are you spouting, cousin? You wish to return home and do not want to stay in the Prime Minister's residence. How could we possibly disdain you? Although it was rather hasty, returning home overnight is not out of the question. I can simply dispatch more guards to escort you. Luo Menglan, infuriated, thought, what nonsense is this ill-mannered when speaking? When did I ever say I wanted to leave? The old matriarch patted her niece's hand and cast a cold glance at Wen Lan Yu and Jin Yan. Menglan is here to keep me company. She shall reside in my Fusho courtyard. Yan girl, Your words are crude and disrespectful to your elders. It is unacceptable. You shall kneel in the ancestral hall for 2 days and copy lessons for women 100 times. You may not leave until you have finished. Jin Yan tilted her head. Grandmother, as a court official, I have an early morning audience tomorrow. I have no time for your antics. What? The old matriarch rubbed her ears, wondering if she had misheard. Chapter 45, A Severe Blow to Allies. Learn to refrain from indecorous behaviors. A court official? As night fell and the light dimmed, the old matriarch, whose eyesight was not the best, took a few steps forward before she could clearly see the green official robe adorning Jin Yan. When explained softly, Mother, during the month you were away, Yan has been appointed as the princess consort of Jingwang by the emperor himself, as well as an 8th grade Hanlin academic. She attends court daily with her father, participating in state affairs and receiving an official salary. The old matriarch and Luo Menglan were left speechless. When did Desheng have female officials? The news was so absurd that they found it believable. At that moment, the old matriarch felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Her 2 grandsons had yet to pass the Imperial examinations, while her frivolous granddaughter had already become an official. The Imperial decree, let me see it. When Lanyu signaled to the steward, who promptly presented it, the steward had already procured the Imperial decree from the ancestral hall, waiting for the old matriarch to demand punishment for the young lady, hoping to astonish everyone. At this moment, the old matriarch, with her frail legs, hurriedly shook off her niece's hand, trembling as she cautiously accepted the 2 scrolls of bright yellow silk, moving to a well-lit area for a closer examination. Luo Menglan felt a twinge of panic. Why had her aunt's attitude suddenly changed? So, what if Jin Yan had the fortune to marry into royalty and was appointed an official? What was there to be excited about? The old matriarch read the decree over and over, not even noticing her eldest grandson, who was helping to hold the lamp. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Young girl, splendid. Our Chu family's daughter is not only marrying into the imperial family, but also earning the emperor's favor by entering the court as an official. Our ancestors' graves must be smoking with pride.
Quick.
Take these 2 scrolls to the ancestral hall. I must go light 2 incense sticks for our ancestors. The old matriarch was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could hardly breathe, embracing her dazed granddaughter and kissing her fervently before bustling off to the ancestral hall. Jin Yan, feeling sullied, thought, this flip-flopping is quicker than turning a page in a book. When Lanyu had anticipated her mother-in-law's reaction and smiled, instructing the steward to carefully attend to the old matriarch during the offering and incense lighting. She then turned to the suddenly unsupported Luo Menglan, cousin. Do you still wish to return home? Luo Menglan forced a smile. Sister-in-law, you jest. I am here to accompany my aunt. How could I leave without notice? At that moment, she began to doubt whether her decision to strive in the capital was indeed correct. It seemed that something had exceeded her expectations. When Chu Yiming finished his official duties and returned home, the night had already deepened. When Lanyu waited at the door with a lantern, her brow furrowed with concern. Have recent matters kept you busy? You always return late. It should ease up after this round, Chu Yiming replied, unable to divulge too much. Ultimately, he had to work overtime due to Yan's heartfelt pleas. Having uncovered numerous corrupt officials and treasonous scoundrels in just a few days at court. By the way, Mother returned early today and brought Luo Menglan with her. When Lanyu recounted the events that had just transpired,
Yiming broke knitted tightly.
He had not forgotten Yan's drunken ramblings, where she mentioned that his mother wished to arrange for her niece to become his concubine. Mother is becoming increasingly muddled. She is supposed to be devoutly Buddhist, yet she cannot seem to cleanse her mind of worldly affairs. Do not worry, Yunyang. I will handle it, Chu Yiming assured. When Lanyu chuckled lightly, I have no concerns. With Yan around, I believe cousin will not last long. With her daughter's influence, she had already swayed the easily enamored matriarch, and it was only a matter of time before Luo Menglan departed. At the dinner table, Chu Yiming finally grasped the true meaning behind when Lanyu's words. Luo Menglan gazed at him with eyes full of emotions, misty and tender, softly calling out, cousin. Chu Yiming could hardly restrain himself, rubbing his arms as goosebumps rose. Sixth cousin, if your throat is uncomfortable, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. It sounds rather unsettling. Yuan Kuthof. Luo Menglan shot him a resentful glance. Having endured so much since her arrival, she felt wrong that her cousin did not inquire about her well-being and even suggested she remain silent. How unreasonable. Jin Yan could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, Aunt, you are quite adept at this. Do you believe my father lacks charm? Here, let me demonstrate. Mimicking Luo Menglan's earlier demeanor, she gazed at her with affection, altering her voice dramatically to call out, "Aunt, what on earth?" Luo Menglan instantly covered her mouth, nearly retching from disgust, her skin crawling with goosebumps. Her delicate fingers tightly gripped her chopsticks, creating a creaking sound, revealing the intensity of her emotions. Chu Yiming choked on a grain of rice, coughing violently. Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji were equally repulsed, silently thankful that they had no food in their mouths, lest they suffer a similar fate. When Lan Yu suppressed her laughter, serving dishes to her husband and daughter.
Oh.
"Aunt, look at your disdainful expression. Do you understand now? Seeing someone you dislike act coy can indeed be repugnant. My father sees you in the same light." Luo Menglan was left breathless, holding back her indignation, fearing an even greater embarrassment. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The old matriarch cast an exasperated glance at Jin Yan. "Yan, how can you speak like that?" Luo Menglan looked at her aunt with gratitude, feeling that she was indeed the one who cared for her most, instantly coming to her defense. "Now that you are an official and soon to marry into royalty, how can you adopt such a lowly tone? There is no majesty befitting a primary consort in your speech. How will you assert authority over those lecherous foxes vying for Jingwang?" "Lowly? What does my aunt mean?" Luo Menglan's feelings of gratitude evaporated, replaced by outrage at being likened to a disreputable fox. The other diners, including the servants attending, were left dumbfounded. "Old matriarch, do you realize you have dealt a severe blow to your own allies?" Jin Yan had been closely observing Luo Menglan's expressions and nearly laughed uncontrollably. "On the battlefield, the greatest adversary is not the one across from you, but rather the one beside you. Grandmother speaks true. I shall remember this, and strive to avoid such indecorous behaviors in the future." The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction.
Now.
Yan was the most promising child of the Chu family, destined to bear future emperors and heirs, invaluable beyond words, and she must not be led astray. She turned to her niece. "Menglan, speak properly in the future. Do not lead Yan astray." Luo Menglan was nearly brought to tears, her hands tightly wringing the handkerchief in her grasp, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "Yes, aunt." Chu Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. "Wonderful. With Yan present, my ears will suffer less. Host, the old green tea has quite the scandal. Quick, spill the beans." Jin Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Nothing is more delightful than feasting on the misfortunes of a defeated foe. Luo Shi had finally come to realize that her granddaughter hadn't uttered a word. How was she able to hear everything? Yan cough cough cough. Luo Shi nearly choked on her breath, the weight of the earth almost burying her. When Lan Yu rushed over to help her breathe easier. "Mother, clear your mind and don't overthink. Be careful not to choke while eating." Luo Shi promptly dismissed any thoughts of questioning, managing to regain her composure. She cast a suspicious glance at her daughter-in-law, then at her son. Could they also hear it? Luo Menglan approached, subtly pushing Lan Yu's hand aside. "Aunt, are you alright? Did you choke?" Luo Shi scrutinized her for a moment. "Menglan, didn't he hear anything?" Jin Yan, seeing her grandmother recovering, urged the sixth brother. "Hurry, dish out the gossip to accompany my meal." Chapter 46, The Young Lady. In a bid to relieve stress, unexpectedly shaves her head to become a nun. The system chuckled softly. "Host, you would never guess that the old green tea, Luo Menglan, is actually bald. She's wearing a wig." The old matriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. How could her perfectly fine niece be bald? Everyone discreetly glanced at the top of Luo Menglan's head, unable to discern anything amiss. Jin Yan also failed to notice. "It's not noticeable at all. Her wig is so well attached." The system replied. Of course, she specially sought out a potion at the nunnery that allows for seamless wig application. If an ordinary person could tell, she wouldn't dare come to the capital to seduce your father. Nunnery? The old green tea didn't shave her head at a nunnery, did she? Has she become a nun? The old matriarch could hardly believe it.
How could this be?
Menglan had always harbored feelings for Ming'er, steadfastly remaining in her hometown, refusing marriage, and eventually becoming an old maid. There was no way she would turn to a religious life. Yet, the banter between Yan and that mysterious entity was quite entertaining. Moreover, she had nearly asked a question that would lead her to meet her ancestors. It was wise to remain silent and listen. The system clarified. She didn't become a nun. It's not a proper nunnery but rather a brothel masquerading as one, where one must shave their head to entertain clients. The old green tea was initially hesitant, but after assurances that she could attach her hair with a potion and remain undetected, she joined without hesitation. Jin Yan's pupils trembled in shock. A brothel? Although she had seen much in her past life and was not easily shocked, Luo Menglan, she was from a prestigious family in her hometown.
Que Feng and que Si.
Realizing what their younger sister had just implied, felt their ears burn red. How could such disgraceful establishments exist? The sixth brother should not have directly spoken to his younger sister about this. When Lan Yu and Chu Yiming exchanged glances, when Lan Yu asked, "Should we stop Yan from continuing? These sordid matters are not for a young lady to hear." Chu Yiming replied, "Do you think that if we stop her now, she won't hear about it later? We would then be left in the dark." A reasonable point. The couple reached a silent consensus, burying their heads in their meals. While their thoughts remained focused on Chu Jinyan, Chu Jinyan asked, "Why would she go to such a nunnery to entertain clients?" The system explained, "Didn't your mother mention that she is 26 and still unmarried? She is determined to marry into the Prime Minister's household, to enjoy wealth and luxury, and to monopolize your father, looking down on the local commoners. Her parents support her, keeping her at home. But, as you know, rumors can be quite fearsome, especially since the old green tea is renowned as a highborn young lady in her locality. Though she pretends not to care, she has accumulated a great deal of pressure inside. When a person is suppressed for too long, they can easily become twisted." At 22, the old green tea completely erupted. To relieve her stress through men, she disguised herself and went to that nunnery to shave her head and entertain clients, visiting every 10 days, indulging freely, and quickly becoming the most sought-after nun in that establishment. Over the past 4 years, despite taking measures to prevent pregnancy, she has lost 3 children. In utter shock, Chu Jinyan could only respond with a stunned exclamation. Thud. The chopsticks in the old matriarch's hand fell to the table. Had she just heard something scandalous? Surely, she must be imagining things. Yet, upon glancing at her son, daughter-in-law, and 2 grandsons' expressions, it was evident she had not misheard. Huh? Why did grandmother drop her chopsticks while eating? Chu Yiming and Wen Lanyu were startled. The system, unfazed, remarked, "It's normal for older individuals to tremble and struggle to hold chopsticks. You cannot judge them through a biased lens." How could that be? Sixth brother? Do not slander me. By the way, do her parents know about this? Chu Jinyan found the situation utterly surreal. They do. Initially, they thought the old green tea had lost her mind, but she convinced them with a single reason. The system cleared its throat and began to mimic her voice. "Father, mother, I am going to the nunnery for the good of our family. As long as I learn the 18 skills at the nunnery, when the opportunity arises to enter the capital and share a bed with my cousin, he will be utterly captivated and unable to resist, and marrying into the Prime Minister's household will be within reach. Moreover, there are plenty of methods to fake virginity at the nunnery, so there is no need to worry about being discovered as no longer a maiden. By then, father and mother will be the in-laws of the current Prime Minister, able to act with impunity, no longer needing to bow to anyone's whims." The old matriarch felt murderous intent rising within her. She had genuinely believed Menglan to be a thoughtful and intelligent child, far superior to the seemingly soft Wen Lanyu, which was why she had wished for Ming'er to marry Menglan. Of course, there was also an ulterior motive to elevate her maternal family. Who could have guessed that? In her desire to benefit her family and niece, her family would treat her son as a tool for boasting. On the other side, Chu Yiming met his wife's murderous gaze and hastily shook his head. "My dear, I am not that kind of person." Chu Jinyan's expression was akin to having swallowed a fly. "She elevates her own desires while seeking a grand excuse, dragging my father into her schemes. Why must she do that?" The system added. "Indeed, she particularly enjoys seducing the husbands of those who mock her for remaining unmarried, relishing the thrill of revenge. Besides, it's not as if your grandmother has always looked unfavorably upon your mother, dangling a carrot in front of her family and the old green tea. They even plan to find a way to eliminate your mother once they gain entry into the household, promoting from a favored concubine to a principal wife."
Que Yiminès fasse d'arcane instant-lit.
The old matriarch seemed dazed. Was it her fault? Was Menglan's transformation and her family's schemes against her son a result of her own actions? Chu Jinyan was immediately incensed. Not only did she wish to seduce, but she also sought to eliminate her mother. "Sixth brother, is there any way to remove her wig? I want to publicly expose her identity as a nun." The system rummaged through the marketplace. "I recommend the powerful lubricating hair loss agent, which will not only prevent her from regrowing hair for decades but also ensure that her scalp remains perpetually smooth and unable to retain anything. It costs only 5 points. Simply aim and click to use it on the target. It's a cost-effective and convenient product." Chu Jinyan purchased it without hesitation and then applied it to Luo Menglan. Everyone quietly focused on Luo Menglan's hair. What would happen next? Luo Menglan felt an odd atmosphere at the dining table. Her aunt and cousins barely touched their chopsticks, their expressions shifting continuously, seemingly lost in thought. Jin Yan kept pointing at her. However, her cousin occasionally looked at her with fervent eyes. Surely it was because he harbored feelings for her too, but was too shy to express it due to Wen Lanyu. Luo Menglan felt quite pleased with herself. What once was the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan was now aging and losing her charm. It was time for her to relinquish the position of Prime Minister's wife. The urgent matter at hand was to ingratiate herself with her aunt. She picked up a piece of bamboo shoot and placed it in the old matriarch's bowl. "Aunt, I see you haven't been eating much. Why not try this?" The elderly matron brusquely brushed aside Luo Menglan's hand, her tone frosty. "No need, I cannot eat." Luo Menglan was taken aback, bewildered by her aunt's sudden outburst. Chu Yiming furrowed his brow as he directed a concerned glance towards Luo Menglan. "Cousin, you should rest well tonight. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to your hometown first thing tomorrow." "Cousin, I have only just arrived. And you are so eager to send me away?" Luo Menglan could hardly believe her cousin's callousness. "My decision is final," Chu Yiming asserted with unwavering resolve. He could not allow anyone who posed a potential threat to the matron to remain. "How utterly cruel!" Luo Menglan exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up in indignation. In doing so, she felt an unexpected slick sensation atop her head, followed by the sudden plummet of a clump of black material, adorned with gold and silver. Upon realizing what it was, she let out a piercing scream.
Ah, chapter 47.
A spring fragrance quietly shattered. Jin Yan gave a thumbs up to the system. 6-6, this hair loss remedy is remarkably effective. Just look at how smoothly and seamlessly the wig fell off, leaving behind such a smooth and polished scalp. The system replied proudly. "Indeed. Products from the system store are of the finest quality." Luo Menglan's scream persisted for several seconds. Finally managing to cease her cries, she swiftly snatched up the wig. Trembling as she reached up to touch her own head, it was exceedingly smooth, completely devoid of hair. She screamed as she covered her head, shouting, "Don't look! Don't look! Everyone close your eyes!" No one complied. The servants stared intently at her bald head, which glistened under the candlelight, making it nearly impossible to ignore. Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji were rendered speechless. The preceding scene had been somewhat shocking, yet undeniably humorous. Chu Yiming let out an uncharacteristic laugh. Had Chu Jinyan's heartfelt thoughts not been overheard, the matron might have still harbored a glimmer of hope. What if Jin Yan was merely fabricating tales? Yet now, the sight of that bald head shattered any remaining illusions, leaving not a trace behind. The matron slammed her chopsticks down forcefully, pulling her still frantic niece back to her seat. "Menglan, when did you become a nun? Why did you not inform your aunt?" At that moment, Luo Menglan was in a state of sheer panic. She could not admit it. Acknowledging the truth would spell her doom. Suppressing her inner turmoil, her voice trembled. "Aunt, I did not become a nun. I merely fell ill and lost all my hair, which is why I wore a wig. It is such a disgraceful matter that I concealed it from you." The matron was deeply disappointed. Even at this juncture, she continued to lie, unwilling to even admit to her religious vow. Chu Yiming spoke sternly. "I have never heard of an illness that causes one to lose all their hair. Moreover, what shame could there possibly be in being sick? My mother would never disdain you for falling ill. Or perhaps your illness is a mere pretext to hide some unspeakable secret." Luo Menglan shivered at his words. Could her cousin have discovered the truth? It was impossible. She had concealed it well. Aside from her parents and her trusted maid and coachman, no one else knew. Was her cousin merely trying to trick her? "What nonsense are you spouting, cousin?" she said, her eyes brimming with tears. "What secrets could I possibly have?" Chu Jin Yan hastily inquired of the system. 6-6, what is the name of the temple Luo Menglan visited? "It is called Fenghua Temple. And her dharma name is Chi Dream." "Aunt, your illness wouldn't be treated at a place called Fenghua Temple, would it?" Chu Jin Yan feigned innocence in her questioning. Luo Menglan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could she know about Fenghua Temple? Chu Yiming turned to Chu Jin Yan. "Where did you hear about Fenghua Temple?" Chu Jin Yan replied, "I overheard some colleagues chatting behind my back, mentioning that there is a well-known Fenghua Temple in Ningzhou, where all the nuns are stunningly beautiful. And one named Chi Dream is particularly captivating, unforgettable after a single encounter." Wen Lan immediately slapped her daughter's hand and shot a fierce glare at her husband. How could he allow their daughter to speak of such matters? Chu Yiming had not anticipated that his daughter would be so audacious. He regretted allowing her to participate in this charade. Luo Menglan's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. The very name Chi Dream had been revealed. She refused to believe that Jin Yan had merely heard gossip. She was certain that Jin Yan knew something more. If this continued, the truth would inevitably come to light, exposing all her past indiscretions. How would her cousin perceive her? Would he view her as a lowly harlot? Absolutely not. Luo Menglan forced a smile. Jin Yan, stop speaking nonsense. My illness was certainly treated at home. How could I possibly go to such a sordid place? By the way, Aunt, I am feeling a bit unwell. It might be a recurrence of an old ailment. The doctor who can treat me is in my hometown, so I will leave for home tomorrow. Ultimately, the matron, considering their blood ties and acknowledging her own culpability, did not wish to press her too hard. Very well, then. You may depart tomorrow. Luo Menglan, forsaking her meal, hurriedly clutched her wig and returned to the Fusho courtyard. Jin Yan was somewhat surprised. Has she really given up so quickly? Just a moment ago, she was quite adept at defending herself. The system replied, I am not sure. Perhaps she fears that the truth will come out, leaving her too ashamed to face your father again. Chu Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed unlikely that his mother would continue to entertain the notion of inviting his cousin to the Chu residence. Fortunately, with Jin Yan's intervention, the secret had been unveiled, saving him and his mother the trouble of unnecessary discussions. Aside from the matron, who could barely swallow her food, moving her chopsticks only a few times, the other diners exhibited particularly good appetites. On the way back to the courtyard, Jin Yan continued to discuss with the system the various happenings surrounding Luo Menglan at Fengyue Temple. Behind her, Zhou Xian's cheeks flushed. Though her mind hesitated to dwell on the vivid imagery, her ears faithfully absorbed every word. Suddenly, Jin Yan halted her steps. Zhou Xian, is that person not Chunxiang? Jin Yan squinted at the delicate maid watering the flowers in the garden, suspecting she was seeing things. Miss, it is indeed Chunxiang, Zhou Xian observed curiously. It's strange. Watering flowers is clearly the work of the matron. Why is Chunxiang doing it? The system leisurely unraveled the mystery. Host, this is your doing. Jin Yan was baffled. How am I to blame for Chunxiang? I have no connection with her. The system retorted. Host, have you forgotten that on the night you were drunk, you caused Chunxiang to suffer a heartache? Such a thing did indeed occur. While Jin Yan couldn't recall the specifics, the system's elaboration jogged her memory. Chunxiang took your words to heart but still could not let go of Nantong. She resolved to build her strength and eat more to achieve the robust physique that Nantong desires.
Now,
she consumes 3 bowls of rice at each meal and has even taken the matron as her foster mother, taking on the task of watering flowers to strengthen her arms. The system expressed admiration for her tenacity. This girl was truly striving for love. Not far away, Chunxiang subtly puffed out her chest. Miss, bless me. I will certainly make Nantong fall in love with me. Jin Yan's jaw dropped in disbelief. OMG, she had caused a disaster. 6-6. Did I not say that Nantong prefers tall, strong men? The emphasis was on men, not on being tall and strong. With a clatter, the bucket Chunxiang was holding fell to the ground. Nantong, he likes men? At that moment, Chunxiang truly felt like crying. She could strive for height and strength, but no matter how hard she tried, she could never become a man. The system sighed in resignation. Host, you never specified. Alas. I hope Chunxiang awakens soon and abandons her affection for Nantong. Look at her now, unable to lift the bucket, sitting there in tears. She is likely at her wit's end. Zhou Xian silently sympathized with Chunxiang. Jin Yan felt a flicker of guilt. What should I do? Should I go comfort Chunxiang? I feel so guilty right now. Saying this, she took a step toward Chunxiang. Chunxiang froze, covering her face as she stood and turned to flee. If she heard any more from the miss, she feared her tears would flow dry that night. Autumn Heart hastily interjected, Miss, Chunxiang is watering the flowers over there. It's all wet, and your shoes and skirt will surely get soaked if you go. Please, do not add insult to injury, miss. Jin Yan glanced at the vanishing figure of Chunxiang, feeling helpless as she walked away. That night, for individuals within the Chu residence found themselves restless and unable to sleep. In Chapter 48, the old green tea fled for half a day, while the unscrupulous Prince Jing followed Lu Yanshan. Chunxiang's tears soaked 10 handkerchiefs, and Jin Yan's conscience ached painfully. She had inadvertently tightened the bonds of a pure-hearted girl toward the wrong direction. And fearing that she might be unable to sleep the following night if she did not take action, she quietly rose in the dead of night to pen a note. Stealthily, she slipped outside Chunxiang's room and instructed Lu to place the note beside Chunxiang's pillow. It read, Chunxiang, the one you admire prefers men. Cease your efforts in the wrong direction. Once the person left, Chu Xiang, with swollen, peach-like eyes, caught sight of the hastily scrawled handwriting in the moonlight, her heart momentarily breaking. "Miss, how could your handwriting be worse than mine?" Luo Menglan buried her head under the quilt, repeatedly attempting to fit the wig onto her head, but to no avail, which only fueled her tears. The old matriarch, tossing and turning, could not find rest. The more she reflected, the more she believed that her own stubbornness from years past had led to Menglan's marriage, granting her illusory notions and an inflated sense of self-importance, culminating in her remaining unmarried at 26 and committing such a grievous error. Menglan was, after all, her most cherished niece. The next morning, Jin Yan, sporting prominent dark circles under her eyes, donned her official robes and hurried to the entrance, only to find 2 carriages waiting. The old matriarch emerged with Luo Menglan, who was wrapped in a headscarf, followed closely by Chu Yiming and his wife. "Cousin, Menglan is leaving." Luo Menglan cast a reluctant glance at her cousin, feeling a deep sense of shame and unable to face him, quickly turning to board the carriage. Before her true intentions were revealed, she believed everything to be inconsequential. Hair would grow back. As long as she successfully consummated the marriage with her cousin and never returned to her old home, the past would fade like the wind, leaving no trace. However, alas, there exists no impenetrable wall in this world. Rather than cling to a lie, it would be better to let her cousin's impression of her remain at this moment, before her true nature was exposed. The old matriarch tenderly reminded, "Once you reach home, please write me a letter." Her voice trembled with age. After a night apart, Jin Yan felt as if her grandmother had aged several years, lacking the vibrant spirit she had exhibited the day prior. "Liuzi, do you think my grandmother suddenly looks much older? She has several more wrinkles on her face." The system meticulously counted. "There are 5 new ones, host. Your eyesight is remarkable." The old matriarch, interrupted in her thoughts, anxiously touched her face. 5 wrinkles. The system continued. "But it is quite understandable. A beloved niece suddenly becomes a discarded pawn, fleeing within a day. In such a disheartening situation, 5 wrinkles are rather few." Jin Yan considered this perspective. Indeed, if she were to encounter an incompetent ally, she would likely go mad. For her grandmother to have only developed 5 wrinkles, her mental fortitude was commendable. The old matriarch sighed. "Could you refrain from mentioning those 5 wrinkles?" As the carriage gradually receded, the old matriarch watched it disappear from view, her eyes slightly reddening. After lingering for a moment, she turned to Jin Yan, advising, "Yenna, attend court diligently. If there are matters you do not understand, learn more from your father. It is not vital to achieve merit. Avoiding mistakes is what truly matters."
Que Jin Yan nodded.
"Why does it sound like you are giving me a final farewell?" Chu Yiming glared at his unfilial daughter. What on earth was she thinking? The old matriarch, currently enveloped in sorrow, paid no heed to Jin Yan's rather ominous remark. "Minger, if you have the means, send someone back home to investigate. If it is true, destroy that temple. If Menglan wishes to marry, find her a suitable match. If she does not wish to marry, let your uncle maintain a family temple at home to care for her for the rest of her life. Furthermore, should your uncle truly engage in illicit activities in Ningzhou under your name, put a stop to him."
Que Yiming acquiesced.
"From now on, I shall devote myself to the cultivation of Buddhism at the Fusho Temple. Unless there is something particularly urgent, do not disturb me." Having said this, the old matriarch trembled as she returned to the Fusho Temple. Perhaps the master was right. All things arise from their causes. Her insistence had led to such consequences. It was time to focus on her own cultivation, dedicating herself to prayer for her son and Menglan. When Lanyu felt a myriad of emotions, she had never anticipated that her once-spirited mother-in-law would be so profoundly affected by her cousin's predicament. Chu Yiming reassured his wife, "This is for the best. There is no need for concern. My cousin will not continue down a path of decline, and mother has abandoned her plans to meddle in their marriage. The schemes of the uncles back home have faltered, which is beneficial for everyone." When Lanyu sighed softly, "Last night, you mentioned that my cousin might not stay for long."
Que Yiming replied, "Indeed."
She left in a flurry after just one night. She didn't even last the full 12 hours. Moreover, even my usually obstinate mother has lost her will to create chaos and intends to immerse herself in prayer. The couple exchanged complex expressions. What could they do about the devastating impact of their daughter? Would it only escalate in severity in the future?
"Dad.
If you keep dawdling, we will be late for court." Jin Yan shouted from the carriage. She was eager to meet her idol. On the morning of court, Lu Yanshan had taken a leave of absence and did not attend, much to Jin Yan's disappointment. What a pity. I was looking forward to counting how many bird droppings landed on Lord Lu today. The Emperor remarked, I did not expect young Lord Chu to possess a sharp tongue. Prince Jing's expression darkened slightly. The system eagerly suggested, in that case, host, why not wait until he arrives at court and quietly follow him after work to witness the power of the bird droppings? Prince Jing went yesterday. The Emperor and the Crown Prince immediately fixed their sharp gazes on Prince Jing. You rascal, sneaking off to enjoy the spectacle again? The previously drowsy Prince Jing's eyes widened instantly. He had suspected that the fourth prince, who should have been at work, was absent, causing him to be caught by the Chancellor and forced to handle official business until he was the last to leave. Last night, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, even offering 3 peaches to the moon in prayer for the swift arrival of the new Minister of Works, delaying his sleep by an hour. Fourth prince, you owe me my rest. Prince Jing remained unfazed and raised an eyebrow at Prince Jing, who told you to sleep all day without working. Last time, you even took half a day off. You should be grateful for only having to make up for one night. At this moment, Chu Yiming harbored a twinge of doubt. Could it be that Prince Jing had taken an interest in Yeno's talent for gossip, leading to his proposal for marriage? If so, he and Yenner would indeed make a perfect match. Jin Yan felt a flicker of anger. Yesterday, I was punished at home while my idol was out enjoying the gossip. He even told me to invite him next time, yet he acted like a traitor first. Prince Jing was taken aback. Miss, Chu was punished yesterday? Ever since the safety of the Chancellor's residence, he had withdrawn his secret guards and was entirely unaware. That scene must have been quite thrilling. Had he known, he would have detoured to visit the Chancellor's residence. Perhaps he could have provided protection for Miss Chu. The system soothed, do not be too upset, host. Prince Jing did not have a pleasant experience either. In Chapter 49, the plot thickens. Zhao Yushu has suffered heartbreak. The system stifled a laugh. While Prince Jing was attempting to count how many birds relieved themselves on Lu Yanshan, he inadvertently became the target himself, receiving 3 sizable droppings as well. Jin Yan burst into laughter. Haha, serves him right. Thankfully, the droppings didn't land on my idol's face. Otherwise, I would truly feel heartbroken. As long as the prince remains handsome, any eccentricities in his character only add to his charm. 3 sizable droppings indeed. Prince Jing's thoughts were suddenly jolted from his daydreams of Miss Chu being punished. Oh no! Forgetting that old rascal, who inevitably reveals secrets when gossiping, Wang awakened with a chuckle. He felt a bit more psychologically balanced now. The Emperor shook his head in resignation, while the Crown Prince gazed skyward, utterly disheartened. After the court session, Jin Yan still accompanied the quiet prince to the official's office. Host, are you not upset that he didn't invite you to gossip? Why are you still going with him? The system inquired, perplexed. Lu, you are still young and do not understand. Remember, the realm of romance is akin to the workplace. Adults will never forfeit an opportunity for personal gain merely out of momentary whim. Jin Yan's gaze lingered on the quiet prince's perfect profile and the back of his head, her tone unexpectedly earnest. The system promptly noted this down. Host, you are quite impressive. Jin Yan smirked, playfully licking her non-existent drool. Hee do take notes, Lulu. The quiet prince quietly registered her words. He believed that Miss Chu indeed possessed great wisdom, though she seldom showcased it. In the Hamlin Academy, sprawled in her small office, Jin Yan faced a mountain of various documents and files. I don't want to work or go to the office, she lamented, resting her head on the desk in despair. But then, she remembered something and instantly sprang up. Lord Zhao and Lord Lu, having lost a bet while drinking, weren't they supposed to help me with 3 days' worth of work? Old Lu, quickly find out where Lord Zhao and Lord Lu are. Those unreliable fellows. I must personally hunt them down. The system's voice carried a hint of subtlety. Host, they might be too busy to attend to you right now. Jin Yan keenly sensed something was amiss. Could it be there some gossip? Quickly, guide me. Turn right as you exit, under the willow tree. In broad daylight, no less. Could it be that neither of them wanted to help her, leading to a quarrel that escalated into a fight?
Que Jin Yan felt inexplicably exhilarated.
At that moment, if she merely stood aside, she could shout that classic line. Stop fighting, you two. Ha ha ha. Such a moment must not be missed. Seeing her enthusiasm soar, the system decided to withhold an explanation. Let the host revel in her joy for a bit longer. Jin Yan stealthily exited, turned right, and upon hearing no fierce commotion, peered in confusion. Her expression suddenly turned pale. On the stone pedestal beneath the willow tree, her murmured Zhao Yushu lay in the embrace of Lu Xingjing, his shoulders trembling.
Ah?
A romantic tussle? Though I bear them no ill will. Yet, In broad daylight, beneath the watchful eyes of numerous colleagues, a same-sex embrace seems rather inappropriate.
Que Jin
Now feeling like a naive young girl on the brink of marriage, cover her eyes. If one disregarded the wide gaps between her fingers, such awareness indeed warranted commendation. Lu Xingjing and Zhao Yushu both froze in place. Lu Xingjing abruptly pushed away the sobbing Zhao Yushu, panic-stricken. Little Chu, please do not misunderstand. His pristine reputation could not be tarnished here. Zhao Yushu, merely having lost a drinking game last time, had acted as if he were a familiar acquaintance, unabashedly seeking solace in Lu Xingjing's arms after being rejected by the one he adored. Tears and snot smeared across Lu Xingjing's attire. Had it not been for Zhao Yushu's considerable strength, he would have escaped, preventing little Chu from witnessing this awkward moment. Jin Yan closed her fingers. I am not misunderstanding. What are you doing? I cannot comprehend. How could I possibly misunderstand? Even Zhao Yushu, still grieving, could no longer contain himself. If little Chu were to misconstrue the situation and let the rumors spread among their colleagues, would he ever be able to face anyone again? The colleagues lurking in the shadows chimed in, Apologies. We are all aware. Little Chu, you have truly misunderstood. I was simply heartbroken after being rejected. Seeking solace from Lord Lu, Zhao Yushu explained, his eyes and nose reddened, exuding an inexplicable air of vulnerability. Jin Yan felt a twinge of disappointment. It turned out it was merely a tale of unrequited love. No matter, a morsel of gossip is still gossip. She quickly approached and sat down. Lord Zhao. Whatever sorrow weighs upon you should be shared. Let us analyze it together. 3 heads are better than 1. Perhaps we can find a solution. By the way, do you recall the wager? The losers are to help me with 3 days of work. I specifically came to seek you out. Zhao Yushu mused. Did you just imply we should celebrate? He, now in a pitiful state, found it rather unfair that little Chu was more concerned with gossip than with his heartbreak. Lu Xingjing, typically indifferent to others' love stories, realized that if he left now, little Chu would likely assign him work, allowing the others to stay and enjoy the gossip. That was not a wise choice. Thus, he firmly settled on the stone bench, feigning an eagerness to listen. A few heads peeking from the corner grew impatient. Lord Zhao, do hurry and share. Zhao Yushu pondered for a moment. After all, little Chu and old Lu had witnessed countless tales of gossip and might offer even a sliver of valuable advice. He began to recount his woes through a series of sniffles. I have long been enamored with the voice of a young lady. The first time I heard her sing, I vowed to find her and marry her. Just a few days ago, I finally discovered the identity of my beloved and immediately sought permission from my parents to propose. However, to my dismay, they insisted I first inquire whether the lady would consent. Only then would they agree to the proposal. Yesterday, I mustered the courage to ask her. And the result was at this point. Zhao Yushu began to sob uncontrollably, tears flowing like a leaky faucet, impossible to stem. The conclusion was clear to Jin Yan without needing further elaboration. The lady either rejected him outright or was already promised to another. Lu Xingjing gazed up at the sky in boredom. Such trivial matters were worthy of tears? Truly, Lord Zhao was a man of deep emotions. Host. Zhao Yushu has mistaken the identity of his beloved. Zhao Yushu was left utterly bewildered, a large bubble of snot forming. Lu Xingjing instinctively moved further away. His attire already bore enough snot, and he had no need for more. Jin Yan also nimbly stepped aside, exclaiming, Huh. This plot twist seems off. Chapter 50, Zhao Yushu endures torment. The songstress hosts a contest for marriage.
Que Jin explained, under normal circumstances.
It should be the male protagonist mistaking the identity of the female lead, while the female antagonist has long harbored secret affections for him, leading him astray. They would end up together in bliss, leaving the true female lead to suffer in silence. The male protagonist, unable to restrain himself, entangles himself with the female lead while refusing to acknowledge his betrayal of his supposed love, tormenting the true female lead time and again. Ultimately, the female lead departs in sorrow, and only then does the male protagonist realize his mistake, leading to a frantic chase to win her back. Zhao Yushu, Lu Xingjing, and the gathered onlookers were left in stunned silence. Little Chu, it's a pity you don't perform storytelling at the tea house. Zhao Yushu couldn't help but get drawn into the narrative. However, his tale had gone awry from the 3rd sentence. Miss Su had outright rejected him, without mercy. The system quipped. Host, how many novels about chasing after lost love have you read? Jin Yan lost count. Forget it, old Lu. Let us not dwell on that. Please wait a moment. She turned to Zhao Yushu. Lord Zhao, the information at hand is too scarce. I require more time to form a judgment. We shouldn't waste time here. Let us work while we wait. With that, she led Zhao Yushu to her small office, pointing to two towering stacks of books across from her. Lord Feng stated these stacks need to be summarized, catalogued, and classified first. I leave it to you, Lord Zhao. Zhao Yushu was pushed into a chair, his face still streaked with tears. Jin Yan settled onto the low couch, which she had specially brought from home for her afternoon naps. A handful of seeds in one hand and a cup of tea beside her. Lulu, we can begin now. Let us thoroughly dissect Lord Zhao's scandal. The most leisurely state of indulging in gossip is when the central figure is preoccupied with their tasks, allowing the observer to savor the drama while they work. The system gave a thumbs up to Jin Yan. Such a state is indeed elevated. Lu Shengjing stepped in, saying, Little Lord Chu, there are simply too many books here. Allow me to assist, as I too have lost and must accept my punishment. To him, the love scandal was akin to a tasteless morsel, neither fulfilling nor worth discarding. However, considering the pitiful state of his attire, sullied by tears and snot, he felt compelled to partake in Lord Zhao's tale. Zhao Yushu glared at Lu Shengjing. Brother Lu, do you not perceive the accusation in my gaze? Lu Shengjing nonchalantly took a seat. The other colleagues harbored silent resentment. That thick-browed, big-eyed fellow had audaciously claimed the prime spot for gossiping. The system chimed in. Did we not previously mention that Zhao Yushu misidentified the person? His true romantic interest, the one who captivated him, is none other than his childhood rival, the third miss of the Wuan Marquis' household, Jing Xiu. What? Zhao Yushu was taken aback. The fierce and brash Jing San, with her coarse voice and laughter reminiscent of a duck's quack, could not possibly be the enchanting songstress he envisioned. It seemed that little Lord Chu's insights were not entirely accurate. Among the eavesdropping colleagues, some who knew Jing Xiu nearly dropped their jaws. The notoriously fierce third miss, possessing a voice that could make Lord Zhao fall in love at first listen? Such a discrepancy was astounding. Jin Yan spat out a sunflower seed shell.
Ah.
A rival-turned lover? That element is intriguing. I am fond of it. The system continued. Zhao Yushu and Miss Chen grew up together, with her consistently besting him in both martial and literary pursuits, leading him to perceive her as a formidable adversary. On one fateful occasion, Zhao Yushu stumbled upon an ethereal melody while wandering the back garden of the Wuan Marquis' estate, only to find Miss Chen practicing her martial skills. Jin Yan could not help but interject. Did it not occur to Lord Zhao that Miss Chen was the one singing? Not at all. In Zhao Yushu's mind, Miss Chen was the epitome of a boisterous warrior, and even a hint of romantic inclination towards her would be an affront to his beloved. Zhao Yushu began to question his very existence. Surely, little Lord Chu could not have known the extent of his humiliating experiences at the hands of Jing Xiu. Could it be true that the songstress was indeed that insufferable warrior woman? No, please no. Jin Yan inquired further. Is it possible that Miss Chen is aware of Zhao Yushu's affection for her voice? Indeed, she is aware. Not only does she know, but she has also used the revelation of the songstress's identity as leverage, compelling Zhao Yushu to fulfill her whims and demands, much to her delight. She often hides away to sing a few lines, dangling the carrot before him, and Zhao Yushu naively believes there is hope, taking the bait every time. Zhao Yushu covered his head in despair. Jing Xiu, you are more wicked than a vengeful spirit. Return my songstress, return my first love. Lu Shengjing couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Zhao Yushu being so thoroughly played. The colleagues outside nodded in silent agreement. Miss Cheng's reputation was indeed well-deserved. Jin Yan, struggling to suppress laughter in front of the gossip subject, felt his face flush. Miss Cheng is truly a remarkable individual. How intriguing. By the way, who is the person Lord Zhao mistook for? Please do tell. The system responded. It is Miss Su Wenjun, a close friend of Miss Cheng and the daughter of the Minister of War. Miss Su is already engaged and knows that Zhao Yushu's secret crush is actually Miss Cheng, eagerly anticipating the day he uncovers the truth. Ha, this is absolutely hilarious. Lord Zhao is in such a dire predicament. Ha. Zhao Yushu felt utterly overwhelmed. What sins had he committed in his past life to encounter the bane of his existence, Cheng San? And then there's Miss Su.
No.
The thought alone brought tears to his eyes. Jin Yan, finally regaining composure, asked, Miss Cheng is quite a character. Do you think I might have an opportunity to meet her? Perhaps my mother could take me to an event where I might cross paths with her? The system discovered a potential opportunity, though it was unrelated to any banquet. It seems unlikely, as Miss Cheng's reputation among the elite is somewhat tarnished. They do not mingle. However, she is hosting a martial arts competition for suitors today. If you are interested, you could challenge her. After all, There is a saying among humans, one must fight to truly know each other. Besides, with the protective shield I provide, you are particularly resilient, so you need not fear injury. You will surely stand out as the brightest contender on the competition stage. The system was positively thrilled at the prospect. Its host was the most exceptional. Jin Yan replied, "Old Lu, are you attempting to lead me astray? I have no interest in becoming a son-in-law of the Wu and Marquis' household." Lu Xingjing feigned interest in his book, nearly bursting into laughter. Little Lord Chu's gossip companion was undeniably entertaining. The colleagues outside silently urged, "Little Lord Chu, do not agree. Even with the system's protection, enduring a beating would be quite humiliating." Zhao Yushu felt a glimmer of anticipation. It would be rather delightful if Little Lord Chu were also bested by San. It would certainly bring him some comfort.
No.
Participating in the competition is out of the question. However, I could attend as an observer. I have yet to witness a proper martial arts competition for suitors. What a pity it would be to miss out. But why must Miss Cheng come from a noble family and insist on a martial arts competition? The system smiled mysteriously. You may be unaware, but this is not Miss Cheng's first martial arts competition for suitors. It is her third.
Que j'ignorais mouvement froze.
What happened in her first two competitions? In the first two, no one succeeded in challenging her. The idea of a martial arts competition for suitors originated from the Wu and Marquis. In truth, Miss Cheng has no desire to marry. Not only is she exceptionally skilled, but she also has a master overseeing her. And those capable of defeating her do not find her appealing, while those who are attracted to her cannot hope to win. Zhao Yushu perked up at this revelation. Miss Cheng does not wish to marry? An ingenious idea suddenly struck him.
Que Jin Yan exclaimed, so.
This so-called competition for suitors is essentially a one-sided arena for Miss Cheng to beat people up? The system snapped its fingers in affirmation. Bingo. Precisely. Witnessing a beautiful woman administering a beating is also a form of visual enjoyment. Moreover, as long as one can sneak away during work hours, anything would be a delightful diversion. Jin Yan promptly stood up, his expression serious as he addressed the still mourning Zhao Yushu and the diligently working Lu Xingjing. Lord Zhao. Lord Lu, I suddenly recall a matter I must attend to. Since my work is in your capable hands, I shall take my leave. If Lord Foam inquires, please convey my thanks. With that, she strutted out, leaving the two men in stunned silence. The colleagues outside had already dispersed at the sound of Jin Yan's voice, and once her figure vanished from sight, they regrouped, eager to act. Little Lord Chu's adventures, whether in enduring a beating or indulging in gossip, would undoubtedly be fascinating. Missing out would indeed be a regrettable loss. But what if? What? Foam Tianji appeared behind them, his towering figure blocking the sunlight and casting a small shadow. His expression was grave. During office hours, you are not diligently working but conspiring to sneak off for leisure? Do you feel you deserve your monthly salary? Do you honor the emperor? If you wish to avoid being reprimanded by the censors, return to your tasks immediately. Sighs echoed among the group as they felt ashamed for their momentary lapse in duty, becoming so engrossed in gossip that they neglected their responsibilities. Once the subordinates returned to work, Foam Tianji turned to see Zhao Yushu's eyes swollen like walnuts, startled. Lord Zhao, what has happened to you? Lord Foam. I have a bitter vendetta that I must resolve today. I request a half-day leave. Zhao Yushu's earnestness resembled a solemn vow, and paired with his pitiful expression, it appeared quite comical. After hastily requesting leave, he rushed out in pursuit of Jin Yan. Humph. San, did you not claim to have no desire for marriage? Today's contest for marriage has led me to victory over you, compelling you to wed me. You shall become a member of the Zhao family, and I shall ensure that you endure endless torment, repaying you for the mockery you've inflicted upon me for the past 3 years. The flames of vengeance flickered fiercely in Zhao Yushu's eyes. Jin Yan climbed into the carriage, instructing the coachman, Old Chen, to take her to the contest venue. Old Chen, puzzled, asked, Miss, why are you departing so early today? Indeed, it was a rare occasion for someone to assist her. Remaining at the Hamlin Academy would be a waste of resources. Please don't inform my father. Although Jin Yan felt no remorse for her actions, she was aware that if her father found out, she would likely face a scolding. Old Chen, fearful of the consequences, dared not report her. If he were to divulge her actions and she discovered his betrayal, the recently pursued maid would surely abandon him. The system suddenly recalled something and prompted, Host, Prince Jing has requested you to call him. Shall we do so now?
Que Jin Yan stroquait leur chin touchfully.
Lulu, how beautiful is Miss Jing-san? This question posed a dilemma for the system, as it struggled to assess human beauty by its standards. However, the system had a reference point. Miss Jing-san is entirely different from concubine Lian and your mother, while she lacks the title of the first beauty, disregarding her aura. Miss Jing-san is far more attractive than you.
Que Jin Yan clenched her fist tightly.
Very well, I shall not summon Prince Jing. I shall go alone. Host, did you not say this morning that one must seize every opportunity to benefit oneself? The system expressed confusion before suddenly realizing. I understand now, host. Is this what they call jealousy? You fear that Prince Jing may take a liking to the more beautiful Miss Chung-san, thus preferring to forsake the chance to be alone with him. Old Chin silently acknowledged the system's reasoning. Jealousy is a natural sentiment. It's not just women who can be fearsome when envious, men can be quite terrifying as well. Jin Yan shrugged, her expression enigmatic. Lulu, you are indeed still young and inexperienced. Consider this. Prince Jing's visage is like the sun to me. With him present, I cannot contain any other sights within my gaze. If I am to witness beauty, bringing Prince Jing along would render the experience moot, for all attention would be diverted to him. Adults must not only learn to seize every opportunity for their own benefit, but must also discern the right timing and setting. Lulu, you have much yet to learn. The system was in awe, showering her with enthusiastic emojis. Host, I shall diligently learn from you. Old Chin nearly struck himself with the whip in realization. Good heavens, the miss sought to monopolize the beauty, thus leaving Prince Jing behind. I misjudged you. The carriage rolled forward, while another followed quietly behind. Zhao Yushu shifted to the side. Lord Feng, why do you follow? Were you not just chastising your colleagues for their idleness? How could he so easily shirk his duties? Feng Tianji remained composed. Not long ago, a murder occurred at the Hamlin Academy, and given Lord Zhao as serious leave of absence, it is my responsibility as a superior to ensure his safety, lest I be held accountable for any ensuing misfortune. Zhao Yushu pondered this reasoning. It seemed valid, yet something felt amiss. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Chung-san, wait for me. Feng Tianji smirked, relieved that only Zhao Yushu was present. Lu Shungjing would not be so easily deceived. He would likely see through his intentions to indulge in gossip. Left alone in Jin Yan's office at the Hamlin Academy, Lu Shungjing surveyed the empty room. Glancing at the towering stacks of documents and then at his tear-stained attire, clenching the brush in his hand tightly. Why is it that Zhao Yushu, who was initially injured, has now become the one to suffer? At the bustling intersection of Zhuke Street, cheers erupted. Well done. Miss Chung is formidable. Rise. You cannot simply fall. Before the carriage had come to a complete stop, Jin Yan was already enveloped by the sounds of joyful acclaim. Upon arrival, she leaped from the carriage, only to be taken aback. Was this truly the turnout? For a contest of marriage, shouldn't the area around the arena be teeming with spectators, creating an electrifying atmosphere? Why were there but a handful of onlookers, and even chairs? The passers-by seemed utterly indifferent. What captivating spectacles could they possibly have witnessed to render them disinterested in a contest for beauty? Chapter 52, Spectators at the Arena. A wealthy young master poses as a beggar with flaws abundant. Regardless, Jin Yan settled into a seat at the back row, which was still relatively close. As there were merely 20 or so chairs, and she needn't worry about being struck by anyone who might be thrown from the stage. It offered both safety and an excellent view, perfect. Though she could currently see only a tall figure clad in fiery red, mercilessly trampling a struggling man beneath her. The system clarified, this is the third marriage contest. Most spectators have grown weary of it. Those who come merely for the allure of beauty are quickly dismissed by the guards of the Duke of Wuan's residence if they act too brazenly. Which is why your audience is so sparse. I see. The guards of the Duke of Wuan and the audience murmured. Who spoke? A sharp-eyed, silver-haired man seated in a high position quickly zeroed in on Jin Yan. Clad in an 8th-rank official S-robe, she was the only female official recently gaining notoriety. Jin Yan, daughter of Prime Minister Chu. The woman in red on the stage arched an eyebrow, turning to face the crowd, and with a slight force of her foot, sent the man beneath her flying into the dust behind Jin Yan, raising a cloud of debris. Jin Yan silently screamed, "Oh my, such a beautiful and striking sister. Lulu, you were right. She is far more beautiful than I." Caught up in admiration for the enchanting woman, she completely overlooked the fact that her carefully chosen seat was anything but secure. Chung Shiyu had never received such blatant praise before. And the flattery came from a charming girl, causing her cheeks to flush as she couldn't help but smile back at Jin Yan. "Lulu, did you see that? The beautiful sister smiled at me. I'm ready to be chosen." Jin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her feet dancing on the ground in glee. Returning Chung Shiu's smile with one of her own. The system was at a loss. The host was indeed delightful, yet her infatuation was a touch excessive. Upon encountering someone attractive, her intellect seemed to plummet. The silver-haired man, Qingxiu's master, Huarong, covered his ears. What a noisy girl. How on earth did she attain the position of female official? Is she daydreaming? The audience surrounding Jin Yan fared little better, their ears pained by her fervent exclamations. However, upon glancing back, they noted her official garb. They decided it best not to provoke her, reasoning that she would be dismissed by the Duke of Wuan's guards if her behavior became intolerable. The previous challenger had been kicked off the stage by the third miss, losing the match. The steward beside her struck a gong. Are there any more challengers? Jin Yan looked around. It seemed there were none. No one else? I thought I had arrived quite swiftly, yet I've only caught the tail end of the commotion. Disappointment washed over her. She had yet to witness the beauty in combat. And judging by Miss Chung San's demeanor and physique, she surely fought with elegance and grace. Chung Shiyu scanned the surroundings. It appeared truly that there were no more challengers. Today there were only 3. Must I let this little sister leave in disappointment after coming with such high hopes?
Chung San.
I challenge you. Chung Shiyu arched an eyebrow, intrigued as she cracked her knuckles. Jin Yan recognized the familiar voice and turned. What the Lord Zhao? Wasn't he just being pummeled by Miss Chung San? Why is he so foolishly seeking another round? Zhao Yushu, initially striding confidently under the gaze of the crowd, nearly stumbled at her words.
Little que.
Must you not show me some consideration in your remarks? Lord Zhao, rest assured, as a colleague, I shall undoubtedly lend my support and encouragement.
Que Jin Yan pledged earnestly.
Feng Tianji plopped down in the seat adjacent to Jin Yan. Indeed, Lord Zhao, since you are pursuing lifelong happiness, I shall also cheer for you. Jin Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Lord Feng, why are you everywhere? Feng Tianji offered a brief explanation. Lord Zhao described his leave in such a formidable manner. I was concerned something might go awry, so I came out to take a look.
Que Jin Yan suddenly understood.
Lord Feng, you truly worry for the safety of us subordinates. But wait, wasn't Lord Zhao just heartbroken? Why is he here to participate in Miss Chung San's martial arts contest for marriage? System. Perhaps he seeks to vent his frustrations through a bout of conflict. It is not uncommon for those who have experienced heartbreak to engage in peculiar forms of cathartic expression, is it? Zhao Yushu likely had this notion in mind.
Que Jin Yan pondait.
Indeed, what wouldn't a heartbroken person do? Zhao Yushu gracefully leaped onto the stage, his elegant demeanor attracting the attention of many surrounding ladies, matrons, and young women. Chung, I am well aware of how you have mocked me, Zhao Yushu whispered, gritting his teeth. Chung Shiyu was perplexed. How have I mocked you? To which Zhao Yushu, infuriated, charged forward. Chung Shiyu shook her head. What is wrong with Xiao Yu? Why is he acting out on my stage? Could it be, as the little sister suggested, that he is seeking a fight due to his heartbreak? The two exchanged blows for several rounds, and Jin Yan watched with rapt attention. Typically, Lord Zhao concealed his remarkable looks behind a facade of eccentricity, yet now, engaging with a beautiful lady was quite a sight to behold. Chung Shiyu, having allowed him some leeway, fought for a dozen exchanges, sensing that the little sister had seen enough, and suddenly unleashed her strength, intending to conclude the contest swiftly. However, unexpectedly, the previously formidable Zhao Yushu suddenly became timid, fleeing rather than facing her blows. Having honed his agility to evade punishment since childhood, he proved difficult for Shiyu to catch, and the two circled the stage. Jin Yan, observing intently, soon stifled a large yawn. This chase is less engaging. Watching a cat and mouse would be far more amusing. It seems rather dull. Is Lord Zhao attempting to exhaust Miss Chung San's stamina before counterattacking? The system, equally perplexed. Perhaps. No matter, host, I can share some gossip. It's perfectly acceptable to sit and await the outcome. Feng Tianji felt a sense of pride. Joining was indeed the right decision. Jin Yan expressed his gratitude. Lulu, you are the best. System. Host, do you see that beggar observing the commotion beside the stage? Jin Yan glanced over. What about him? Chung Shiyu on stage inadvertently cast a glance. Others too couldn't resist scrutinizing the figure. What was so remarkable about the beggar? He is not a beggar, host. He is the son of the largest silk merchant in the capital, Tao Sanwang. You can't see it clearly from here, but the grime on his hands and feet is merely soot he has smeared on himself. His fingernails are pristine, his teeth clean, and his skin fair. A discerning eye would easily uncover the truth. Tao Sanwang, taken aback. Miss in official attire, why are you revealing my identity? Yet, he subconsciously looked down at his own nails. realizing he had been careless. Flower Rong and Qing Shiyu, both adept at martial arts, scrutinized closely and confirmed the truth. Why would a well-off young master disguise himself as a beggar? Jin Yan questioned. What is his purpose in masquerading as a beggar? Is he seeking to experience life? Or perhaps vying for the position of heir by enduring a familial test? Chapter 53. A trickster meets a trickster, as 20 scholars love 60 elderly ladies. System. Neither. He dons the guise of a beggar in search of true love. Tao Sanwang grew up in an opulent environment and at 13, he was nearly compromised by a maid's underhanded scheme, leaving him with significant psychological trauma. Consequently, he believes all women harbor ulterior motives, viewing the refined young ladies with whom his family associates as duplicitous. Yet, as he reaches the age for marriage, if he fails to find a suitable partner within 3 months, he must acquiesce to his parents' matrimonial arrangements. Tao Sanwang yearns for a woman who values integrity over wealth, embodying purity and virtue. Thus he masquerades as a beggar in populated areas to observe. Tao Sanwang was astonished. How could anyone know of his past? This was a closely guarded secret within the Tao family, known only to his parents and wet nurse. Who is this young lady revealing such information? Jin Yan couldn't help but display a bewildered expression. What on earth? Could it be that he intends to feign poverty to elicit sympathy from young ladies, ultimately selecting one to cultivate a relationship, and then, in an act of self-importance, declare that she has passed his test? Although he is quite wealthy and wishes to marry her, is this not identity fraud? Feigning misery to gain sympathy and affection, prompting the young ladies to strive for his approval while facing opposition from those concerned for them. Ultimately, he would reveal his true identity, triumphantly disproving those who wished to protect the young lady, feeling quite smug about finding true love and eliminating the petty individuals surrounding her. Tao Sanwang felt a moment of guilt. Could that young lady truly possess the insight to discern his true intentions? This scheme was concocted by him and his 3 lackeys. Qing Shiyu frowned. Such malicious intent would result in the true love he seeks being shattered the moment the truth is revealed. This man ought to receive a lesson. System. Indeed. Tao Sanwang's original plan was just that, and he has already identified a suitable candidate. He is merely waiting for her arrival today. Look, that young lady in the pale pink dress approaching is the one.
Que Jin Yan est censé éteindre.
I must expose this fraud. Whether to pursue further developments should be left to the young lady's discretion. Flower Rong and Qing Shiyu's regard for Jin Yan grew. Feng Tianji nodded in satisfaction. Young Master Chu indeed abhors wickedness. He is truly a product of the Hamlin Academy. Tao Sanwang felt conflicted. Calling out to the young lady made him reconsider his actions. However, he was earnest in his feelings for Miss Meng. It might be better to confess than to have her uncover the truth. Yet, what if after his confession, Miss Meng deemed him a liar and rejected him? No need, host. That young lady is specifically here to ensnare him. Jin Yan, having risen partially from his seat, settled back down. Please elaborate. System. In truth, the young lady recognized from the outset that Tao Sanwang might be the son of a wealthy family. A slight probe revealed his identity. Unloved at home, she yearns to marry into a good family and has thus played along to ensnare Tao Sanwang, awaiting the day he reveals his true self, hoping to be moved to marry him.
Que Jin Yan sharply critiqued. Déservé de l'isseau.
A love swindler meets a marriage trickster. Quite the match. Tao Sanwang's youthful heart shattered into fragments. The gentle, amiable, and kind Meng girl he had envisioned was merely a facade. Tears welled in his eyes, teetering on the brink of falling. On stage and off, everyone continued their activities, yet all discreetly listened for the beggar's antics. Only Zhao Yushu displayed a barely perceptible smirk. As Meng Shiner approached Tao Sanwang, carrying a box filled with pastries, their eyes met, revealing a glimmer of sorrow. Young Master Wang, why do you weep? She asked in surprise. Could it be that he was moved to tears by her punctual arrival with treats? Meng Shiner felt a sense of pride, albeit tinged with contemplation for the future. The scion of a wealthy family, surprisingly, has fallen for a woman so easily. Perhaps his intellect is rather lacking. Should they bear children in the future, she must ensure they receive proper education, instilling in them the imperative to marry a lady of noble birth or a daughter of an official, lest they be deceived by common women, losing both wealth and love. Tao Sanwang wiped away his tears and confessed, Miss Meng, my surname is not Wang. It is Tao. I am not a beggar, merely pretending to be one. Now that I have revealed my secret, do you have anything to say to me? The onlookers were utterly astonished, with Jin Yan's sunflower seeds tumbling to the ground. Had Tao Sanwang truly abandoned his facade? Meng Shiner's grip faltered, and the food box fell to the ground. What was happening? Why had he suddenly divulged his identity? Flustered, she stammered, "Young Master Wang, you have lied to me, I... Tao Sanwang gazed into her eyes. "Do you not have anything to share with me?" Meng Shiner forced a smile. Did he know that she was already aware? Yet, she could not admit it. "Young Master Wang, you have gone too far in deceiving me. I have nothing to say to you." She feigned anger, hoping to maintain her facade for a possible turn of events. Tao Sanwang, disheartened, replied, "Thank you for your care these past few days, Miss Meng." And with a heavy heart, he turned to leave. Meng Shiner stood in place, momentarily dazed, before running away in tears. TSK. I thought we might witness a riveting performance of two deceivers vying for superiority, but it seems Tao Sanwang has relinquished his act far too quickly, Jin Yan lamented. Slightly disappointed. The system comforted. "Do not fret, host. Allow me to share another piece of gossip. That man in the blue attire on the far right appears quite affluent."
Does he not?
Jin Yan nodded, noting his fine clothing and the fan he wielded, exuding the air of a privileged youth. In truth, he is but a destitute scholar. Having failed to pass the scholar examinations for 3 consecutive years, his poverty ringing hollow. His current finery is due to his association with a wealthy widow. All eyes turned toward the scholar, who looked around in confusion, sensing the scrutiny, yet finding everyone else with their heads bowed. What was amiss? Today? Miss Chung was unusually slow, taking her time instead of ending the duel swiftly. Humph. Surely it was because her opponent was a handsome young man with an official title. Such a superficial woman. He had thought Miss Chung was above vanity and the allure of power, only to discover she was just like the rest. As the scholar turned, Jin Yan caught sight of his face. He is rather average-looking. Why would a wealthy woman be attracted to him? The system chuckled lewdly, because he is obedient and unfettered. Addressing the widow affectionately as "my dear" and inquiring about her well-being. The old lady, over 60, appreciates such sweet words. She has adopted him as a godson, calling him son in public and "my dear" in private. Such individuals exist in this world. Cheng Xiu was utterly astonished, pausing in her pursuit. Zhao Yushu narrowed his eyes. Now was the moment. Chapter 54. The plan succeeds, but why does the outcome seem off? Following the little Lord Chu, he ascends the stage to challenge. Then he will stall for time, hoping that little Lord Chu finds the contest tedious and begins to indulge in gossip. Once she and that 6th person start gossiping, Zhao Yushu firmly believed that Cheng San's attention would be diverted. He struggled to restrain himself from getting caught up in the gossip while keeping a vigilant eye on Cheng San's movements. When she displayed a flaw, he would strike and seize victory in the duel. This was the clever scheme that Zhao Yushu had devised. And indeed, it proved effective. As Cheng Xiu became engrossed in gossip, Zhao Yushu seized the opportunity to rush forward, pretending to embrace Cheng San. Huarong stood up, slapping the armrest. "What are you up to, you thick-browed fellow? Trying to take advantage of my disciple under the guise of a duel?" Little Lord Chu, look at the stage. Feng Tianji, ever observant, noticed the sudden change in the arena's dynamics and promptly alerted Jin Yan, who finally focused on the stage where Zhao Yushu was beginning to counterattack. She thought that if Zhao Darren were to take a beating, her cheers would be quieter, sparing him some dignity. Cheng Xiu's martial prowess far exceeded Zhao Yushu's. Even if he exploited a flaw to attack, her reflexes would be sufficient to respond. However, the person opposite her suddenly opened his arms to embrace her. If he truly struck out, little you might very well break 2 or 3 ribs. Cheng Xiu hastily withdrew her attack, narrowly avoiding Zhao Yushu's impending embrace. In the next moment, she felt herself being propelled away.
Que j'ignorais eyes widened.
What a despicable move. Zhao Darren kicked the beautiful sister away just as she relinquished her attack. The system was equally incredulous. Zhao Yushu is quite cunning. No wonder he is bullied by 2 women. He deserves to suffer heartbreak. The scene rapidly receded, and Cheng Xiu executed a roll, landing gracefully. Zhao Yushu, hands on his hips, stood on the stage, laughing heartily. "Ha, did you expect this, Cheng San? I have triumphed. You must marry me." Cheng Xiu's beautiful phoenix eyes reflected a hint of surprise. "Little you, I never imagined you wished to marry me, even resorting to tricks to win the duel." Zhao Yushu was taken aback. Her reaction seemed quite off. Shouldn't she be weeping and lamenting her lost freedom? "You didn't hear clearly? I have won the duel for marriage. Regardless of your reluctance, you must wed me. I shall return home today and have my parents propose to the Marquis of Wuan." The spectators were momentarily uncertain whether to cheer or boo. Cheering would imply approval of his trickery, while booing would acknowledge his legitimate victory. For the first time in their lives, they found the contest for marriage to be utterly frustrating. Huarong was profoundly shocked. He had always believed that Zhao Yushu regarded Little Six merely as a rival, never considering her as a woman. To his astonishment, it was all a facade. Zhao Yushu, he, was deeply infatuated with Little Six, eager to marry her. Cheng Shiyu nonchalantly nodded. Very well, propose whenever you wish. I am in no hurry. However, she crossed her arms, teasingly, confess, when did you start harboring feelings for me? Could it be that little you knows I am the song goddess? Perhaps when June had been too indiscreet and revealed her identity. Zhao Yushu, angered, stomped his foot. I do not harbor feelings for you. Who would fall for a tomboyish brute like you? The steward beside them was laughing so hard his eyes nearly disappeared. Wonderful, wonderful. After 3 rounds of marriage contests, finally, the young lady can finally be married off. I won't have to face the Marquis's displeased countenance any longer. The steward struck a gong decisively. Zhao Darren's challenge is successful. The marriage contest is concluded. Master Hua, please escort the 3rd son-in-law home. Hua Rong leaped onto the stage, seizing Zhao Yushu by the collar. Come along, little you. We're going to the Marquis's residence. I have already sent someone to invite your parents to propose. If you are eager, we could wed today. Everything is prepared. The Marquis of Wuan has gone all out to marry off his daughter. After 3 disappointments, it was a rare opportunity to have a fool with a known background approach. One could not let it slip away easily. Zhao Yushu furiously retorted. How many times must I say it? Do not call me little you when following Chung San. All right, little you, do not be angry. Jin Yan could not help but exclaim. Zhao Darren is truly a scoundrel. This morning he was weeping over his rejection by the song goddess, and in the afternoon, he comes to the marriage contest, ensnaring the next one. The system concurred. Host, you should distance yourself from such scoundrels in the future, lest he takes a liking to you one day.
Que j'ignore dead.
Though she felt something was amiss with that sentiment. In a daze and unwilling to struggle, Zhao Yushu longed to shout, Little Lord Chu, rest assured. Even if I were to develop feelings for the tomboy Chung San, I would never look at you. Cheng Shiyu leisurely followed along, but before departing, she recalled something and turned to face Jin Yan. You are the daughter of Prime Minister Chu, are you not? You seem familiar to me. If you ever find yourself with free time, do come to the residence of the Marquis of Wuan to play. Miss Chu is truly intriguing. Unlike other noble ladies who disdain her for being rough and uncouth, she speaks of gossip with great amusement. Jin Yan, her eyes sparkling like stars, piped in a higher pitch, I shall certainly come to visit Miss Chung on this day of rest. By the way, Lord Zhao is nothing but a scoundrel. He was weeping for another woman this morning and has no affection for you at all. Miss Chung, you deserve far better. Though Lord Zhao is a colleague, she stands by her principles. Cheng Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. She did not fully grasp the term scoundrel, but she understood its essence. So, Miss Chu genuinely cared for her. She smiled gently at Jin Yan and replied, Thank you for your concern, but I bear no ill will towards Yu. If I must choose someone to marry, I would only wish to select Yu. She is truly delightful, expressive, and even more charming when she cries, far surpassing other men. Jin Yan was momentarily stunned. Goodness gracious, Miss Cheng actually has feelings for Lord Zhao. How utterly unexpected. The system found it bizarre but quickly retrieved a precedent. Host. It's not strange. Isn't it common for many boys to tease and bully the girls they like? If we consider it from this perspective, it becomes understandable. Indeed. Jin Yan regained her composure and cheerfully said to Cheng Shiyu, Then congratulations, Miss Cheng, on having your wishes fulfilled. You must invite me to your wedding feast. Cheng Shiyu readily agreed, and then hurried off to catch up with her master and Zhao Yushu. Meanwhile, Feng Tianji, who had been completely overlooked, sighed wistfully. I wish to go too. The scene must be absolutely splendid. Reflecting on Zhao Yushu's words from earlier, combined with Miss Chu's sentiments, Feng Tianji quickly deduced that Zhao Yushu's victory in the martial arts competition was likely for revenge. Unexpectedly, Miss Cheng appeared willing to marry. Lord Zhao, you are sending a sheep into a tiger's den, losing both the lady and your soldiers. At the residence of the Marquis of Wuan, the excited couple sat at the head of the table, discussing marriage arrangements with the couple from the Duke of Zhengnan, Zhao Yushu's parents. To Zhao Yushu's left sat the exuberant Hua Rong, while to his right sat the composed Cheng Shiyu, sipping tea. He gazed skyward, pondering for a long time. Yet he still could not comprehend why it was he who was now feeling a fear of marriage, rather than Cheng San. The following day at court, Jin Yan greeted each approaching official with a bright smile until she noticed Feng Tianji limping towards her. Curiously, she inquired, Lord Feng, what has happened to you? Chapter 55. Punished to kneel on the washboard. Lady Feng wins the Emperor's admiration. When they parted yesterday, Lord Feng had walked perfectly fine. Had he somehow injured himself overnight? Feng Tianji's expression stiffened slightly, smiling awkwardly. Last night, while returning home, I was careless and tripped, and upon getting up, I found myself in this state. Jin Yan looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Lord Feng, you are not very old. You must take good care of yourself. With hemorrhoids and difficulties walking, you are not even as robust as the over 60 grand tutor. Haha. Thank you for your concern, Miss Chu. I will. Feng Tianji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved. It seemed he had managed to keep his secret hidden. He is lying host. Feng Tianji swayed slightly. Oh no! The surrounding officials perked up their ears. Just as the emperor was about to enter the hall, he immediately paused, signaling to eunuch Li not to rush to summon the court. Better to enjoy the gossip first. Lest it interrupt Miss Chu's sentiments, she might forget what to do next. Jin Yan quickly scanned Feng Tianji, noting his sweaty forehead and pale face, which indeed suggested he was unwell. What lie has he told? The system's voice was filled with barely contained laughter. Feng Tianji skipped work yesterday to accompany you to the martial arts competition. But no one was there to cover his duties, so he ended up working late into the night. Feng Tianji had never returned home late before, and he always informed his wife if he would be late. However, after the last time he went to Wamanlu for drinks, he didn't say anything. And now he has returned late again without notice. Lady Feng suspects he was out drinking with women and punished him to kneel on the washboard for an hour. Jin Yan nearly burst into laughter. To avoid exposing herself in front of Feng Tianji, she stifled her laughter to the point her nostrils flared. Oh my, this is hilarious. I can't believe Lord Feng has a fear of his wife. Why didn't he just explain he was handling official business at the Hanlin Academy? The system replied, the workload at the Hanlin Academy is not substantial. If he claims to have been working overtime, it would surely expose the fact that he skipped work to attend the martial arts competition. That would make Feng Tianji's situation even worse. Huh? Why is that? Firstly, Lady Feng is quite jealous. If she knows Feng Tianji attended the competition, she would suspect he had ulterior motives. Secondly, unlike Feng Tianji, Lady Feng has a more serious temperament. She was the one who encouraged him daily to study until he passed the Imperial examinations. If Lady Feng learns that Feng Tianji skipped work to watch a spectacle and then had to work late, she would surely make him kneel on the washboard for at least 2 hours. Feng Tianji felt the gloating gazes of his colleagues all around him and wished he could sink into the ground. Stop looking. What is so interesting about kneeling on a washboard? The emperor found it amusing but greatly admired Lady Feng's dedication to her husband's work. If only such dedication could be shared with Feng Tianji, he would not have had to work late just to follow Miss Chu around for a bit of gossip. Eunuch Li muttered to himself, Your Majesty, didn't you delay court for a slice of gossip as well? Jin Yan could no longer contain herself. She turned her back, lowered her head, and silently laughed exaggeratedly, her shoulders trembling as if in dance. Once she had enough laughter, she felt a sense of pride. Not everyone possesses my work ethic. I find someone to cover my duties before indulging in leisure. The system agreed. Indeed, while you enjoy gossip, you never neglect your responsibilities. If there were a selection for exemplary young officials, you would undoubtedly come first. Prince Jing also concurred. Miss Chu could have easily taken a leave or skipped work, yet she still arranged for someone to handle her duties, demonstrating her dedication and proper attitude towards work. Furthermore, despite her short time in court, she has established harmonious relationships with her colleagues, indicating her kindness and excellent interpersonal skills. She is undoubtedly deserving of the title of model official as mentioned by Lao Lu. Chu Yiming could not help but face-palm, his expression darkening. A model? You are the least self-aware. Once court began, Jin Yan attentively listened for a while before finding it tedious. National affairs were beyond her comprehension. Jin Yan was never one to burden herself unnecessarily. If she didn't understand, she sought amusement instead. Her gaze settled on Lu Yanshan, who had resumed court today. Squinting, she looked left and right for a long time but failed to spot any white stains.
Lao Lu.
How has the bird droppings on Lord Lu's attire become so elusive today? I can't seem to find any. Lu Yanshan stiffened.
Miske.
Your days have been so eventful. Why have you not yet forgotten me? The system chimed in. It's not that it has become elusive. It's that he hasn't gotten any on him. Lu Yanshan has become wise. He now wears a raincoat and a conical hat whenever he goes out. And he even made a large umbrella to shield his head, keeping the bird droppings at bay. Jin Yan expressed her disappointment. With such comprehensive protection, how will I count the bird droppings in the future? Lu Yanshan replied, Then don't count them. With the amusement gone, Jin Yan could only stand there, drowsily fighting off sleep. Suddenly, a loud announcement from outside the hall startled her awake. A courier knelt outside, reporting in a loud voice, "Your Majesty. Urgent news from the border. General Zhongwu has slain the enemy commander in a surprise attack, capturing 3 cities and inflicting a great defeat upon the enemy. The enemy has surrendered. We have completed the tally of heads and captives and will return to court shortly." For the first time, Jin Yan witnessed an urgent report being delivered to the Imperial court. Unlike the television portrayals where such messages typically required a swift journey of 800 miles, the customs of the Great Shang were rather different. The eunuch Li promptly took the dispatch from the courier's hands and presented it to the emperor. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," the emperor exclaimed, striking the armrest with enthusiasm. Recent military setbacks at the borders had ignited a simmering frustration within him. Each urgent dispatch brought news of lost fortresses or disastrous defeats, leaving him with pent-up ire. At last, there was a glimmer of good news.
Li, shumawat ansiosh.
Observed the newly affixed dragon emblem, relieved to see it steadfastly in place. The crown prince and the other officials extended their congratulations. "Congratulations, Father Emperor. We have reclaimed our cities. This is a boon for the common folk at the frontier." The crown prince felt a wave of relief wash over him. Assisting his father in governance, he had often felt a tightening in his chest upon reading about the border losses. It was truly wonderful to achieve victory. The Prince of Xing struggled to keep his eyes open, nodding vacantly along with the crown prince. Indeed, indeed. Our great Shang possesses elite troops and capable generals. With the emperor's sagacious leadership, once the Ministry of War supplies arrived, we achieved victory, thanks to Minister Chu's denunciation of treachery and the emperor's decisive righteousness. The Grand Tutor chuckled, praising the efforts of the Ministry of War and Chu Yiming. Chu Yiming hastily replied, "Your Majesty, your vast fortunes and adept governance are paramount. And furthermore, General Zhongwu's military prowess is unparalleled, allowing us to repel the enemy. We merely fulfill our duties, contributing our modest efforts." The emperor, glowing with joy, stroked his beard and cast a piercing gaze at Jin Yan before returning his attention to Chu Yiming. "Minister Chu, there is no need for modesty. Your denunciation was indeed meritorious. With you in our midst, it is a blessing for our great Shang." This particular Minister Chu was distinct from another, and all understood the implication. Indeed, we owe much to the esteemed Lord Chu.
Que Jin Yan felt la tête.
Knowing that victories in battle would allow the people at the borders to enjoy a period of stability. Old 6, this General Zhongwu is truly formidable, managing to eliminate the enemy's commander amidst their ranks. System. In truth, it was not General Zhongwu, but a young officer named Qin Wei who accomplished this feat. Chapter 56, the General Zhongwu completely unrelated to the achievements.
What?
The commander who killed the enemy's general was not General Zhongwu? The smiles of the emperor and others froze on their faces. The system continued. Moreover, the assassination of the enemy's commander occurred a month ago, prior to the arrival of the court's military supplies, rations, and weaponry. The enemy launched a fierce assault, gaining an overwhelming advantage, poised to breach Huai Prefecture within 3 days. The morale of the soldiers was plummeting, with casualties mounting daily, and they were nearly cornered. Qin Wei, accompanied by a small squad, embarked on a suicidal mission to infiltrate the enemy camp, driven by a desperate resolve. His tactical acumen was exceptional, and fortune favored him. He stealthily approached the enemy commander's tent, fortuitously encountering the commander engaged in a quarrel with a concubine, and struck unexpectedly, causing chaos within the enemy ranks. In the ensuing turmoil, Qin Wei and his raiding party seized provisions and set a portion ablaze, significantly bolstering morale. The Huai Prefecture forces launched a night counteroffensive and repelled the enemy. Subsequently, they awaited reinforcements from the court, which enabled them to reclaim the remaining cities and compel the enemy's surrender. The court was enveloped in an eerie silence. The emperor, unable to believe his ears, remained in disbelief. The Prince of Xing opened his eyes halfway, gazing at Jin Yan in astonishment, only to be pulled back by the Prince of Jing. The Crown Prince, the Grand Tutor, and Chu Yiming, premature celebrations. The Minister of War, Su Wenshan, could not suppress his frown. Outside the hall, the courier appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Who had just spoken? Jin Yan, overwhelmed by shock, failed to notice the shift in the court's atmosphere. She uttered 3 expressions of disbelief to convey her feelings. Old 6, this Qin Wei is a military genius. Moreover, he is favored by fortune. However, the messenger reported it as the doing of General Zhongwu, and Qin Wei's name was entirely omitted. Has General Zhongwu claimed Qin Wei's glory? System. Indeed. General Zhongwu's leadership is rather mediocre. He excels in favorable circumstances, but would undoubtedly falter miserably in adversity. Jin Yan clenched her fists, seething with rage. How infuriating! This General Zhongwu is utterly despicable, usurping the accolades that rightfully belong to another. The merits achieved through life-and-death struggles are casually appropriated by him, as if they were his own. Does he not possess a shred of decency? He is not the sole participant on the battlefield. Does he not fear that others will expose his deceit? The system sighed. This is not the first time General Zhongwu has engaged in such misconduct. Previously, the unfortunate souls were not as distinguished as Qin Wei. Of course, he anticipated this and prepared for the audacity of claiming undeserved credit. He arranged for his confidants to set traps, luring Qin Wei into them, and planned to ambush him, intending to eliminate him. The emperor, maintaining a semblance of calm, still bore traces of lingering joy, yet his hands gripped the dragon emblem on the armrest tightly, veins bulging.
Que j'ignorais sa tracède.
Is Qin Wei dead? System. No, dear host, do not be alarmed. Allow me to elaborate. Qin Wei's luck was indeed remarkable. He was familiar with the terrain from previous campaigns. Although he sustained injuries, they were not life-threatening. Additionally, within the raiding party, someone covertly aided him, allowing him to escape. Jin Yan finally felt some relief. She could not bear the thought of a military prodigy who had rendered such significant contributions being deprived of due recognition. Only to be murdered by a scheming general before victory could be celebrated. That would be a tragedy indeed. The emperor and others also quietly exhaled relief. A talent for warfare like Qin Wei's was a rare treasure. Should he perish, even if the great Shang emerged victorious, the loss would be grievous. Especially as Qin Wei had nearly fallen victim to treachery from his own ranks. The emperor, who had praised General Zhongwu so recently, now wished to tear him to shreds. System. After Qin Wei's disappearance, General Zhongwu spread rumors that he had fled out of cowardice, tarnishing his reputation before the entire army. Many were reluctant to believe it. Yet, as a commander, they dared not defy orders, merely harboring suspicions in secret. The raiding squad that accompanied Qin Wei sought to confront General Zhongwu. However, General Zhongwu threatened that should they continue to create a fuss, they would be punished according to military regulations, with their merits and rations withheld. And compensation for the fallen from the raiding squad would also be forfeited. Jin Yan could not help but grit her teeth, her eyes reddening with anger. He is utterly ruthless. System. Indeed. To use the compensation for the deceased as leverage, the members of the squad were compelled to remain silent. Their highest rank was merely that of a centurion, lacking the authority to dispatch military reports or approach the emperor, rendering them powerless to seek justice for Qin Wei. Old 6. Is there any evidence of General Zhongwu's treachery against the meritorious? I must expose him. He is unworthy of the accolades and the people's praise.
Que j'ignore de Clarette Fiercely.
The thought of such a person returning to the capital amidst the cheers of the populace and the accolades of the court made her stomach churn. System. Such usurpation of military merit occurs on the battlefield, leaving no written evidence. Unless those involved come forth to testify, it is challenging for the host to achieve this. Jin Yan. No matter, I will inform my beloved. He will undoubtedly believe me. Once we return, please provide me with the list of witnesses. I will document it for my beloved to investigate. The Prince of Jing nodded silently. Indeed, Miss Chu, you can trust me. I will assist you unconditionally. System. That is reassuring. Oh, by the way, dear host, although there is no written evidence of the usurpation of military merit under the bed in General Zhongwu's quarters, the third brick from the left, leaning against the wall, is hollow, concealing several correspondence letters between General Zhongwu and the Yan Kingdom. While the contents of the letters are insignificant, within lies a token from the third prince of the Yan Kingdom, which could incriminate him. Jin Yan and the others. He is colluding with the enemy and betraying the nation. The system. Indeed. Otherwise, with General Zhongwu's qualifications, his rapid promotion would be unfathomable. He has maintained correspondence with the third prince of Yan, coordinating mutual assistance. You provide me with a victory, and I shall return the favor with another, ensuring a mutually beneficial alliance. The recent defeats at the border can be attributed to a significant factor, the failure of the third prince's political maneuvering, which resulted in his demise. With General Zhongwu losing his ally, coupled with his inadequacies and the lack of provisions and equipment, it would indeed be a marvel if he were to achieve victory. At this moment, the emperor's breath quickened, his heart raced, and veins throbbed at his temples, as if he were on the verge of a heart attack. General Zhongwu. What a gallant title. Ho Mo, neither loyal nor martial, exploits the lands and populace of Dashing as mere pawns for his own gain. Unless Ho-Mo is subjected to 1,000 tortures, his resentment shall remain unquenched. Eunuch Li hastily approached to assist the emperor in regaining his composure, whispering, "Your Majesty, you are still unaware of the full situation. There is no reason not to rejoice." For the first time in his life, the emperor found the art of pretense exceedingly challenging. It would be far easier to weep openly than to feign happiness at this juncture. Jin Yan clenched his fist fiercely. "Excellent. Sixth brother, check the marketplace for suitable tools. Tonight, we shall stealthily infiltrate the general's estate and procure the evidence. With my skills and your devices, we shall be invincible." Now it was Chu Yiming who felt his heart racing.
Fool.
Rebellious daughter. Such matters should be discussed with Prince Jing. And, to infiltrate at night, I shall break your legs upon our return. At this moment, Minister of War Su Qianshan suddenly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I, Su Qianshan, wish to accuse General Zhongwu Ho-Mo of falsely claiming military achievements and harming the loyal." Jin Yan was taken aback. "Wait, sixth brother. How does Minister Su know about Ho-Mo?" The system chimed in, its tone slightly more cheerful. "Hee, host, it was Qinwei who informed Su Qianshan. Last night, Qinwei sought out Su Qianshan, and he is currently recovering in the minister's residence."
Que Jin Yan gasped in astonishment.
What a stroke of fortune. Qinwei, having fallen into misfortune, was rescued by the Minister of War. Could it be that he is the hidden chosen one of this narrative?
Yet.
There seems to be no general by the name of Qinwei in the original text. What is the relationship between Qinwei and Su Qianshan?
Que Jin Yan acquired.
Her curiosity piqued. The system responded, they share a mentor-student relationship. Qinwei once aspired to a bureaucratic career, studying under Su Qianshan for 3 years, only to fail to pass even the Scholar S examinations. However, Su Qianshan recognized his military talent and sent him to the army. The emperor and the assembled ministers fixed their gazes upon Su Qianshan. Unfazed, Su Qianshan maintained his composure. With Jin Yan's testimony, even if Qinwei is close to him, the emperor would likely not doubt the veracity of Qinwei's experiences. Last night, Qinwei, battered and bruised, recounted his harrowing escape, leaving Su Qianshan shocked and pained. Yet, lacking evidence, even if Su Qianshan wished to expose Ho-Mo's true nature, he needed sufficient witnesses and proof to convince the emperor. Who could have predicted the sudden turn of events? Today, as the good news arrived, Jin Yan's testimony immediately unveiled all the matters at hand, even revealing Ho-Mo's treasonous dealings. The emperor's trust in Jin Yan was palpable to Su Qianshan, which is why he seized the opportunity to accuse Ho-Mo, sparing Jin Yan and Prince Jing some effort. Seeing the emperor's particularly grim expression, Jin Yan couldn't help but feel anxious for Su Qianshan. "Sixth brother, I'm a bit nervous. Do you think Minister Su will become the target of ire for dampening the celebratory mood? Just look at the emperor's face. It looks worse than if he had eaten something foul." The emperor choked momentarily. His displeasure was not directed at Su Qianshan, but rather at Ho-Mo. "Dear Jin Yan, you have misunderstood." Yet, he still softened his expression, his voice taut. "Minister Su, what brings you to make such claims?" Su Qianshan bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, the one who slayed the enemy general was not General Zhongwu, but a young general named Qinwei. General Zhongwu, in his desire for sole credit, laid a trap to ensnare Qinwei. By sheer fortune, Qinwei escaped, adopting a false identity to reach the capital and find my residence. If your Majesty harbors doubts, you may summon Qinwei to the palace for questioning." The emperor nodded. "Very well, summon Qinwei to the palace at once for an audience in the Imperial study." With this development, the morning court quickly concluded, and the emperor hastened directly to the Imperial study. Jin Yan felt a wave of relief. Given the emperor's evident regard for Minister Su's words, Qinwei should be able to clear his name and receive commendation, yes? The system reassured her. "Rest assured, host. He undoubtedly will. Qinwei is an exceptional talent, and the emperor is not a blind fool who would let such merit slip away easily." The emperor, not far off, remarked internally, "I appreciate your unwavering faith in me, but such praise is truly unnecessary." Prince Jing gracefully sidestepped the fuming Chu Yiming and swiftly approached Jin Yan.
"Miske.
"I sought you out at the Hanlin Academy yesterday, only to return empty-handed." His voice carried a hint of grievance. Jin Yan initially intended to admire him, but instead found herself facing an accusation. She chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, you see? There is a certain Lord Zhao from our academy who participated in the martial arts competition for marriage. I had never seen such an event and was quite curious. So, I went to take a look." The system couldn't resist interjecting. "Host, your causal relationship is rather convoluted." Jin Yan replied, but I did not lie. After all, would I tell my idol that I wanted to watch beautiful ladies, hence I didn't call him? Fair enough. This reasoning did sound rather implausible. The system fell silent. Prince Jing chuckled lightly, feigning regret. What a pity. I too have never witnessed such a competition. Had I been able to contact Miss Chu in time, I would not have returned disappointed. Unable to bear seeing her idol disheartened, Jin Yan quickly offered comfort. How should I contact your highness conveniently? I wish to communicate more with you. However, she had already etched that sorrowful expression into her memory, ready to savor it at any moment. Without a camera or recording function, it was indeed a shame. Prince Jing suggested, perhaps I could arrange for a shadow guard to accompany Miss Chu. This way, not only would Miss Chu be safe, but he could also relay messages to me whenever necessary.
Que Jin Yan sparkled.
What a splendid idea. Prince Jing valued her so much that he was willing to assign a shadow guard just to stay connected. With a shy demeanor, Jin Yan responded, that sounds wonderful. I have no objections. I shall defer to Prince Jing's arrangements. Prince Jing then inquired, Miss Chu, are you free tonight? If so, I would like to invite you to dinner. Our previous meal was interrupted by an assassination attempt, leaving me rather unsatisfied. Dining with her idol was indeed an enticing proposition. However, she had pressing matters to attend to that evening. The system interjected. Host, you could invite Prince Jing to join you in infiltrating General Zhongwu's estate. Such an outing would be far more rewarding than a simple dinner, and he could hold you as you ascend and descend.
Que Yiming, trailing behind,
was nearly driven to slap his own forehead in exasperation. What nonsense. Sixth brother, what are you teaching my daughter? Jin Yan was utterly astonished. Good heavens. Sixth brother, you are becoming increasingly clever. The system replied, hee, it's all thanks to the host's teachings. Jin Yan found it difficult to resist such temptation. Your Highness, how about we forego dinner tonight and engage in something more thrilling instead? Now, it was the system that was taken aback. Host, does your father know of your eloquence? Minister Chu was oblivious, having been called away by a young eunuch sent by Eunuch Li. Prince Jing chuckled at the exchange. Very well. I shall abide by Miss Chu's wishes. Once you have devised a plan, simply instruct Ah San to inform me. Ah San? Jin Yan couldn't help but shake her head. The name of this shadow guard was rather amusing. How am I to find Ah San? Should I merely shout into the air like last time? Prince Jing nodded. You may shout, or even snap your fingers. As the conversation unfolded, they arrived at the official residence. Jin Yan reluctantly parted ways with Prince Jing, her heart ablaze with anticipation for the evening's escapade. Hee. Tonight's operation was aptly dubbed the Oil Extraction Squad's grand campaign to overthrow the ridiculous General Zhongwu. In the Imperial study, Chu Yiming immediately knelt upon entering, his forehead touching the ground. Your Majesty, you must absolutely prevent Prince Jing from allowing my daughter to engage in frivolity. Su Qianshan observed Chu Yiming's expression, imbued with a mix of pity and relief. Fortunately, he did not have a daughter who was perpetually capricious and impulsive. Otherwise, his lifespan would surely be compromised. The Emperor cleared his throat.
Ministère que.
I understand your concern for the young Lady Chu, but it is still early for the evening. Please rise and allow Qin Wei to finish his report.
Que Yiming,
Incensed by his rebellious daughter and the sixth prince, had entered the room to lodge a complaint without noticing who else was present. He stiffened, slowly raising his head, and met the gaze of the similarly kneeling Qin Wei. Qin Wei mused, it seems that the current chancellor is merely a habitual informer of household matters. Chapter 58, The Emperor, Disciplining Children is My Forte. Chu Yiming's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly stood beside the Minister of War. Since his daughter had taken office, he had experienced more public humiliation than in the previous several decades combined. The Emperor turned to Qin Wei. Qin Wei, if you have grievances, feel free to express them. Qin Wei bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I, Qin Wei, wish to accuse General Ho Mo of Zhongwu of falsely reporting military achievements, delaying critical military operations, embezzling military funds and compensation, and possibly colluding with enemy nations. Chu Yiming exchanged a glance with the Minister of War. How did this lad come to know about Ho Mo's treason? The Emperor inquired. What evidence do you have of his treason? Qin Wei, perplexed, could not fathom why the Emperor remained so composed upon hearing of the general's alleged dealings with the enemy. He continued, during the campaign in Huai Prefecture, I overheard General Pang Qi of the enemy army state. Clearly, the forces of Xinhua are insufficient. The third prince and General Ho Mo have been colluding for many years. Yet they do not combine their strengths to seize half of Xinhua's territory. It is utterly foolish. Fortunately, the third prince is dead. And the second prince stands a great chance. Once he ascends the throne, he will swiftly dispatch an army to annihilate Shenghua. The emperor, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. The current emperor of Yen was aged and frail, with several princes vying for power, leading to internal chaos. Perhaps this presented an opportune moment. He regarded Qin Wei with conviction. I believe your words, and I shall ensure that justice is served, restoring the honor that is rightfully yours. Before the Grand Army returns to the capital, you may remain in Minister Su's residence, ready to assist the Dali Temple's investigation. On the day of our return, I shall publicly deal with the traitor in front of all the citizens and officials. Qin Wei bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty. His mentor had been correct. The emperor truly believed his account, without demanding substantial evidence. The emperor was indeed a sagacious ruler. After assuring the capable general, the emperor turned his attention to the half-concerned,
Furious que Yiming.
I believe, Minister Chu, that there is no need for excessive worry regarding Lady Chu's safety. She is well protected, and Prince Jing will accompany her, ensuring her complete safety. After all, Long Qi is by her side, and Prince Jing is also skilled in martial arts. The mere Zhongwu Marquis' residence is a trivial matter. Allowing Lady Chu to engage in some adventure is perfectly acceptable. Chu Yiming retorted with indignation. I am not worried about that rebellious daughter as safety. I fear that she will become increasingly unruly, taking advantage of her perceived security to act with complete impunity. Your Majesty, you cannot indulge her in this manner. The emperor pondered seriously. The chancellor's words indeed held merit, but Lady Chu had previously exposed numerous treacherous subjects without receiving the commendation she deserved. After all, he was a wise monarch, as certified by Lady Chu and the sixth prince. Surely, he could not turn a blind eye to the significant contributions she had made to the Qing Empire just because she was unaware of them.
Ministère que.
Do not be agitated. Your points are valid. However, Lady Chu has contributed immensely to our Qing Empire, and I intend to reward her. It would not be appropriate to issue a decree without cause. Taking this opportunity to allow Lady Chu to engage in some exploits, to achieve merit, is not unreasonable. Su Qianshan and Chu Yiming exchanged astonished glances, seeing a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. The iron-fisted emperor was actually considering granting rewards. Chu Yiming was profoundly grateful and silently prayed that it would not be yet another of the emperor's calligraphies or plaques. They had even cleared a room at home to display the emperor's artwork. They truly did not need more. The emperor continued, furthermore, if Minister Chu wishes to educate Lady Chu, it should be done in a well-justified manner. When Lady Chu truly infiltrates the general's residence tonight, it would be more impactful to discipline her upon her return than to intervene beforehand. Chu Yiming instantly comprehended and bowed deeply. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. Su Qianshan was left speechless. Your Majesty, you first speak of rewarding Lady Chu and then set a trap for her. You are truly cunning. The emperor was in high spirits. The methods he had once employed to guide Prince Jing were now applicable to guide the future princess consort. The couple was cut from the same cloth, which was rather delightful. While the monarch and his ministers shared a jovial rapport, Qin Wei, who remained oblivious to the intricacies, was astonished. What kind of extraordinary being was the chancellor's daughter, that she earned the emperor's esteem and protection to such an extent? Unbeknownst to her, Jin Yan was entirely unaware of the stir she had caused in Qin Wei. She spent the afternoon dutifully in her small office, supervising the distracted Zhao Yushu as he handled official matters, while also preparing for the evening's venture under the guidance of the sixth prince. Topographical map, completed. Infiltration plan, completed. Host, tonight's operation is bound to be successful. Jin Yan contemplated a serious issue. However, I do not possess a night outfit. Her beloved mother was fond of adorning her in vibrant colors, but there was no black attire. Wandering about on rooftops clad in colorful garments at night would make her a living target. The system replied, a minor issue, host. You can exchange for a night outfit with stealth capabilities, a new popular item in the marketplace, currently on sale for only 10 points. And it even comes with a bonus attribute that significantly reduces presence. Such a marvelous item existed in the marketplace. Jin Yan exclaimed, Bye. It must be arranged. Zhao Yushu, who had been eavesdropping with keen interest, was equally tempted. With such a miraculous night outfit, wouldn't it be an effortless task to deal a blow to Chengsan? He must cultivate a good relationship with Lady Chu, seeking her favor for a night outfit in the future. With a newfound goal, Zhao Yushu focused intently on his work, tirelessly assisting Jin Yan as a willing free laborer. In a hidden corner, Asan and Long Qi exchanged silent greetings. Asan remarked, brothers, From now on we shall all be Lady Chu's loyal followers. I look forward to your guidance. Long Chi replied, brother, trust me, you'll find it immensely enjoyable. Being near Lady Chu guarantees an abundance of intrigue and excitement every day. Asan wholeheartedly agreed, though Prince Jing had instructed them to keep the future princess consort's affairs under wraps. The dark guards who often accompanied the prince were well aware that being near the princess consort would never be dull. Having this opportunity fall into his lap was a stroke of luck, especially after enduring a beating from several of his brothers. After finishing his duties, Jin Yan immediately reported her day's experiences to her mother over dinner. She did not engage in banter with Chu Lingji, nor did she mock Chu Yiming for returning late from work. After dinner, she retreated to her courtyard without any antics. Warm Lanyu's heart swelled with unease. This child. Today she has been uncharacteristically obedient. When Chu Yiming returned that night, Warm Lanyu anxiously inquired, my dear, has something occurred in the court today? Yan has been too well behaved for my comfort. Chu Yiming patted his wife's shoulder.
Do not worry, my dear.
It is not a major issue. We shall simply prepare our sticks and await her return. Warm Lanyu looked perplexed. Chapter 59. The Prince Jing filter is at maximum. The system suspects a conspiracy. Chu Yiming chose not to elaborate further. If I had informed the lady in advance, Yenna would surely have been unable to attend, and he would have faced her wrath. When Yenna returns, all of the lady's ire would be directed at him, allowing me to evade punishment. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jin Yan retrieved her meticulously prepared written rendezvous plan and snapped her fingers. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The snap produced no sound. Jin Yan, awaiting the descent of Ah-san, no laughter allowed. We have undergone training. We are professionals and must not laugh aloud. Ah-san? She whispered. Ah-san silently descended from the tree. What are your orders, princess? Oh, dear. To call me princess before even crossing the threshold feels rather embarrassing. Jin Yan handed over the note. Inform the Prince of Jing that at the hour of height night, he is to wait outside my courtyard. I shall scale the wall and exit. Ah-san acknowledged her and swiftly vanished into the night sky. In the dead of night, at the hour of high, Jin Yan donned a sleek, dark outfit for nocturnal excursions, complete with a headscarf and mask, revealing only her pair of eyes, a truly professional appearance. She retrieved the prepared ladder, scaled the wall, and leapt onto the roof of the Prince of Jing's carriage, then crawled inside. The Prince of Jing was also clad in a dark outfit, yet his head was exposed. Upon seeing a shadowy figure crawling in from the roof, he was nearly startled. After the initial shock, he found it amusing. Inside the carriage, several delicate lanterns cast ample light. Jin Yan was captivated by the prince's striking form and his fitted attire, daring not to gaze directly, but stealing furtive glances.
Wow.
The tight-fitting attire and dark clothing are simply divine.
Ah.
The system, disturbed by the host's excitement, responded, Host, please quiet down. You're causing my data to destabilize. Jin Yan finally fell silent. The prince, suppressing a laugh, inquired, Miss Chu, your preparations are indeed thorough. What is our purpose for visiting the residence of General Zhongwu?
Que j'ignorais expression Stephen.
Oh no. Having spent the entire day eagerly anticipating this evening's operation, she had forgotten to concoct a plausible excuse. Her mind went blank, and after a moment of strained thought, she blurted out, The Minister of War alleges that General Zhongwu has usurped military merit and has harmed loyal subjects. He must be hiding undisclosed evidence of his crimes within his residence. Finding such evidence would constitute a significant achievement. Your Highness, you shall assist me, won't you? I wonder if saying this will make my idol think I'm an over-ambitious lunatic. The system remarked, That does sound quite accurate. Upon hearing her words, the Prince of Jing's smile faded, and he fixed his gaze upon Jin Yan with a serious expression. Miss Chu, your reasoning is sound. Minister Su has only Qin Wei as a witness. If we can uncover further evidence of the Marquis's wrongdoing, I believe the soldiers' grievances may soon be vindicated.
Miska.
Your kindness and intelligence, willing to take risks for the sake of others, are traits all officials in our dynasty should emulate. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to assist you. Should we indeed uncover evidence against the Marquis, I shall compel my father to grant you a reward from the Imperial Treasury, ensuring he does not simply brush it aside with a mere token gesture. Meanwhile, far away in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor suddenly sneezed loudly. Eunuchly expressed concern. Your Majesty, you should retire. Even amidst pressing state affairs, you must take care of your health. The Emperor rubbed his nose, feeling quite well, and questioned why he had sneezed so unexpectedly. Under the dim candlelight, the Prince of Jing's dark eyes sparkled with hints of light. Jin Yan's heart skipped a beat, akin to consuming an entire bag of popping candy. Fireworks exploding within her chest. My goodness. Oh my, the prince's face and lips seemed to have been anointed with honey, making my heart race to the brink. Will I faint from excitement? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? The system, taking note of the prince's high-quality compliments, candidly remarked, "Host. It appears the prince has quite the filter for you. He is praising you after all." Jin Yan retorted. What filter? The prince is simply speaking the truth. However, maintaining eye contact with the prince in the pitch-black night felt rather overwhelming. After a couple of seconds, she sensed a warm, damp feeling beneath her nose. She removed her mask and discovered blood. The system, eyes wide in astonishment. Host, you are so enamored that you've caused a nosebleed. I must record this in your profile. Jin Yan calmly accepted the handkerchief offered by the prince, purposely extending her fingers to brush against his hand. The air was dry and arid, causing a bit of discomfort. I hope you won't take offense, your highness. She then inquired of the system. What exactly is this host profile? The system replied. The host profile is simply that each bound host is assigned a profile detailing their characteristics and achievements. At the end of the year, we hold a selection for the most outstanding host, based on the host profile. Jin Yan paused mid-motion while wiping her nose. What transgression had she committed? Being forced to work was one thing, but now she was compelled to participate in an annual selection of which she had no prior knowledge. Nevertheless, what reward comes with being selected as the most outstanding host? The system cheerfully responded. You will qualify for a chance to win a grand prize of points. The minimum reward is 1,000 points. 1,000 points. That could translate to 100 personalized chances. System, make sure to diligently record my merits. Strive to help me secure that title of most outstanding host, so I may bring you glory, alright? The system proclaimed with enthusiasm. Rest assured, in my eyes, you are the most formidable host. As the two excitedly discussed the distant end-of-year selection, oblivious to the world around them, the Prince of Jing could not help but curl his fingers that had just brushed against hers, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Miss Chu is indeed a person of genuine sincerity. Soon, the carriage arrived at a narrow alley not far from the residence of General Zhongwu. Your Highness, examining the terrain map, entering through this courtyard will lead us most swiftly to the main courtyard, though there may be more people around, necessitating extra caution in our infiltration. Why not choose a less populated but longer route? Naturally, it was because Jin Yan had complete confidence in the system's 100 effective stealth night attire. The Prince of Jing had no objections. Very well, I shall follow your lead. After stowing away the terrain map, the Prince of Jing wrapped one arm around Jin Yan's waist and effortlessly leapt onto the rooftop, the two of them moving gracefully across the tiles.
Que Jin accouche de l'eau.
Leading the way, her movements decidedly stealthy to minimize noise. The prince followed suit, adopting a posture that could hardly be described as handsome, shedding any burden of being an idol. The system observed the scene, beginning to question whether its understanding of human dating was fundamentally flawed. There was neither beauty nor intimacy, and hardly any words exchanged to foster connection. It was alarmed to realize it had perhaps misguided the host. They might as well have gone out for a meal. The night grew late, the moon concealed by clouds, and few souls traversed the general's residence. Occasionally, a lantern-wielding passerby would stroll by, completely unaware of the figures lurking on the rooftop. Before long, they stealthily approached the main courtyard, the largest room being the bedroom of Marquis Mo and his wife. The courtyard was deserted, yet faint flickers of candlelight danced within. Jin Yan pressed her hand against the prince's, signaling him to listen closely. Do you hear any sounds from within? Chapter 60. The midnight infiltration of the general's residence. The old matron and the lady engage in a duel. You wretch, be gentle. The lady can rest assured. I guarantee she will ascend to bliss, floating in ecstasy. Then came the all-too-familiar sounds of amorous endeavors. It is well known that General Zhongwu, Marquis Mo, is currently away from the capital. The Prince of Jing remarked, Miss Chu, did you deliberately choose tonight to witness such a scene, knowing it would unfold? In truth, she had not. Jin Yan exclaimed, Wow, this is an unexpected turn of events. Who is that person tangled in bed with Lady Ho? What boldness! The system, recognizing the opportunity for gossip, immediately began to investigate. He is the steward of the general's residence, fair-skinned and scholarly in appearance, with a slender waist and long legs, quite different from Marquis Mo. He has been entangled with Lady Ho for 4 to 5 years, and during the absence of Marquis Mo, they have shared more than just a bed. A fine physique, you say? Though he may not compare to the male deity, since we are already here, it would be prudent to take a glance. Jin Yan gently patted Prince Jing's hand, gesturing downwards, whispering in a hushed tone, "Your Highness, lift the tile." Without hesitation, Prince Jing removed a tile, and together they leaned down, squinting to peer below. Not far away, Long Qi and Asan instinctively averted their gazes. The sight of those two elevated posteriors was truly embarrassing. With the bed curtains obscuring their view, peering down from the roof did not yield a clear picture. After a prolonged observation, Jin Yan could only catch a glimpse of a single leg. Nothing else was discernible. Well, since the spectacle was not visible, they must hasten to clear the scene and not delay her quest for evidence. She tugged at Prince Jing's sleeve once more. Just as he thought Miss Chu was going to suggest viewing from the window, he heard her say, "Your Highness, you stay here. I will go to old Madame Ho's courtyard to summon someone to catch them in the act." Miss Chu was indeed astute. However, acting alone was perilous. Prince Jing recalled the layout of the general's residence. It was not far from the main courtyard. They should go together. He carefully replaced the tile and, embracing Jin Yan, jumped down, finding it much swifter to traverse the shadows on the ground than to creep stealthily upon the roof. After avoiding a group of maidservants, they stealthily approached the outer courtyard of old Madame Ho. Jin Yan instructed Prince Jing to wait in the shadows, activating her night cloak's concealment feature to slip inside. Then, pinching her nose outside the bedroom, she shouted, "Old Madame, trouble. Madame is having an affair with the steward." Old Madame Ho, of advanced age and light of sleep, immediately sprang to her feet upon hearing the maid's cry. With an agility uncharacteristic of her years, she donned her clothing and stormed out with her cane in hand. Excellent. She had long suspected that the woman Lu was not to be trusted, dressing alluringly while her husband was away. Each time she inquired, Lu would feign immense grievance, leading old Madame Ho to genuinely believe she was wronging a virtuous person. Accompanied by a throng of maidservants and retainers, old Madame Ho charged toward the main courtyard. The two matrons guarding the main courtyard, startled by the sudden appearance of the old matriarch in the dead of night, knelt and bowed their heads in fear, neither stopping nor speaking. Returning to the roof, Jin Yan couldn't help but light a candle for the tumultuous scene unfolding within, lamenting, as a lady of the house, "You lack even a loyal confidant willing to alert you. How lamentable." The system, unable to contain its excitement, showered the host with a flurry of celebratory emojis. "Host, you have evolved. While others merely observe, you are already orchestrating the drama. At this rate, the title of the most outstanding host shall be yours alone."
Gignan,
With a sense of pride, tilted her head back and tossed her hair, only to have it caught in her headscarf. A trivial matter. The sounds from within continued, the two indulging in their merriment, oblivious to the unusual commotion outside. One cannot fault Madame Ho for her lack of vigilance. Initially, she had been apprehensive. But the old matriarch seemed blind to the signs, never once suspecting, making her exceedingly easy to deceive. How could such a muddled old woman suddenly appear in her courtyard?
Lu.
Old Madame Ho forcefully swung open the door with her cane. The two entangled figures on the bed were startled and immediately separated. Infuriated, old Madame Ho shouted, "You shameless little harlot, daring to consort with a man in my son's chamber." Lu, flustered, hurriedly grasped the bedclothes to cover herself. Her garments cast too far away to reach. How could that old hag suddenly show up to catch them? Surely someone had betrayed her. Yet she had already dealt with a wave of disobedient servants. Who could be so bold? The steward had already scuttled into a corner, kneeling and bowing his head in fear. Upon seeing the steward, old Madame Ho became even angrier, her hand gripping the cane trembling. You dare wear my son's clothes. In my son's room, sleeping with my son's wife." The steward, nearly terrified to death, repeatedly bowed, stammering, "Old Madam, spare my life. It was the madam who instructed me to wear them. She said it would be more thrilling." Both Jin Yan and Prince Jing exchanged knowing nods. Indeed thrilling. Look. The old matriarch was almost fainting from the excitement. Lu pleaded for mercy. "Mother, do not listen to his nonsense. He is clearly coveting my beauty, taking advantage of my husband's absence to force himself upon me. Mother, you must stand up for me. I was coerced." Old Madame Ho, weary of the deceitful couple's arguments, commanded, "You lot, hold the steward down." The accompanying retainers stepped forward, pinning the steward firmly to the ground. As for old Madame Ho, she charged forward with her cane to strike Lu. "You little hussy, shameless harlot. My son provides you with gold and silver, a grand residence, and a host of servants. And yet you dare to cuckold him. Just wait until I finish with you." Lu, unarmed and scantily clad, initially focused on evading blows, but after taking several solid hits, she realized the old hag was genuinely intent on beating her to death on the bed. Angered, she ceased feigning innocence. With a forceful kick, she knocked the old matriarch's hand away, sending the cane clattering to the floor, and the two began to grapple on the bed. "You old hag! I have endured your insults for too long. Always picking at my faults, allowing your son to take concubines and marry a young wife, leaving me in this living widowhood, and expecting me to be grateful to you and that wretched grandson?
Dream on.
Old Madame Ho retorted fiercely, "Harlot! Wretch! You married into my Ho family and are expected to serve us. It is entirely just for my son to take concubines." The two fought fiercely, neither yielding, the battle escalating intensely. Moreover, Lu, feeling vulnerable without proper attire, began to tear at old Madame Ho's garments amidst the fray. The nearby retainers, disregarding their station, stared in disbelief. The maidservants, anxious and circling, dared not intervene, knowing that old Madame Ho would not distinguish friend from foe when incensed. Moreover, should she inadvertently injure herself, their lives would not suffice to atone for it. Soon, the struggle descended from the bed to the floor. Now, Jin Yan and Prince Jing, limited by their rooftop vantage, could finally see clearly. Prince Jing averted his gaze, merely listening to the commotion, while Jin Yan watched intently, her mind racing with the system as they squealed in excitement, fervently exclaiming the thrill, providing real-time commentary. Truth be told, Prince Jing found the conversation between Miss Chu and the system far more captivating than the brawl below. However, being an elderly woman and a young lady, their stamina was limited, and soon the outcome became apparent. Old Madame Ho emerged victorious, with Lu being swiftly subdued by two maidservants, wrapped in a piece of bedding and tied up. Lock this pair of adulterers in the woodshed, and feed them nothing but a bowl of thin gruel daily, lest they starve. When my son returns, let him decide the fate of this little harlot, and toss everything from the bed out to be burned. It's disgusting. Old Madame Ho, bearing considerable battle scars, appeared quite disheveled. Fortunately, the retainers had already averted their gazes, feigning ignorance, so old Madame Ho merely huffed and did not erupt further.
Que Jian, jeune ni curieux?
Inquired. Old Madame Ho appears to be over 60. How does she fight so fiercely? Chapter 61. An inevitability of beatings, Prince Jing's ingenious proposal. The system had never witnessed such an exhilarating fight before. It was a pity that it concluded so swiftly. Tinged with a hint of regret in its tone, old Madame Ho hails from a farming background, accustomed to labor, her physique robust and strong. Though Lu's lineage is humble, her beauty has spared her from hard labor, making her at a disadvantage in this encounter. Once everyone had departed, the main courtyard stood deserted. Jin Yan and Prince Jing boldly entered through the door, unimpeded. "Miss Chu, shall we search separately?" Prince Jing inquired. "Certainly, I shall check beneath the bed, Your Highness." "You search elsewhere." Jin Yan rolled up her sleeves, exclaiming, "The tokens of the enemy nation, here I come. Damn the loyal general. Watch how I strip you of your undergarments." Just as she prepared to bend down and crawl under the bed, both Prince Jing and the system spoke in unison. "Wait. There's someone under the bed. There's someone under the bed. Host, do not rush in." Yan staggered back in terror, colliding with the Prince of Jing before halting. Is there truly a horror script? She feared that if her head were to poke in and meet another head in a gaze, she would be so startled that she might soar into the air, only to suffer a grievous blow from the bed frame, resulting in a melodramatic amnesia or a rebirth for a new round. The system interjected. "Not at all. The unfortunate soul beneath the bed was captured by Madame Ho, who was overtaken by lust. She originally planned to tame him for her own enjoyment, but when the steward intervened, she simply tossed him under the bed." Yan observed the Prince of Jing rummaging beneath the bed and remarked to the system, "Did Madame Ho learn this from Princess Anping? To forcibly abduct common men is quite the audacity for a mere fourth-rank general's wife." The system replied, "Courage is cultivated over time. She wasn't so brazen at first, but later realized that her mother-in-law and husband could be easily deceived, which led her to grow increasingly reckless. She typically selects handsome men lacking in family background, abducts them for her own pleasure, and once she tires of them, she pays them off and sends them away. Those men, having received hush money and unaware of their captor's true identity, are left with no choice but to comply. TSK, 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 what a decline in societal morals." Yan struck a match and glanced at the unfortunate soul the prince had extracted, critically stating, "He's not even that impressive. Standing next to my idol, He looks positively archaic, lacking the refined features of the great sage. The system sighed. Host, as the saying goes. The disparity between individuals is greater than that between man and monkey. Your comparison is dreadfully unfair to the poor fellow. After a moment of self-reflection, Chu Wanyan inquired, I am quite curious, when did the unfortunate soul lose consciousness? Missing out on 2 encounters of fairy battles would be a regrettable loss. The system responded. He struggled fiercely upon being tossed under the bed and knocked his head, rendering him unconscious, without hearing a thing. Chu Wanyan lamented. What a pity. He suffered greatly, but missed all the excitement. The system wholeheartedly agreed. The Prince of Jing, multitasking, pulled the man out, dusted off his hands, and summoned Ah San to take away the unconscious, unfortunate soul. Miss Chu, the situation is now resolved. Please proceed. This time, there were no unforeseen complications. The Prince of Jing pretended to search the room while discreetly monitoring Chu Juanyan's movements. She crawled beneath the bed, relieved that the unfortunate soul had gone first. As most of the dust had settled on him, she knocked on the floor tiles and retrieved several letters along with a token. With her treasures in hand, Chu Wanyan backed out, displaying her findings to the prince. Look. Upon seeing the token, the prince feigned surprise and exclaimed, Isn't this the royal token of the Yan kingdom? General Zhongwu has been hiding it. He must be a spy for Yan. Miss Chu, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, we would still be kept in the dark. Chu Wanyan genuinely found it hard to believe. This shabby piece of wood is actually a royal token of the Yan kingdom? How utterly unrefined. The system explained. This wood is a specialty of the Yan kingdom, reserved exclusively for the royal family. It cannot be sold outside, rendering it priceless. Chu Wanyan realized. So it's a unique stamp. No wonder you said it could incriminate General Zhongwu. Under the cover of night, the two retraced their steps to the carriage. Chu Wanyan examined the wooden token under the candlelight. Remembering the prince's earlier words, she initiated a conversation. Your Highness, how did you recognize this as the royal token of the Yan kingdom so quickly? The prince elucidated. This token is crafted from the unique Yenyun wood of the Yan kingdom, which possesses a distinctive fragrance, is heavier than ordinary wood, and is fire-resistant, exclusively for royal use. Moreover, the token is engraved with the royal totem of the Yan kingdom. His explanation was far more detailed than that of the system. Chu Wanyan gazed at him with starry eyes. Your Highness, you are so knowledgeable, truly worthy of being my idol. Not only is your appearance commendable, but your intellect is equally impressive. The system retorted. What flattery. Host, can't you offer a more sensible compliment? The prince, slightly tilting his head under her ardent gaze, remarked. If Miss Chu is interested, I can provide you with some related texts. Chu Wanyan promptly adopted a serious demeanor. I appreciate your kindness, Your Highness. But that's unnecessary. Since I am in the court and have no contact with people from the Yan kingdom, it suffices if you explain things to me when needed. She had no interest in such books. Why put herself through that? If this token could prove General Zhongwu's treachery, how about I present it to the emperor at tomorrow's morning court? The prince readily agreed. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the prime minister's residence. Chu Wanyan stowed away her belongings and prepared to climb atop the carriage to scale the wall and return the way she came when the system suddenly warned. Host, you should brace yourself. Your father and mother are currently waiting for you at the base of the wall with sticks. If you descend the same way, you may end up in trouble. What? Chu Wanyan felt the sky had fallen. She had been so discreet, sending Autumn hard away. How could her parents possibly know? The system sighed. As the saying goes, when children are unusually quiet, they must be up to mischief. Host, you've been too well-behaved today, causing your mother to be anxious and unable to sleep, prompting her to check your courtyard, only to discover you were missing. On the other side of the wall, the prime minister and his wife remarked, Where did that saying come from? It's quite insightful. The Prince of Jing nearly burst into laughter at the sight. He hadn't imagined that Miss Chu would be perceived in such a light by the prime minister's wife. Little did Chu Wanyan know, but he certainly did. It was likely a suggestion from the emperor himself. He had committed numerous misdeeds in his youth and had endured his fair share of beatings. The emperor was well aware but never intervened, waiting for him to return before teaming up with his mother to administer a more severe punishment. He was resilient enough to endure it, but Miss Chu could not be treated the same. Chu Wanyan sat cross-legged atop the carriage, contemplating how to navigate the situation tonight. Not only had she stealthily ventured out late at night, but her attire also seemed ill-suited for any noble endeavor. Why doesn't Miss Chu go inside?
Que Juagnan siguette deeply.
Sensing that her sixth sense was warning her that entering now would be perilous, her parents might be waiting to punish her. The prince suggested, Miss Chu, allow me to accompany you inside. Should the Prime Minister and Madame Chu insist on punishing you, I shall stand in front to shield you. If they strike me, they would surely feel too embarrassed to continue with you. Chapter 62. The Prime Minister and his wife advance with sticks towards their daughter, with astonishing results. The system remarked, "He makes a valid point, host. Why not consider it?" Chu Wanyan found the idea viable. After all, the prince was the son of the emperor, a royal of the realm. No matter how furious her parents were, they wouldn't dare treat her idol as a mere son to beat. Using the prince as a shield would ensure her safety and provide a legitimate excuse for her outing.
Perfect.
Chu Wanyan gratefully declared, "Then I shall rely on your highness." Thus, the Prime Minister and his wife, faces stern, watched as two dark figures descended from above. Chu Yiming was both furious and amused. Since the Prince of Jing had come to their doorstep, he saw no reason to hold back. Perhaps the emperor would even thank him for this. As they landed, the prince felt a fierce gust of wind from behind, aimed directly at his rear. He swiftly pivoted, narrowly evading the first blow, gently pushing Chu Wanyan aside. Chu Yiming shouted in anger, "Who dares to trespass in the Prime Minister's residence at night? I shall teach you a lesson." He swung his stick and charged forward, aiming directly at the taller and more conspicuous prince. "How dare you, Prince of Jing, taking advantage of the situation to lay hands on my daughter before marriage. Where did that hand just go?"
Ah.
Where indeed. There would be ample opportunities to teach my daughter a lesson for her mischief, but this chance to strike at the prince was rare. The prince sensed something was amiss. Although he had intended to shield Miss Chu from harm, it seemed the assault was directed at him instead. The system observed the one-sided battle and promptly reminded its host, "Hurry. Your father is unable to hit Prince Jing. Take this opportunity to escape the encirclement."
Que Jin Yan slowly retreated.
When Lan Yu watched for a moment, feeling helpless, she discarded her stick and swiftly seized Chu Jin Yan, who was attempting to sneak back to her room by the wall. "Yenner, after Prince Jing has accompanied you in your frivolity for half the night, you abandon him to face the onslaught while you flee?" Chu Jin Yan keenly sensed her mother's softened stance. She turned and clung to Lan Yu, nuzzling affectionately. "Mother, we ventured out late at night to uncover the truth and clear someone's unjust blame, not for mere mischief. Please do not be angry. Prince Jing willingly took the blows for me. I cannot betray his earnest intentions. Look at father. He knows it's Prince Jing yet continues to strike without success, creating chaos and only exhausting himself. Mother, you ought to teach father a lesson." 3 statements: pleading, lamenting, and complaining. The system remarked, "Host, your ability to turn the tables and accuse is becoming ever more adept." Chu Jinyan replied, "Learn from it."
Que Yiming,
Who was pursuing Prince Jing in a fit of rage, turned his head, barely suppressing the urge to scold. "Whose daughter are you, anyway? I had no intention of striking you, yet you dare to provoke me." The butler and several servants, holding lanterns and torches, lowered their heads, unable to witness the scene. "Sir, your desperate pursuit of His Highness Prince Jing resembles that of a dog being led around by a bone." Unable to resist her daughter's charms, when Lan Yu's heart softened. "Well, at least Yenner has heeded my words from last time. Bring Prince Jing along. He will ensure your safety while preserving your reputation. You must leave such matters to Prince Jing and the Court of Judicial Review next time. There's no need for you to take risks. Mother will worry. Do you understand?" Chu Jinyan reassured. "Rest assured, mother, not everything merits the personal intervention of your little lord." Observing her father still striking at Prince Jing, she added, "How pitiful Prince Jing is." Chu Yiming could no longer contain himself, turning around in anger. "Chu,
Jin Yan,
did you not see that I haven't landed a single blow?" A loud crack echoed. Chu Yiming twisted his neck. Prince Jing halted abruptly and stepped forward to assess the situation. With the slightest movement, Chu Yiming let out a heart-wrenching wail, his head contorted as if he had a stiff neck. When Lan Yu anxiously inquired, "Your Highness, is my husband all right?" Prince Jing calmly responded after a few examinations, "Madam Chu, do not worry. Minister Chu is merely slightly sprained. He will recover in a few days. If you are concerned, a physician can provide some ointment to alleviate the pain. Since Miss Chu has been safely delivered, I shall take my leave. Thank you, Your Highness. Travel safely." Prince Jing nimbly scaled the wall and departed. Chu Jinyan waved goodbye, then turned to her father, whose face was twisted in pain. "Father, we were clearly on a mission to do good. You insisted on chasing after Prince Jing to strike him, and now you've brought this upon yourself." Chu Yiming ignored her, grasping his wife's sleeve, resting his head on her arm, utterly dejected. First, he had chased Prince Jing until he was out of breath, and now he had been twisted by his own daughter. He looked as miserable as a plucked chicken, having lost all his earlier bravado, appearing both pitiable and amusing. When Lan Yu gently patted Chu Jinyan's round, dark head, "To bully your father when he is in such a state is unseemly. Hurry back and rest."
Que Jin Yan dashait doué.
Returning to her room, excitedly twirling around with her staff. "Old Six, I declare tonight's grand operation a resounding success." The system eagerly chimed in, celebrating with emojis and fanfare. The staff was in a good mood. Although disturbed from its beautiful dreams by the frenzied actions of its master, it graciously applauded several times in shallow cooperation. Chu Yiming, under his wife's gentle words and comfort, managed to regain a little spirit. However, due to the pain in his neck and the inability to find a comfortable position to sleep, he ultimately had to sit against the wall, succumbing to despair. The events of the Chu residence that night were swiftly delivered to the emperor by Long Qi, who was in the know. The emperor, intentionally remaining awake, awaited the spectacle of Chu Jinyan suffering a combined attack. After reading the report, he nearly split his sides with laughter. Not only did he find it amusing, but he also shared it with Eunuch Li. "Ha ha, how pitiful Minister Chu is." He thought little Chu was in dire straits, but who knew Minister Chu is so fragile? A lamb delivered to the tiger's den can still escape. The opponent was unharmed, while he inflicted 1,000 injuries upon himself. It's truly a pity I cannot witness this firsthand. I must share this hilarity with the Empress and concubine Lian.
Ha ha ha.
Eunuch Li gazed helplessly at the Emperor, who was laughing so hard his belly hurt and showed no signs of stopping. "Your Majesty, is it truly appropriate to share Minister Chu's misfortune with the ladies of the harem? Moreover, when you dealt with Prince Jing back in the day, you had him bound before taking action. Why mock the inexperienced minister?" The following morning, Chu Yiming, still recovering from his neck injury, bore dark circles under his eyes and appeared utterly depleted. Between walking sideways and squinting to see the path ahead, Chu Yiming opted for the latter, all while walking crookedly. Chu Jinyan could no longer watch in silence. "Father, perhaps it would be better to walk sideways. I can help you if needed. If your eyes continue to tilt this way, what will you do if you develop strabismus?"
Que Yiming snorted coldly.
Taking a few steps forward to indicate he was still angry. Stubborn as ever, he refused to yield. Chu Jinyan didn't he understand, but respected his father as pride. After all, it was not her suffering. Let him be. Upon reaching the palace gates, various ministers expressed their concern for the visibly unwell Minister Chu. Glancing at the equally dark-eyed but spirited little Chu Jinyan beside him, the ministers wisely refrained from inquiring about the cause of Minister Chu's ailment. There was no doubt. Little Chu Jinyan was undoubtedly the primary instigator of the minister's predicament. To ask one more question would be like pouring salt on the minister's wounds. During the morning court session, Chu Yiming caught the emperor's gaze, filled with anticipation for the spectacle, and felt a surge of indignation. "If it weren't for your good son, Prince Jing, would I have ended up like this?" Chapter 63. Accusation against General Zhongwu, flattery from the ministers. In the back row of officials, Chu Jinyan straightened her attire, cleared her throat, and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have a petition. I accuse General Zhongwu, Homadong, of treasonous collusion with the enemy, secretly linking with the royal family of Yan, and plotting against the citizens of our great Sheng." For the first time speaking in morning court, Chu Jinyan felt the weight of countless gazes upon her, standing tall and proud.
Ha!
Are you shocked?
Bow down.
This is the power of the righteous little Chu Jinyan. The system began to boast. "Host, you are so handsome. Host, you are magnificent. You are the center of attention." The emperor, already aware, feigned surprise. Treasonous collusion is a grave matter. Does my dear little Chu have evidence? Chu Jinyan was well prepared, pulling out a letter and a token from her robe's pocket. "Your Majesty, this is the evidence I and Prince Jing discovered beneath the bed in General Zhongwu's quarters. Please have a look." Eunuch Li hurried over to take the evidence and present it to the emperor. The Grand Tutor took a few steps back, his eyes wide, his aged hands trembling slightly as he pointed at the token. Is this not the unique Yan Yun wooden token of the Yan royal family?"
Que Jin Yan nodded, precisely.
"Great eyesight, Grand Tutor." The emperor cast an appreciative glance at the ever-cooperative Grand Tutor. Meng Deren exclaimed, "General Zhongwu actually colluded with the enemy royal family. This is utterly detestable. Little Chu, it is now my turn to repay you." The crown prince furrowed his brow. "Father, since General Zhongwu has colluded with the enemy, his past achievements against Yan must be fabricated. I implore you, father, to investigate thoroughly." Saying this, the crown prince discreetly nudged Prince Xing with his sleeve. "Hurry, support your future sister-in-law." Prince Xing, groggy and half asleep, was about to nod off casually when suddenly his toes were painfully stomped, a sharp agony shooting through him. He looked up in disbelief, only to find his younger brother, Prince Jing, smiling amiably at him. The shameless scoundrel, General Zhongwu. Father, you must impose severe punishment. His voice thundered, eyes wide open, and his tone seethed with indignation and vehement condemnation. Yet, the target of his ire and reproach was a matter of personal interpretation. The sudden outburst from Prince Xing startled the emperor and the assembled ministers. Given Prince Xing's usual lethargy, merely nodding in acknowledgement would have sufficed, yet here he was, raising his voice to an unprecedented volume to play along with Lord Chu's theatrics. Such earnestness was commendable. Jin Yan was taken aback to hear Prince Xing speak so loudly for the first time. Old 6, it seems that this sloth-like Prince Xing can indeed get agitated. It appears he truly despises General Zhongwu. System. Prince Jing just stepped on Prince Xing's foot. He was in pain. Jin Yan and the misled crowd. The emperor reviewed the Imperial edict and slammed it onto the dragon throne. This is outrageous. Ho-mo, who disregards imperial grace and colludes with the enemy, is hereby stripped of his position as General Zhongwu. Investigate the General's estate. Prince Jing, you are to dispatch men to closely monitor the movements of the army. Should anyone leak information, they shall share the same fate as Ho-mo. Commander Yang Can of the Imperial Forest Army, upon the return of General Zhongwu, apprehend him and detain him for investigation.
Yes.
The downfall of that despicable General Zhongwu left Jin Yan feeling immensely relieved, as if the pent-up frustration from the previous day had been completely released. She cheerfully remarked, indeed, doing good deeds brings a refreshing spirit. Though I endured some hardship last night, it was all worth it. System. The first part is correct. But are you serious about the latter? You were either eating gossip or taking advantage of the situation, and upon returning home, you not only escaped punishment, but only your father suffered. Jin Yan. Old 6, must you dismantle the joys so quickly? Besides, who says I didn't suffer? Look at these dark circles under my eyes. They greatly detract from my beauty. The emperor nearly burst into laughter. With a stern expression, Yiming turned slightly away. As long as he didn't meet the gazes of his colleagues, he would pretend that he had not lost face. Meng Diron added, Lord Chu is loyal and patriotic. Personally risking himself to search for evidence against Ho-mo, he is indeed a model for young officials. The Grand Tutor also praised, Lord Chu demonstrates decisiveness in matters. His courage is commendable. Lu Yanshan pondered how to flatter the little demon star, perhaps then she would cease to scrutinize him so closely, and chimed in. Though Lord Chu is a woman, her audacity rivals that of any man. She is truly a heroine, deserving of admiration. The other ministers looked on in astonishment at Lu Yanshan. Were you not the one who only knew how to criticize and nitpick?
Que j'ignore.
Upon hearing Lu Yanshan unexpectedly praise her, felt quite elated. Old 6, did you hear that? My charm as Little Lord Chu has even captivated the esteemed Lu Darren. If even he acknowledges my excellence, I must truly be unparalleled. Old 6, remember to document their praises in the host's records. System. Noted. Lu Yanshan, puzzled, asked, who is this Lu Darren? His head is not flat, it is round. Prince Jing fixed his gaze on the emperor. Little Lord Chu deserves commendation, father. Don't you think? The emperor was at a loss for words. I did not say I wouldn't reward her. You rebellious child. What does that look mean? Little Lord Chu's exposure of Ho-mo's treason exhibits exceptional bravery. I am greatly pleased. I hereby appoint her as a second-rank county princess, granting her the title of Ngua. Her rank is elevated to first rank, and she shall serve as a compiler of the Hanlin Academy at the 7th rank. Additionally, I bestow upon her a pair of rare stones from Taihu Lake, a pair of red coral, and 3 pairs of luminous pearls. Jin Yan was almost stunned by this unexpected windfall. A promotion to a 7th rank official was trivial. The key was the status of county princess. 2nd rank. She was now but a step away from standing shoulder to shoulder with her father, who had toiled for decades. Prince Jing cleared his throat. Father. The hot spring estate on the outskirts of the capital is picturesque and suitable for rewarding meritorious subjects. Those Taihu stones, red coral, and luminous pearls are merely tributes from local or neighboring states, inconvenient to sell or of little value, serving only as decorations at home. The hot spring estate would be far more practical. The emperor shot Prince Jing a glare. You debt collector. Have you forgotten that I am your father now that you have a wife? However, upon seeing Jin Yan's eager and sparkling eyes, the emperor could not bring himself to feign ignorance. very well, just a mere estate. I shall bestow another hot spring villa. Jin Yan beamed. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the court session, numerous officials flocked to congratulate Jin Yan. Upon hearing the news, her colleagues from the Hanlin Academy lauded her courageous and resourceful actions in exposing the wrongdoing, even arranging a stage for her to elaborate on her infiltration details. With such enthusiastic support from her peers, Jin Yan unabashedly recounted her experiences from the previous night, embellished with flair, earning resounding applause. The members of the Hanlin Academy expressed their regret, particularly Feng Tianji and Zhao Yushu. How could little Lord Chu always encounter such thrilling scenarios? They too wished to witness the altercation between General Zhongwu's wife and her mother-in-law. Returning from leave, Luo Jingsheng coldly huffed, esteemed colleagues of the Hanlin Academy. Flattery should have its limits. To praise a woman who disregards her marital duties and secretly meets with men at night while peering into others' chambers, where is your sense of propriety and honor gone? He had endured 5 days of foot washing and a bath before returning to duty. Such restraint, solely to avoid being caught with the same scandal again. The last insult was a memory Luo Jingsheng could never forget. He was determined to avenge his humiliation and make Jin Yan experience the bitterness of a ruined reputation. Chapter 64, a rematch with Luo Jingsheng, achieving double kill.
Que Jin Yan's expression darkened.
Again, it was Luo Jingsheng. Which blind fool cast such slander upon this official? Does his foul mouth still reek of his own stinky feet? Luo Jingsheng's face contorted for a moment before returning to normal. Little Lord Chu, if you possess even a shred of propriety and honor, you should resign and return home. The Hanlin Academy is no place for a woman like you to wield power. In just a few days of absence, the Academy's atmosphere had changed entirely. Everyone spoke of Jin Yan with praise, not a single disparaging word. And many were subtly eager to curry favor with her. Truly, a descent into depravity. Feng Tianji's expression turned serious, brow furrowed. Lord Luo, be cautious with your words. Apologize to little Lord Chu at once. Zhao Yushu raised an eyebrow. Lord Luo, while you disparage little Lord Chu's actions, the emperor not only promoted her but also honored her with the title of county princess. To insult a county princess and Prince Jing is to insult the emperor himself. Lord Luo, you possess quite the audacity. Luo Jingsheng was rendered speechless. County princess? When did Jin Yan become a county princess? Lu Shengjing cast a sympathetic glance at him. Lord Luo, has no one informed you that during today's court session, the emperor highly praised little Lord Chu and conferred upon her the title of county princess? Indeed, no one had informed Luo Jingsheng. Zhang Wenda and Lu Qing, his 2 dubious companions, were now either deceased or imprisoned. With others aware of Luo Jingsheng's peculiar penchant for stinky feet, they avoided him like the plague, making it impossible for him to engage in conversation. Jin Yan felt a wave of gratitude as her colleagues rallied to counter Luo Jingsheng. This is the importance of good relationships. Yet Luo Jingsheng is truly bothersome. Old 6, what other scandals does he have that I can mock him for? The system, upon investigation, nearly burst out laughing. Host, Luo Jingsheng's accusations of you disregarding marital propriety and peeping into others' chambers are laced with his own issues, which is why he reacted so passionately. Jin Yan immediately perked up. What is the story? Luo Jingsheng was still questioning his life choices, while others quietly condemned him, all the while eavesdropping on little Lord Chu's gossip. System. Luo Jingsheng's peculiar taste in stinky feet is known to his family, which is why they arranged for him a wife of lowly status who could be easily controlled. Upon entering, Lady Luo indeed exhibited remarkable caution, forcibly suppressing her distaste for the foul odor emanating from her husband, Bao Jingsheng's, feet. She was willing to share a room, yet steadfastly refused to sleep in the same bed with him. Jin Yan's expression was one of subtle complexity, feeling a profound sympathy for the unacquainted Lady Luo. After all, not everyone possesses the fortitude to slumber amidst the stench of unwashed feet and socks. For Lady Luo to tolerate cohabitation already demonstrated a will akin to Iron Man. Others could not help but concur. Lady Luo was no ordinary woman. The system noted. Indeed, however, Bao Jingsheng's mother believed Lady Luo, hailing from a humble background, was unworthy of disdain towards her son. She frequently subjected Lady Luo to psychological torment, with sarcasm and ridicule becoming the norm, nitpicking every minor detail. Thus, Lady Luo sought solace in the company of her amiable and cleanly younger brother-in-law. Jin Yan gave a thumbs up to Lady Luo. Brilliant. The others in the Hanlin Academy echoed the sentiment. Lady Luo was indeed extraordinary. Although they were men, reflecting on the characters of Bao Jingsheng and his mother, They felt a sense of vindication. The system continued. Originally, Bao Jingsheng often remained away from home, frequently returning late. So Lady Luo's encounters with her brother-in-law were not particularly numerous. However, now that he was on leave at home, Lady Luo had no choice but to tend to him daily, which became unbearable. Seizing an opportunity, she retreated to her brother-in-law's room for some emotional healing. Little did she know, Bao Jingsheng unexpectedly sought out his brother, failing to recognize his wife's voice, and mistakenly assumed his brother was frolicking with a maid. So he lurked outside to eavesdrop. In a moment of excitement, he created a small opening to peer inside, anticipating a lively spectacle. To his shock, what he saw was not a mere maid engaged with his brother, but his own wife. Enraged, Bao Jingsheng burst in, causing a commotion that alerted the entire household. Seizing the moment, Lady Luo took her divorce papers and returned home, her joy unabashed. Upon returning to her family, she regaled them with the scandal of Bao Jingsheng's unwashed feet, even selling the story to storytellers in tea houses to share with the citizens of the capital. Jin Yan nearly burst into laughter. Let's congratulate Lady Luo on her escape from the depths of despair. Surely, Bao Jingsheng must have taken my words to heart. Imagining himself as the cuckolded General Zhongwu, the system confirmed, yes indeed. The wound had been reopened, and defenses were breached. The gazes of the Hanlin members towards Bao Jingsheng were particularly peculiar. How could he still maintain his composure? If he were not such a filthy creature, how could his wife have strayed to his brother? How could he be cast aside and yet revel in it? He deserved it. Feng Tianji turned to the still-dazed Bao Jingsheng, his tone stern. Lord Luo, your insults towards the second-rank county princess and prospective princess consort are tantamount to shaming the emperor. Should you not promptly apologize to Lord Chu? Regaining his senses, Bao Jingsheng seethed with indignation, gritting his teeth. Lord Chu, I spoke in error moments ago. Please do not take offense. While he uttered an apology, his eyes brimmed with palpable resentment and bitterness, almost manifesting as a tangible force aimed at Jin Yan. This blatant malice was hardly concealed. Jin Yan felt quite displeased. If he were genuinely fearful, a simple apology would suffice to grant him the pleasure of wielding power over another. Yet, with this pretense, he was merely depriving himself of the joy of the moment. Folding his arms across his chest, Jin Yan maintained a frosty demeanor. Lord Luo, if you wish for my forgiveness, you must publicly shout 3 times, I am the pervert who peeks into others' rooms. If I dare speak ill of Lord Chu again, may I suffer the fate of green hats and a shattered family. Once you have shouted, I shall forgive you. Lu Shengjing gasped in shock. The other onlookers gazed at Jin Yan with a mix of reverence. Lord Chu, you are truly striking at the heart. Bao Jingsheng's face turned an alarming shade of green. Did Jin Yan somehow know he had witnessed his wife's dalliance with his brother? He opened and closed his mouth, unable to produce sound. His eyes reddened as he finally managed to stammer. Lord Chu, I have already apologized. Do not press me further. Jin Yan feigned shock, mockingly covering his mouth. Lord Luo, I merely requested you retract your earlier insults. Is there anything improper about that? Surely, you do not truly engage in spying on others and wear the green hat.
Do you?
Bao Jingsheng nearly leapt up. You speak nonsense. Jin Yan took a couple of steps back. I merely jested, yet your reaction suggests otherwise. Could it be true, Lord Luo? Are you targeting me to vent your own frustrations? How outrageous. Bao Jingsheng was on the brink of collapse. I am not. I did not. She is lying. Do not believe her. His anxious and frantic demeanor, even to the onlooking Hanlin scholars, would likely raise suspicions of his guilt. Zhao Yushu added a final blow. No need for explanations, Lord Luo. We understand. Lu Shengjing kindly advised, Lord Luo, in the future, it would be wise not to vent personal emotions towards colleagues. It is an easy way to offend. Bao Jingsheng surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though the world was spinning. Everyone seemed to mock him, their expressions and gazes reminiscent of the disdainful looks his former lover had bestowed upon him when she departed. Suddenly, everything went dark, and he lost consciousness. The system erupted in laughter. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of incapacitating your opponent without bloodshed, twice. Jin Yan shrugged. Lord Luo's physical and mental resilience is quite poor. He has fainted twice, which is quite detrimental to his duties. Feng Tianji face-bombed. Enough. Lord Zhao and Lu, you have caused Lord Luo to faint. Take him inside to rest. Zhao Yushu and Lu Shengjing exchanged glances, bewildered. Feng Darren, do you truly not grasp the implications of your words? Chapter 65. A debt unpaid is still a master. Chu Lingji harbors guilt. The higher the rank, the heavier the oppression. Not only Bao Jingsheng but Zhao Yushu and Lu Shengjing also experienced what it felt like to wield power over others. They exchanged a glance. Falling into a moment of silence, Lu Shengjing remarked, "Zhao Darren, do you recall the last time you snuck out from martial arts competition, leaving both your and Lord Chu's official duties to me?" Zhao Yushu was puzzled as to why he brought this up but nodded. "Yes, I remember." Lu Shengjing's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. "Now is the time for you to repay that favor. Given your martial prowess, defeating Miss Chung Sen should be a walk in the park. I have official matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Lu Shengjing swiftly made his exit. Zhao Yushu extended a hand, but it was too late to stop his comrade from fleeing. He turned to Jin Yan. "Lord Chu, would you care to join me?"
Que Jin Yan stretched la tête. Oh dear.
"I've rested enough. It's time to return to work. Surely no one expects me, a delicate lady, to handle Lord Luo's feet, do they?"
Zhao Yushu replied, "Lorque."
"Do you truly not feel a pang of conscience when you refer to yourself as a delicate lady?" He turned to seek other assistance, but alas, everyone regarded Lord Luo as a viper, scattering in an instant. Once back in her office, Jin Yan sighed in relief. "That was close. I nearly had to deal with Lord Luo's stinky feet. Lu Darren is quite cunning, making his escape first." The system continued to chuckle heartily. Bao Jingsheng's expression before he collapsed was simply too amusing. Having resolved the minor incident with Bao Jingsheng, as Jin Yan returned home after her shift, she was met with an overwhelming tide of flattery from colleagues, both known and unknown, her smile nearly reaching her ears. The Imperial decree and rewards arrived at the Prime Minister's residence that afternoon. Jin Yan, brimming with anticipation, hurried home without lingering outside. However, waiting for her was not just the reward, but the overly enthusiastic matriarch Meng. "Yan, grandmother was not mistaken. You are indeed the most exceptional child of the Chu family." Even before she became a princess, she was already conferred the title of county princess. Such imperial grace. The excitement was palpable as the matriarch embraced her beloved granddaughter, showering her with endearments and even attempting a few more kisses. Jin Yan fought valiantly to resist her advances. As for the imperial decree, it has already been delivered to the ancestral hall, and Jin Yan has not even caught a glimpse of it, when Lan Yu is gleefully enjoying the spectacle beside her. Such a significant event as the emperor issuing a decree cannot possibly be concealed. Even the matriarch must emerge to receive it. It is quite endearing to see Yenner displaying such a flustered expression, rare as it is. Jin Yan feels utterly devoid of hope. "Sixth brother, why didn't you remind me that grandmother was coming out?" The system, with an innocent tone, replies, "Host, when the imperial decree arrives, your grandmother must naturally come out to receive it. I assumed this was common knowledge you would certainly possess." However, witnessing the host's unfortunate predicament of being excessively doted upon by her grandmother, the system adds, "Rest assured, I shall definitely notify you in advance next time." A frantic Jin Yan retorts, "Have I not learned my lesson already? Do I need you to remind me for the next time?" In a corner, Lingji, whose presence had dwindled to almost nothing, pats his chest. Thankfully, with his lack of academic prowess and martial skills, he shall never have the opportunity to receive an imperial decree in this lifetime, thus avoiding being embraced and showered with affection by his grandmother. How fortunate he feels to be devoid of talents. After the matriarch has vented her excitement, she swaggeringly returns to the Fusho courtyard, her demeanor more akin to a landowner surveying her estate than a devout practitioner of Buddhism. When Lan Yu gazes at the two enormous Taihu stones that nearly occupy half the courtyard, feeling somewhat troubled, "Yenner, where do you intend to place these stones? The storeroom has limited space and cannot accommodate them. If they are placed in Yenner's courtyard, the recently planted trees would need to be uprooted."
Que Jin Yan pondait, Modeur.
Did the emperor not bestow the hot spring manor? I heard from Prince Jing that the manor is vast. Perhaps we could transport the Taihu stones there. I shall send someone to manage matters at the manor. When Lan Yu nods in agreement, the remaining corals and a pair of luminous pearls are stored in the private treasury. The other two pairs, Jin Yan has instructed Asan to deliver to Prince Jing. Last night's endeavor had her alongside her idol. He had carried her up and down, serving as her protector, exerting considerable effort. In the end, she ascended in rank and wealth while he gained nothing, yet still fulfilled his promise to assist her in acquiring the hot spring manor. If she does not make some gesture of appreciation, her meager conscience would surely gnaw at her during the quiet hours of the night, although her idol had stated at court that she need not share half. Sending him 2 pairs of luminous pearls to adorn his carriage would surely be something he would not decline. When Lan Yu goes to find the steward to arrange for the affairs concerning the hot spring manor, In the main hall, only Chu Lingji and Jin Yan remain. The air is thick with silence, no one speaks. Jin Yan munches on the pre-meal snacks while reflecting on the triumphant double kill of the previous night. Chu Lingji wears an expression of deep turmoil, occasionally casting furtive glances her way. The straining look on his face renders Jin Yan's snacks unappetizing. Second brother, if you are constipated, go take some laxatives or use castor oil. Why do you keep staring at me? I am not a laxative.
Que Lingxi retort.
Jumping up. Who is staring at you? Moreover, I am not constipated and do not require laxatives or your so-called remedy. Jin Yan's eyes narrow slightly. There's something amiss. Sixth brother, what madness is Chu Lingji up to? Has he committed some misdeed and wishes to pin the blame on me?
Que Lingxi.
Feeling a chill run down his spine, recoils further into his chair. What on earth? How could little sister deduce that he had done something shameful without him even spilling the beans? The system checks and responds with excitement. Host, you are half correct. He indeed has a guilty secret, but he does not dare to implicate you. His expression just now was meant to ask you for money. Money? Jin Yan recalls that Chu Lingji's monthly allowance had been deducted for half a year. It is not surprising that he is in need of funds. Sixth brother, what has he done? Chu Lingji is torn. Should he reveal his own predicament or remain silent? The system interjects. Chu Lingji is short on money, yet he loves to paint. He claims he must economize on paint, but in reality, he has saved not a single coin. In less than half a month, he ran out of paint and, fearing to ask Chu Lingfeng or the host for money, he finally recalled his former classmate Qiu Zhong, who owes him nearly 50 taels of silver. Jin Yan remembers Qiu Zhong, the classmate who had borrowed money and never returned it. The last time she exposed Chu Lingji for forging exam papers, the system mentioned that he was not very bright and his classmates often borrowed money from him without repayment, only to borrow again later. So, he asked for his money back. Correct? Not only did he not ask for it back, but he was also publicly humiliated by Qiu Zhong, who claimed he was a mere talentless painter with a few coins and a wealthy father. At that moment, Jin Yan casts a vote of approval for Qiu Zhong. Though laced with sharpness and malice, the criticism is quite on point. Chu Lingji slumps in his chair, grateful that no one else is present to hear his sister's thoughts. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated.
Kizong threatened Que Lingxi.
Stating that if he dared to continue asking for repayment, he would spread the word that Chu Lingji had his servant ghostwrite his assignments and forge exam papers, tarnishing his reputation at the Imperial Academy. Thus, Chu Lingji cowered and was compelled to seek alternative means of acquiring money. Chapter 66, An Unexpected Path to Wealth. Outside the door, Chu Lingfeng, eavesdropping, clenches his fists, eager to rush in and give Chu Lingji a sound thrashing. How could he be in the right yet still end up at a disadvantage? The reputation of the Prime Minister's residence has been tarnished because of you. Jin Yan crosses her legs and shakes her head in disbelief. If this were a truly arrogant second-generation heir, Qiu Zhong's petty tricks would be utterly ineffective. What does it matter if someone ghostwrites assignments or forges exam papers? Hiring someone to stuff Qiu Zhong in a sack and give him a good beating would be the least of their worries. Stuffing him in a sack. Now that is an excellent idea. Chu Lingji believes that staying behind was indeed the right decision. Look, even though he has been humiliated again by his sister, a way to vent his frustration has just presented itself. By the way, sixth brother, what scheme has he devised to make money? The system replies in a bewildered tone. He has gone to illustrate for erotic novels. His reasoning is that he can acquire paint for free, practice his art, and challenge himself in an entirely new field. It is worth a try. Chu Lingfeng nearly drops his eyes out in shock. Thank goodness their parents are not present. Otherwise, his second brother would surely have his legs broken. Jin Yan cannot help but glance at the contemplative Chu Lingji, her expression quite complex. Good heavens! Who would have thought this lad possessed some wit, and his avenues for income are rather diverse? Is he making money? The system replies. Indeed, he is earning. His painting skills are commendable. For each novel, he illustrates 10 pictures, and the bookstore owner pays him 1 tael of silver. Later, due to the positive response to the illustrations, which boosted the novel sales, the owner continued to hire him and even awarded him a bonus of 50 taels of silver. Then why is he still asking me for money? Jin Yan queries, a hint of confusion in her voice. Reasonably speculating, could it be that he has become extravagant with his newfound wealth, falling into the vices of indulgence, and thus seeks to raid my private treasury? Chu Lingji rolls his eyes. Little sister, do you view me as such a foolish simpleton, easily led astray and coveting my sister's money? The system interjects. No, host. You need not think negatively. It is, because Chu Lingji spent the money he earned on paint and paper. Qiu Zhong noticed this and attempted to borrow money from him, which led to the accidental revelation of Chu Lingji's new source of income. Then Qiu Zhong used this information to threaten Chu Lingji, demanding all his money, or he would inform your father.
Que l'INSEE complete.
Thus inflating Qiu Zhong's appetite and exposing his own paintings. Qiu Zhong demanded 30 taels yesterday, and if he did not comply, he would circulate the novel and illustrations among everyone at the Imperial Academy, and even send a copy to the Prime Minister's residence, spreading the rumor that the son of Prime Minister Chu painted lewd images. Hence, Chu Lingji was just about to seek your assistance for money, as he only possesses 5 taels, which is utterly insufficient. How outrageous! In the face of such oppression, one ought to respond with equal ruthlessness and shamelessness, ensuring that the perpetrator learns a valuable lesson and never dares to harbor such thoughts again. Yet Chu Lingji, this coward, easily succumbs, handing over money without hesitation and even contemplating borrowing from her. When a despicable scoundrel encounters a feckless coward, it is akin to a weasel infiltrating a henhouse. Jin Yan slammed the table with fervor, glaring fiercely at Chu Lingji. You imbecile! Chu Lingji, feeling both wronged and astonished, retorted, Why are you cursing at me? His younger sister had silently called him a fool several times. He was well aware it was not a term of endearment. Yet, the one deserving of reproach was clearly Qiu Zhong, who had been extorting him. Why vent his anger on him? Jin Yan let out a cold laugh. I can curse as I please. Do I need your permission? Chu Lingfeng clenched his fists tightly in silent support of Jin Yan. Sister, well said. Any servants attempting to approach the main hall discreetly altered their paths under the menacing gaze of the eldest young master. Were the second young master and the young lady quarreling again? There was no need to intervene if a real fight broke out. They might even assist the second young master in some way. Inside the room, Jin Yan could no longer contain herself. Grabbing a nearby pastry, she seized Chu Lingji by the collar, thrusting the delicacy towards his mouth while menacingly declaring, Your expression just now clearly indicates guilt. You have never spent more than a quarter of an hour alone with me. Today, you've lingered for almost that long without leaving. You must be concealing something.
Now,
confess willingly, or shall I feed you again before you do? Chu Lingji recoiled in horror, desperately attempting to evade the pastry that threatened to invade his mouth. The thought of fish swimming in his mouth haunted him, even in his dreams. He could not endure that experience again. I'll talk. Just don't make me feed the fish.
Que l'INSEE shooted in des pairs.
The system remarked, Host, your actions resemble those of a quintessential villain forcing the innocent into compromising situations. Jin Yan's mind sparked with inspiration. Old Six, you've just given me an idea. You mentioned he possesses a certain charm. Disguised as a woman, he would surely attract attention. Since he is in need of money, why not have him masquerade as a woman to perform in a brothel? He might even become a celebrated courtesan. Chu Lingji burst into tears. What sins had he committed to deserve such torment from his sister?
Outsid, que Lingfeng shivered.
Sister? Perhaps it's best not to have such sudden inspirations. It's quite unsettling. Sobbing and sniffling, Chu Lingji recounted the extortion he faced from his classmates, detailing how they coerced him into drawing lewd illustrations and threatened to expose him if he did not pay them 30 taels of silver by the next day. They even planned to show his drawings to their father, which could lead to a loss of face and severe punishment, perhaps even breaking his hands and legs, forbidding him from ever drawing again. Although Jin Yan had heard the story before, hearing it from Chu Lingji himself ignited a strong urge within her to give him a good thrashing. Yet, seeing his woeful state, she ultimately restrained herself. Weren't you seeking repayment from him? Why did you not retaliate, threatening to expose his deceitful nature to all your classmates, revealing him as a disreputable scoundrel who cannot honor his debts? The students at the National Academy either hailed from prestigious families or were exceptionally learned. Those without connections had to tread carefully to maintain their reputations and social ties for smoother futures. Qiu Zhong was one such character. By leveraging his weaknesses, retaliation would be a piece of cake. Chu Lingji suddenly realized. So that could work. The system interjected, Host, it's futile. Even if Chu Lingji spoke out, few would believe him. Why is that? Chu Lingji is academically weak, and his friends are no better. Spreading rumors about a top student like Qiu Zhong would likely result in disciplinary action from the school supervisor, doing little to harm the enemy. Moreover, without a promissory note for the money he lent, he cannot convince anyone.
Que l'INSEE slumped in des pairs.
Ah, I see. Next time I lend money, I must ensure they provide a written acknowledgement. Unable to endure any longer, Chu Lingfeng strode into the room, his face as dark as a stormy sky. Second brother, I heard everything you just said. Chu Lingji was initially startled but soon relaxed, relieved it was not their parents who had overheard. He gazed at Chu Lingfeng with hope. Elder brother, does that mean you can lend me money? Chapter 67. The Celestial Lady leads the scoundrel to ruin. The business genius's diverse money-making schemes. Lend you money? Not a chance. Chu Lingfeng's temples throbbed with anger. He and Jin Yan exchanged a rare moment of understanding. Together, they dragged Chu Lingji to Jin Yan's courtyard for a thorough beating. Once they had vented their frustrations, Jin Yan sat on a stone bench, her fingers rhythmically tapping the table. That scoundrel Qiu Zhong truly believed he could manipulate the weak at will, thinking the Prime Minister's residence lacked capable individuals. How infuriating. Chu Lingfeng pulled the handkerchief from Chu Lingji's mouth, now soaked with saliva, and disdainfully tossed it back at him. Indeed, the National Academy was a place of learning, and they could not allow a rogue like Qiu Zhong to corrupt the environment. His true nature must be exposed. Chu Lingji lay on the ground, his eyes now adorned with artificial dark circles, weeping pitifully. Why does everyone bully me? Across from him, the great sage, equal to heaven, lounged on a hammock, munching on a peach, looking adorably carefree. Even a monkey has a better life than I do. Sensing the intense gaze and sorrowful aura emanating from the human across from him, the peach in the great sage's hand lost its appeal. After a moment of contemplation, he extended the half-eaten peach towards Chu Lingji. Chu Lingji, taken aback, accepted the peach, overwhelmed with gratitude. Who would have thought that only the monkey would show him such concern? Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Jin Yan prodded the system. Old 6, dig up some dirt on Qiu Zhong. The system acted promptly, but the results left it utterly astonished. Host? Guess what Qiu Zhong did with the money he extorted from the coward? Stop teasing and just give me the answer. She was too frustrated to play guessing games. The system continued. Qiu Zhong is quite the libertine. He used the silver he borrowed to indulge in the pleasures of the brothel. He has a lover who pretends to be a talented youth struggling to find recognition, promising to redeem her once he achieves success in the civil service, which has resulted in her lavishing him with considerable funds. What a scoundrel! He even deceives the hard-earned money of the courtesans.
Lingfeng,
Who was pretending to ponder strategies while eavesdropping, scorned such shameless behavior. Later, Qiu Zhong discovered that Chu Lingji was illustrating risque stories, and he became utterly captivated by the content. Since Chu Lingji only needed to illustrate a few pages, he bought the books out of his own pocket, becoming hopelessly addicted. Not only did he purchase every volume in the same series, but he also acquired all available works by the author. He bought every version: the plain text edition without illustrations, the standard edition with black and white illustrations, the special edition with color illustrations, and even the annotated edition with added content from the author. So many versions. Jin Yan could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow, that businessman is a commercial genius. His methods of making money are far too advanced." The system replied, "Indeed, he has opened 5 shops in the capital, quietly amassing wealth. As for Qiu Zhong, it doesn't end there. He is also keen on role-playing with his lover, reenacting exciting scenes from the stories he adores, purchasing all necessary costumes and props. All the money he extorted has been funneled into this, which is why he has his sights set on the plump sheep that is Chu Lingji." Both Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji were left speechless. Who would have imagined that Qiu Zhong, who appeared to be a gentleman, indulged in such debauchery and was obsessed with risque tales? The very thought was utterly disconcerting. Jin Yan concluded that such a person deserved to be dealt with harshly. She glanced at Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji. "You two may return for now. I will have someone investigate Qiu Zhong's background before deciding how to confront him." Later, they planned to enlist the assistance of Prince Jing's shadow guards for their investigation. This way, the scandal involving Qiu Zhong would not raise any suspicions. Chu Lingfeng dragged Chu Lingji by one leg. "All right, little sister, once you have news, inform me. I must teach him an unforgettable lesson, ensuring he never dares to bully our second brother again." Before she notified him, he needed to contemplate how to best exploit Qiu Zhong's weaknesses to make him suffer. Chu Lingji, being dragged along, remarked, "Elder brother, could you please align your words and actions next time you try to be moving? I would appreciate a more profound impact." The system, filled with anticipation, asked, "Host, how do you plan to punish Qiu Zhong?" Jin Yan replied, "I'll have Ah-san help me bag him, give him a good beating, and then strip him of his clothes, dressing him in a belly band and hanging him at the entrance of the brothel, allowing elder brother and second brother to casually pass by with a few classmates. With both elder brother and second brother involved, when they witness the beating, I can play the victim. It will be absolutely foolproof." "What a splendid idea, host. You are truly clever. The system could hardly contain its eagerness to witness Qiuzhong's public humiliation in a belly band. By the way, host, Qiuzhong has been frequenting the Zuehong Lu to meet his mistress, returning to the Guozijian dormitory quite late. We can ambush him on his route. Jin Yan nodded in agreement. Excellent. They would act tonight. Qiuzhong believed he could take 30 taels tomorrow. He was dreaming. During dinner.
Que Lingxi's dark circle started when la nuit.
Lingji, what happened to your face? Jin Yan took the initiative to confess. He angered me, so I gave him a beating. When Lan Yu sighed in resignation. For some reason, she increasingly resonated with the saying that children are a debt. Lingji consistently suffered at Yenu's hands, yet he never learned his lesson and continued to provoke her. Sometimes, she herself felt the urge to give her second son a good thrashing. How could it be that, despite being born of the same parents, Lingji seemed to lack common sense? When Lan Yu scrutinized Chu Yiming with a contemplative gaze. My dear husband, does Lingji resemble you, or me more? Chu Yiming, awkwardly eating with his head tilted, nearly dropped his chopsticks upon hearing her. Madam, in terms of appearance, Lingji resembles you more. When Lan Yu pondered this, realizing that in temperament, Lingji was more akin to his father. Jin Yan almost choked on her food.
Haha system.
Look at Chu Lingji. He is so foolish that even mother doubts whether he is truly her son. The system replied, unfortunately, he is indeed her biological son. After dinner.
Que Jin Yan tout castrol tout que Lingfenges courtiard.
Learning from her previous painful experience of sneaking out and being caught, she behaved no differently than usual today. Chu Lingji was also present. The three gathered in Chu Lingfeng's study, where Jin Yan used Asan as an excuse to divulge information about Qiuzhong and her plans. Chu Lingji chuckled at the mere thought of the scene, but Chu Lingfeng wore a disapproving expression. Little sister, this is inappropriate. Jin Yan waved her hand dismissively. Elder brother, don't worry. You will handle the stripping, while Asan will do the hanging. I won't be directly involved, just observing a little. There's nothing wrong with that. Elder brother, be a bit more flexible. Chu Lingfeng shook his head in resignation. I'm not saying the stripping is inappropriate. Chapter 68. The Night Assault on Qiuzhong. Chu Lingfeng's true nature exposed. Jin Yan was perplexed. Aside from the stripping being somewhat unseemly for a refined young lady like herself, everything else seemed fine. Chu Lingfeng explained, stripping him and hanging him at the brothel entrance would merely be a moment of embarrassment for Qiuzhong. Even if I and second brother accompany our classmates, he could easily claim to be a victim of scheming and might even turn the tables on second brother. Chu Lingji considered this and realized it was indeed plausible. Qiuzhong was the sort who could twist words to suit his narrative. He had likely deceived many before. Jin Yan sensed something was amiss and glanced at Chu Lingfeng with suspicion. Then, elder brother, what do you suggest? Chu Lingfeng smiled mysteriously. He must be stripped. But the rest you will find out later. That night, the three quietly slipped out through a secluded side gate. They hadn't changed into night attire, but wore simple dark clothing to avoid drawing attention. Elder brother, where did you get this carriage? They climbed into an unfamiliar carriage, driven by a coachman Jin Yan had never seen before, and it wasn't he of the family's standard design. Chu Lingfeng remained composed. I borrowed it from Brother Du. Using our family carriage would surely raise suspicions with our parents. Who is Brother Du? Your good friend? Jin Yan couldn't help but be curious. It was only natural to wonder. Borrowing a carriage for mischief could lead to serious consequences if discovered, and the owner would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. The speed with which he borrowed it indicated a close relationship. Chu Lingfeng glanced at her, his expression complex. He is the eldest son of the Minister of Revenue. Du Yuanzheng. To be precise, Yena Yu Haven met him. Jin Yan found his words rather confusing. Just because she hadn't met him. There was no need for such precision. The system chirped happily. Host, don't you remember? Du Yuanzheng is the former fiancé of Princess Anping. The one with the green cloud over his head. He was also on Prince Jing's pleasure boat at that time. You likely didn't notice him. With the system's reminder.
Que Jin Yan recalde.
So, that was the unfortunate fellow. The Du family carriage was understated, yet quite comfortable. They soon arrived at a small alley near the Zuehong Lu and stopped. The coachman, perceptive, suggested he go out to grab a bite to eat. Returning in half an hour. Host, Qiuzhong has finished his business. He will arrive here in 10 minutes. Jin Yan grinned wickedly. In 10 minutes, his doom shall arrive. The three siblings disembarked, and Jin Yan summoned Asan. Asan, you should be aware of our plan. Once my elder brother and second brother identify Qiuzhong, you will seize the opportunity to knock him unconscious and bring him here. Yes, your highness, Asan replied before vanishing. Chu Lingji looked on with envy. How convenient.
I wish I had a shadow guard like that.
I could beat Xiaozhong, however, I pleased without needing to disguise myself to deliver paintings to the academy. Jin Yan replied, if you marry into the royal family, you could ask your future wife for a shadow guard.
Que Lingxi de flatted.
Not going to happen. Chu Lingfeng crouched at the mouth of the alley, carefully observing the movements at the Zuehong Lu entrance and turned to them. Keep it down. He's coming. Before long, Xiaozhong appeared, impeccably dressed yet unable to conceal the heavy scent of perfume, beaming with triumph. Chu Lingji pointed at him fiercely, declaring to the air, that's the one. San locked onto Xiaozhong, and as he approached the alley, a stone was hurled his way. Xiaozhong's eyes rolled back, and before he could fall, he vanished like a gust of wind, completely unnoticed by passers-by. The three huddled together. The unconscious Xiaozhong lay on the ground, his clothes slightly ajar, revealing red marks and traces of lipstick on his skin.
Que Jin stepped on Kizon guess chest.
Looking down at him critically, commenting, he does appear somewhat presentable, though his looks are average, he carries a certain student-like aura. Host, by ordinary standards, he is quite decent-looking. You might be setting your standards too high. He could be described as a quintessentially debauched gentleman. With that, she took out a burlap sack. Here, cover him up and continue the beating. We wouldn't want him waking up mid-punishment, and remember to keep quiet. Chu Lingji admired her foresight. Little sister, you really think of everything. Soon, the sounds of punches and kicks echoed through the dark alley. Xiaozhong woke up in pain, surrounded by darkness, struggling against his constraints as fists and sticks rained down upon him. Who are you? Lingji, is that you? No one responded. Only the relentless beatings continued. Xiaozhong curled up in a ball, bracing himself to endure this wave of brutal assaults. Once this gang of thugs departed, he would scour their remnants for clues to identify them and then exact a fierce vengeance. To claim that this affair lacked the hand of Chu Lingji would be utterly unbelievable. After a prolonged bout of violence, the trio grew weary. Chu Lingfeng retrieved a piece of coarse cloth from his sleeve, twisted Xiaozhong's head, and pressed the cloth firmly against his nose. Xiaozhong struggled momentarily before succumbing, lying still like a dead pig. All right, Lingji, it's time to undress him, Chu Lingfeng declared. Jin Yan swallowed hard. Old Six, what else on that cloth? Surely, Big Brother ISNT planning to poison Xiaozhong, is he? The system chimed in. Host, it's a potent narcotic, capable of incapacitating even a large beast in mere moments. Chu Lingji hesitantly moved, feeling a twinge of fear. How could his elder brother remain so composed while drugging Xiaozhong, displaying such expertise? Chu Lingfeng cast him a calm glance. What is there to fear? This sedative is remarkably effective, no matter how much we torment him. He won to awaken. In just a few moments, Xiaozhong was stripped bare, with only minimal coverage over his private areas. Jin Yan, hands shielding his eyes, peered through his fingers. Big brother, now you can reveal your intentions, right? Chu Lingfeng's smile took on a wicked and lecherous edge as he produced ink and brushes from the cart. Hasn't Xiaozhong been threatening my second brother, vowing to expose all his deeds and tarnish his reputation? We shall return the favor in kind. With that, he began to inscribe words upon Xiaozhong's face and body, writing backward with his left hand. As he wrote, he declared, let Xiaozhong's true nature be inscribed upon him and hung upside down in the busiest, most conspicuous spot at the Imperial Academy, so that all the scholars and students may witness and spread the word. The ink would be difficult to wash away, requiring months for it to fade entirely. And didn't you mention that Xiaozhong possesses numerous risque novels? I've already enlisted Brother Du to procure them. When the time comes, all those books will be placed directly beneath Xiaozhong, available for anyone to take and peruse. Xiaozhong would not only be humiliated, but his cherished collection would also be lost, likely causing him profound anguish. The two remaining accomplices were left dumbstruck. Jin Yan could only think two things. Good heavens, Old Six, I never imagined my elder brother could be such a cunning schemer. His methods are even more insidious than mine. Also, I should get first pick of those novels when they arrive. They shouldn't mind, right? Chapter 69, nicknamed Black Brother. Some are still alive, yet he is already dead. The allure of novels so captivating that they can ensnare hypocrites is indeed potent. Jin Yan rubbed his hands in anticipation. The system hesitated, advising, Host, I suggest you refrain from choosing Xiaozhong's novels. Purchase your own. Why forego something so delightful when it's free? Each of Xiaozhong's novels bears his own name. He frequently peruses them, and they're practically worn to shreds, stained with who knows how much saliva. Moreover, he reportedly pulls them out during intimate moments with his partners, using them to strike poses alongside the illustrations. Jin Yan was thoroughly disgusted, urgently calling for a halt. All right. Old six, that's enough. I'll buy my own. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Feng felt a tinge of regret. He had also considered swiping a few to see what riveting content could entice Zhong to spend so lavishly. Alas, such fine novels would be wasted on him. After finishing the inscriptions on the exposed areas, Feng was about to lift the modesty cloth when he paused, turning to Jin Yan. Little sister, turn around.
Que Jin Yan obédiently complied.
The sounds behind her grew rustling, accompanied by Lingji's startled exclamation. Big brother. This tactic is too ruthless. Jin Yan was dying of curiosity, but wished to avoid any unsightly sights, so she inquired of the system. Old six, what is Big Brother doing? The system responded incredulously. You would never guess, host. He is actually painting Zhong's little brother entirely black with ink. What? Jin Yan nearly exclaimed in shock. She twisted her features in disgust. Old six, how could my elder brother, who usually appears so dignified, suddenly adopt such a depraved style? The system, unfazed, replied. Host. Have you forgotten? Feng is close enough to Prince Jing to share a boat. This indicates he is not as normal as one might think. Jin Yan instinctively wanted to defend her idol. However, recalling the scandals she had heard and the various oddities she had witnessed in their interactions, she found herself momentarily speechless. The system added, he maintains a facade of propriety, which is why it's hard to discern his true nature, but when it comes to mischief, he truly lets loose. Few are as genuine as you, host. Jin Yan retorted, speechless. Old six, are you complimenting me? Of course, host. Authenticity is a virtue. Lingji looked at his elder brother with eyes full of astonishment. Big brother, I never imagined you could conceal your true self so well.
Feng,
oblivious to their chatter, finished his task, recovering Zhong and disdainfully eyeing the soiled brush. He retrieved a bag to store the brush. Then stashed the ink and brush in separate concealed compartments within the cart. Soon after, he and Lingji bundled Zhong in a sack and tossed him into the cart as they set off into the night towards the Imperial Academy. Jin Yan stood by the wall, contemplating the dog hole in the ground for barely a second before resolutely declaring, I will not crawl through a dog hole. Lingji had already lowered his head to proceed, casting a disdainful glance at her. Little sister, a true gentleman can bend and stretch. Do you understand?
With that,
he demonstrated by crawling through. Then Lingji was left dumbfounded. On the opposite side of the dog hole, Du Yuanzheng, who was setting up a ladder, exchanged surprised glances with him. Young Master Chu, it has been a long time. You remain as carefree as ever. Du Yuanzheng graciously offered to save Lingji's dignity. As the two ladders were placed, Jin Yan and Feng quickly climbed through. Young Master, let me handle this. Feng's servant Nanfeng stepped forward to take the burlap sack from his hands. Nanfeng had been dispatched to the Du residence for errands and had come along with Du Yuanzheng to prepare at the Imperial Academy. Is everything ready?
Feng inquired.
Du Yuanzheng smiled like a gentle breeze and produced a fan, opening it with a flourish. Of course, we just await the arrival of your eastern wind. The Imperial Academy lay silent and still in the dead of night. The group stealthily maneuvered to hang Zhong upside down from a tree on the busiest street of the academy, then retreated along the same route under the cover of darkness. That night, Jin Yan enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following morning, a certain area of the academy was surrounded, impenetrable to all. A bare, unconscious man dangled from a tree, swaying in the breeze, his body covered in numerous inscriptions. Passers-by could not help but stop and gawk. Isn't that Zhong from the E-class? What's written all over him? One exclaimed. A curious onlooker began to read aloud. On his face, it says scoundrel. On his chest, I extort from my classmates. On his left arm, I owe debts and do not repay. On his right arm, I am greedy and lecherous. On his left thigh, I deceive women as affections. On his right thigh, I am addicted to risque novels. A crowd began to murmur and point. Zhong, who usually carried himself with such lofty airs, was he being targeted by someone? If there were no deep-seated enmity, who would go through such lengths to humiliate him? Look, even his lower half is blackened. Knowing a person's face but not their heart, I believe what is written on him is true. After all, we were classmates. Shouldn't we let him down? A well-meaning person suggested. However, they were immediately silenced.
Hey,
don't touch him. Didn't you see the incense stand and the notes below? The well-meaning person leaned in for a closer look. In the letter, if he is released before the incense burns out, this person will suffer a reverse flow of blood, leading to a poisonous death. Truth be told, it is merely a feigned threat. The incense stands a person as height, with a girth akin to a thumb, and should it burn completely, it would likely take over half a day. The kind-hearted individuals took a step back. Since it concerns Qiu Zhong's life, regardless of its veracity, it is prudent not to act recklessly. If the threat were indeed true, those who sought to rescue Qiu Zhong would themselves become murderers, who could bear such a consequence. Thus, the entire path was nearly surrounded, with onlookers admiring the peculiar sight above in the trees. Some bold and curious souls ventured around to Qiu Zhong's back, exclaiming in astonishment, "He has words inscribed upon his back." Beneath the incense stand lay a collection of books, which the onlookers eagerly claimed. A whole box filled with risque novels was finally exposed to the sunlight. Many, upon inspecting, found the covers and titles unremarkable, but as they opened the pages, their faces turned crimson. "What is this? Let us see as well." Word spread rapidly, and soon the treasured volumes bearing Qiu Zhong's name were seized and circulated among the students gathered to witness the spectacle, with some even furtively hiding a few amidst the chaos. By the time the minister of the Imperial Academy arrived, accompanied by his entourage, only 2 or 3 volumes remained in circulation from the once full box. The minister, Feng Zhe, was overwhelmed and fumed. Why has this person not been released yet? How could such a scandalous affair occur at the Imperial Academy? Who is responsible for this? A scholar presented the threatening note to the minister. "Minister Feng, you see? We cannot let him go." Feng Zhe silently closed his mouth. To leave the students hanging in the tree for half a day, risking the chance of a fatal outcome, was a choice that required no further contemplation. During the morning court, Jin Yan dutifully blended into the crowd, listening as the system relayed updates from the Imperial Academy. The system remarked, "It is indeed your elder brother who inscribed those words upon him. Now everyone believes Qiu Zhong to be a despicable scoundrel, otherwise, none would dare to treat him so. Now no one dares to release Qiu Zhong. All his cherished volumes have been distributed, and a few malicious individuals have even given him the nickname Black Brother." Jin Yan chuckled heartily to herself. "Ha, Black Brother. How fitting.
Oh my.
I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts." She was so caught up in her amusement that she failed to notice the peculiar atmosphere within the court. In this familiar gathering, Minister Su emerged as the greatest victor. Discussions regarding state affairs persisted, yet the speakers stumbled over their words multiple times. The emperor appeared to listen intently, his expression grave, but his thoughts were fixated on the musings of Lord Chu. All who could hear thoughts turned their gaze towards the impassive Chu Qingxiang, filled with sympathy. 3 children sneaked out under the cover of night to engage in mischief, throwing the Imperial Academy into disarray. Although it seemed that a student named Qiu Zhong was bullying the second son of Chu Qingxiang, the eldest son and young Chu were motivated to defend their brother, which was noble in intent. However, the second son of a minister was being bullied by a commoner student without daring to retaliate. The eldest son of the minister was a celebrated figure in the capital, perpetually ranking as the most favored young man, yet his methods were exceedingly insidious. And as for young Chu, he had just the night before stormed the general's residence, causing his father to strain his neck in anger, only to follow his 2 brothers into the chaos at the Imperial Academy the very next night. The absurdity of the circumstances would leave outsiders reeling. Not to mention the 3 involved fathers, Chu Yiming was deeply questioning his own existence. He must have been too exhausted from sitting up late the previous night, as he now believed he was hearing things. The emperor, in stark contrast, was in high spirits. Having endured thrice the tribulations that the crown prince faced due to the silent king, he relished the comparison of his own contentment. Indeed, one's joy often stems from the misfortunes of others. The crown prince and the waking king reminisced about the times they were deceived by their younger brother, sharing an inexplicable empathy for Chu Lingji, casting a glare at the silent king in unison. The silent king lamented missing such splendid entertainment the previous night, entirely ignoring their presence. Jin Yan, having laughed her fill, resumed her thoughts about the novels. What a pity about those volumes. I shall acquire some after my duties this afternoon. What was the author's name again? I couldn't see clearly in the darkness last night. The system replied. The author is known as Xiao Xiaosheng. You may purchase at any bookstore. Simply mention the secret phrase, and the clerk will provide recommendations. Furthermore, Xiao Xiaosheng excels not only in writing risque tales, but also crafts remarkable, wholesome narratives that sell exceptionally well. Jin Yan, though present in the court, felt her mind drifting elsewhere. Excellent. Let this well-informed Lord Chu experience the prowess of Madame Xiao Xiaosheng. By the way, 6-6. Is Xiao Xiaosheng a madam or a master? The system checked and exclaimed, it is a madam. Moreover, she has a connection with you, the host. A connection? Jin Yan pondered her acquaintances since her arrival in this world. Nothing came to mind. Could it be Miss Chung-san? She guessed casually. The system chuckled. Incorrect. But you were close. Try again. Close? I see. It must be Zhao Yushu. He disguised himself as a woman to write under a false identity. Hence, he is a madam. Feng Tianji shuddered. No way. Zhao Darren secretly writes such novels? The Duke of Zhennan and the Duke of Wu and exchanged alarmed glances, fearful that their families might disapprove of their sons because of such matters. Chu Yiming, lost in thought, was drawn back slightly by the unfolding events. Come now, system. Reveal which unfortunate child authored such novels. Let me enjoy a moment of joy. The system, brimming with excitement, declared, incorrect. The answer is revealed. It is Miss Su Wenjun, daughter of the Minister of War. Why did you assume it was someone in disguise? Minister Su Qianshan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How could his gentle, obedient daughter possibly write such novels? It was inconceivable.
Absolutely impossible.
Surrounding ministers formed a protective barrier, shielding Su Qianshan as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Minister of Justice Qi Huan solemnly stated, Minister Su, do not be agitated. There may be more to this than meets the eye, implying, do not disrupt our enjoyment of the gossip. At this moment, Su Qianshan finally began to empathize with Lu Yanshan's plight. However, the former lamb had transformed into a wolf, willingly becoming part of the human wall. Lu Yanshan, composed, felt an inexplicable thrill at witnessing Minister Su in such a state. Seated at the high table, the emperor and the bewildered Chu Yiming could scarcely believe their eyes. It was hard to fathom that a daughter raised by the stern and unyielding Su Qianshan could produce such widely acclaimed novels.
Que j'y en marvelle, Sissis.
What a small world this is. Miss Su Wenjun, without reservation, had severed ties with Zhao Yushu, being close friends with Miss Chung-san, who now counted as an acquaintance of her own, thus making the connection entirely accurate. The system interjected, there's an even smaller connection. Do you wish to know?
I absolutely do.
Miss Su Wenjun rejected Zhao Yushu's advances, stating she has a beloved and she is already betrothed to Qinwei. Qinwei. This is a familiar gathering indeed. Although she was merely an observer, Jin Yan discreetly glanced in the direction of Minister of War Su Qianshan. But he was surrounded by a group of ministers fervently discussing state affairs. In light of this, Minister Su is indeed the greatest beneficiary. He has a remarkably talented daughter and has found her an equally gifted fiancé. Minister Su's fortunes are on the rise. The system cautioned, host, your optimism is misplaced. If Su Qianshan were to discover that Su Wenjun writes risque novels, he would likely sever their father-daughter relationship and cast her from the family. At this moment, Su Qianshan's eyes turned a shade of red with anger. Whoever desires this blessing can take it. Once he returns, I shall drive that wretched girl from the house. Jin Yan was taken aback. How ruthless. Is it really necessary to go this far, for merely penning some risque literature? The system sighed. There's no helping it. Su Qianshan is a stubborn old man who prides himself on his lofty principles and integrity, pursuing an impeccable family reputation. He does not even allow Miss Su to peruse travelogues or novels, let alone write such scandalous works. The ministers secretly nodded in agreement. Su Shangshu was as obstinate as an ox. When his political views clashed with others, he could stir up a tempest. They silently shed tears of sympathy for the innocent Miss Su, who was inadvertently caught up in this mess due to the gossipy nature of Lord Chu. Chu Yiming's emotions were conflicted. He felt a twinge of joy mingled with guilt and annoyance. The joy stemmed from the fact that although his daughter often found herself in trouble due to her impulsive nature, she remained mostly well-behaved and had not committed any egregious acts. The guilt arose from the fact that Yan had unintentionally revealed Miss Su's secret. She was unaware that they could hear her innermost thoughts, yet Miss Su would undoubtedly face repercussions for it. If Miss Su were truly cast out, he would have his wife take her in as an adopted daughter. It wouldn't he do to let Yan inadvertently become the architect of Miss Su's misfortune. Jin Yan was somewhat perplexed. If Su Shangshu enforces such strict household rules, why would Miss Su risk expulsion to write risque literature? After penning numerous stories and selling countless books, the risks were considerable. It seemed implausible that sheer rebellion or passion could be the sole motives. Chapter 71. The generous official Su Shangshu, burdened with responsibility. Upon hearing this, the furious Su Qianshan calmed down slightly. He too wished to understand why Wenjun had chosen such a misguided path to write those scandalous novels. The system lamented, it all comes down to Su Qianshan as shortcomings. Su Qianshan longed to retort, you speak nonsense. Su Qianshan holds the esteemed position of Minister of War. a high-ranking official, yet his salary is not particularly generous. He hails from a humble background, has no ancestral wealth, and is not corrupt. His salary barely suffices for his family's frugal lifestyle. Fortunately, 10 years ago he earned merit, and the emperor rewarded him with a residence. Otherwise, he would still be spending exorbitantly on rent, leading to even tighter living conditions. Indeed, the housing prices in the capital are exorbitantly high. Jin Yan pondered. Could it be that Miss Chu is writing to supplement the household income? The system confirmed. Precisely. Meng Dirun, filled with emotion, patted Su Qianshan on the shoulder. Su Shongshu, this situation is understandable. You should ease your mind. It is lamentable that the daughter of an official must resort to writing disreputable novels to support her family. Were it my daughter you are in such a predicament, I would not blame her, but would only lament my own inability. The emperor began to reflect on whether he should consider increasing Su Qianshan's salary. A virtuous and upright minister like Su, whose family was embroiled in financial troubles, could not be left to languish. If Su fell into despair, where would he find a suitable replacement? Su Qianshan brushed off Meng Dirun's hand. He did not perceive his humble circumstances as a burden. He had served the emperor loyally and treated the people fairly, and upon introspection, he found no shame in his conscience. He did not seek lavish comforts, but merely wished to live without reproach. Although Wen Jun's means of sustenance may not rival those of other noble daughters, she lived quite well compared to ordinary families. To claim she was merely supplementing the household income seemed, in his view, a transparent yearning for vanity.
Que Jin Yan felt torn.
If that is the case, Su Shongshu is indeed a good official. It seems somewhat unjust to place the blame solely on him for his meager salary. If anyone should be held accountable, it ought to be the emperor for his parsimony, who should consider raising the salaries of his ministers. For the first time, Chu Yiming found his daughter's reasoning quite compelling. Many ministers discreetly gauged the emperor's reaction. What do you think, your majesty? Do you not find the criticisms of Lord Chu to be quite valid? After being a miser for so long, isn't it time to loosen the purse strings? The emperor glared around the room, returning every scrutinizing gaze with a fierce glare. The system interjected. I have not yet finished speaking, host. If Su Qianshan's troubles were merely due to his low salary, Su Foreign is adept at managing household affairs, and they could live a modest life without difficulty. The issue lies in the fact that Su Qianshan is a generous benefactor, not particularly wealthy himself, yet he enjoys supporting impoverished students he deems worthy and virtuous. One such student is Qin Wei, whom he has sponsored. Almost half of Su Qianshan's monthly salary goes toward supporting these impoverished students. At times, he spends as much as 2/3, leaving his family on the brink of starvation. Su Foreign is also a kind-hearted person. She supports Su Qianshan's endeavors and has never complained, taking on numerous embroidery projects to earn extra income, working alongside Su Wenjun to contribute whatever they can. Later, when Su Wenjun began writing novels, she wrote whatever would earn money, and those risque works were only a fraction of her output. Her talent brought in sales. And over the years, the family's situation improved significantly. Jin Yan furrowed his brow deeply. While Su Shongshu's actions could not be deemed wrong, he believed that before striving to be a good person, one must first consider the weight of one's own financial circumstances. While performing good deeds may bring him satisfaction, what of his family's well-being? Su Foreign and Miss Su truly have it hard, perhaps in the eyes of the world. A noble lady writing such things tarnishes her family's reputation, but what right does Su Shongshu, a benefactor, have to criticize? If he were to benefit from his daughter's literary endeavors and then turn around to condemn her, that would be truly shameful and contemptible. Su Qianshan's furious expression froze on his face. All he wished was for talented students not to suffer as he once did, nearly fading into obscurity due to financial constraints. Thus, he endeavored to assist them. His family was never in want of food or clothing, though they did not live extravagantly. He found contentment in their modest means. However, he had not considered the consequences of his actions, which fell upon his wife and daughter. A stream of hot tears welled in the corners of Su Qianshan's eyes. He bowed his head dejectedly, appearing aged by several years in an instant. He had noticed the calloused hands of his wife, the dark circles under her eyes, and the fatigue she could not conceal. He had also recognized the heavy calluses on his daughter's hands and her occasional peculiar behavior. Yet he had never shown concern. He had only focused on whether his students succeeded and whether state affairs were handled properly. It turned out that Lord Chu's revelations were not unfounded.
It was all his fault.
The ministers, who had initially watched the spectacle with glee, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lu Yanshan produced a handkerchief and offered it to Su Qianshan, assuring him that the minister was merely too invested in state affairs and need not bear such guilt. Others chimed in with words of comfort. The emperor felt sympathy for Su Qianshan, as well as for Su Foreign and Miss Su. He considered the striking similarities in their struggles. He too pinched pennies, tightening his own, and the harem belts, using the imperial treasury to supplement the national coffers. Were it not for the affluence of the empress and concubines, Su Foreign might well have faced a similar plight. The crown prince subtly nudged Jing Wang. Your money tree nearly faced disaster. Why is it that you show no reaction? Others might be oblivious, but he certainly was not. The bookstore that published Miss Su's works had Jing Wang as its backer. Jing Wang lamented, the money tree is fine, is it not? I missed out on so many opportunities last night. The crown prince shot him a disapproving glance. Always consuming gossip, day after day, just focused on idle chatter. Whom does he resemble in his gossipy nature? Neither the father emperor nor the Lian Guifei indulged in such trivialities. Jin Yan had intended to cast an indignant glare at Su Shangshu, but found it difficult to muster any anger. Can a group of them truly deliberate on state affairs to yield any fruitful outcome? The system remarked. It appears that Su Qianshan was brought to tears due to political disagreements. Everyone is offering him comfort. How could he have been brought to tears over political disagreements? Su Shangshu could perhaps be sworn as a brother to the likes of the faint-hearted Lu Darren, who would faint at mere verbal disputes. Jin Yan felt a sense of disdain. Although he is a good person, he truly lacks utility. Miss Su's actions should not escape Madame Su's notice, right? Does Madame Su not oppose her? System. Indeed. Su Wenjun neither steals nor robs. She earns her living through her own talents. Madame Su considers it akin to earning money through embroidery. Moreover, Qin Wei is aware of this. During his stay at the Su household, he would always take on the task of submitting manuscripts for Su Wenjun, even accompanying her to the brothels for inspiration. Truly, he is a favored child of fortune, possessing both luck and discernment. Jin Yan felt an immense sense of relief. Thank goodness Qin Wei returned alive, otherwise, the separation of these star-crossed lovers would be too painful. System concurred. Indeed. It's settled. After work today, we shall boost Miss Su's sales. Jin Yan clenched her fist, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Not only would she go herself, but she would also bring along Prince Jing. Minister Su, who generously disperses wealth to assist others, may very well provide a life-changing opportunity for those truly in need. If he were to be stopped from sharing his fortune, who knows how many Qin Weiss would be lost amidst the crowd. Thus, let us allow Miss Su to earn as much as possible. After the morning court session, Su Qianshan, for the first time ever, took a leave of absence, claiming he was unwell and needed to return home. Chapter 72. In broad daylight, it truly feels surreal. Chu Yiming understood that Minister Su was currently filled with guilt and had no mind for official duties, and thus he empathized. Yet, upon turning around and seeing his troublesome daughter skipping along to find Prince Jing, he could not help but feel a pang in his heart. Rebellious daughter, can you not behave and refrain from causing trouble, allowing me to maintain at least a semblance of dignity before the emperor and my colleagues? Jin Yan was blissfully unaware of the turmoil within Chu Yiming. She warmly invited Prince Jing. Your Highness, after your duties today, would you accompany me to the bookstore? I wish to purchase some books, and it would be rather dull to browse alone. If you are busy, I understand. Prince Jing, having recently witnessed a significant event at court, lamented that he and Miss Chu were not sufficiently intimate, as he was excluded from plans that involved capturing people in burlap sacks. Wherever Miss Chu was, there would surely be excitement. Now that she had taken the initiative to extend an invitation, even if he could not partake in the thrill, he could still nurture their relationship. Thus, he had no reason to decline. Of course, I am free. After my duties, I shall come to the Hanlin Academy to fetch you. Prince Jing smiled, radiating satisfaction. After sending Jin Yan off, he turned and playfully choked his brother. Prince Jing, brother, you are forbidden from sleeping in today. Dear, work diligently, otherwise you shall be left alone in the Ministry of Works after your duties, and I shall not accompany you. If only his brother could muster enough spirit to work diligently. Finishing today's tasks before the end of his shift should not pose a problem. Prince Xing moved sluggishly, appearing as though he had just awoken. Even when his brother playfully restrained him, his expression remained largely unchanged. He raised a finger leisurely, saying, I can, but I have one condition. When you and Miss Chu visit the bookstore, bring me a copy of every book, the illustrated kind, and you shall cover the cost. Prince Jing, you truly have the audacity to take advantage. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. It was a rare occasion for his exceedingly lazy brother to willingly take on responsibilities, and besides, Miss Chu wished to help Minister Su's daughter. Acquiring an extra copy would surely bring her joy. At the Su residence, Su Qianshan dismounted from his carriage. Standing at the entrance, hesitating to confront his wife and daughter. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Two figures, cloaked and heavily veiled, emerged. Wenjun, perhaps I should go alone. The sun is quite fierce today, and I worry you might suffer from the heat, Jinwei advised. Today marked the submission of manuscripts. To avoid exposing Su Wenjun's true identity, Jinwei had always taken it upon himself to handle the manuscript submissions. Su Wenjun gently pushed him away. Enough, be quiet. Your injuries have yet to fully heal. In truth, you are more fragile than I. I initially intended to go alone. But you insisted on accompanying me, and have been dragging your feet. We should hurry. Our attire may attract unwanted attention. Suddenly, Jinwei halted, hastily concealing a thick bundle of manuscripts to his side. Su Wenjun bumped into his back, displacing her veil. What's wrong? Are we seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Peering around, she noticed Su Qianshan standing not far away, intently observing them. Oh dear, it truly feels like a ghost sighting in broad daylight, Su Wenjun muttered.
Curse be it.
At this hour, he should be at court or at the office. Why is he suddenly at our doorstep? Su Wenjun lifted the veil of her hood and rubbed her eyes. Her father was still there. It was not an illusion. Su Wenjun immediately sprang into action. Stepping in front of Jinwei and smiling brightly. Father, shouldn't you be at the office? What brings you back so unexpectedly? Did you forget something? Jinwei quickly hid the manuscripts behind him, cautiously inching away, attempting to slip inside the door. Su Qianshan did not directly respond to his daughter, but instead turned his gaze toward Jinwei. Stop right there. What are you hiding in your hands? Jinwei felt a wave of panic wash over him, freezing in place like a statue. Faced with his mentor, he dared not lie. Yet, he could not betray Wenjun either. He could only awkwardly chuckle, and nothing, master. Is there something you need? Are you feeling unwell? A woefully inadequate performance.
Su Qianshan,
Uninterested in idle chatter, approached and seized the manuscripts from him. Come inside. In the main hall, Su Qianshan flipped through the pages of the manuscript. Su Wenjun and Jinwei stood, too anxious to sit, bracing themselves for the storm that was about to descend. Su Wenjun lowered her head, too afraid to meet her father's gaze. Today's manuscript was the latest volume of Tales Under the Moon, a title that seemed innocuous, but contained content explosive enough to infuriate her father to the point of erupting. This is it. Why did father return home so suddenly? At the Hanlin Academy, Jin Yan hummed a little tune, leisurely organizing the manuscripts left behind by Zhao Yushu and Lu Xingjing. Only an hour remained until the end of her duties. Time, please pass more swiftly. Wait for me, great work by Xiaoxiashing. Suddenly, the system alerted her. Host. Trouble is brewing. Jin Yan jumped to her feet, asking, What happened? What happened? Su Qianshan, feeling unwell, left his post early and unexpectedly encountered Su Wenjun and Jinwei, who were on their way to submit Scandalous manuscripts. He is now interrogating Su Wenjun. It's likely that the next step will be a violent reprimand followed by her expulsion from the family. The system spoke rapidly, its tone frantic. Jin Yan dashed toward the exit. Goodness, this revelation is far too abrupt. I must go rescue Miss Su. She hadn't even had the chance to appreciate the great work by Xiaoxiashing. The divine lady must not come to harm. She lowered her voice. Addressing the air outside, San, I need to visit Minister Su's residence urgently. Please relay the message to Prince Jing and have him ride over to fetch me. Understood. The family carriage was too slow, and she feared that going alone might prevent her from even entering the minister's residence. With Prince Jing's presence, she could leverage his authority, compelling Minister Su to think twice. Should Minister Su truly intend to sever ties with Miss Su, she would bring her back home. And they could write whatever they wished. After all, she had the means to support her. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves approached. Prince Jing swiftly lifted Jin Yan onto his horse. Jin Yan urgently fabricated a reason. Your Highness, Minister Su is unwell, and in truth, he is gravely ill. I have one last pill from our previous supply. We must hurry to save him. The pill did not exist. Rescuing the soon-to-be imperiled Miss Su was the true priority. Prince Jing did not question her further, snapping the reins and galloping toward the Su residence. At the Su residence, Jinwei was sweating profusely, gripping Su Wenjun's hand tightly. The rustling of the manuscripts sounded like the grim summons of the Reaper, and the still air seemed to stretch time, making the brief moment feel interminable. After Su Wenjun recalled her past 17 years, Su Qianshan finally spoke. Wenjun, did you write all of this? The tone was remarkably calm, akin to a casual inquiry about mealtime, yet laced with a tremor. Su Wenjun felt a tightening at her scalp, retreating her neck slightly. Yes. Qin Wei gritted his teeth and suddenly bellowed. Teacher, these manuscripts were penned by me. Wenjun only took the blame to shield you. The loud outburst startled both the father and daughter, as well as the anxious old servant waiting outside. Chapter 73. The scheme to support the immortal madam falls flat. At this juncture, concealing the truth seemed futile. Su Wenjun held her head high, addressing Qin Wei. There is no need for deceit. Father, these are all my writings. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall accept, but you must not direct your anger towards Qin Wei. Su Qianshan let out a long sigh. Had it not been for Lord Chu's heartfelt revelation regarding his daughter's motives for writing the tales, he would have had no doubt that he could have struck her down right then and thereupon seeing the manuscripts. At this moment, witnessing the trepidation etched on both his daughter and Qin Wei's faces, he felt a profound sorrow. Why would you write such things? You are the daughter of a third-grade official, a lady of a noble family. If this news spreads, I could be reprimanded by the censors. But you would face a torrent of criticism.
Can you bear that?
Su Wenjun certainly understood the implications. From the day she decided to write, she had contemplated all consequences. Yet her father's reaction diverged from her expectations. However, she had resolved to go all in. The matter was already exposed. And she could not bear the brunt of the punishment alone. Her father must acknowledge that he was one of the culprits. I wrote these works to ensure our family could eat and be clothed. Father, you have never inquired about our mundane affairs. Your heart solely devoted to official duties and your students. Perhaps you have never considered whether your meager salary could support our family and the multitude of your emerging students. I do not wish to blame you, but you remain oblivious to the hardships that my mother and I have endured over the years. In her fervor, Su Wenjun laid bare the burdens she had concealed from her mother for so long. With the weight lifted from her heart, she felt an immense relief. She understood her father's actions, yet that did not negate the resentment she harbored as someone overlooked while bearing the consequences. Regardless of her father's thoughts, she had articulated her truths. Feeling the chill of her palm, Qin Wei wrapped an arm around Su Wenjun's shoulder, offering silent comfort. As a beneficiary of Su Shongshu's benevolence, Qin Wei held no ground to criticize his teacher for neglecting family or to condemn Wenjun for her transgressions. All he could do was honor his teacher and alleviate the pressures on his family through his actions. No matter what decision his teacher made, he would marry Wenjun. Su Qianshan's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly as he abruptly cast aside the manuscripts and rose. To Su Wenjun, it appeared her father was about to explode with rage. She stood her ground, merely closing her eyes. If you must strike, then do so. Upon receiving news from the old servant, Madame Su rushed into the main hall to find her husband, eyes blazing, advancing towards their daughter, with gritted teeth. Alarmed, Madame Su stumbled forth to shield her daughter. Master. Stop. Su Wenjun kept her eyes shut for a moment longer. Instead of a slap, she heard Qin Wei sharply inhale. Teacher, what are you doing? Opening her eyes, Su Wenjun, like her mother, was left in stunned silence. Su Qianshan knelt before the two women, weeping. I have wronged you both. Meanwhile, Jin Yan and the silent prince were hastening their way on horseback. Jin Yan was exceedingly anxious. What if they arrived too late and the quill of Xiao Xiaosheng was broken? Old Six, what is the situation over there? Has Miss Su been struck? The system hesitated for a second. Host, Su Wenjun was not harmed. Jin Yan exhaled in relief. Su Qianshan has knelt before Su Wenjun. Jin Yan nearly lost her balance, almost tumbling from her horse. Fortunately, the silent prince, seasoned by trials, managed to steady his grip on the reins and supported Jin Yan. Miss Su, do not move around. You might fall. Jin Yan leaned against the silent prince's chest. That felt steady enough. She was no longer afraid of falling off her horse and meeting her demise due to overhearing outrageous news. What is wrong with Su Shongshu? The system replied incredulously. Su Wenjun's manuscripts were discovered, and when Su Qianshan perused them, he was so enraged his hands trembled. He questioned Su Wenjun about why she would write such scandalous materials. Su Wenjun, having resolved to go all out, revealed the extent of Su Qianshan's reckless spending and how she and Madame Su toiled to supplement the household income. Even Madame Su had believed Su Wenjun would inevitably face punishment and ran out to protect her daughter, only to discover that Su Qianshan had knelt in apology. After the initial shock, Jin Yan's impression of Su Shongshu elevated further. Su Shongshu is not so rigid after all. It was not Miss Su's fault. He inquired about the reasons first and was willing to acknowledge his own errors. Now that the air has been cleared, Miss Su should feel free to write her tales without reservation. The silent prince merely smiled silently, clearly indicating that it was Jin Yan who enlightened Su Shangshu, awakening him. Otherwise, given Su Shangshu's nature, he would have never allowed Miss Su the chance to defend herself. The system interjected. However, host, now that Su Shangshu is aware, Miss Su may not necessarily continue writing scandalous tales. Other works might be acceptable, but Su Shangshu could never condone his daughter writing such lewd stories, especially if they involved sourcing material from brothels. Jin Yan was taken aback. Oh, old six, your reasoning is quite sound. If Xiao Xiaosheng no longer writes scandalous tales, the price of those manuscripts is bound to rise. I must buy more before the prices inflate. The silent prince subtly countered. That would not do. Such tales have a wide audience, and their value is high. If they ceased, how much would he lose? Su Qianshan's typically upright posture sagged. With tears flowing, he lamented, "These years, I have been selfish and self-serving, solely focused on my career and aspirations. Even as I noticed your increasing fatigue, I offered not a word of concern. Both you and Wenjun have sacrificed so much for me. How can I dare to reprimand Wenjun? Ultimately, it is my own folly that has led to this." Madame Su's eyes also glistened with tears, unable to stem their flow. "Master, please rise. You possess a kind heart and a broad mind, and should not waste your energies on domestic matters. Though our lives were hard in the past few years, we have endured. I have never blamed you for your dedication to serving the country or for your support of impoverished scholars. If a life of luxury comes at the expense of the people's suffering, I would rather subsist on humble fare. Furthermore, if you were solely concerned for yourself, how could Wenjun have found such an admirable fiancé as Qinwei?" Su Qianshan embraced his wife, weeping uncontrollably. Nearby, Su Wenjun leaned against Qinwei's shoulder, tears quickly soaking a portion of his garment. As this family reconciled and wept together, the system was deeply moved and relayed live updates to its host. Madame Su is exceptionally gentle and considerate. Su Qianshan is truly blessed to have such a virtuous wife in this lifetime. Jin Yan also felt tears welling in her eyes. Thank goodness Su Shangshu is relatively clear-headed. Otherwise, a good-natured wife and dutiful daughter would have been lost. Leaving no place to grieve, the system inquired, "Host, shall we still proceed to the Shangshu residence?" "Of course not. But the silent prince's horse will reach the Shangshu residence in just one more street." Jin Yan's tears instantly receded as she sprang up from the solid chest of her idol, only to fall back down again. Oh no! The comfort of that sturdy chest was too delightful. She was too absorbed in eavesdropping to care about falling off her horse. Forget to inform the male deity that there is no need to visit the minister's residence. Chapter 74. Marketing Genius. On the Birth of a Dramatist. Prince Jing had already slowed his pace while Jin Yan and the system were indulging in gossip. Otherwise, they would have reached the doorstep of the minister's residence by now. "Your Highness, perhaps we should refrain from going to the minister's residence," Jin Yan urgently interjected. Prince Jing tightened the reins. "What is it? If we are even a moment late, what if Minister Su succumbs to his poison?" The lurking Long Qi and Asan almost collided. "Your Highness, did you not already know? Why are you aligning with Miss Chu's words to criticize Minister Su?" Jin Yan's expression turned solemn. "In truth, Minister Su has not been poisoned." Prince Jing raised an eyebrow, waiting to see how she would spin her tale. "It's too stifling here. I wish to take a break. However, slipping away alone would surely invite my father's ire.
Coincidentally,
I heard that Minister Su was feeling unwell and took leave to return home, so I thought to invite you along, under the pretense of visiting him, to have a legitimate excuse to skip class. Your Highness, you won't be angry, will you?" At this moment, Jin Yan suddenly felt that sitting in the embrace of the male deity was quite inconvenient. The essence of an apology lies in using eyes brimming with remorse and sincerity to charm the other party, softening their heart. She strained to turn her head to meet his gaze. Yet this posture was too taxing, making it difficult for her to cultivate the right emotions. The tender, rosy face was mere inches away, a faint fruity fragrance lingered at her nose, and a pair of watery, pleading eyes gazed earnestly at her. Prince Jing inexplicably felt parched, and his heart raced violently within his chest, his ears almost burning. The cacophony of the market and the surrounding scenery faded away, leaving only the person before him vividly clear. With his heart racing so rapidly, would Miss Chu be able to hear it? Jin Yan indeed heard it. "Oh no. I've made the male deity's heart rate spike. He wouldn't abandon me, would he?" The system comforted her. "Fear not, host. Do you not remember that you have a protective shield? Even if you were to be thrown off, you would remain unscathed, not even losing a single hair. Prince Jing's restless heart immediately settled down, feeling both exasperated and amused. Back at the matchmaking banquet, he had frightened away countless noble ladies, and his mother had angrily scolded him for being a dense blockhead. He finally began to understand his mother's sentiments. It now appeared that the true blockhead was indeed Miss Chu. Given the atmosphere, how could Miss Chu be so oblivious to the nuances? Yet, seeing the unease flickering in Jin Yan's eyes, he sighed softly. Since Miss Chu had spoken thus, how could he remain angry? Nevertheless, whether for mischief or genuine goodwill in the future, he hoped Miss Chu would continue to invite him as she did today.
Que Jin Yan immediately understood.
She turned her head, easing her slightly sore neck, and chuckled. So, your highness wishes to skip class too? No worries, there will be another opportunity next time. I will surely invite you. Easily handled. The male deity like me does not relish work, hee. The system provided a fitting term. This is what one calls a fan following the main character. Oh, you only speak the truth. With a flirtatious glance that seemed almost blind, Prince Jing replied, Very well. There is plenty of time ahead. Prince Jing quickly adjusted his mood and inquired, Since we are not going to the minister's residence, why not proceed to the bookstore that Miss Su wishes to visit? If they were not on horseback, Jin Yan would have wholeheartedly agreed. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the casual bookstore. Prince Jing tied the horse nearby. The name of this bookstore was quite intriguing. Jin Yan thought of the remarkably shrewd owner of the bookstore and added, Indeed, the interest extends beyond just the name of the bookstore. Prince Jing smiled silently, accepting the compliment. The bookstore was of average size, filled with numerous bookshelves, and a smattering of people were perusing the books. Upon seeing Jin Yan and Prince Jing, both clad in official attire, the patrons reacted as if they had seen a ghost, hastily putting down their books and leaving with their heads bowed. As they moved to one area, others fled from another. The speed of their exodus gave Jin Yan the impression that she was clearing the premises. Why are they running? Have they never seen officials come to buy books? The system replied, Perhaps they felt ashamed upon seeing a lady like you enter. A casual glance from the system revealed that half of the books displayed outside were risque in nature, prominently placed. The remainder consisted largely of works from the humorist Xiao Xiaosheng. Goodness, it turned out to be Xiao Xiaosheng's specialty. Jin Yan was wholly perplexed. It was merely a matter of buying books. What was there to be embarrassed about? She casually picked up a book titled Past Events Blown Away, the title being quite literary, yet immediately devoid of interest. However, given it was a work of Xiao Xiaosheng, she decided to flip through it. In the first second of opening it, Jin Yan froze. Then, she swiftly flipped through the pages, rapidly reviewing the entire book. As Prince Jing approached, she abruptly closed the book, adopting a serious expression and a determined gaze. Pulling several similar titles from nearby, the system offered friendly advice. Host, pick the most conspicuous one on top. It's the illustrated deluxe edition drawn by your second brother. Jin Yan said nothing, and simply complied. Before long, she found herself with over a dozen books in hand, looking at the covers. Who could have imagined the stark contrast with the content? Alas, such fine risque books must bear such a plain name. It would be a pity for the uninformed to miss out on them. The system replied, Many long-time customers appreciate this setup, relishing the element of surprise. Just imagine a seemingly studious scholar holding a book with a plain title, reading openly in broad daylight. Without knowing the content, who could guess what he was doing? Perhaps passers-by would even commend him for being studious and inquisitive. Want to experience the thrill of teetering on the edge of exposure? Buying Xiao Xiaosheng's works is the way to go. What a diligent seeker of knowledge. Upon reflection, it indeed sounded exhilarating. Jin Yan silently shook her head. Both Xiao Xiaosheng and the bookstore owner were true geniuses. In a more secluded area of the bookstore, the titles were remarkably eye-catching. The grievances of the deep wall, the lonely young lady and her butler must discuss a few matters, the overbearing prince and his handsome loyal servant's desperate affection, the flirtatious scholar, and the charming widow. The system provided a warm reminder. Do not be deceived by these eye-catching titles. The content is quite serious. Host, proceed with caution in your purchases. They were all tragic love stories or amusing tales of master and servant navigating through life. Jin Yan paused. Is this also a form of contrast? Precisely. The system excitedly chimed in. If someone wishes to fabricate the image of a scandalous character, only to publicly read the content when others accuse them of impropriety, thus creating a contrast, then purchasing Xiao Xiaosheng's books is the right choice. Jin Yan. What kind of dramatist could concoct such a scenario? Surprisingly, she felt a twinge of temptation. If she were caught reading these works by her parents and subjected to questioning, only to then orchestrate a seemingly outrageous yet fundamentally serious twist, shifting from the perpetrator to the victim and claiming the moral high ground, perhaps she could secure some benefits for herself. That sensation would surely be exhilarating. The system noted. Prince Jing, Yuanzheng, Chu Lingfeng, and others have all engaged in similar antics. Chapter 75. Adding fuel to the fire. A true man never halts on the path of self-destruction. Chu Jinyan's expression was complex. No wonder they could enjoy each other's company. She glanced at those books again and extended her sinful hand. Since she had come all this way, she could not return empty-handed. At the checkout, before the owner could muster a flattering smile, he was met with a warning glare from Prince Jing. The warning in Prince Jing's eyes conveyed, "Do not reveal my identity." Very well. The owner was unsurprised by his master's notorious frugality. After all, when his master's friends arrived, the money flowed freely, and his master had even hinted at a temporary price increase. However, when the future princess consents to purchase items from her family's establishment, she must still dutifully part with her silver. After all, she is your wife. My lord, you ought to be stingy. The Duke of Jing rolled his eyes. I merely wish to prevent Miss Chu from discovering that all these risque books are mine to sell. This esteemed gentleman has chosen a total of 63 volumes, amounting to 288 taels of silver. Might I inquire if you wish to settle this account now, or charge it? What? 288 taels? How exorbitant! Chu Jinyan was taken aback. The books from Xiao are indeed quite costly. No wonder Qiu Zhong could squander all of Chu Lingji's money on them. She realized she hadn't brought enough funds with her. The proprietor, disturbed by this thunderous inner voice, found his ears buzzing. The future princess's voice isn't loud, yet her thoughts are so resounding. He was quoting the original price. System. Host. All the selections you made were for the illustrated deluxe editions, which are twice the price of the regular ones. The Duke of Jing produced a 500-tael banknote and handed it to the proprietor. I will cover this for both myself and this esteemed gentleman. The proprietor accepted the banknote, his gaze tinged with subtle complexity. It was a generous offer, yet considering that he was purchasing from his own establishment, it was hardly necessary for the future princess to spend any money at all.
Que Jin Yan felt somewhat embarrassed.
It was she who had suggested buying the books. The Duke of Jing was merely accompanying her in this endeavor, and she hadn't expected him to cover her expenses. Your Highness, I shall repay you tomorrow. The Duke of Jing smiled and shook his head. No need, consider it a gift to Miss Chu. Ever since Chu Jinyan learned of the Emperor's financial struggles, she instinctively believed that the Duke of Jing's purse was not particularly full either. 200 taels for those books, and half of them being risque volumes. Had the Duke not purchased a double portion himself, she would have felt too embarrassed to check out alongside him. She insisted on refusing. No, Your Highness, there is truly no need for such generosity. I simply lack sufficient silver on my person. Charging it to the Prime Minister's residence would suffice. System. Host, you needn't be so courteous. The Duke of Jing isn't pretending to be wealthy. The bookstore owner is, in fact, his subordinate. Giving you books worth over 200 taels is merely a drop in the bucket for him. Chu Jinyan shook her head. Could it be that she awoke from her nap too abruptly? Her male idol sells risque books, and she couldn't have misheard that. The Duke of Jing's composed demeanor cracked slightly. Why did you choose this moment to reveal that old six? His illustrious and saintly image, which was non-existent, in Miss Chu's eyes was about to shatter. At that moment, the proprietor, feigning difficulty, added with a hint of malice, Your Highness, the total for the books you selected amounts to 562 taels. In addition to this esteemed gentleman's 288 taels, the 500 taels you have provided falls short. For the first time in his life, the Duke of Jing felt an overwhelming urge to physically reprimand his loyal and capable subordinate. You heard the princess's inner thoughts, yet you choose to embarrass me in front of her. Are you living too comfortably?
Que Jin Yan blinked in disbelief.
So, the bookstore owner, fully aware that the Duke of Jing is his master and that this 500 taels was merely a way to ease my embarrassment, still chose to undermine the Duke's authority in my presence. System. Host, your summary is quite incisive. This bookstore owner is adept at sales. Most of the marketing strategies are his ideas, earning him the Duke's favor. His only flaw is a penchant for stirring the pot, relishing in the chaos he creates. Chu Jinyan discreetly glanced at the Duke of Jing's taut jawline and clenched fists. He may enjoy pouring oil on the flames, but does he not fear that the fire may consume him as well? The system was equally perplexed. Some individuals, when left unchecked, will not cease their self-destructive behaviors, much like the concept of love that persists even after death. At this point, the proprietor's expression, which had appeared strained, could no longer be maintained. Future princess. Your words are rather sharp, indeed. The Duke of Jing, smiling, produced another 500 tael banknote, his gaze sharp and piercing as he directed it at the proprietor. Here. No need for change. The proprietor, this time, refrained from causing further trouble. He received instructions to deliver the books purchased by the two to their respective residences. The Duke of Jing escorted Jin Yan back to the Prime Minister's residence, feeling a rare sense of annoyance. Once again, he found himself as the subject of gossip. When would he ever manage to catch up with Miss Chu during her escapades of eavesdropping on others' misdeeds? Furthermore, Miss Chu adamantly refused to accept his gift, insisting on repaying him. She had been so delighted when he gifted her the great sage equal to heaven. Upon returning home, Jin Yan's first task was to quietly arrange for Chiu Xian to keep watch for the delivery from the bookstore's attendant. If anyone else were to witness this, it might reach her mother's ears, and her 200 taels would be rendered worthless. She wasn't being insincere with the Duke of Jing. After all, these were risque books, and such matters were quite private. It felt oddly invasive for her male idol to gift her such items, evoking a sense of sexual harassment. If others were to discover this, would they not consider both herself and the Duke of Jing to be perverts? Once her plans were in place, Jin Yan proceeded to the main hall to seek her beloved mother for some food. When Lan Yu was somewhat surprised, Yan, you returned from your duties quite early today. Jin Yan asserted with righteous fervor. Indeed, I accompanied His Highness the Duke of Jing to visit the ailing Minister Su, and then we returned directly. During dinner, she felt as though Chu Yiming was casting peculiar glances her way. Moreover, both her elder and second brothers appeared somewhat unfriendly. Perhaps it was due to a sore neck that made them envious of anyone enjoying a hearty meal. How unfortunate, she thought with a chuckle. Jin Yan paid no mind to their stares. After dinner, she immersed herself in her room, engrossed in the tale of her books. She became so absorbed that she abandoned her snacking and her plans to tease the great sage equal to heaven. That night she stayed up late reading, and the next morning she greeted the Duke of Jing with deep-set dark circles under her eyes before attempting to master the extraordinary technique of standing while asleep. The system recognized her dire need for sleep and refrained from interrupting her with any distractions. This continued for 3 consecutive days. The Emperor sat at the head of the court, feeling a peculiar discomfort. Clearly, the young Lord Chu had only been attending court for a little over a month, while he had been attending for decades. Returning to the status quo should not be so dull, yet morning court had become rather tedious. The other ministers, able to hear inner thoughts, felt similarly. Without the amusement of gossip, morning court lacked much of its former excitement, and the passions seemed to dissipate. Though it was unpleasant to have the gossip turn upon oneself, the joy of indulging in others' tales was truly delightful. Upon learning that young Lord Chu's unusual behavior stemmed from her immersion in books, the typically composed and experienced Minister Zhou suggested to Chu Yiming, Minister Chu, young Lord Chu is still quite young. Staying up late is detrimental to one's health. It is imperative that she takes care of herself. For the sake of the child's well-being, it would be best to confiscate those books, allowing her to read only one from time to time. The Minister of Justice, Qi Huan, chimed in. The minister is correct. Young ones should not be consumed by urban tales and should instead study more classical texts.
Ministère que.
May I borrow the confiscated books for my own reading? Qi Huan dispatched someone to the bookstore to procure the tales, but only the ordinary editions were purchased. It was not that the deluxe editions were too costly, rather, borrowing books offered better value for money. Foam Tianji quietly added, please allow me to borrow them as well. Chu Yiming thought to himself, you all are truly pushing your luck. Chapter 76. The Lord of the Marquis weeps openly in court. All due to a single remark from young Lord Chu. Chu Yiming certainly would not acquiesce. As a dignified official of the court, how could they pass around risque books amongst themselves? Not to mention that as a father, confiscating his daughter's books would undoubtedly invite fierce retaliation. The crux of the matter was that as long as Yan occupied herself with her books, she would not engage in reckless antics. If she refrained from causing trouble, he would not lose face or suffer any peculiar injuries. Chu Yiming not only refrained from intervening, but even secretly prayed that Yan's fervor for those books would last until his neck healed. On this rare day of rest, Jin Yan accepted Cheng Shi's invitation to visit Lord Wuan, and there she succumbed to the enchanting culinary skills of Lady Cheng. Were it not for the system's reminder coupled with a flicker of rationality, she might have licked the plate clean. Such enthusiastic support delighted Madame Cheng, who proceeded to prepare an abundance of postprandial delicacies for her. However, overwhelmed by her indulgence, Jin Yan found herself unable to focus on her reading, retiring to bed early. The following day at court, Jin Yan, unusually alert, savored the lingering flavors of yesterday's feast. Old 6. Do you think I should cultivate a good relationship with third sister, and then acknowledge Madame Chung as my godmother? This way, I could frequently enjoy meals at the Marquis of Wuan's residence. System. Agreed. Once the host acknowledges Madame Chung as her godmother, I will elevate to level 3 and acquire a tangible form, allowing me to relish Madame Cheng's culinary creations too. The Emperor, seated at the head of the table, felt a sudden surge of joy. Little Chu, you have finally managed to stay awake. Hurry, partake in the gossip, hurry. No gossip during court or after it. Long Chi has not delivered any secret reports for 3 days. If you do not gossip soon, I shall be compelled to issue a decree for the Chancellor to confiscate your reading materials. Seeing the Emperor's barely concealed excitement, Eunuch Li gently reminded him, Your Majesty, the ministers are discussing this year's expenses for the autumn examinations. Your mood seems rather misplaced. Whenever expenditures were on the agenda, the Emperor's countenance would grow longer than a horse's face as he listened to the ministers itemize the costs. His current exuberance was indeed unusual. The Crown Prince and Prince Jing exchanged disdainful glances at their father. Was it merely over a piece of gossip? Was such joy truly warranted? The Emperor rubbed his face, attempting to regain composure. The other ministers shared a sense of anticipation. How splendid! Little Chu has finally stayed awake. Let us see which unfortunate soul will be chosen today. The newly appointed Minister of Works, Jin Yan, glanced around anxiously. Who dared to engage in such idle chatter in the court, and so audibly at that? Yet, the surrounding ministers and the Emperor seemed unperturbed, as if they had not heard a word. Jin Yan's eyes widened in horror. Had he encountered a ghost? Among the crowd, only a colossal figure at the front swayed precariously, tears glistening in his eyes. The Marquis of Wuan, Qingfiren, felt his heart shatter. Yesterday, during his day off, he had intended to persuade his wife to prepare a couple of dishes to satisfy his cravings. However, when she expressed a desire for the freshly ripened peaches from 10 Mile Village, he had galloped out to gather them all day. Upon returning home, his wife had presented him with a plate of pastries, leaving the Marquis both surprised and honored. It was well known that, due to their third daughter's age, her marriage prospects had been delayed, causing his wife considerable anxiety and leaving her little inclination to cook. After much effort, they had finally attracted a suitor, Zhao Yushu, whom his wife attributed to Little Chu's efforts, dismissing the notion of matchmaking as a poor idea and expressing reluctance to cook. At the entrance of the grand hall, Jin Yan continued reflecting on the system's remarks. Everything was so delicious, especially the plum blossom stuffed meat. It was simply extraordinary. System. Not being able to taste it is truly a monumental loss for you. The system was craving but lamented that it was not the only one suffering significant losses. The plum blossom stuffed meat is Madame Cheng's signature dish, and it holds special significance as it symbolizes her bond with the Marquis of Wuan. It is his favorite dish, yet he missed out on it yesterday due to his absence. The mention of plum blossom stuffed meat sent the Marquis into a spiral of sorrow that he could no longer contain. He suddenly burst into inconsolable tears, startling the Emperor and the assembled ministers. Little Chu had merely praised his wife without uttering anything particularly remarkable. Why then was he weeping so profusely? Was it truly just because he missed out on his wife's cooking? The surrounding ministers rushed to inquire. Why does the Marquis weep so?
Que gênant.
Startled by the sudden outburst, mused. What is happening? Surely no one has been offended to the point of tears? Is this court or a roast battle? System. It is the Marquis who is crying. Embracing the spirit of revelry, Jin Yan sought a suitable angle from which to observe the weeping Marquis. However, having missed him yesterday due to his engagements, she now noticed just how large he appeared. Seated still, he resembled a small mountain. As he sobbed, his corpulence quivered, and she could almost imagine the sound effects accompanying the motion. A flash of inspiration struck Jin Yan. I know what he resembles, a grotesquely plump slime. The system burst into laughter. Ha ha, it truly is quite similar. Host, your description is unparalleled. The assembled lords were baffled by the term slime, yet they understood the implication of being overly plump. At that moment, Jin Yan finally recognized the source of his earlier fright, the daughter of Minister Chu, Little Chu. No wonder his friends had advised him to treat her with utmost respect upon entering the capital. They had warned him against revealing any unusual sentiments. Jin Yan had assumed her recent elevation to county princess had led to her arrogance, hence the caution. However, it was evidently not the case. Despite his profound sorrow, the Marquis, ever considerate, managed to articulate through his tears, I merely heard of the hardships faced by the impoverished scholars participating in the autumn examinations, and I was overcome with empathy, losing my composure for a moment. I beseech your forgiveness, your majesty. The emperor twitched his lips at the excuse. It is commendable that you care for the future pillars of our nation, but perhaps refrain from weeping so vocally in the future. It is rather disruptive. Jin Yan returned to her place, surprised to discover that the Marquis was indeed a sensitive soul. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Others, including the newly appointed Assistant Minister of Personnel, shared her sentiments. They had not realized the court's dynamics were such. The emperor seemed to appreciate this approach. They had learned something new. Fortunately, third sister did not inherit the Marquis's propensity for obesity. Otherwise, my striking beauty would have transformed into a plump beauty, which would have been quite a pity. System. The Marquis and his family do not possess genes conducive to obesity. Rather, they have a physique that resists weight gain. You worry too much, host. Jin Yan felt the system was speaking nonsense. Look at the Marquis. He has become a slime. How can that not be a sign of weight gain? The system, undeterred by her doubts, cheerfully replied. The Marquis's physique is a result of his wife's careful nurturing over many years. Still sobbing. The Marquis paused at this revelation. Old Six, what did you just say? His wife intentionally fattened him? How could that be? His wife adored his youthful, handsome appearance. It was certainly her exquisite cooking that had led him to indulge excessively, resulting in his current state of plumpness. Chapter 77. The Calculating Madame Chung. The hunter always appears as prey. Jin Yan mentally compared Madame Chung and the Marquis. One was petite and delicate, the other a mass of flesh. What could Madame Chung possibly desire? Surely, she would prefer to gaze at handsome men, wouldn't she? Indeed, the emperor and the other ministers were equally curious. What was Madame Cheng's motive? Having gazed upon the Marquis's ample form for too long, they almost forgot what the slender Marquis of yesteryear had looked like. System. Host. Do you recall the time your father feigned poisoning and was subsequently reprimanded by your mother? You mentioned it was a couple's playful dynamic, did you not? Chu Yiming found himself the target of numerous bewildered stares, wishing he could howl at the heavens. Old Six. Why must you drag me into this?
Why? Que j'y n'en certain lire Remembert.
Are you suggesting this is Madame Cheng's playful couple dynamic? That she has a penchant for more robust men? System. Half correct. In his youth, the Marquis was indeed strikingly handsome, exuding vigor and charm. While Madame Chung was out for a spring outing, she immediately took notice of him when he was still the heir apparent. However, the Marquis had many admirers, and among them, Madame Chung was neither the most beautiful nor the most eloquent, thus he hardly paid her any mind. At a subsequent banquet, Madame Chung astutely observed the Duke of Wuen's fondness for exquisite cuisine, prompting her to invite over 20 renowned chefs to the estate to learn the culinary arts daily. Having been sheltered from domestic chores since childhood, Madame Chung was determined to win the Duke's affection, and, endowed with remarkable talent, she achieved commendable progress in just 2 months. Transforming from a novice in the kitchen to a competent cook in a mere 8 weeks was an astonishing feat. Jin Yan couldn't help but applaud Madame Chung in her heart. With such unwavering determination, she is bound to succeed in any endeavor, particularly in capturing a man's heart. The Duke of Wuen was momentarily taken aback. He had believed that his initial encounter with Madame Chung at the flower appreciation banquet, where he was captivated by her plum blossom stuffed meat dish, marked their first connection. Little did he know, Madame Chung had already set her sights on him. Moreover, her culinary skills were honed specifically for his delight. As realization dawned, the Duke's mood shifted from somber to jubilant, and he cheerfully rose from the ground. Since he was too heavy for anyone to assist him, everyone simply allowed him to remain seated. He had thought that his fragile heart would be mercilessly pricked by Lady Chu's sharp words today, but instead, he was met with such unexpected delight. Indeed, Madame Cheng's affection for him ran deep. Prince Jing pondered this revelation. Miss Chu also had a penchant for food. Could he not approach Madame Chung to learn her culinary techniques, thereby winning Miss Chu's heart through her stomach?
Que Yiming greatly admire de Madame Cheng sans avoir.
Pursuing one's beloved should involve relentless effort and competition. As long as the outcome is favorable, the process is of no consequence. The system interjected. Indeed, Madame Chung had her mother invite the Duke of Wuen and his sister under the guise of the flower banquet, successfully conquering him with her plum blossom stuffed meat. The Duke mistakenly believed that Madame Chung had no interest in him, and after a year of relentless pursuit, he finally became engaged to her. High-caliber hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Jin Yan was thoroughly impressed. Such ingenuity is truly remarkable. However, one might wonder why. Despite falling head over heels for the Duke, Madame Chung sought to transform him into a portly figure post-marriage. Surely, it could not be an instance of love turned to resentment. The system, unfazed by the question, explained. The Duke's handsome looks and elevated status meant that even after marriage, he would attract attention. Madame Chung deemed it too perilous to allow her striking husband to venture out and attract admirers, thus dedicating herself to preparing delectable meals. By plumping him up, the outside temptations would diminish. For nearly 30 years of their marriage, the Duke returned home for meals without fail. Avoiding social gatherings and maintaining a remarkably settled lifestyle, the Duke of Wuhan chuckled, his very flesh quivering with mirth. It dawned on him how much his wife truly cared for him. Even if she did not prepare sumptuous meals for him, he would never cast his gaze upon another woman. The Emperor, witnessing the Duke's foolishly joyful expression, nearly felt his teeth ache. It was evident that he was thoroughly ensnared by his wife's cunning culinary strategies, yet he appeared blissfully content. A perfect match indeed. A minister, who had previously invited the Duke for drinks only to be declined, suddenly came to a realization. The Duke was hurrying home for his wife's cooking. Because the Duke never engaged in socializing, they had all presumed that Madame Chung wielded a fierce demeanor privately, forcing him to refrain from lingering outside. They even jested that while others cherished their wives dearly, the Duke was more inclined to fear his. As Miss Chu observed the unfolding drama, it was evident that Madame Cheng's love for her husband was profound. Some ministers, who had formidable wives of their own, struggled to suppress their envy, wistfully dreaming of having their spouses adopt Madame Cheng's gentle tactics. If it weren't for the morning court session, Jin Yan would have clasped her hands in gratitude to the heavens. She sincerely remarked, "I am thankful to the Duke of Wuhan for allowing me to savor Madame Cheng's divine culinary artistry. A little extra weight is of no concern. I shall never mock his physique again." The system lamented. "Host, one must not indulge in excess. If the Duke grows any heavier, he may fall ill." Madame Chung, using the pretext of her daughter's difficulty in finding a suitor, had refrained from cooking much in recent years, controlling the Duke's diet to facilitate weight loss. Just yesterday when you visited, she concocted an excuse to send the Duke out. Otherwise, given his insatiable appetite developed over the years, you wouldn't have had a chance to taste even a morsel, let alone devour the delicacies. It turned out that the Duke's absence was due to this very reason.
Que Jin Yan felt immensely relieved.
Indeed, Madame Chung had put forth great effort. Had the Duke been present, witnessing the abundance of delicious food would likely have brought her to tears and frustration over her inability to partake. Had the Duke realized what he missed by being away for just one day, he would surely weep bitterly. If only he could have seen it, she mused, unable to contain her gleeful delight at the thought. The onlookers, including the Duke, chuckled as Miss Chu reveled in her mischief. However, this delightful escapade piqued everyone's curiosity about Madame Cheng's culinary prowess. After court, the Duke of Jin Yan approached, whispering, "My esteemed in-law, I plan to visit your esteemed residence tomorrow with my wife to discuss wedding arrangements. Might I request a taste of your mother's culinary skills?" Although he had visited the Duke of Wuhan's household several times, he had never had the pleasure of dining there. Family connections must be nurtured, he added. Before the Duke could respond, Grand Tutor Zhou stepped forward, accompanied by Prince Xing. "Duke, my little granddaughter wishes to learn martial arts. May I send a formal invitation for her to visit your residence and seek guidance from Miss Chung and Master Hua?" The Grand Tutor's adorable 2-year-old granddaughter, who adored arranging flowers for her clay figurines, looked up at her grandfather in confusion. "Grandfather, are you trying to put me in danger?" Prince Xing leaned against the Duke's shoulder, which was remarkably comfortable. "Uncle, I long to taste Aunt's cuisine. Please take me home today." Having grown weary of palace life, he had spent most of his time napping in various locations. Despite their close relationship, he had never savored a single meal prepared by his aunt, which he found quite unfortunate. Prince Jing squeezed in, shoving Prince Xing aside. "If my brother calls you uncle, then I shall do so as well." "Uncle, I have heard tales of Aunt's extraordinary culinary skills. Might I visit to learn a few dishes?" Chapter 78. A Battle of Wits. The caustic tongue of Grand Tutor Zhan versus Duke of Wuhan. Since gaining weight, the Duke of Wuhan had not experienced the joy of being surrounded by admirers singing his praises. Yet, these rascals were merely coveting his wife's culinary talents. Fuming, the Duke waved his hand. "Absolutely not. If I cannot partake, neither shall any of you." Prince Xing, leaning on Prince Jing's shoulder, whined, "Uncle, don't be stingy." Such antics were merely for show. It was only a meal, yet the Duke's pettiness was laughable. Someone nearby scoffed audibly. What was this farce? Clearly, these sycophants were buzzing around him like flies drawn to a feast. The The Duke turned, displeased, to see none other than the Grand Tutor Jean, who had been silenced by the Emperor's decree. Normally reticent, today he seemed eager to provoke. Their eyes locked, tension crackled in the air. Other ministers, alerted by the commotion, stood ready to witness the impending verbal duel with keen anticipation. Jin Yan, initially intending to pass by, found herself frozen in place. Who is that person? What is this about the gag order issued by the Duke of Wuhan? It was no surprise she didn't recognize him. Stationed at the back of the assembly, she was familiar only with lesser officials, while the prominent figures were mostly those who frequently spoke. It seemed she had never heard this provocateur utter a word. The system chimed in with excitement. That is Grand Tutor Jean Tao, known for his acerbic tongue and irritable temperament. He holds significant power and has a long-standing rivalry with the Duke of Wuhan. The two have clashed countless times, with their disputes escalating to near-physical confrontations on more than one occasion. Eventually, the Emperor could no longer tolerate the chaos and imposed a gag order on Grand Tutor Jean, permitting him to speak only when he had substantial opinions on state matters. In close proximity to Jin Yan, Jin Yan stood alongside Qi Huan, lost in thought. The sentiments of the young lord were indeed a potent source of gossip. Having just arrived in the capital, he had yet to decipher the intricate factions within the court. But with the guidance of the young lord, how could he lament the scarcity of information? Master Jean had never regarded Jin Yan, who was merely a consumer of gossip, with any seriousness. His focus was solely on the Marquis of Wuhan. The Emperor had merely prohibited him from speaking in the court. Once the session had concluded, even the Emperor could not dictate whether he could voice his thoughts. Yet, the Marquis of Wuhan, not only disrupting the order with his loud lamentations, but also flaunting his wife's mediocre culinary skills as if they were extraordinary, was infuriating. The larger the physique, the softer the bones, how amusing. Anger surged within the Marquis of Wuhan. Jean Tao, you wretched cur, it may have been tolerable when you merely insulted me, but I shall repay that grievance here and now. How dare you malign my wife? Watch how I deal with you. Old grievances and new resentments flooded his mind. With the Emperor absent, the Marquis could no longer restrain himself and charged at Master Jean, entangling them in a fierce struggle. Well struck, Marquis. Knock him down. Jin Yan found a secure position to crouch, allowing her to observe the central battlefield while remaining unscathed. She silently cheered for the Marquis, her impression of Master Jean plummeting into the negatives. No wonder the Emperor issued a gag order. The Marquis speaks the truth. Jean is indeed a wretched cur. Why insult the culinary prowess of my future godmother? What folly! As the two esteemed officials clashed, the surrounding courtiers, initially spectators, finally realized the gravity of the situation, and a few ventured forth in a token attempt to mediate. Jin Yan widened her eyes, pondering whether it was worth intervening. The physical disparity between Master Jean and the Marquis was akin to a frail sprout challenging a hefty goose egg, simply no competition. However, despite his lack of stature, Master Jean exhibited considerable agility, dodging while seizing opportunities to land a few blows on the Marquis. The system delved into the history between the two men and unearthed a nugget of intrigue. Host. The enmity between Jean Tao and the Marquis of Wuhan has persisted for decades, and it centers around Lady Cheng. There's a story here. Jin Yan's eyes remained riveted on the unfolding drama, unwilling to miss any scintillating detail, while urging the system, Old Six, this is where you falter. If there's gossip, you ought to share it sooner. Speak quickly. Upon overhearing their conversation, Master Jean was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition.
Distracted.
He allowed the Marquis to land a punch squarely on his face. How audacious to strike him in such a manner. Master Jean, who prided himself on the care of his visage, was incensed. Cheng Firen, how dare you strike my face? He bellowed, brandishing his fists as he lunged at the Marquis's visage. The mediating courtiers had retreated, wary of becoming collateral damage in this unfolding drama. The majority of onlookers split their focus, their eyes glued to the fray, while their ears attuned to the musings of the young lord. The system chimed in. Jean Tao has harbored resentment against the Marquis for decades, primarily due to Lady Cheng.
Que Jin Yan exclaimed. Wow.
So, it is a rivalry of romantic interests. No wonder they clash like roosters. Years ago, Jean Tao had his eye on Lady Cheng and, after 2 long years, finally sought her hand in marriage. At that time, Lady Cheng had not yet chosen the Marquis, yet she possessed little interest in Jean, merely acquiescing to her parents' wishes. Ultimately, when their horoscopes were compared, they were incompatible, and the engagement was called off. The long-buried secret suddenly laid bare. Master Jean was overwhelmed with a mix of shame and fury. Were it not for Jin Yan being a young girl and a junior, he would have undoubtedly retaliated against her. The Marquis of Wuhan, however, reveled in his triumph. You are no match for me then, nor are you now. TSK, TSK, TSK. If one cannot measure up, one ought not to blame fate. Master Jean seethed. This is infuriating. Jin Yan stifled a laugh behind her hand. With Master Jean as acerbic tongue, he hardly seemed a fitting match for the gentle and amiable Lady Chung. Thankfully, their horoscopes had not aligned. Otherwise, there would have been no beauty among the three sisters. The surrounding courtiers regarded Master Jean with mixed expressions, 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts mockery, 3 parts deservedness, and 1 part incredulity. The notion that his affection for Lady Chung had culminated in a decades-long vendetta against the Marquis was truly a testament to his pettiness. Jin Yan shared the sentiment. Master Jean's pettiness is astounding. Even now, as a senior, he still resorts to fighting with the Marquis over past grievances. I seem to be more magnanimous and mature than he, the system remarked. Indeed. However, their mutual enmity has endured so long due in part to Lady Jean. Lady Jean and Lady Chung share a common trait. They both frequently cook. Lady Chung does so to win her husband's heart and stomach, while Lady Jean cooks purely for her own enjoyment. However, their culinary skills are worlds apart. It would not be an exaggeration to call Lady Jean a master of dark culinary arts. Master Jean has long endured his wife's cooking. He even arranged for a servant to inform him whenever she was in the kitchen. At such times, he would contrive an excuse of pressing business or appointments with colleagues, ensuring he was never home for dinner. Everyone assumed he was a dedicated workaholic, and even the emperor praised him. In truth, he simply wished to avoid his wife's dreadful meals. Chapter 79 Fear. The weight of impending doom should not be underestimated. Master Jean was filled with indignation. The young scion of the Chu family had dared to expose his private life in public, piercing through the carefully crafted persona he had built over the years. Enraged, he turned to deliver a proper lesson to the impudent daughter of the minister Chu. But how could the Marquis of Wuhan allow him to escape so easily? You think to flee after instigating this? The matter remains unresolved. Return here. With a firm grip on Master Jean's collar, the Marquis yanked him back into the fray, initiating a new round of combat. The assembled courtiers finally grasped the truth behind Master Jean's penchant for inviting others to dine. The few days he dutifully reported for duty each year were merely an effort to avoid his home's lethal cuisine. In stark contrast to the Marquis, who hurried home for dinner every day, the emotional turmoil was palpable, especially considering the Marquis's wife had once been Master Jean's betrothed. The taste of such bitter irony was indescribable. Having received the news early on, yet remaining hidden to eavesdrop, the emperor mused, no wonder Master Jean's tongue has grown ever sharper, particularly towards the Marquis. He had assumed Master Jean's increasingly caustic remarks were merely a byproduct of his busy life, showing him leniency. It turned out there was a deeper grudge between them, albeit primarily one-sided. Jin Yan could not help but feel sympathy for Master Jean. To avoid his wife's dismal cooking, he had to work overtime, all while facing the ever-growing happiness of his romantic rival. That he had not succumbed to madness despite his sharp tongue was a testament to Master Jean's mental fortitude. The system added, thus, upon discovering that Lady Chung had not only learned to cook specifically for the Marquis but excelled at it, Master Jean's resentment towards him intensified. He found himself nitpicking at every opportunity to vent his frustrations. Recalling their incompatible horoscopes, he sought to take matters into his own hands, even hiring a charlatan to pose as a fortune-teller, warning the Marquis that if he did not divorce, disharmony would ensue, and within 3 years they would become estranged. Unfortunately for Master Jean, the Marquis was not fooled, and even gave the false fortune-teller a sound thrashing. This was truly outrageous.
Que Ginan's initiale sympathie évaporatait entièrement.
The marital bliss of the couple was not something he should seek to disrupt. The horoscopes belonged to Master Jean himself, and Lady Chung was a woman he had married. He dares not confront his wife's culinary shortcomings, but instead seeks to sabotage Lady Chung's happy union. Could it be that Master Jean's mind has been poisoned by his wife's dreadful cooking? The system concluded, Lady Jean comes from a prominent family. Master Jean cannot best her, and dares not speak harshly, for he is quite fearful of her. It is likely that the pressures and stimuli from the Imperial court have accumulated excessively at home, resulting in a perverse transformation.
Que Jin Yan remarqued.
The last person who succumbed to such overwhelming stress has taken vows as a nun. Master Jean, perhaps you should consider entering the Buddhist fold as well? The emperor shook his head disapprovingly. This is precisely where Master Jean erred. He would rather dismantle a temple than disrupt a marriage. His jealousy led him to attempt to sever the bond between the Marquis of Wuan and his wife, revealing a truly petty nature. Eunuch Li lowered his head even further. Your Majesty, out of jealousy, you have penalized the consorts, each richer than you, levying a substantial fine on their families. While this is slightly better than Master Zhan's actions, it is hardly commendable. The Marquis of Wuan was now truly enraged. It turned out that the absurd Taoist from years past was none other than the despicable Zhan Tao's pawn. The people of that era held Buddhism and Taoism in high regard. Had it not been for his unwavering belief that he and his wife were destined for one another, he might have been deceived by that fraudulent Taoist. Had the individual been even slightly less resolute, the wicked scheme could have succeeded. The Marquis trembled with rage, his entire body vibrating with fury. The weight of Tai Mountain upon me. With a furious roar, the Marquis, resembling a small mountain, lunged toward Master Zhan with great force.
No.
Have mercy, Marquis. Quick, save him. The crowd, greatly alarmed, hastily gathered to attempt to lift the Marquis and rescue Master Zhan. The Emperor, momentarily abandoning his hidden enjoyment, commanded the Imperial Guard to intervene. Given Master Zhan's frail frame, any delay in rescue could prove fatal. Jin Yan was equally startled and rushed forward, intending to assist in pulling Master Zhan from beneath the Marquis. Despite Master Zhan's transgressions, it was unacceptable for him to be crushed to death by the Marquis in the Emperor's presence. However, Prince Jing seized her arm. Do not approach, Lady Chu. With so many hands in the fray, and given your diminutive stature, should you also be caught beneath the Marquis, it would be dire. The system concurred. Host? Even with your protective shield, you would not sustain injury, but being pinned beneath the Marquis, resembling a turtle trapped in its shell, would be quite humiliating. Jin Yan retreated her brave steps. She feared both death and social embarrassment. Master Zhan, I wish you longevity, amen. Fortunately, Master Zhan's life was not to be extinguished. Despite several suspected broken bones from being crushed by the Marquis, he was miraculously conscious, cursing the Marquis vehemently as he was carried away on a stretcher by a group of physicians. Master Zhan's vitality is truly remarkable, the system remarked. After enduring years of mistreatment and beatings from Lady Zhan, if he did not possess the resilience of a cockroach, he would have perished long ago. This was indeed the case. Jin Yan shook her head. What a day it had been, consuming a series of melons while witnessing a rare clash among officials during the morning court session. The Emperor, shaken and infuriated, decided that since Master Zhan had instigated the confrontation, both parties would receive a reprimand, each fined half a year's salary. Jin Yan was on duty at the Hanlin Academy when the well-informed Zhao Yushu rushed over to inquire about the incident. Lady Chu, I heard that during court this morning, my future father-in-law and Master Zhan came to blows, leaving Master Zhan on the verge of collapse. Is that true? Lu Xiangjing strolled leisurely past Zhao Yushu, appearing entirely unbothered by the unfolding drama. Jin Yan nodded. The fight was indeed real, but Master Zhan was hardly on the brink of death. He was cursing loudly as he was carried away, full of spirit. Lu Xiangjing looked puzzled and discreetly observed her, uncertain as to how the two had escalated to such violence.
Quick.
Lady Chu, share the details. However, given that it involved the personal affairs of Zhao Yushu's future father-in-law and also implicated Madame Cheng, Jin Yan shrugged. Who can say? Master Zhan has held a grudge against the Marquis for quite some time. It is no surprise they would come to blows. Feng Tianji happened to pass by and overheard this, speechless. Lady Chu, had it not been for your meddling, they would not have clashed so severely. However, Lady Chu had managed to maintain discretion, adeptly controlling her words while still expressing her thoughts openly. Lamenting the lack of juicy gossip concerning his future father-in-law, Zhao Yushu felt somewhat dejected, but quickly recalled another tantalizing tidbit. Lady Chu, did you hear? Not long ago, an incident occurred at the Guozijian where a student was stripped and hung from a tree. The perpetrator even inscribed words on him and poisoned him in a most grotesque manner. Utterly appalling. Jin Yan chuckled lightly. Such occurrences are indeed terrifying. The system and Feng Tianji echoed her sentiments. Zhao Yushu continued. As a result, His Majesty was enraged and ordered the Dali Temple to conduct a thorough investigation. Rumor has it that the culprit has been identified and will soon be publicly revealed. Lady Chu, would you like to attend the unveiling? Jin Yan replied. Chapter 80. The Perverse Trio Missing One. Chu Lingfeng fell into the latrine. The Dali Temple has taken action. The perverse trio from the Chu family, along with Du Yuanzheng, have been thoroughly exposed. Jin Yan would be mad to attend the scene and partake in her own misfortune, leading to social embarrassment. I have matters at home and must return punctually after my shift. Thank you for your kind offer. Lord Zhao, but I shall pass on this melon. The system, ever eager for chaos, urged, host, attending to consume your own melon would still earn you points, albeit fewer than if you partook of someone else's. A fly's leg is still meat. Jin Yan rolled her eyes. Old Six, if you wish to see me socially humiliated, just say so. I guarantee I won't hold back. Zhao Yushi's expression of disappointment became fixed on his face. Lu Shungjing, as if encountering a ghost, strolled along and nearly collided with a tree. You were behind the Guozijian incident, Lady Chu. Regardless of their shock, Jin Yan excused herself to her office, contemplating strategies to confront her parents upon returning home. Old Six, should I first kneel and plead for forgiveness while weeping profusely, then shift all blame onto my elder brothers, or should I divert the blame to them first? And when my parents turn their wrath upon me, then beg for mercy. After careful consideration, the system suggested, host, I believe the second option is more prudent. Shift the blame and then flee. If escape fails, only then should you kneel and plead. At least you can claim you made an effort. If punishment is inevitable, then so be it.
Que Jin Yan sigue des villes.
Causing trouble is exhilarating, but facing the consequences is a different story. Now, she could only hope that Chu Lingfeng and Chu Lingji would draw all the ire of their parents. If that fails, she could always have Old Six contribute a couple of melons to stoke the flames. After a day of anxiety, the system suddenly exclaimed, host, you need not fear punishment.
Que Jin Yan perqued up.
The system continued, the Dali Temple indeed discovered that you were among those involved. But the Guozijian likely refrained from mentioning your involvement due to your status as a county princess. They have only reported the penalties for Chu Lingfeng, Chu Lingji, and Du Yuanzheng without any reference to you. Jin Yan jumped with joy. Oh yay! Thanks to Prince Jing and the Emperor. That evening, upon returning home, she eagerly awaited the spectacle involving her elder brothers. The smile on her face was uncontainable, provoking a silent ire from Chu Yiming, who felt helpless. However, Chu Lingfeng's servant, Nanfeng, returned with news. Young Master Du has invited the eldest and second young masters to dine at Xiangalai, so they will not be returning for dinner. Chu Yiming snorted angrily. Do not think that returning late will spare you from a beating. When Lan Yu instructed a maid to brew a strong pot of tea to invigorate herself. Regardless of how late those two troublesome boys returned, the impending punishment was unavoidable. She had kept the secret for several days. Not only had Ling Feng and Ling Ji failed to set a proper example for their sister, but they had also dragged her into those sordid affairs. The stick was already prepared, awaiting the arrival of the main characters. As the atmosphere grew tense, Jin Yan decided to retreat to her courtyard after dinner, immersing herself in a book, waiting for Qiuxin to summon her when there was news to share. The three, Chu Lingfeng, Chu Lingji, and Du Yuanzheng, ordered several pots of wine at the Xian Kalai. It was evident that Qiu Zhong's unscrupulous actions had been uncovered, and yet, here we were, merely returning his own tactics upon him, and still, Fang Jizhou insisted on punishing us by making us clean the latrines for 3 months.
Que Ling si fait tuterli frustrated.
Chu Lingfeng sighed softly. Count your blessings. Had it not been for the revelations about Qiu Zhong's extortion and his inherently shameless nature, we would have faced far worse consequences. Du Yuanzheng downed his cup in one gulp, seemingly unfazed. We may suffer a slight loss of face by cleaning the latrines, but Qiu Zhong has been expelled from school and barred from ever participating in the Imperial examinations. That is a fate worse than death for him. To be admitted to the Guozijian, one must possess some ambition. Having his future abruptly severed, a weaker spirit might resort to drastic measures. Hearing this, Chu Lingji's gloom lightened somewhat, yet he slammed the table in frustration. Clearly, my sister was complicit in this from the start, and it was her idea initially. Why are we the only ones being punished? It's utterly unfair. Du Yuanzheng replied with a hint of exasperation. Lingji, you must broaden your perspective. Miss Chu is not only the county princess of Anghua, but also the future consort of the Prince of Jing. And she holds an official position granted by the emperor to attend court. Not only does Fang Jizhou dare not provoke her, but the Dali Temple would also hesitate to risk offending the Prince of Jing by making her public. Many cases in the Dali Temple were resolved thanks to the prince's unconventional methods. He is notoriously vindictive. They may have conducted their investigations fairly, but whether to make the findings public or to impose punishment was left entirely to Fang Jizhou's discretion, allowing them to wash their hands of any fallout. Chu Lingfeng and Du Yuanzheng exchanged glances, realizing the importance of learning from this experience. As night deepened, the three men, having indulged in too much wine, began to feel the effects of intoxication. Chu Lingfeng stood unsteadily and declared, I need to visit the latrine. Du Yuanzheng waved him off. Hurry back. My father and Chu Qingxiang are likely turning in for the night, and we should head back as well. Chu Lingji, with a low tolerance for alcohol, felt dizzy and clung to a nearby stool, lamenting, "O great sage equal to heaven, you alone in this household truly care for me. I don't want my elder brother as my brother anymore. I want you to be my brother. From now on, you shall be my monkey brother." The commotion irritated Du Yuanzheng, who thought to himself that he should have prevented Lingji from drinking. He always became a nuisance when intoxicated. After a while, having consumed another jug of wine, Du Yuanzheng realized Chu Lingfeng had not yet returned. Strange. Could it be that Chu Ge has drunkenly stumbled into the latrine? He abruptly stood, calling for the waiter and Nan Feng to assist in searching for Chu Lingfeng. To their dismay, the latrine was unoccupied. The waiter inquired around and returned with news. "Young Master Du, someone saw Chu de Xiaoya leave the latrine long ago." Du Yuanzheng furrowed his brow. "But I have been sitting here for quite a while without seeing him. Where did you last see him?" The witness replied, "Approximately a quarter of an hour ago. I saw Chu de Xiaoya ascend the stairs, but after the corner, he was out of sight." A cold breeze swept through, sending shivers down Du Yuanzheng's spine, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, sobering him significantly. Chu Lingfeng was known for his recklessness, but would never joke about his personal safety. This is bad. Chu Ge is in trouble. The eldest son of Chu Qingxiang had vanished without a trace at Xian Kelai, prompting the proprietor to frantically dispatch all staff to search the premises. Du Yuanzheng, grave in demeanor, began to issue orders. "Manager, compile a list of all patrons dining at Xian Kelai today, especially during this evening's hours. Include every detail, regardless of their status. Leave no one out. Ensure that all exits are monitored. Anyone exhibiting suspicious behavior should be thoroughly questioned before being allowed to leave. If you cannot conduct the questioning, take note of their identities and report back to me. Send someone to the Dali Temple and the Jingzhou Inn to file a report. Let Imo Song return home with a message that I have urgent matters to attend to this evening and that mother and grandmother need not worry. Prepare the carriage. I shall escort second young Master Chu back to the Qingxiang residence and inform Chu Qingxiang of the situation. Nan Feng, make your way to the Prince of Jing's residence and inform him of Chu Ge's mysterious disappearance, requesting assistance." The group promptly set to work.
Du Yuanzheng felt en urgent anxiété.
Although the remnants of the Yongwang faction had been purged, it was inevitable that some loyalists remained. If Chu Ge had been abducted by the remnants of Yongwang, the situation could turn dire.
Now,
he could only hope to glean insights from Miss Chu's sentiments to locate Chu Ge. Chapter 81. The daughter of the minister's daughter's boldness and the Chu family's imminent crisis. At the Qingxiang residence, Chu Jin Yan had finished reading a volume of her book, yet Qiuxin had not come to report. As she calculated the time, it was nearly when her parents would retire for the night. Surely they wouldn't be planning to sneak back once her parents had fallen asleep? Host. You won't be witnessing any excitement from your elder brother tonight. He has been kidnapped. What? Chu Lingfeng, that grown man, has been abducted. Chu Jinyan sprang from her bed. The system continued. Du Yuanzheng sensed something amiss and has already dispatched people to search. He has just returned with the intoxicated Chu Lingji. Her mother had heard the news and nearly fainted. Chu Jinyan quickly donned her shoes and clothing, hurrying toward the main courtyard while muttering. Could it be that elder brother's lewd actions have finally caught up with him, leading the victim to seek revenge? Is he even alive? Being kidnapped just for drinking. When had the capital become so unsafe? If Chu Lingfeng were to die, her mother's eyes would surely weep until blind. Not quite, the system clarified. Chu Lingfeng is merely a victim of circumstance this time. It's his misfortune to have inherited your mother's beauty, which caught the attention of a bold woman who is now preparing to abduct him for her own enjoyment. Chu Jinyan's pace slowed as she realized that Chu Lingfeng's life was not in danger. It was merely a matter of losing his virtue. A trivial matter, indeed. In the main courtyard, Chu Yiming paced anxiously, while Wen Lanyu sat slumped in a chair, unsure of what to do, her only prayer being for Lingfeng's safety. Chu Lingji clung to the legs of a chair, kicking and flailing his fists. Elder brother, don't be afraid. I'm coming to rescue you. Watch as I defeat a villain with just 3 punches and 2 kicks.
Ow.
That hurts. The villain bit me. Elder brother, when I rescue you, if you want to repay me, just call me elder brother instead of second brother, alright? Du Yuanzheng, overwhelmed by his antics, discreetly kicked him from behind.
Ow.
The villain bit me again.
Take that.
Chu Lingji swung his fist, striking himself and knocking himself unconscious. Du Yuanzheng shook his head and turned to Chu Yiming, Uncle Chu. In my humble opinion, this matter should be brought to Miss Chu's attention as well. Chu Yiming recalled the 6 son's penchant for gossip, nodded, and instructed the steward to inform Chu Jinyan. Just as the steward was about to leave, they heard a series of lascivious giggles. He's sixth brother, quickly tell us. Which young lady has the audacity to kidnap elder brother for her own desires? Everyone froze in shock. The revelation that Chu Lingfeng was abducted by a woman was astounding. It was the only daughter of the newly arrived minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Wu Zhuqiuan, named Wu Yalan. She fell head over heels for your elder brother at first sight and searched long and hard to find him, meticulously planning her move until she finally seized the opportunity to act tonight. Chu Yiming, relieved to know his son was unharmed, felt anger surge within him. The daughter of a minister, raised with such privilege, had the audacity to act so brazenly under the emperor's nose, more outrageous than the former Princess Anping. His son, the child of the prime minister, could be taken away at will, as if the emperor and the law held no significance. When Lan Yu exhaled deeply, only now realizing she was drenched in cold sweat. As Jin Yan entered the courtyard, she noticed that when Lan Yu's face was as pale as a ghost, seemingly trembling. Without a thought for greeting Du Yuanjing, she rushed forward to touch Wen Lanyu's forehead and palm. Mother, what has happened? Your complexion is dreadful. And your hands are so cold. Are you unwell? Wen Lanyu managed a weak smile, her voice trembling slightly, tinged with apprehension. Your elder brother has gone missing at Xiankalai. A report has already been made to the authorities for a search. I fear for his safety. Although she was aware that Ling Feng had merely been abducted for his virtue rather than his life, the fact that he had fallen into the hands of another, particularly the daughter of the Deputy Minister Wu, who dared to commit such an act, suggested that she was not to be trifled with. Ling Feng was not the type to go with the flow. Should he resist, the consequences could be dire. The more Wen Lanyu pondered, the more anxious she became. Jin Yan initially harbored some curiosity, but upon witnessing her mother's distress, her own mood grew heavy. She was certain that Chu Lingfeng was safe. Yet her parents and Du Yuanzheng were unaware of this. The longer time dragged on, the more her mother would fret. Old Six, how is my brother faring now? The system's tone regained its seriousness. He is currently in the boudoir of Wu Yalan, under the influence of a soporific. And it seems he is on the verge of awakening. Wu Yalan is in the bath. Once she is finished, it will be time for her to enjoy your brother. Having acquired the information he sought, Du Yuanzheng bowed to Chu Yiming. Uncle Chu, waiting idly is not a solution. I shall go with Prince Jing to search for Brother Lingfeng. Chu Yiming replied, then I must entrust this to you.
Que Jin Yan réassured Wen Lanyu, modeur.
There is no need for excessive worry. Didn't he Brother Du say that Prince Jing is taking action? With him involved, we will surely locate Brother swiftly.
He will be fine.
What is the background of Wu Yalan and Deputy Minister Wu? I cannot believe that a newly appointed official would dare to act so brazenly. The system responded. Wu Zhuqiuan is a spy from the Yan Kingdom. Chu Yiming stumbled, nearly tripping over the incapacitated Chu Lingji. Wu Zhuqiuan had long served in the local government, consistently ranked highly in official evaluations, and had an excellent reputation, never having been implicated in any major blunders. Indeed, he had managed his territories with great efficiency. He had meticulously verified all of Wu Zhuqiuan's accomplishments with the Minister of Personnel, finding no discrepancies in the documentation. And spies sent to investigate locally had reported nothing unusual. This was how he had been promoted from local governance to the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel. He had unwittingly elevated a spy from a hostile nation, putting Ling Feng in peril. A surge of anger bubbled within him, yet he found no outlet for it, causing Chu Yiming's breath to grow heavy and his veins to throb on his forehead. Jin Yan paused in her comforting of Wen Lanyu. What the hell? A spy from a hostile nation. How could he still ascend to the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel? The system clarified. His disguise is remarkably effective. 20 years ago, in the Jin family massacre, only a 5-year-old child survived, adopted by his maternal grandparents and renamed Wu Zhuqiuan. In truth, the massacre occurred because the young master of the Jin family bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Zhuqiuan. They orchestrated the atrocity to grant him a seamless identity. As for Wu Yalan, she originally lacked such audacity. However, recently, as Wu Zhuqiuan has been preoccupied with plotting rebellion, he has had no time for her. And her desire for Chu Lingfeng has only intensified. She believed that once they consummated their union, Ling Feng would surely succumb to her beauty, which is why she arranged for the abduction. Preparing for rebellion. Chu Yiming suddenly turned around, forgetting that his neck was still twisted, and in a shock, he inadvertently twisted it back. The resulting crack and the subsequent cry startled both Jin Yan and Wen Lanyu. Wen Lanyu disregarded her worries and sorrow. My lord, are you alright? Is your neck unbroken? After a brief moment of pain, Chu Yiming turned his neck and realized it was fine. Remarkably, he had recovered. Above, Long Qi signaled to Asan and swiftly headed to the palace to report the situation. Jin Yan was astonished. Yet, suddenly, a grave thought crossed her mind. Old 6. If the deputy minister is a spy from a hostile nation with intentions of rebellion, and if Wu Yalan were to marry into our family after sleeping with Chu Lingfeng, wouldn't our family also be implicated and face extermination? Chapter 82, An Unusual Real-Life Parkour, Becoming the Source of Nightmares. The system responded, according to past precedents in the Great Sheng, that would likely result in total extermination. A calamity had befallen them. Jin Yan felt darkness enveloping her vision. She had just become a county princess and had yet to fully enjoy the splendors of life. Nor had she anticipated a retirement 6 months from now. To find herself addressing a spy from a hostile nation as sister-in-law, with her entire family facing execution, was something she could not accept. Jin Yan slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet. I will safeguard Chu Lingfeng's innocence. Old 6. We must rescue him now. The system affirmed. Rest assured, host, I shall always support you. Father, mother, I have matters to attend to. I will return to the courtyard. Please await news, and let me know once he is found. Before Chu Yiming and Wen Lanyu could comprehend the situation, Jin Yan had already dashed away like the wind, leaving a trail of dust behind her. The couple exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with trepidation. Oh dear. That traitor is surely ruthless. If Yen'er is harmed, how shall I live? Chu Yiming grasped his wife's hand. There is no need for excessive worry. If we go without a reason, it will only raise her suspicions. The Emperor has arranged for people to protect Yen'er, even if she cannot save Ling Feng. Her safety is assured. Jin Yan hurried back to her courtyard, donning her enchanted night gear. Old 6. Does the shop have suitable tools that will allow me to reach the Wu family with utmost speed? The system replied. There is a flying magic carpet with an invisibility function that is quite swift, but it is rather expensive, costing 600 points. We have accumulated 699 points during this period of idle observation, just enough to purchase it. How exorbitant!
Que Jin Yan gritait d'ortite.
Pondering for a long while before concluding that Chu Lingfeng's innocence was worth more than her hard-earned points. I'll take the affordable alternative. Then I recommend these shoes. The Swift Runner, capable of scaling walls and climbing trees, allowing you to traverse great distances in a day for only 199 points. However, there is a drawback. Permanent items in the shop were indeed costly. Upon hearing that the price was reduced by 2/3 and that they could travel swiftly, Jin Yan immediately declared, "Buy. That's the one." The Swift Runner. Seeing her host's unwavering determination to save points, the system promptly deducted the necessary points to purchase the shoes. Soon, a pair of seemingly ordinary yet remarkably special embroidered shoes appeared in Jin Yan's hands. Wait, Old 6. Are these shoes originally red and embroidered? Remembering the horror films she had watched, Jin Yan felt a chill just holding them. The system responded innocently, yet with a touch of pride. These shoes possess an environmental adaptation feature capable of changing shape according to the user's surroundings and identity, rendering them inconspicuous. How could bright red not attract attention? Forget it. They were, after all, 3 times cheaper. Jin Yan reluctantly put on the embroidered shoes. They were indeed quite miraculous. They fit perfectly over the shoes of her night gear, as if they were made for each other. However, she was clad in black, with only a hint of red at her feet. Running through the night, the imagery made even Jin Yan shudder at the thought. Hopefully, she wouldn't frighten too many people upon her exit. Come on, Old 6, lead the way, we are off. The system interjected. Host, I wasn't finished speaking. These shoes can only run in a straight line and cannot turn. But it's not a major issue, as you can activate invisibility mode, and I will guide you. We can scale rooftops and climb trees, just like parkour. Isn't that exciting? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, which inspired the design of the Swift Runner. Jin Yan felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The truth did not deceive her. Yet, the system's description sounded rather intriguing. Time waits for no one. If we delay any longer, Chu Lingfeng's innocence may be compromised, and he could be trapped by the spy from a hostile nation. A straight line it is. In the veil of night, a wondrous red silhouette danced and swirled with an enchanting grace, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Asan sighed heavily, gazing upwards. How could he possibly keep up when he could barely see it? After a moment's contemplation, he turned back to inform his master. If his master ran swiftly, perhaps he might still catch the tail end of the excitement. In a certain courtyard, a restless child peered through the window, spotting a pair of red shoes darting across the rooftop opposite. With childlike curiosity, he exclaimed, "Mother, look. A pair of red feet just ran by." The child's mother felt a chill grip her heart, glancing nervously around outside, yet saw nothing. "You mustn't speak such nonsense at this hour, or I shall spank you." The innocent child protested, "But I truly saw it. Those feet zipped past, as if flying." That night, the child's mother, growing increasingly anxious, was plagued by a nightmare where a pair of red embroidered shoes rushed towards her. Similar dialogues unfolded in various households. The night watchman, having finished his rounds, sat on the steps to rest. A gust of wind swept by, and something red scuttled quickly along the ground. He rubbed his eyes to confirm that what he had seen was not an illusion, then shook himself and clasped his hands in prayer. "May the Buddha, Guanyin, the Jade Emperor, Erling Shin, the Queen Mother, the Earth God, and the City God bless me." Jin Yan felt as though he had transformed into a gust of wind, leaping over obstacles with the agility akin to parkour. "Keep it up, host. Just 2 more minutes until you reach the rooftop of Wu Yalin's chamber." At the Ministry of Personnel's residence, Wu Yalin hummed a lively tune while applying fragrant powder to herself. Chu Lingfeng woke groggily, his head throbbing, overwhelmed by a sickly sweet scent reminiscent of the opulent brothels. As he discerned the woman's melodic humming, a chill shot up from his feet to the crown of his head, dispelling any remnants of intoxication. Could it be that he had been abducted by some supernatural being to siphon his life force? "Chu Lang, you are awake," a delighted voice chimed, accompanied by a suffocatingly sweet perfume laced with an undercurrent of something foul. Could it be the stench of decay? Chu Lingfeng lifted his gaze to find a woman before him, draped in sheer fabric, her beauty striking and youthful, her features unblemished and devoid of any animalistic traits. He quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming it was merely the semblance of a typical woman's chamber. Upon realizing her beloved had awakened, Wu Yalin's eyes gleamed with fervor. "I have long been enamored with you, Chu Lang. Today, I have specially invited you to share an enchanting evening together, to solidify our bond and unite as husband and wife. What say you?"
Ling Feng.
Feeling an unusual fatigue in his body and recalling the familiar scent of the drug before losing consciousness, breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not a supernatural being, then that was good. The woman before him did not strike him as a virtuous character. He had never encountered such a highborn lady in the capital. Her identity was ambiguous, and he would need to employ his wits. Propping himself up with one hand, he assumed a relaxed pose, exuding an air of nonchalance. With a charming smile, he replied, "Such beauty as yours, fair maiden, is enough to unsettle a man merely by standing beneath the lamplight. Had you appeared before me sooner, I might have already sent my father to propose." With his allure, he could easily ensnare hearts. Moreover, Wu Yalin, who had not enjoyed much fine company, was undoubtedly a temptress starved for affection. A blush crept across Wu Yalin's face as she stepped closer to the bedside. "Your words are so sweet, Chu Lang. It is not too late for a meeting now. Please do not call me maiden, simply refer to me as Yalin, your sister." Yalin? That name was unfamiliar to him. Chu Lingfeng leaned in closer, only to retract suddenly as he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. It was not conducive to maintaining his interest. Wu Yalin's expression shifted subtly as she discreetly shifted away. Despite her generous application of perfume, how could Chu Lang still detect the scent? Chu Lingfeng observed her changing demeanor with amusement, chuckling as he shook off his clothing. "I reek of alcohol. Even I find it unbearable. To avoid offending you, allow me to bathe and change before we delve deeper into our acquaintance." Wu Yalin exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Chu Lang's reasoning was sound. She turned to summon a maid to prepare a bath. Chu Lingfeng gazed at Wu Yalin with smoldering eyes. "Now, dear sister Yalin, perhaps you could share with me how you came to harbor such affections for me? I am eager to understand your feelings." On the rooftop, as Jin Yan pried open a tile, he overheard this exchange and nearly slipped. "Damn it, old six. While we're out here in fear, that scoundrel Chu Lingfeng is flirting and indulging." Upon hearing his sister's thoughts, Chu Lingfeng struggled to maintain his composure, almost revealing his delight. How wonderful! His sister was here to rescue him. Amidst his joy, he remained vigilant, observing Wu Yalin, who displayed no signs of awareness regarding his sister's thoughts. Wu Yalin, flushed, recounted her instant attraction to Chu Lingfeng when he galloped past her on Linjiang Street, particularly the moment her heart fluttered.
Ling Feng listened attentively,
dismissing the irrelevant details and quickly surmising her identity. She was either the daughter of the newly appointed Minister of Works or the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. He recalled that day he and his friends had encountered these officials while riding on Linjiang Street. According to Du Yuanzheng, the Minister of Works had no daughters. But the Minister of Personnel had a sole daughter. Before him stood the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Wu Yalan. With the realization of her identity, Chu Lingfeng felt a surge of anger. If she were merely a bandit, it would be one thing. But the daughter of a distinguished minister had the audacity to kidnap him, revealing the unsavory nature of the Minister of Personnel as well. Had the officials lost their vision when selecting candidates? As they conversed, the warm water was ready, and Wu Yalan urged Chu Lingfeng, "Chu Lang, let me assist you with your bath." Chu Lingfeng, taken aback, thought incredible. This girl is genuinely infatuated, wanting to share a bath with a man reeking of alcohol. The system chimed in, hee, Wu Yalan would not mind. She herself has a body odor she has grown accustomed to, and in a shared bath, should the scent arise, she can always claim it belongs to Chu Lingfeng. So it wasn't the stench of decay, but rather body odor. Chu Lingfeng placed his hand on his collar, caught between the intensity of Wu Yalan's burning gaze, unsure whether to remove his clothes or not. He felt on the verge of tears. "Sister, how much longer will you watch the spectacle? If you do not intervene soon, my innocence will be lost." Seeing Chu Lang struggling to undress, Wu Yalan, anxious, stepped forward. "Chu Lang, allow me to help you." A gust of wind blew, creaking the door open slightly. Wu Yalan, on high alert, glanced back, but saw nothing. It must have been the wind, she reassured herself, and went to close the door. However, her gaze inadvertently dropped, and her pupils widened in shock. A pair of red embroidered shoes stood at the door, their tips aimed directly at her. The shoes seemed to acknowledge her attention, suddenly taking steps forward. 1 step. 2 steps, growing ever closer. Wu Yalan felt a chill envelop her, her limbs stiffening and rendering her immobile. She attempted to scream for Chu Lang and the maid, but it felt as though a heavy stone lodged in her throat, silencing her voice entirely. In her line of sight, the shoes approached, stopping by her feet. A faint but eerie giggle crept into her ears. Wu Yalan's breathing quickened, nearly choking her, her heart racing to the point of near stillness. A cold sweat sweeping over her body. Before she could react, a sudden blow struck the back of her head. Her body went limp, collapsing to the floor. Chu Lingfeng, brandishing a stool, glanced around in confusion, finally catching sight of those red embroidered shoes. He exerted every ounce of strength to cover his mouth, stifling the overwhelming urge to scream. Were it not for the familiar thoughts of his younger sister, he might have truly believed he had encountered a ghost, perhaps even fainting more readily than Wu Yalan. Jin Yan had initially harbored hopes that Chu Lingfeng would also succumb to fear, but instead, he merely weakened at the knees and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "I had intended to carry my elder brother out if he fainted, but what now? I cannot simply hoist him and fly away. I fear it might genuinely frighten him to death."
She found herself in a quandary.
Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chu Lingfeng's tense heart finally regained a semblance of vitality, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion that nearly brought him to tears. It truly was his little sister. The system suggested. Then, host, why not fully commit to the act of being a ghost? Pretend to be a benevolent spirit guiding him out. Should you reveal yourself, you would be treated as a monster and burned alive. Indeed. Jin Yan approached Chu Lingfeng, lightly tapping her toes in his direction before turning away.
Her toes pointing outward.
"You want me to follow you?" Chu Lingfeng responded in a compliant tone, though his voice trembled with genuine fright, unable to feign calmness. "Wait, let me change my clothes." The sky-blue robe he wore was hardly discreet in the darkness. "A bit clever, aren't you?"
Que Jin Yan remarqued sharply.
She paid no heed to her elder brother's peculiar penchant for changing clothes and continued her conversation with the system while maintaining her turned posture. "By the way, sixth brother, you mentioned that the Minister of Personnel has been preoccupied with treasonous schemes and has no time to attend to Wu Yalan. What are his plans for treason? Is there any evidence? I believe I could achieve yet another merit." The system replied, "Host, temper your excitement about engaging in mischief." Well, in truth, Jin Yan had not yet fully immersed herself in her ghostly role and intended to seek another stage to showcase her talents. After arriving in the capital, Wu Zhuqiuan discovered that the emperor intended to apprehend General Zhongwu, so he contacted the Yan state to send a group of assassins. They plan to strike on the day the emperor welcomes the army back into court. He has informed General Zhongwu of this, painting a rosy picture to incite him to rebel upon entering the capital, thereby seizing the throne and becoming the ruler of the realm. That general has already fallen for it and is currently discussing strategies with his crafty advisor. Upon hearing the name of General Zhongwu, Jin Yan furrowed her brows. That worthless general, given a few extra days to live, truly believes he can breathe easy. Aspiring to be an emperor? I believe he wishes to ascend to the heavens. This matter must be reported to the emperor, Sixth brother, is there any evidence? The system responded. Wu Zhuochuan is exceedingly cautious. He burns all correspondence after each communication, leaving no evidence within his estate to prove he is from Yan state. Jin Yan couldn't help but feel disheartened. No wonder he had managed to navigate decades of espionage without exposure and had risen to the position of Minister of Personnel. Chu Lingfeng was equally anxious. Could it be that there was truly no way to pin a crime on Wu Zhuochuan? However, host, do not be disheartened. Wu Zhuochuan is currently drafting a letter to General Zhongwu to assure him of his genuine allegiance, which will bear his personal seal. When he arranges for someone to deliver the letter, you can seize it, and thus, evidence will be at hand. Seeking evidence, the opportunity was about to present itself. Jin Yan let out a few triumphant laughs, placing her hands on her hips to revel in her brilliance. I, the illustrious Chu, am indeed the chosen one.
Que Lingfeng's mind raced.
How long could it take to write a letter? If his sister escorted him out and returned, she might miss the chance to seize the letter. He needed to find a way to escape on his own. Resolute, he chose an appropriate outfit and changed into it with utmost speed. Benefactor, oh no, benevolent ghost, I am ready. Upon hearing the voice, Jin Yan turned back, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Chapter 84, A Night of Terror at the Minister's Residence. Let us play hide and seek together. Chu Lingfeng stood clad in a delicate pink feminine attire, his cheeks adorned with a hint of rouge, his hair cascading freely. This appearance was enchanting, far more captivating than the unconscious Wu Yalan. Jin Yan extended a trembling finger, exclaiming, what on earth is going through his mind? Her voice nearly faltered. Chu Lingfeng, blushing, replied, thank you for your kind intentions, benevolent ghost. If you were to appear in public, it would surely cause a stir. I shall disguise myself as a maid to deceive the household staff, and then find a way to escape. The system couldn't help but commend the ingenious Chu Lingfeng. Host, your elder brother's psychological resilience is commendable. He is even concerned for your ghostly self. Jin Yan felt he was quite perceptive. She too was eager to uncover her evidence. However, will he be able to exit safely? The system reassured her. Do not worry. Chu Lingfeng has been mingling with Prince Jing for over a decade. He possesses sufficient skills. With that, Jin Yan felt reassured and stepped out the door, vanishing from Chu Lingfeng's view. Evidence. I shall retrieve it. In the study, Wu Zhuochuan meticulously penned 2 reports regarding the intelligence of the leader of the Imperial Guard, Yang Kan, along with the troop distribution he had gathered over the past few days. One report was to be sent to a contact to be delivered back to Yan State, encoded with a cipher. The other was for Ho Mo, stamped with Wu Zhuochuan's personal seal. The intelligence for Ho Mo had been partially altered. Upon completion, Wu Zhuochuan smirked, a cold laugh escaping his lips. That dim-witted Ho Mo, relying on him to successfully assassinate the emperor, was akin to hoping a sow would climb a tree. Yet, it mattered little. Fools were easy to manipulate. He merely intended for Ho Mo to create chaos, allowing him to position assassins to strike at the emperor and several princes. When the kingdom of Shang fell into turmoil, the emperor of Yan would send troops to invade Shang and swiftly conquer the capital. On the rooftop, Jin Yan observed him for quite some time, offering her commentary. Is Wu Zhuochuan's mouth crooked? Look at him. After finishing writing, he lingers there, staring off into space instead of sealing the letters promptly. The system replied, perhaps he is merely a pretentious fool. Several seconds later, Wu Zhuochuan finally lowered his smirk, sealing the confidential letters and clapping his hands, summoning a shadow into the room. Send the letters. The shadow replied, yes. Host, prepare yourself. In 5 seconds, that black carrier pigeon will fly towards your 10 o'clock direction. Charge forward and collide with it to seize the letter. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deploy the flying embroidered shoes. In an instant, Jin Yan's red embroidered shoes transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards a specific direction. Her keen eyesight zeroed in on her target, and with the swiftness of a black tiger pouncing, she snatched the confidential letter from the shadow's grasp. The shadow, caught completely off guard by her rapid approach, stumbled and fell to the ground, nearly breaking its neck. Hearing the commotion, Wu Zhuochuan rushed out of the study only to see his spy sprawled on the ground, pointing towards the roof. Master, the letter has been stolen. Wu Zhuochuan looked up in the direction indicated. The moonlight was unobstructed that night, illuminating the earth and distinctly reflecting a pair of red embroidered shoes that danced across the rooftop. Just the shoes. Wu Zhuochuan rubbed his eyes and opened them again, yet all he saw were those shoes. That flash of red was as striking as blood, an ominous and eerie sight. Even with his years of training and sharp intellect, Wu Zhuochuan was now genuinely alarmed.
No.
This must be someone playing tricks. There are no such demons or monsters in this world, merely human contrivances. Such petty tricks, he himself could execute a few.
Come. Block it.
Retrieve the item. With Wu Zhuochuan's command, the 10 or so guards surrounding the area suddenly changed their expressions, drawing long knives from the nearby bushes and rockeries, leaping onto the roof to strike at the invisible Jin Yan. What a pitiful minister's residence. It's clearly a den of thieves. Who among the good people would stuff long knives into the nooks and crannies of their residence? And these guards who could leap onto the rooftops, what kind of ordinary servants possess such prowess? The system chuckled confidently. Host, do not fear. You are protected by a shield. No one can harm you. Jin Yan stood her ground, motionless. Just as the long knives were about to descend upon her head, they abruptly halted, emitting a piercing sound akin to metal clashing against stone. No matter how hard the guards tried, their blades could not advance a single inch. The others found themselves in the same predicament. The long knife even sparked as it grazed, yet the embroidered shoes remained stationary, unscathed and unwavering.
Que j'ignore marvelled, truly impressive.
I feel like an iron egg right now. The system corrected. Host, do not belittle yourself. Even if you were an egg, it would undoubtedly be a golden one. Thus began yet another day of receiving effusive praise from the system. Engaging in delightful mental exchanges, Jin Yan resolved to deliver a small shock to these unsophisticated bumpkins, who had never encountered traditional Chinese horror. He giggled, and an ethereal, eerie laughter suddenly resonated. Two timid servants, already frightened, succumbed to panic, emitting sharp cries. A ghost. There's a ghost. Help. In their frenzy, they lost their footing and fell from the rooftop, fainting upon impact. Their terrified cries spurred the remaining servants to discard their long knives and employ their lightness skills, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Wu Zhuochuan, equally startled, exclaimed, "What are you running for? Come back and protect me." He watched in wide-eyed horror as the embroidered shoes descended from the rooftop, gliding down the wall directly towards him. He stumbled back, colliding with the door frame, and suddenly recalled something. He ignited a firecracker and hurled it at the red embroidered shoes. It must ignite. It must ignite. After all, aren't ghosts afraid of fire? The red shoes retreated 2 steps, and Wu Zhuochuan felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping 3 feet in joy. Fire was effective. Splendid. But then the red shoes advanced, stepping upon the firecracker and extinguishing it with a few crushing motions. With a woeful shriek, several crows took flight, seemingly in sync with the anguished cries. Outside the minister's residence, Prince Jing commanded a contingent to force open the grand doors. The small servant on watch and the steward who had rushed over wailed loudly in protest. There is no law, no justice. Even if you are Prince Jing, you cannot humiliate our master in this manner. My master is newly appointed by the emperor. How can you barge into an official's residence at such an hour? Do you not regard the emperor? Prince Jing, growing impatient, charged in on horseback. The soldiers behind him brandished their long knives at the steward and others, finally silencing them. The remaining soldiers encircled the minister's residence, maintaining a vigilant watch, not allowing even a fly to enter. Du Yuanjing soon followed, accompanied by the still pink-clad Xu Lingfeng. The steward, recognizing him, could hardly believe his eyes. How could the young lady's attire be donned by a man? Was the young lady once again entwined with a man, provoking Prince Jing's ire? Jin Yan was merrily engaged in a game of ghost tag with Wu Zhuochuan when the rapid sound of galloping hooves pierced the air. Someone was approaching. Wu Zhuochuan, hidden behind a rockery, anxiously gnawed at his nails, trembling as he fixated on the swaying red shoes outside, hardly daring to breathe. Upon hearing the thunderous hoofbeats, he disregarded everything and dashed out. Upon seeing Prince Jing on horseback, Wu Zhuochuan completely forgot his identity as a spy, perceiving instead a divine savior descending from the heavens. He stumbled forward, exclaiming, "Your Highness, save me. There's a ghost. A ghost." Chapter 85. A dramatic mélange. Wu Zhuochuan falls from grace. Prince Jing urgently reined in his horse, but Wu Zhuochuan rushed forward too recklessly. He could not halt in time, and the hooves struck his face with a heavy thud. "Wu Darren, why are you so alarmed? It is inappropriate to speak of strange powers. Calm yourself and do not disrupt the order." Dismounting, Prince Jing feigned a comforting demeanor. Blood streaming from his nose, Wu Zhuochuan clung desperately to Prince Jing's leg, glancing fearfully at the empty space behind him. "No, there truly is a ghost. Your Highness, you must believe me." Prince Jing signaled to his attendants, who helped Wu Zhuochuan to his feet, deliberately pressing upon his vital points. Du Yuanjing stood a short distance away. patting Chu Lingfeng's shoulder. Chu, just how terrifying is it that it has frightened Wu Darren into such a state? Chu Lingfeng's lips twitched. Consider it for yourself. If you saw an unattended pair of red embroidered shoes approaching you, what would your reaction be? Du Yuanzheng imagined the scenario and shuddered, goosebumps prickling his skin. To devise such a cunning trick and execute it flawlessly, Miss Chu is indeed remarkable.
Ah?
Your Highness, why have you come to Wu Darren's residence? Jin Yan emerged from behind the rockery, clad in dark attire, her feet shod in black boots, wielding a long knife. She glanced around. Wu Darren claimed there was a ghost. Where is it? I see none. Could it be lurking in Wu Darren's heart? Wu Zhuochuan stood there, stupefied. Why had the red embroidered shoes vanished, and why had little Chu appeared? As the crowd gathered, the ghost's menace diminished, and Wu Zhuochuan's intellect returned. His eyes glared viciously at the cheerful Jin Yan. The previous red shoes had undoubtedly been a ruse orchestrated by her. If not, then the ghost must certainly be in cahoots with her. Wu Zhuochuan's rage threatened to choke him, yet he was restrained by Prince Jing's guards, unable to move. It was all a conspiracy. The events of this night were certainly a collaboration between Prince Jing and Jin Yan. One seizing secret messages while the other commanded troops to apprehend. His secret letters, his 32 years of covert existence. His grand scheme to overturn the Imperial dynasty, now reduced to mere fodder. He had been so cautious. Where had he slipped? Prince Jing felt a pang of regret. Having missed a splendid drama. Why had Miss Chu arrived at Wu Darren's residence in such attire? Jin Yan stepped forward, dragging the pink-clad Chu Lingfeng before Prince Jing, accusing. I have come to rescue my elder brother. Your Highness, please note that Wu Darren's daughter, Wu Yalan, plotted to abduct him, intending to sully his reputation. This attire serves as irrefutable evidence. Furthermore, having lost my way in search of my brother, I witnessed Wu Darren running about like a madman. So I hid behind the rockery and discovered this long knife. Which minister keeps a knife hidden in his courtyard? He must have aimed to lure and assassinate high-ranking officials, perhaps even members of the royal family. Your Majesty, we must not let Wu Darren's family escape unscathed. Wu Zhuochuan's eyes nearly bulged. You are talking nonsense. That knife is for my protection. It is to defend against scoundrels like you who scale walls in the dead of night. After casting aspersions, Jin Yan paid no heed to Wu Zhuochuan, instead scrutinizing Chu Lingfeng. Alas, sixth brother, look how fond my elder brother is of this attire. He wears it out, and even brings it back. The system suggested he surely harbors the soul of a cross-dressing enthusiast. In the future, you can gift him any attire you dislike. Suddenly the focus shifted to Chu Lingfeng, who shut his eyes. Wishing to strangle himself for not heeding Du Yuanjing's advice to change clothes before coming to witness the commotion. Prince Jing cast a glance at his friend, who was mortified in public. Chu, is what Miss Chu claims true? Chu Lingfeng, exuding an aura of faintness, buried his head in Du Yuanjing's shoulder, feigning tears. Yes. Wu Darren's daughter, Wu Yalan, sent someone to abduct me to her boudoir. Had it not been for my sister's timely arrival, I fear I would have lost my virtue by now. Woe is me. The crowd murmured. Wu Zhuochuan wished he could slay the audacious daughter responsible for this debacle. She is the cause of all this. Jin Yan remarked. My elder brother is quite the actor. Furious, Prince Jing pointed his sword at Wu Zhuochuan's nose. Wu Darren. You have gall. How dare you incite your daughter to kidnap the son of a high-ranking official, tarnishing his reputation? Such malice deserves punishment. The system quipped. But Prince Jing is truly cooperating. Du Yuanzheng listened to the dialogue with delight, his lips pressed into a straight line, though his shoulders trembled slightly.
Lingfeng,
still nestled against Du Yuanzheng's shoulder, was jostled enough to nearly bite his tongue. Wu Zhuochuan, at that moment, found his mouth gagged by the guards to prevent him from poisoning himself. He was unable to utter a sound, merely staring wide-eyed and making muffled cries. Seemingly at a loss for words, yet quite preoccupied. Someone, seize the daughter of Lord Wu, and take her to the Dali Temple for questioning. Yes. Jin Yan extended her palm, revealing 2 small scrolls sealed with lacquer. By the way, Your Highness, I did not witness the specter that Lord Wu mentioned. But I did catch a glimpse of a flash of red light, and suddenly these 2 scrolls appeared in my hand. They likely contain important news. I implore Your Highness to take a look. System. Host, after today, tales of your exploits will once again circulate through the capital. You are indeed a creator of urban legends, destined to become a formidable boss in the realm of horror. What legends? Jin Yan mused with a wry smile. Are we talking about the legend of the red embroidered shoes that followed the green monster?
No need for that.
She had no desire to gain notoriety in such a manner. However, the red embroidered shoes would forever remain a mere legend, unlikely for anyone to associate with her, which offered a small comfort. Prince Jing unsealed the scroll and scanned its contents with a cold smirk before tucking it into his sleeve. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Wu Zhuqiuan, has plotted treason against the throne, colluding with traitorous elements. Arrest him and all his associates for interrogation immediately. Wu Zhuqiuan collapsed onto the ground, appearing despondent, yet a glint of cunning shone in his eyes. Though he had been captured, the fool, Ho Mo, had already been incited, and the message to dispatch more assassins had reached Yan's state. He awaited the day when the army would return to the capital to carry out their attack. Once he was apprehended, his informants would promptly relay the news back to Yan's state. Someone would have everything arranged. Prince Jing, do you believe you have everything under control? Just wait and see. The minister's residence was ablaze with light throughout the night. Jin Yan had thought she would return home, but instead, Prince Jing took her and Chu Lingfeng to the palace to meet the emperor. We have discovered enemy spies from a foreign land, and this matter is of utmost importance. It is imperative that we report it to Father Emperor at once. Miss Chu, I appreciate your cooperation in this endeavor. Just another sleepless night, nothing more.
Du Yuanzheng?
Sensing a captivating spectacle ahead, decided to divert to the Prime Minister's residence to reassure the waiting Chu Yiming and his wife. As the night passed, Jin Yan found herself promoted again, from a 7th grade official to a 7th grade official, no change in rank, merely a title. The only source of joy was the Emperor's reluctant gift of 500 taels of gold from his private treasury.
Gold.
From the Emperor's own vault. Just witnessing the pained expression of the stingy old bird as it parted with its treasure made the 500 taels worth infinitely more. Jin Yan laughed heartily with the system, nearly developing abs from the amusement. Chapter 86. Is victory assured? The impatient, foolish Lord Nyo. As for the plaque gifted by the Emperor, inscribed with the grand characters stabilizing the nation, Jin Yan shook her head and hung it in her study for the sake of formality. What use was a worthless item that couldn't be sold and must be displayed? Even less valuable was Chu Lingfeng, who, having received a commendation from the Emperor for his bravery and intelligence, was grinning foolishly. Jin Yan rolled her eyes. How trivial. A mere compliment makes you this happy. You seem quite suited to the Emperor. One was miserly, the other easily satisfied. System. Not everyone has experienced the grand world like you, host. Be forgiving. Chu Lingfeng feigned sleep, grinding his teeth in irritation as he listened to their banter. Old Six, did you hear that? He's grinding his teeth in his sleep.
Bah.
You're the one grinding your teeth and snoring. In the early morning, as the sky lightened with the faintest hint of dawn, Jin Yan had just returned home from the palace by carriage. After changing into her official attire, she prepared to set off again for court. Her expression grew somber as she sighed deeply. Had I known, I would have requested the Emperor to excuse me from today's morning court. After such exertion last night, would she survive another day of work? System reassured her. Do not worry, host. Your ability to sleep while standing has reached mastery. You can now advance to sleeping with your eyes open. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. Be joyful. Jin Yan rolled her eyes. Thank you very much. As she sat there, swaying gently into slumber, Chu Yiming maintained a proper posture, occasionally glancing at her with an expression that mirrored Chu Lingji's, as if grappling with unspoken words. If you have something to say, then say it. Is it that difficult for you to express yourself? Chu Yiming cleared his throat, frowning. Einer, a young lady should not speak so coarsely. Jin Yan responded with an exaggerated eye roll. If discussing bodily functions is coarse, then I suppose saying you can't relieve yourself is no longer coarse.
Que Yiming frowned.
I never said that. It was futile to dwell on such matters. His daughter would soon marry Prince Jing, and her future concerns could be directed toward him. Regardless of how she behaved, he found himself helpless after last night's anxiety, ultimately resigning to let Einer take risks. He sighed deeply. Speaking softly, thank you for your efforts last night in rescuing Lingfeng. It is my inadequacy that has caused you such strain. Jin Yan was puzzled. If he intended to express gratitude, why the preamble that was so irksome? She rubbed her ears. What did you say, father? Speak up, I didn't hear you. System teased. Hee host, you're quite mischievous. No wonder you're my host. The familiar sensation of frustration and powerlessness washed over Chu Yiming. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he noticed his daughter still leaning toward him, eagerly awaiting his words, and then repeated, Thank you for last night. Jin Yan then smiled and lowered her hand. Oh dear. After such a tiring night, my ears are not functioning well. Please be understanding. Yesterday, as she mediated between the Marquis of Wuan and Minister Zhan, the Deputy Minister of Personnel, did not appear today. Those in the know understood that a grave incident had transpired at the Deputy Minister's residence, one that involved Prince Jing and Master Chu. For those less informed, all they knew was that the Deputy Minister had been seized by Prince Jing and his men. The reasons remained obscure, leading to rampant speculation among the courtiers. As the morning court commenced, the emperor had just taken his seat when Niu Zhuangzi, the left deputy censor, stood up. With an expression that suggested he was prepared for martyrdom, he declared, "Your Majesty, I, Niu Zhuangzi, wish to report that Lord Jin Yan and His Highness Prince Jing are engaging in private vendettas, unjustly intimidating subjects, and abusing their power." Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned toward him. Those in the know, including the emperor and the crown prince, regarded Niu Zhuangzi with the same suspicion reserved for a potential traitor. Those who only partially understood the situation silently labeled Niu Zhuangzi as someone on the verge of downfall. The newly appointed Minister of Works, Jin Yan, widened his eyes in anticipation, eager to see how this man would be toppled by the legendary Master Chu. A few who were oblivious to the underlying sentiments offered Niu Zhuangzi approving glances for his audacity. Lord Niu, the responsibility of rectifying the court and awakening the emperor now rests with you. Jin Yan stood there, battling drowsiness. System. Host, wake up. Another fool is here to challenge you. Foam Tianji also whispered. Master Chu, wake up. Someone has business with you. Jin Yan suddenly opened her eyes wide, glaring with indignation. I am fully awake. The system was at a loss. Host, that left deputy censor Niu Zhuangzi is reporting you, claiming that you and Prince Jing are engaging in vendettas, unjust intimidation, and abuse of power.
Que j'ignorais sleepiness vanished in an instant.
The emperor, seeing that the accused had regained her senses, finally spoke. Lord Niu, what do you mean by such words? Master Chu and Prince Jing have always adhered to propriety and shown concern for their colleagues. They have never acted inappropriately. Niu Zhuangzi's mind raced. If the emperor was unaware of the events that transpired at the deputy minister's residence last night, it seems that the Prince of Tranquility has concealed certain truths in his report. Indeed, the emperor places great significance on the Prince of Tranquility and Lord Qiao, likely because these two duplicitous individuals have clouded the emperor's judgment. Lord Wu, ever dutiful and loyal to the court, has found himself besieged by the Prince of Tranquility, resulting in his entire family being imprisoned simply for incurring the ire of Lord Qiao. It is utterly chilling. There is an insidiousness about Lord Qiao. Those who oppose her invariably encounter misfortune of various kinds. The last incident involving General Zhongwu made him wish to implicate her, but alas, the evidence was irrefutable. And with the Prince of Tranquility accompanying her, the emperor would undoubtedly favor his own son. However, regarding last night's events, a loyal servant from the Wu family came to seek his aid. He is now fully aware of the circumstances. The blame lies squarely with the Qiao family and the Prince of Tranquility. Today, he is resolute in exposing the true nature of this vile couple. Even if he cannot strip Lord Qiao of her office, he shall at least carve a piece of flesh from her. With this thought, a somber resolve deepened upon his countenance. Your Majesty, last night the residence of the Minister of Personnel was besieged by the Prince of Tranquility's troops, all due to the eldest son of the Qiao family being invited to the minister's residence. Mistaking Lord Wu's intentions towards the young master as hostile, Lord Qiao stormed the minister's residence, causing a scene, and even colluded with the Prince of Tranquility to abduct Lord Wu and his daughter, sealing the minister's residence. All these facts can be substantiated by a servant of the Wu household. I am well aware that Minister Qiao and Lord Qiao enjoy the emperor's favor. Yet, regardless of this, Lord Wu is a court official and must not be subjected to such humiliation. I implore your Majesty to discern the truth and restore Lord Wu and his family's honor. As his impassioned words echoed in the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the court. Only the inner thoughts of Jin Yan resonated within the grand chamber. Lord Niu, could he be a fool? Chapter 87. The inner voice resonates. Gold flows in. The emperor began to question his own judgment. Lord Niu Zhuang, who had once been chosen by him as the second in the imperial examination, how could he have failed to recognize the man's ineptitude? Xiao Yiming could no longer contain himself. What do you mean by being invited to the minister's residence? What do you mean by mistakenly believing that Lord Wu poses a threat to your son? Stepping forward, he cast a disapproving glance at Niu Zhuang. Lord Niu, are you basing your statements solely on the one-sided testimony of that so-called loyal servant of the Wu family, or have you verified the truth yourself? Niu Zhuang had anticipated Xiao Yiming's defense of his daughter, remaining composed. The incident occurred so suddenly that I had no time to investigate. However, Why would a loyal servant risk his life to slander the daughter of Minister Qiao and the current Prince of Tranquility? If there is no injustice, why does the servant kneel before my residence, bloodied from repeated kowtows? Qiao Yiming, deeply concerned for his daughter, but as the head of the officials, should set aside personal emotions and address the misconduct of Lord Qiao with impartiality. Qiao Jin Yan nearly laughed aloud, feeling as if he were listening to a comedic performance. Old Six, are Lord Niu and Lord Wu good friends? Why would the loyal servant seek him out specifically? The system chimed in, not exactly good friends. More like fair weather companions. As the deputy censor, Lord Niu assesses local officials' performance and integrity. Those who offer him tributes are often favored in their assessments. Wu Zhuqiuan is among them. He was able to rise from local to central government with Niu Zhuang's assistance. They have plans for Wu Zhuqiuan to help him ascend further and even to become family through marriage, their interests deeply entwined. Indeed, they are two of a kind. But considering the idea of a familial alliance with Wu Yalan, was Niu Zhuang serious? Reflecting on Wu Yalan's eager demeanor towards Qiao Lingfeng the previous night, Qiao Jinyan's expression became somewhat nuanced. If they truly become in-laws, Lord Niu can only pray that his son has a sufficiently large head. Otherwise, how could he bear the many green hats? The system replied, indeed, Lord Niu Zhuang's son does have quite a large head. How could this not be seen as a match? Alas, this pair of compatible lovebirds would not come to fruition. Green hats? What green hats? Dear Lord Qiao, do not consume only half the gossip, enlighten us as well. The ministers internally cried out in frustration. The Minister of Revenue, who understood the situation, regarded Niu Zhuang with a particularly meaningful gaze. The Minister of Works, Jin Yan, realized that Lord Qiao had a penchant for exposing truths in situ. Qiao Yiming sneered, so, you dare to accuse the Prince of Tranquility of distorting the truth and seeking personal revenge based solely on Lord Niu's one-sided testimony. Niu Zhuang waved his hand dismissively. The minister is too emotionally involved. It is best for him to refrain from speaking. If this continues, the morning court will become a midday court. Qiao Jinyan stepped forward, standing before Niu Zhuang. Lord Niu, I have learned today that a single biased witness can levy such serious accusations against a court official. If that is the case, I too shall accuse Lord Niu of colluding with Lord Wu. Not only did he assist Lord Wu in fabricating performance assessments, but he also accepted bribes from local officials, facilitating their evaluations. I have a witness to substantiate my claims against Lord Wu. Niu Zhuang was taken aback. Could it be that Wu Zhuqiuan, that old scoundrel, had been taken by the Prince of Tranquility and coerced into revealing his dealings? What a treacherous scoundrel. Qiao Jinyan stepped closer, pressing. What do you mean by what? Niu Zhuang stumbled back, incoherently muttering, I know nothing of any gold. Qiao Jinyan advanced again. Oh, your reaction suggests otherwise. Clearly, you are aware and distressed. In front of the Emperor, that money did not fall into your hands, so there is no need for deceit. The Emperor will understand. Niu Zhuang was driven back, colliding with someone. The Minister of Justice, Qi Huan, grasped Niu Zhuang's arm. Lord Niu, steady yourself. Niu Zhuang, feeling guilty, was startled to see someone from the Ministry of Justice, nearly losing his balance. Qiao Jinyan attempted to close in further, but Niu Zhuang, overwhelmed, suddenly knelt before the Emperor, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, Lord Qiao speaks nonsensically. I am utterly loyal to your Majesty, as the sun and moon can attest. The Prince of Tranquility raised an eyebrow, crouching down to face Niu Zhuang. Is your loyalty merely a facade while you conspire with the enemy spy Wu Zhuqiuan, defending him and slandering loyal subjects? Enemy spy. The words ignited an uproar, causing the ministers to gasp in astonishment. Wu Zhuqiuan was actually a spy for the enemy? Niu Zhuang shot up, alarmed. The Prince of Tranquility wore a smile, yet his eyes revealed no mirth, his aura dangerously imposing. The Emperor and the Crown Prince, along with others, were not at all surprised, as if they were already aware that the Emperor had grown weary of the spectacle. He finally spoke. The Deputy Minister of Personnel, Wu Zhuqiuan, is a spy for the Yan Kingdom. Not only has he consistently relayed intelligence about our great Qing to Yan, but he has also secretly colluded with the treasonous minister, Ho Mo, with the intent of inciting rebellion. General Zhang Zhao, lead a contingent to eliminate the traitor, Ho Mo. Ensure he is executed before chaos erupts in the military camp. Commander Yang Can of the Imperial Guards, enhance the patrols in the capital. Should any suspicious individuals be detected, apprehend and interrogate them immediately. I accept the command. Zhang Zhao and Yang Can responded in unison. Niu Zhuangxi's mind was in turmoil, a single phrase echoing repeatedly in his head. Wu Zhuqiuan is a spy for Yan, a spy, a spy. He prostrated himself fervently, striking the ground with such force it seemed he might create a dent. Your Majesty, I was entirely unaware of Wu Zhuqiuan's true identity. I have been deceived by him. I implore your Majesty to show mercy. Please show mercy. The Emperor's disdainful expression was barely concealed. Drag Niu Zhuangxi away and detain him for thorough questioning regarding any fabricated accomplishments or acceptance of bribes that may have aided Wu Zhuqiuan in advancing his position in the capital. As Niu Zhuangxi was dragged away like a lifeless pig, he continued to shout, I am wronged. Your Majesty, please show mercy. Chapter 88, Divided World. The internal consumption of the peculiar assassin group was staggering. No one felt sympathy for him. Lord Chu's heartfelt sentiments were undoubtedly genuine. The few officials who had silently supported Niu Zhuangxi in their hearts felt an inexplicable tightening around their own necks upon hearing his anguished cries. Jin Yan swiftly dispatched another high-ranking official, achieving success before retreating. Old 6, our collaboration this time has been seamless. We are truly the best partners. Indeed. Our gossip duo is simply the greatest. The Emperor, still grinning broadly from his throne, overheard the dynamic duo chattering. Speaking of which, with Wu Zhuqiuan apprehended and General Ho Mo intercepted, there are still assassins planning to carry out an attack on the day the main army arrives. If Ho Mo does not incite chaos, how will they make their move? Are they truly considering an assassination attempt in front of thousands of soldiers and the Imperial guards? There were 5 days remaining until the scheduled arrival of the main army. Those assassins had undoubtedly already infiltrated the Great Sheng territory. With the stagehands gone, the assassins would be entering the enemy's encirclement completely exposed, which was tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's previously exuberant smile quickly faded. Despite the influx of gold making him giddy, he nearly forgot about the group of assassins eyeing his head with malicious intent. The others perked up, for they were assassins. If an assassination were to occur while they were encircling the Emperor, the indiscriminate nature of blades could turn them into unfortunate collateral damage, which would be disastrous.
Lorque.
Quickly uncover the plans of those assassins. In the event they had to accompany the Emperor, they ought to don protective armor and prepare some healing ointments. Life is precious. There's no shame in self-preservation. The system had conducted a check and chuckled. Oh my, this is hilarious. Host, you would never guess what those assassins have been up to. It seemed there was a significant revelation. Jin Yan eagerly urged her reliable partner, don't just laugh, spill the beans. After spending time with the system, her emotional module had evidently loaded a great deal, and her enthusiasm for gossip had become increasingly vivid. Engrossed in her own amusement, she seemed utterly unconcerned for her host's fate. She felt like a clueless creature in a melon field, anxious and distracted, fixated solely on that juicy gossip. Another thrilling revelation awaited. The Emperor signaled to his subordinates, and the ministers began to multitask, discussing state affairs. After enduring this period of trial, as long as there was no excessively explosive news, they could efficiently manage both gossip and state matters. The system, being a competent entity, immediately switched to professional mode. Host, allow me to elaborate. Originally, Yan dispatched 20 assassins, all trained by the nation's top assassination organizations, each one valiant and skilled. However, after a brutal battle, only 7 remain. Brutal battle? Jin Yan's eyes brightened. Could it be that a mysterious expert discerned their assassin identities and intervened, eliminating 13 of them? The Emperor pondered discreetly. Could it be that the assassins revealed their intentions in the territory of the Prince of Pingnan, provoking him to take action against them? The system replied. The brutal battle I mentioned was actually infighting among themselves. Host, your imagination is too grand. Jin Yan's lips twitched in disbelief, unable to fathom what she had just heard. And she began to rant. Seriously, consider who has the wild imagination. Those are top assassins cultivated by Yan. They must have run out of supplies and resorted to poisonous mushrooms, leading to self-destruction, right? If not, then surely there must be a mole from the Great Sheng among them. A spy within a spy, just like in the movies. The system chuckled lightly. Neither is correct. The reality is far more fantastical than your understanding. Those assassins indeed hailed from Yan's elite organizations, but they belonged to different factions. 8 were aligned with the Second Prince, 5 with the Fifth Prince, and 7 formed a dismal, lazy faction. The Second and Fifth Princes have been vying for the throne, leading to utter chaos. The Fifth Prince played underhanded tricks, causing the Second Prince to step on the old Emperor's sensitive spot, resulting in his demotion to commoner status and exile to the borders. The 8 assassins from the Second Prince's faction abandoned their mission to return and support their master, only to be obstructed by the assassins from the Fifth Prince's faction. A fierce battle ensued in an uninhabited forest, and ultimately, none survived. They were all annihilated.
Que Jin Yan stood in stunned silence.
Good heavens! A squad of 20 assassins split into 3 factions, with 2 of them being fierce rivals. What brilliant strategist devised this perfect division? Clearly, they were eager to ensure the mission's success. The emperor and the ministers pondered. Is Yan truly this abstract? What have they been fighting over all these years? Jin Yan remarked, so now only the so-called lazy fish group of 7 remains. I was just about to ask, what does lazy fish even mean? The system responded literally. They are the least competent, laziest, and most lackluster assassins in the organization. Due to their poor performance and high failure rate, no prince was willing to recruit them. Nor did they participate in the struggle for the throne. Their leader reasoned that with so few resources available for deployment, should the 2nd and 5th princes engage in infighting, someone must serve as a backup. Thus, they were dispatched. They even considered arranging for a backup. That wasn't too foolish after all.
Que Jin Yan mused.
I take back my insults toward that leader. Their foresight is commendable. So, where are the 7 members of the lazy fish group now? The emperor and others nodded in silent agreement. Maximizing the utility of available resources when no one else was available was indeed a commendable strategy. The system replied. They are approaching the borders of the Great Sheng. Jin Yan rubbed her ears, as if she had heard a chillingly absurd joke. I must have misheard. The borders of the Great Sheng? The borders are several hundred kilometers from the capital. Are they really coming to assassinate the emperor in the capital? The system laughed heartily. Haha, because their guide is hopelessly directionally challenged. Everyone was stunned. Their map was entrusted to a giant salmon. And when the small group was embroiled in battle, they fled in such haste that they lost the map. Hence, they elected a stargazer to lead the way. Unfortunately, this stargazer was only half competent and possessed a dreadful sense of direction. He led everyone in a vast detour, making a complete 180-degree turn in the opposite direction. Moreover, as the deadline for the mission approached, they were eager to hasten their journey, avoiding populated areas and traveling day and night, inadvertently reaching the borders instead of the capital. In about 2 days, upon sighting the border walls, they would realize something was amiss. Jin Yan burst into laughter. What an absurd combination of assassins. Their dedication is commendable, yet their professional skills are abysmal. It is no wonder that their failure rate is exceedingly high, ha ha ha. The ministers concerned for their own lives mused. Having such assassins is indeed a blessing for the kingdom of Yan. The emperor initially found amusement in this, but soon recalled a crucial point. When Lord Qiu exposed Hoemo, did he not assert that the 2nd prince had an overwhelmingly favorable chance? How could it be that he has now fallen from grace and been relegated to a commoner? Chapter 89, An Ancient Heart-Wrenching Romance. True devotion should be sacrificed at the throne. Jin Yan laughed with such abandon, completely oblivious to the mention of the 2nd prince of Yan, which the system had casually brushed aside. It was only after the system had enjoyed a hearty laugh that it brought up the matter. There's another juicy tidbit regarding the 2nd prince of Yan. It may not be as humorous, but we certainly have enough gossip, host. We must strive to regain those 200 points. Jin Yan discreetly rubbed her slightly aching belly, concealed beneath her official robes. Having indulged excessively in gossip, the outline of her abdominal muscles seemed to emerge. She pondered the number beginning with a 2, feeling a twinge of pain. 199 and 200, merely 1 point apart, yet the thought pains me doubly. Come on, old 6, there's no such thing as too much gossip. However, despite her heartache, thanks to her agile legs, she had a delightful time the previous night. Hee, the system remarked. To put it simply, the 2nd prince of Yan had an affair with his new stepmother, and the 2 nearly came to blows over a woman. Consequently, the 2nd prince was stripped of his title and reduced to a commoner. Oh my! Such gossip is music to my ears. Jin Yan immediately adopted a serious expression. How can such a tale be summarized so simply? Quickly, share the details. In stark contrast to Jin Yan's enthusiasm, the emperor and Prince Jing exchanged incredulous glances. 5 years prior, following the defeat of the Yan kingdom, the 2nd prince had accompanied the diplomatic envoy to the Great Sheng to negotiate peace. At the tender age of 15, he had exhibited profound cunning, his actions marked by a shrewdness and decisiveness that revealed his unmasked ambition for power. Just as the throne seemed within his grasp, he suddenly faltered due to a woman. It was utterly unfathomable. With the host's request, the system had no choice but to oblige. The 2nd prince of Yan, cold and proud. Jin Yan exclaimed, "What in the world? Cold and proud? That name is even more masculine than the male lead. Just the name alone exudes the essence of a neurotic male protagonist from an ancient novel." The system urged. Do not digress. The emotions are just beginning to brew. All right, do continue. Jin Yan rolled her eyes at the screen. Such audacity. And you truly stepped up to the stage. The system recounted with fervor. He is inherently aloof and unyielding, valuing power above all else, regarding the world's beauty as mere fleeting clouds. Countless women in his residence serve merely as pawns to consolidate power. Appears to be of common birth, yet in truth, she is the daughter of a traitor, bearing a deep-seated grudge. She was trained by the fifth prince and performed a dance at a royal banquet, captivating the old emperor to the point of causing him to bleed. That very night, she was favored and granted the title of concubine, advancing in rank at a speed akin to a rocket. The entanglement between Xue Fei and the second prince began with a fateful glance during the banquet, spiraling into a series of clandestine encounters in the depths of the palace. The second prince, unwilling to acknowledge his genuine feelings for a woman, abruptly distanced himself. Yet when Xue Fei was poisoned due to scheming, he cast aside his principles and risked everything to enter the palace to save her. Then, during the moment of detoxification, with emotions running high, they could not help but engage in a passionate struggle. Coincidentally, the old emperor, under the fifth prince's suggestion, visited Xue Fei and stumbled upon them. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, surpassing even the brawls between the general's wife and the old matriarch. The second prince nearly met his end at the old emperor's hands, contemplating whether to take matters into his own hands and usurp the throne. However, just as the sword was about to strike the emperor, his beloved Xue Fei leaped forward to shield the emperor from the fatal blow, receiving the strike herself. In the end, Xue Fei lay in the old emperor's embrace, joining their hands together, and with her last breath declared, "Let all wrongs end with my death as a sinner. Should you harm each other as father and son, I shall find no peace in the afterlife." The old emperor, for the sake of his beloved, bore the pain and released his son. The second prince's heart turned to ashes the moment his beloved passed away. He fell into despair, purchasing a small estate at the border, naming it Nian Shui Courtyard, and leading a life of solitude in memory of his beloved. One word: madness. For words, madness to the core. The emperor never anticipated that, after decades apart, the once formidable emperor of Yen had become a foolish simpleton. And he had spawned another simpleton. The exorbitantly funded assassins were nothing but a gaggle of mindless fools. It remained uncertain whether the fifth prince was yet another undiscovered simpleton. If so, the kingdom of Yen was doomed, which would be quite amusing, ha ha ha. The crown prince quietly lamented to Prince Jing. Having such a brother is a blessing for the second prince. If he is entirely oblivious, how regrettable would that be? Prince Jing instantly understood, stroking his chin. Let us stoke the flames for the second prince, urging him to rise and seek vengeance for his beloved. The internal strife in the kingdom of Yen, with its power struggles, would only benefit them the longer the next emperor took to emerge. The two brothers each nudged Prince Jing awake, their heads huddled together to scheme. Meanwhile, Jin Yan was thoroughly captivated by the splendid drama unfolding within the Yen royal family, sending 10 expressions of shock and awe. Her barrage of criticisms was akin to a machine gun firing at the system. Is the second prince's ambition merely a facade? Xue Fei is dead. Father and son turn against one another. The old emperor bleeds, and the second prince is defeated and retreats, while the fifth prince emerges as the greatest victor. Is that correct? All right. Even if the second prince is an oblivious romantic, consumed by love to the point of reckless abandon, why can't he gather strength to fight the fifth prince for revenge? Allowing the fifth prince to dominate, stepping over the corpse of the second prince's beloved to ascend the throne. What sort of man is he? A true man should rise for vengeance. Slay the fifth prince, vanquish the old emperor, and eliminate all who vie for the throne. Then on the eve of his ascension, take his own life before the dragon throne. I do not seek to die on the same day, but rather to be buried alongside my beloved. This is the true resolution of a cold-hearted, devoted man. The system was left utterly astounded. The royal family of Yen was indeed mad. And host, your thought process surpasses even theirs in insanity. Host, according to your vision, the second prince is no longer a mere lovesick fool, but a tragically passionate madman. His character has been elevated to an entirely new level. What a pity, had it not been for the unchangeable factory's serial number. I would have loved to bestow the codename 666 upon you, while I renamed myself 888, wishing for an explosive surge in points. Jin Yan was left with 3 lines of black across her forehead. My dear, there's no need for such flattery. I merely wish for the kingdom of Yen to descend into further chaos. The system replied, Host, you are truly ruthless, but I admire that. Laughter of a lewd nature echoed simultaneously. The relationships among the individuals were harmonious, and their mental states were remarkably aligned, a truly joyous occasion. The emperor and the ministers, who felt inexplicably invigorated. Lord Qiu, you may just be a genius. The three brothers, deep in discussion, fell silent for a moment. Prince Xing gave a thumbs up to his future sister-in-law. What a clever and devious strategy. Old Fourth, you are indeed fortunate. The crown prince contemplated earnestly and found his future sister-in-law's plan exceedingly viable. Prince Jing basked in the admiration of his two brothers, feeling a sense of pride, experiencing firsthand what it meant for a husband to be elevated by his wife. Chapter 90. Engrossed in gossip to the point of sweating profusely. The morning court was consumed by gossip, and sleep was entirely forsaken. Last night had drained her energy excessively. Even though Jin Yan possessed exceptional stamina and vigor, she still felt somewhat overwhelmed. With a gait that seemed indifferent to all, she staggered her way outside. Feng Tianji expressed his concerns. My Lord Chu, you seem unsteady on your feet. Perhaps you should take a leave of absence and rest at home. After all, you have been quite active last night and this morning. The system interjected. Indeed, host. If you push yourself too far and collapse, others might mistakenly believe you have succumbed to sudden death. Be cautious of social demise. Seeing Jin Yan in such a state, Prince Jing approached with concern. Shall I escort my Lord Chu back home?
Que Jin Yan forced a smile.
Attempting to appear spirited. Thank you for your concern, Lord Feng and Prince Jing. I am quite all right. Once I reach the Hanlin Academy and immerse myself in my work, I shall regain my vigor. Both Feng Tianji and Prince Jing were momentarily taken aback. Such words, uttered by my Lord Chu, felt profoundly incongruous. Prince Jing tentatively asked, My Lord Chu, are you perhaps too fatigued and speaking nonsensically? The system, greatly alarmed, nearly stammered. Hey! Which fiend dares to seize my host as essence? Begone at once, and return my host. It was well aware that aside from serious matters, its host indulged in little else. With discerning insight, it could always identify and seize upon the most opportune moments for mischief. The notion of such a host suddenly becoming diligent and preferring work over returning home was simply inconceivable. Feng Tianji, struck by a realization, twitched his lips. No need for concern, Your Highness. My Lord Chu often shuts himself away to study intently. Every time he emerges, he is full of energy. I trust this occasion will be no different. Jin Yan reassured her little system. Liuzi, have you forgotten that today is the last day of the month? If I take a leave now, my perfect attendance would be in vain. Besides, didn't Lord Feng mention that if I closed my office door, no one would notice if I took a nap inside? Having diligently toiled for a month, she could not abandon her perfect attendance merely due to a moment of drowsiness. It was akin to reaching the final red circle on a time card, yet refusing to push that last domino. Feeling an itch in her back that never quite reached the source of her discomfort. What a torment! It was not merely about honor but rather an overwhelming compulsion. The system finally relaxed. Wonderful. The host was unscathed, and it need not fret over being rendered unemployed. Host, your foresight is truly commendable. Feng Tianji, having listened to the entire exchange, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Everyone could see through it. Only my Lord Chu believed she was adept at concealing her state. Prince Jing empathized with Jin Yan's predicament. If he had diligently attended court for a month, he would not falter on the final day, regardless of what transpired. Yet, if he had skipped a morning session early in the month, he would surely miss countless more in the days to follow. Having escorted the dazed Jin Yan to the office at the Hanlin Academy, Prince Jing watched as she cheerfully waved goodbye and promptly shut the door with a resounding thud. Almost immediately, the sound of rustling followed, and within 3 seconds, the heavy breaths of deep slumber resonated from within, audible from outside.
Prince Jing remarked, Miske.
What gives you the impression that you are concealing yourself well? The Hanlin Academy staff feigned ignorance. Of course, it is our achievement. After a deep slumber lasting until nearly the end of the shift, Jin Yan stretched languidly, feeling rejuvenated. She patted her empty stomach. Oh dear, I forgot to have lunch. Liuzi, has anyone come looking for me? The system replied, No, indeed. Lord Feng initially intended to invite you to lunch, but upon seeing your door tightly shut, he assumed you were engrossed in your work to the point of neglecting your meals, and thus praised you to Zhao Yushu and the others.
Que j'ignore nos d'insatisfaction.
Look at how considerate and caring her colleagues are. On her way home, hunger gnawed at Jin Yan, prompting her to disembark and purchase a sesame pancake. The golden, crispy pancake glistened with a subtle sheen of oil, with fragrant sesame seeds embedded within, emanating an irresistible aroma. Jin Yan could hardly contain her drool as she awaited the latest batch of sesame pancakes to emerge from the oven. She overheard a few vendors discussing nearby. Did you hear? Last night, many people saw a pair of red embroidered shoes running amok in the city. My neighbor's daughter-in-law and grandson both saw them. The daughter-in-law had nightmares all night, so my neighbor rushed to the temple this morning to fetch talismans for them. Could it be that a woman who died unjustly, wearing red embroidered shoes, was now haunting the city, waiting for someone to avenge her? How terrifying. I must go to the city god temple to offer incense and request talismans for my family. Jin Yan, the specter of the wronged woman, broke into a cold sweat. At that hour, most citizens should have been fast asleep. How could there be witnesses, and why were the tales so detailed? She had missed the last tale of the Green Spectre, but now she bore witness to how rumors were born. What a calamity! Silently, she offered an apology to the frightened daughter-in-law and grandson. After purchasing her pancake, Jin Yan hurried back to the carriage. The system queried, "Host, why are you running so fast? I haven't finished yet." The storytellers spun their tales with wild creativity, weaving in bizarre events from the capital over the past 3 years. From the tragic demise of a wealthy merchant's concubine in the south to the nameless corpse carried out in the dead of night from a noble's residence in the north. They crafted a riveting narrative. Jin Yan took a hearty bite of her pancake.
Ah, delightful.
Then she retorted sharply, "What? Do you expect me to listen to them fabricate stories about how I met my untimely end?" Passers-by gazed in shock at the carriage. What had they just heard? The coachman, old Chen, cracked his whip and hastily urged the horses onward. The legend of the red embroidered shoes was circulating not only outside but even within their household. However, since everyone knew it was the young lady's doing, they were not overly frightened, merely ensuring each had a talisman in hand. It was best to return the young lady home swiftly. Lingering outside would surely give rise to multiple versions of the tale. The carriage clattered away. Some citizens rubbed their ears, asking their companions, "Hey, did you hear anything just now?" The person beside them looked perplexed. "What did you hear? Your nonsense?" Those who believed they had encountered a ghost emitted sharp gasps. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, Chu Lingfeng, who had also been under the influence of a sleeping potion and had slept all day, was seated in the main hall, sipping tea. Upon seeing Jin Yan return, he quickly rose and bowed deeply. "Little sister, thank you for rescuing me last night. Without you, I would have likely fallen into the clutches of Wu Yalan." Jin Yan waved her hand dismissively, her voice tinged with an inexplicable weariness. "No need for thanks. I was lost myself and failed to save you. It was all the work of the embroidered shoes." Chu Lingji, upon hearing this, leaped up 3 feet high, clinging to Chu Lingfeng's leg. "Embroidered shoes? What shoes could run off to save brother? Little sister, do not jest." Chu Lingfeng, "Little sister, please do not frighten second brother. He is most afraid of such things." Chu Lingji let out a long breath, rubbing his goosebumps. "Little sister, you are just speaking nonsense." Jin Yan retorted, "I did not frighten him, I merely stated the facts. Was it not a pair of embroidered shoes that saved you? They are your savior, or rather, your savior ghost." She spread her hands, bemused. Chu Lingji gazed at his elder brother with fervent hope. "It must be a lie, it must be a lie. Surely, it was the embroidered shoes that saved me." Chu Lingfeng, in resignation, thought to himself, "The sky has fallen." Chu Lingji let out a piercing scream, releasing Chu Lingfeng's ominous thigh and scuttling outside, colliding headlong into Chu Yiming's chest, with ribs nearly broken from the impact. Chu Yiming hadn't even begun to reprimand his son when he found himself grasped tightly around the neck. "Father, my elder brother encountered a ghost last night. Quickly, call the monks and Taoists back to exorcise the evil spirits." Chu Yiming, tearing off the koala from his body, smacked it upon his head with fury, exclaiming, "Should I summon a Taoist to exorcise the demons from your brain instead?" When Lan Yu, who had followed, sighed helplessly, "Lingji, a gentleman does not speak of strange forces or chaotic spirits. Haven't you studied properly?" "Ah, right, the servant had done his homework, and the test papers were forgeries." It seems he truly hadn't studied diligently. Jin Yan, suddenly intrigued, seized Chu Lingji and dragged him back to the main hall, pressing him into a chair. "Elder brother, your sudden disappearance last night frightened us all terribly. It was our family's benefactor who rescued you. Do tell us how you were captured and then escaped." "I am utterly curious." The system chimed in. "Regrettably, I lack recording capabilities. Otherwise, I could have captured this from a third-person perspective." allowing you to immerse yourself in the allure of a real-life horror film. Jin Yan chuckled. Do I need to immerse myself? I am the protagonist here. Chu Yiming was left speechless. What? Are you now addicted to hearing about your own glorious exploits? When Lan Yu looked gently at her eldest son, Ling Feng, you should indeed share your tale with your father and mother. We cannot neglect the gratitude owed to your savior. We must earnestly repay their kindness and not let others think the Prime Minister's residence is ungrateful. Chu Yiming nodded in agreement. What my wife says is quite reasonable. Chu Lingfeng glanced at his smug little sister and his trembling second brother, feeling exasperated. All right, if you insist on doing it this way, I shall indulge you. Thus, he vividly recounted the events of the previous night. Even though when Lan Yu and Chu Yiming were already aware and mentally prepared, they couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spines when they heard about the pair of red embroidered shoes entering the room to frighten Wu Yalan. Anyone would find it difficult to remain composed in such a situation.
Que Ling si shrank bénéat que Yiminges leg, trembling like a caille. Que Jin Yan grin trugu.
Showing no signs of the sweat he had shed earlier while listening to rumors fabricated by the common folk. Their son had hidden in an abandoned courtyard of the Wu family and escaped over the wall, only to run into Prince Jing and Brother Du, who had come to his rescue and then encountered his lost little sister in Wu Zhuochuan's courtyard. As Chu Lingfeng concluded his tale, when Lan Yu's eyes glimmered with tears, my son, you have suffered. Regardless of whether they are human or ghost, as long as they saved you, we must repay their kindness. My lord, from today onward, let us create a tablet for those red embroidered shoes, worshipping it daily with incense and paper offerings, lest it becomes a wandering soul with nowhere to rest. What do you think? Chu Jin Yan and Chu Lingfeng exclaimed in shock. Mother, a gentleman does not speak of strange forces or chaotic spirits. It might just be elder brother's illusion.
Que Jin Yan attempted to interject.
Chu Lingfeng also wished to avoid having a peculiar tablet in their home to remind him of the terrifying events of that night, especially since little sister was still alive. Indeed, mother, what if I merely misinterpreted the situation? The tablet may not be necessary, right? Chu Lingji glanced at his mother, then at the suddenly anxious little sister and elder brother. Though fear gripped him, he could endure it as long as little sister was unhappy. Mother, you make a valid point. Regardless of the supernatural, our family must not be ungrateful. When Lan Yu felt a rare warmth in her maternal affection for her second son. Lingji speaks wisely. My lord, what say you? Though Chu Yiming did not fully comprehend why his wife wished to do this, he recognized she had her reasons. Very well. Let us proceed as my wife suggests. The system erupted in laughter within Chu Jinyan's mind. Host, you are the first living human I have encountered to have your own tablet, and it was set up by your family. You will even have to worship and offer paper to yourself. Chu Jinyan's forehead twitched in irritation. You are fortunate you lack a physical form, or I would make you pay for your insolence. One day, she would ensure the system understood the harshness of the mortal realm. That night, Chu Yiming, lost in thought, tossed and turned in bed. When Lan Yu nearly drifted off to sleep 3 times, only to be jolted awake by his movements. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she kicked Chu Yiming out of bed. My lord, if you cannot sleep, then don't. Go guard the door, and let Chu Xiang rest. Chu Yiming quickly begged for mercy. I did not mean to, my lady. I simply cannot comprehend why you wish to set up a tablet for those shoes. They all know it was Yenner who did it. When Lan Yu sighed in resignation. Such trivial matters were not worth the Prime Minister's constant worry. I am merely doing what an uninformed mother ought to do. You are overthinking it. Furthermore, by having Yenner worship at that tablet daily, it will constantly remind her of how absurd those shoes are, and she likely won't dare to wear them nonchalantly any longer. Chu Yiming came to his senses. Indeed, the affair was so outrageous that he nearly forgot to maintain the facade of ignorance. His wife was indeed thoughtful. Chu Jin Yan had slept too much during the day and was full of energy, so she decided to stay up late reading. To avoid drawing Chiu Xian's attention with candlelight and alerting her mother to her late-night activity, she customized a flashlight in the shape of a male deity, using 99 points in the marketplace. When turned on, the deity's feet would emit a bright light.
Que Jin Yan found herself inexplicably amused.
Chuckling each time she turned on the flashlight, the system remarked, Host, I can hardly distinguish whether your feelings for your male deity are love or mere mockery. In the stillness of the night, the door to Chu Jinyan's room creaked open. Someone had entered. Chapter 92, Night Raid on the Boudoir. Life continues, foolhardiness endures. Chu Jinyan's keen ears caught the sound, prompting her to inquire of the system. What intruder dares to enter my chamber? In the darkness, a sneaky and dubious figure froze. How could she still be awake? The system replied, "It is your second brother. He is currently moving toward the lair of the Monkey King." Why is he sneaking into her room in the dead of night to play with the Monkey King? What madness has Chu Lingji succumbed to? Surely, hasn't he been frightened into a stupor by the horror stories? The system confirmed. Indeed, while Chu Lingji's brain remains intact, his heart rate is elevated. Much like when he heard the tale of the red embroidered shoes this afternoon. Jin Yan mused, seeking comfort from the fluffy creature after being frightened, is it? When did her second brother become so close to the Monkey King? After a brief moment of stiffness, Chu Lingji realized that his little sister had no intention of exposing him and continued his stealthy advance in the darkness. The slumbering Monkey King suddenly found itself in human hands, but not those of its peculiar master. Rather, it was the human who had cried for peaches. It had already eaten all its peaches for the day and had none left to offer. The Monkey King struggled and screeched.
Que
Convinced that he and the Monkey King shared an unbreakable bond, failed to grasp that the creature was unwilling to accompany him. In a flurry of panic, he clumsily attempted to capture the Monkey King as it scurried about. The commotion was so loud that Jin Yan could no longer pretend not to notice. She abruptly threw off her covers, shining the flashlight from below up into the face of the intruder, and bellowed, "Who dares to steal my Monkey King?" With a pale face and a booming voice, Chu Lingji, already nervous, turned to see her and was struck with sheer terror. A ghost. His scream was abruptly cut short as his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. System. Host, you've fainted yet another person. I'm tempted to create an achievement card for you. Scare one and earn a little red flower. Jin Yan twitched her lips, switched off the flashlight, and comforted the startled Sun Wukong, who had sought refuge in her embrace. There's no need for that. Xian burst in, brandishing a wooden stick, followed closely by two elderly servants holding candlesticks. Where is the ghost? Miss, your servant has come to rescue you. In her haste, Xian tripped over an unidentified object on the ground, quickly regaining her composure to swing the stick, exclaiming, "You little thief! How dare you trespass into the Mrs. Chamber? I shall teach you a lesson. Stop right there."
Que Jignan hurriedly intervenait.
It was one thing to strike Chu Lingji, but Xian meant well. However, excessive punishment would only instill fear in her of potential repercussions. Xian was left perplexed. The elderly servants finally caught up, bringing the candlesticks with them. The unidentified object revealed its true identity. Second young master? Xian's voice rose sharply, her stick slipping from her grip as doubt clouded her mind. Jin Yan rubbed her forehead. He had come to her room to secretly embrace Sun Wukong after being frightened, and now she had no idea what had caused him to faint. You all should carry him back. The two servants moved with great care, one lifting his upper body while the other supported his legs, swiftly transporting Chu Lingji away. Xian had once thought of the second young master as a rather irritable yet normal person. Now she suspected he might be a bit unhinged. She picked up the stick again, saying, "Miss, let me keep watch outside tonight. If anything happens again, my monthly wages cover the fines."
Que Jignan.
Feeling guilty for having sent Xian and the servants away to read a story, chuckled awkwardly. All right. Who would have thought that Chu Lingji would be foolish enough to come here in the dead of night? The next day, Chu Lingji found himself suffering yet again. The mixed-gender punishment was back in full swing. Moreover, with his backside prominently swollen, he was forced to kneel before the newly crafted plaque of the red-embroidered shoe heroine to atone for his misdeeds. The scene was so picturesque that Jin Yan dared not look too long, fearing that her laughter would become too unrestrained and result in her own punishment. The system, unabashedly amused, cackled with abandon. Host, your escapade with Chu Lingji has netted us over 20 points, hurrah. Jin Yan rubbed her aching stomach from suppressing laughter. She couldn't bear to face Chu Lingfeng and that abstract plaque at home any longer. For several consecutive days, Jin Yan wandered outside after her duties. She indulged in food and leisure, with her carriage concealed beneath a facade of frivolous laughter, living a life of ease and contentment. However, having finished the story she had brought out today, she found herself devoid of amusement. Jin Yan reclined against the back of the carriage, idly chatting with the system. 6. How dreadfully dull. Do you have any recommendations for entertainment? No brothels or gambling houses, anything else is fine. The system had awaited this request for several days and perked up immediately. The local tea house. They have recently launched a series of new stories that are particularly splendid, drawing in crowds and acclaim. Each time the gold medal storyteller takes the stage, the place is packed, and securing a spot is quite the challenge. If you hurry, you might still grab a private room. Jin Yan was not particularly interested in either new or old tales. After years of immersion in modern society, she had seen her fair share of dramatic and sensational stories. However, she was curious to witness the prowess of the gold medal storyteller. It had been a while since she had experienced storytelling in earnest. "All right, let us go," she called out Uncle Chen to the tea house quickly. "We must secure a spot." "Understood, miss, brace yourself," Uncle Chen replied cheerfully, though he harbored some concerns. While he was unaware of the news stories at the tea house, he knew that the most popular tale in the capital recently was the red embroidered shoe. Various rumors and tales had circulated wildly, with dozens or even hundreds of versions concocted. It was said that a storyteller had even compiled the 7 most widely circulated and popular versions, presenting them for 7 consecutive days at the tea house, keeping up with current events and drawing full houses, receiving generous tips. Surely, the tea house the miss intended to visit was the one telling the story of the red embroidered shoe? Did she know she was going to hear her own story? Jin Yan, of course, had no idea. Even if she did, she was no longer the naive Jin Yan who would break out in a sweat from overhearing a few snippets of gossip.
Now.
She was the enhanced and darkened version of Nyo Hulu Jin Yan. As they approached the tea house, the carriage moved slower and slower. Perhaps everyone was eager to hear the new stories, and they wandered around the street leading to the tea house, bustling with activity. After a torturous crawl, the carriage suddenly halted. Fortunately, Jin Yan had a sturdy foundation. Otherwise, she would have collided headfirst with the carriage door. "You dare hit me? Do you even know who I am?" A voice laced with arrogance and disbelief rang from ahead. "There's drama." Jin Yan lifted the curtain, but the crowd was too dense to see clearly. She swiftly vaulted onto the roof of her carriage for a better view. Instantly, her perspective widened. Uncle Chen exclaimed in alarm, "Miss, get down, it's dangerous up there." Chapter 93. The prodigal hits the coffin lid. Your retribution has come. Jin Yan stood confidently atop the carriage. The vehicle shifted slightly as Uncle Chen turned, but her feet felt rooted to the roof, her green official robe shimmering in the sunlight. She waved her hand dismissively. "Uncle Chen, worry not. My skills are beyond question." The surrounding onlookers applauded the official, who was so determined to join in the excitement. It had been a long time since they had seen such a grounded and gossipy official in the capital. Her prowess was impressive. She might very well be a master. The system praised her. "Host, your stability is truly remarkable." "Very well." Since the miss possessed such capabilities, Uncle Chen felt reassured. He turned to ensure the carriage remained steady, lest the horses and vehicle be jostled by the crowd. Jin Yan focused on the center of the throng. A flamboyantly dressed young man, adorned in at least 10 colors, was hopping about. Opposite him stood a figure with their back turned, clad in light blue male attire. But the shape and skin, which glistened almost like porcelain, unmistakably indicated that they were women. "I told you to accompany me for tea and listen to a story. I generously offered you 100 taels of silver. Yet you, neither man nor woman, refuse to earn money and dare to slap me."
Que Gignan ait songé flair d'instant-lit.
Old 6, which gaudy peacock is that? How dare he force a common girl in public and then pretend to be generous with 100 taels? Is he out of his mind? This was not modern times. Just by looking at the girl's skin, it was evident she was from a noble family. Whether or not she needed that 100 taels was secondary. If her identity were exposed, her reputation would be tarnished, ruining her good life. How distressing it must be for someone to go out dressed up only to encounter an arrogant fool. As her indignant voice rang out, the flamboyant peacock immediately looked up. "Who dares to question me, young Master Lin?" His gaze fell upon the striking figure nearby, dressed in official garb, clearly a woman. And Lin Yue couldn't help but tremble. Could it be? The woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her lips curling ever so slightly. The system interjected. "That is Lin Yue, the youngest son of the Lin Guogong family, quite favored at home. He lost a bet while drinking with his friends and had to randomly select someone to accompany him for tea and storytelling for half an hour. Or else he would owe 500 taels to each winner." Jin Yan displayed no effort to conceal her disdain. What utter nonsense. A quick count revealed that Lin Yue had at least 7 or 8 companions. Each owed 500 taels? That would mean he had almost given away 4,000 taels already. Who would have thought the Lin Guogong residence was so wealthy? Is their fortune perhaps ill-gotten? Old 6. Do some digging. If there's an issue, I'll draft a memorial to the Emperor to have Lin Guogong's estate confiscated. The system noted that there were indeed no issues within their family. Their wealth was all legitimately acquired, and Lord Lin himself maintained an upright demeanor. Lin Yue, in truth, possessed little wealth and could not afford to spend extravagantly. which was why he resorted to hiring someone for a mere 100 taels to accompany him for tea, an economical approach to save on greater expenses. This method, however, bore a stark resemblance to that of a bully. Unable to play the part, yet still putting on airs? Jin Yan's disdain for him deepened. If one lacks the life of a dandy, one should refrain from mimicking their mannerisms. Beware the day you encounter a formidable opponent and find yourself overturned in a ditch, losing not just your status, but your very life. The onlookers gaped in horror at the figure atop the carriage. Had she truly spoken without moving her lips? Could it be that she was possessed by the infamous red embroidered shoe? Surely it was so. The red embroidered shoe could not appear during the day, so it must have taken refuge within the heavily shadowed female official, acting as a champion for the innocent. If she were not possessed, how could an ordinary person so effortlessly traverse the carriage's roof? The crowd quickly convinced themselves and silently averted their gaze. As long as they recognized her as a benevolent spirit, they needed not engage in conversation, lest they become tainted by her aura or inadvertently bring the red embroidered shoe home with them, a risk no common folk could afford to take. It was not surprising that the populace's imaginations ran wild. The presence of the red embroidered shoe was simply too compelling. Those loitering along the street, listening to stories, all knew of her glorious exploits in rescuing the fallen son of a prime minister and unmasking spies from enemy nations. Prince Jing had dispatched individuals to spread reassuring news to alleviate panic and restore Jin Yan's reputation. As Lin Yue listened to the other party casually strip him of all dignity, he was left in utter disbelief. That green-skinned figure was the infamous Lord Chu, who had reportedly brought down countless officials within just a month of taking office. Cold sweat quickly soaked through his garments. His mind, rarely engaged, raced to devise a way to salvage the situation. Yet behind him, his sycophantic friends continued to fan the flames. Lin, why are you dawdling? Teach this ungrateful girl a lesson. To think she dares to strike at the esteemed young Master Lin. Indeed, who could find such a lucrative opportunity as to be paid 100 taels to drink tea? This good fortune is as rare as a lantern in the dark, and she has the audacity to act against young Master Lin. She deserves a proper thrashing. I say we should simply bind her up and take her to the drunken red pavilion to serve drinks. At least that would be fitting for her delicate skin and pretty face. The last speaker glared at Lin Yue's entourage. Why haven't you captured that girl yet to vent young Master Lin's frustrations? The attendants exchanged glances, too terrified to act. Firstly, their master had yet to give the word. Secondly, should they truly lay hands on the opposing Lord Chu, they would be beyond salvation. The girl, disguised as a boy, retreated a few steps, clutching her chest in fear. Are you attempting to force me into prostitution? Her voice held a tinge of familiarity. Lin Yue, caught off guard, felt his back drenched in cold sweat, his hands barely able to remain still. And no, please do not misunderstand. The one who had suggested binding her seemed as if he had seen a ghost. Lin, you cannot possibly be possessed. This girl has trampled all over your reputation and even struck you, and yet you do not intend to discipline her? His incessant chatter spewed forth, spittle flying wildly. Lin Yue wished fervently to sew the man's mouth shut, his mind conjuring horrific images of his entire family being executed due to his missteps.
Jin Yan,
Unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, "Damn it. This is infuriating. Watch as I, Lord Chu, do not leave that scoundrel with a swollen mouth today." The weeping woman felt a surge of elation in her heart. Lord Chu, quickly, come to my rescue. The system hastily interjected, "Host, do not fret. A twist is imminent." Barely had the system spoken when a commanding voice rang out from the crowd. "Who dares to disrespect my lord and lady?" A figure gracefully leaped atop the shoulders of the onlookers, even using Jin Yan's carriage for leverage. This newcomer, also clad in a dubious male disguise, brandished a sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Yue and his entourage. Jin Yan regained her composure and continued to observe. Old Blue, if I heard correctly. She was about to call him young master, was she not? Could it be my eyes deceive me? That girl, despite her appearance, is not a girl but rather a handsome lad. She is indeed a true man dressed as a woman. The girl being protected felt a surge of indignation, wishing to stamp her feet.
Lorque,
Please do not let your imagination run wild. That is not a foul man. The system exclaimed with excitement. Host, did you not say that the Lin fellow would eventually kick the iron plate and meet his downfall? Well, he has indeed done so. The girl just now did not intend to call him young master but princess. Princess? Jin Yan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. To her knowledge, the emperor had but 2 princesses, both gentle, demure, and obedient, either accompanying the empress in reciting Buddhist scriptures or engaging in calligraphy and painting to amuse themselves. Who was this princess before her? Lin Yue's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The figure before him bore a striking resemblance to a terrifying female tyrant he had encountered during his childhood in the palace. The system chimed in. Hee. She is the Grand Princess Yuan Xiangxing, the daughter of the Empress, who has stealthily slipped out of the palace today to hear tales. Just moments ago, her maid, Waling, left to fetch her some food, only to be accosted by Lin Yue and his entourage. Yuan Xiangxing, believing her disguise secure, felt her facade stripped away in an instant. Waling, hearing the peculiar thoughts, turned in surprise towards her mistress. Princess, is that not the Lord Qi you wish to meet? Yuan Xiangxing longed to deliver an elbow to her maid, who lacked the sense to recognize the situation. The surrounding commoners, upon hearing of a princess, stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse, yet none dared to push forward. The frontmost spectators even took a few steps back. When deities clash, mere mortals suffer. They merely wished to witness the spectacle, should they accidentally offend the princess or incur the ire of the noble house of Lin. Their lives would not suffice to pay the price. Lin Yue trembled in fear. He wished to speak, yet the expression on the opposing figure's face turned cold, her gaze piercing him like daggers, as if warning him that exposing any weakness would cost him his life. Unaware of the true identities at play, Lin's friends continued to taunt the princess and her attendants. Naturally, without Lin's attendants rushing into the fray as cannon fodder, they were too cautious to approach, especially in light of the gleaming sword, and instead urged Lin Yue onward. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jin Yan could only watch in disbelief as the crowd of cowards floundered about. This was not merely a misstep, it was akin to stumbling onto the executioner's block. Yet, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Is it not said that the two princesses in the palace are paragons of virtue? My father often uses them as examples to educate me. How could the Grand Princess dare to venture outside the palace? The system chuckled softly. Those are merely rumors propagated by the emperor to uphold his reputation. Interestingly, the Grand Princess's excursion is somewhat tied to you, host. She has a particular penchant for peculiar and eerie tales, and she came specifically to hear the legend of the red embroidered shoe. To reach her story, she and her maid crawled through 5 dog holes, scaled 3 walls, and even threatened 2 squads of guards to finally make it outside the palace. Yuan Xiangxing's face flushed crimson, all the way to her collarbone. Hualing nearly lost her grip on the sword she held. How embarrassing, to be humiliated before the common folk. Yuan Xiangxing felt a wave of despair wash over her. Lord Chu's ability to gather information was indeed unparalleled, even uncovering the number of dog holes they had traversed. The commoners suddenly found an unexpected sense of familiarity with the esteemed royal princess. It turned out that the emperor's daughter also enjoyed the tales of the red embroidered shoe, and had even crawled through dog holes to hear them. How is this any different from their own daughters throwing tantrums to achieve their desires? Lin Yue's mind began to race. Should he use the big princess's escapade through the dog hole as leverage, kneeling down to plead for mercy and beg her to spare him? Jin Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Who would have thought that the allure of the red embroidered shoes was so potent that it even lured the princess to sneak out of the palace? Alas, being too renowned truly is a burden. System. Indeed, it's fortunate that no one knows you are the red embroidered shoes, dear host. Otherwise, if the emperor were to rage, the princess would suffer, and you might also face a reduction in your salary. The common folk instinctively took a couple of steps back from the carriage. As expected, their assumptions were correct. The heroine of the red embroidered shoes had indeed possessed this female official. Yuan Xiangxing had learned the truth from the 4th prince, Prince Jing, long ago, and was not particularly surprised at this moment. However, Lin Yue, who had just endured 3 consecutive blows, was weeping internally. The red embroidered shoes, which had haunted him with nightmares for 7 days, turned out to be none other than Lord Chu. This place was truly perilous. He had to leave swiftly. Trembling, Lin Yue knelt down with a thud. Heroine, spare my life. I was merely joking with you. You have a generous heart. Please don't take it to heart. His sudden act of kneeling left his few sycophantic friends and Jin Yan utterly bewildered. What on earth are you doing? Where did that bravado go? Jin Yan was perplexed. Old Six, why did he suddenly kneel and beg for mercy? Could it be that he recognized the identity of the big princess? System. It's possible. Lin Yue was a companion reader in the palace during his childhood, where he was severely tormented by the big princess for several years, which has left him with psychological scars. The princess looks quite similar to how she did back then, so it wouldn't be surprising if he recognized her. However, it could also be that he is simply scared. Having expended his spiritual energy, he could barely hold his sword steady, And now, seeing the threat before him, he is pleading for his life. So that was the case. Jin Yan chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. To have sought trouble with the current princess, especially one with whom he had past grievances, was quite the predicament. She couldn't help but imagine how wretched Lin Yue would be once the big princess returned to the palace. The sycophants, much like roosters behind a glass barrier, were jumping around but never crossing the line into new territory. It seemed Lin Yue must have recognized her. Otherwise, if his courage was even less than that of his sycophants, it would exceed Jin Yan's comprehension. Lin Yue cautiously raised his eyes to survey the female tyrant, who was smiling at him with an exceedingly gentle demeanor. He trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and pointed at the most raucous and wicked of his companions. Heroine, my earlier troubles were merely the result of a bet I lost. The wager was set by Wang Hui, and he was the one who wanted to bind you and take you to the drunken red mansion. I did nothing wrong. Please don't take this insignificant bug to heart. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, he slipped away hastily. The attendants, who had sensed something amiss the moment their master knelt and were prepared to retreat, followed closely behind him. These sycophants, who had lingered around the esteemed young master for so long, may not have been particularly perceptive, but they certainly understood Lin Yue well. As soon as they saw him scurry away in disgrace, they concluded that the two individuals before them were not to be trifled with. They were likely people from the martial world, capable of ruthless violence, and once provoked, they would seek vengeance without hesitation. Their only relief now was that they had not revealed their identities, while young Master Lin's status was noble, easily discernible upon casual inquiry. Heroine, if you seek revenge, look towards Lin Xiaoyi and the Lin Guogong manor. Please do not pursue us. The troublemakers had fled. Yuan Xiangxing longed to make the acquaintance of Lord Chu. Yet the latter had been engrossed in eavesdropping and remained atop the carriage without any intention of descending to converse with her. Approaching her uninvited would seem too strange and forced. Frustrated, Yuan Xiangxing stamped her foot and shot a glare at Hualing. Why did you have to come at this moment? You could have appeared earlier or later, but you chose just as Lord Chu was about to intervene. When would she ever have the chance to speak with Lord Chu? Hualing, not comprehending the source of her princess's vexation, eagerly produced some snacks he had just purchased. Princess, would you like to have some?
Yes.